Title: Devourer of the Heavens. Author: Exceptional Demonic Talent. Synopsis: Devouring Demonic Arts, consuming heaven and earth. The young Lin Chen awakens a mysterious ancient bronze coffin and cultivates an extraordinary method, encountering a celestial beauty as he sweeps across the realms and defeats countless adversaries. Chapter 1. The talented young master caution must be exercised around that ancient bronze coffin. Keep your distance, for one day you may find yourself entombed within its depths. The hoarse and jarring voice echoed persistently. Lin Chen abruptly opened his eyes, breathless, with beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Habitually, he scanned his surroundings, only to find the room utterly devoid of life. Yet, the voice that had resonated in his mind was strikingly vivid, as if someone were whispering directly into his ear. For 3 long years, why does this peculiar voice incessantly manifest in my mind? A bitter smile crossed Lin Chen's face. What is this ancient bronze coffin? Why would it bury me? The questions that have plagued him for 3 years remain unanswered. He shook his head, dressed himself, and stepped into the courtyard, inhaling deeply before forming a stance and striking forward. This was a unique palm technique of the Lin family, known as the spirit refining palm. It bore no lethal power but could clear the mind and invigorate the spirit, enhancing the absorption of spiritual energy. As Lin Chen moved, his figure flickered, unleashing a flurry of palm shadows, the flow reminiscent of clouds and flowing water, imbued with an ethereal grace. This technique, rarely mastered to perfection within the Lin family, he had accomplished. After a brief moment, once the technique was complete, Lin Chen settled into a meditative posture to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. However, upon entering his body, it seemed as though an invisible barrier repelled most of the energy, leaving only a scant few wisps to coalesce within the true qi gathered in his dantian. His martial aptitude was exceptional, yet his cultivation speed lagged far behind others. Could it be that I am destined to be merely a generation of martial arts masters? Lin Chen sighed. This was his second source of concern aside from the ancient bronze coffin. Suddenly, the resonant chimes of bronze bells rang out, ancient and profound. The daily morning practice had commenced within the Lin family. The sacred spirit continent was home to countless sects, ancient clans, and dynasties. The Zijing dynasty stood as one of the 2 great dynasties, vast in territory and abundant in strong warriors. Under its banner lay 8 royal cities, with the lowest ranked being Yeqiao City. Despite Yeqiao City's humble standing, other royal cities and factions generally dared not encroach upon its territory for the Lin family. The foremost clan of Yeqiao City once held prominence as one of the 3 great families of the Zijing dynasty, wielding immense power and housing numerous formidable warriors. Though diminished from its former glory, the Lin family still possessed profound heritage. At this moment, the martial arts arena of the Lin family bustled with disciples practicing various martial techniques. Young master. Upon Lin Chen's arrival, a youth clad in white, exuding an aura of coldness, approached him with a beaming smile. Lin Han, your ice-cold technique has advanced once more. Lin Chen regarded the newcomer with a smile and remarked, your cultivation has already reached the 8th level of the innate realm. If you master the ice-cold technique, among the young disciples of the Lin family, none shall stand as your equal. Lin Han shook his head and replied, young master, were your cultivation speed comparable to mine, I would certainly fall far behind you. Lin Han's words were not mere flattery, for Lin Chen's martial arts talent was unparalleled within the Lin family, and indeed, throughout the entire Zijing dynasty. For a century, no one in the Lin family had attained the supreme martial skill, the Heavenly Fire Seal, which Lin Chen acquired a year ago, astonishing countless individuals. Regrettably, Lin Chen's cultivation speed was exceedingly slow. After 6 long years and the aid of various elixirs, he had barely reached the 5th level of the innate realm, the gathering qi stage. In contrast, other disciples of the Lin family, even those who began their training later than Lin Chen, had surpassed him in cultivation. With such a pace, one could only wonder when he might reach the divine law realm. The innate realm is divided into 10 levels, and progressing beyond the 5th level becomes increasingly arduous. Above this lies the divine law realm. Only upon entering this stage does a cultivator truly embark on the path of cultivation. Without access to the divine law, no matter how exceptional one's martial talent, one remains an ordinary mortal. Realizing he had misspoken, Lin Han quickly added, young master, the family head is currently traversing various regions of the continent. He will undoubtedly find a solution to your physical condition. Let us hope so. Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. The family head, Lin Chen, had previously attempted various remedies for Lin Chen's condition, all to no avail, including ancient elixirs. Lin Chen had long since abandoned any expectations. Let us not dwell on this matter. A glimmer passed through Lin Han's eyes as he spoke with a hint of mystery. Are you aware that a distinguished guest has arrived at our Lin family today? Indeed, it is Lu Tongtian, the foremost disciple of the Hunyuan sect, who visited 3 years ago. He has returned, seemingly drawn by the appearance of a mysterious treasure near Yeqiao City. The Hunyuan sect ranks among the pinnacle forces in the sacred spirit continent, alongside the Sword Immortal sect and the Taching sect, boasting a plethora of formidable talents. Even the Zijing dynasty pales in comparison. Is it he? Lin Chen's expression shifted in surprise. 3 years prior, Lu Tongtian had granted the Lin family immense benefits, securing an opportunity to access the Heavenly Fire Seal's inheritance platform. However, Lu Tongtian had failed to obtain the seal. Let him come, it bears no relevance to us. Now, I must return to my martial training. Lin Chen shook his head and stepped forward. Young master, what do you think of my fury of the wild bull? Young master, could you advise me on the areas for improvement in my sandwave steps? Young master, can you elucidate the mysteries of the Shun collapse technique? A multitude of young disciples, upon seeing him arrive, immediately brightened with joy and surrounded him. Lin Chen did not hesitate to respond to each inquiry, providing valuable insights that benefited the eager disciples. Now, everyone, disperse. Our session concludes here for today. Lin Chen clasped his fists and smiled, as the young disciples expressed their gratitude before vacating the area, granting him space. At present, I have only attained the 5th level of the Gathering Chi stage, allowing me to wield merely the first seal of the Heavenly Fire Seal, the Xin Fire Seal. Though I possess a profound understanding of the essence of the 2nd and 3rd imprints, I must first attain the 8th level of innate Chi transformation to begin to wield them. Lin Chen's gaze flickered slightly as his hands swiftly formed an intricate seal. Transparent true Chi emanated from his hands, spreading outward in layered waves. Almost immediately, a scorching wind surged forth in all directions, and a ring of azure flames ascended, forming a circle with a hasty character for fire inscribed within it, exuding an intense heat. This azure flame was no ordinary fire. It was profound fire, capable of instantly melting a piece of profound iron into molten metal. The surrounding young disciples were astonished by this spectacle. Generally, one must reach the 8th level of innate form transformation to solidify various martial arts into a tangible form. However, Lin Chen, despite still being at the 5th level, was able to achieve such a feat. Alas, many disciples lamented, our young master possesses such a high talent for martial arts, yet his physique is lacking. Chapter 2. The first true transmission. The innate realm is divided into 10 levels, each with its unique mysteries. The 5th level of innate gathering Chi signifies the ability to consolidate a mass of true Chi within the Dantian, resulting in the outward projection of true Chi, marking the first significant threshold of the innate realm. The density of true Chi at this 5th level possesses the strength of 5 giant elephants, capable of shattering boulders with bare hands. After executing the first imprint of the Heavenly Fire Seal, the power of the 5 elephants could not be sustained for long, and the ring of fire dissipated into black smoke. Lin Chen was drenched in sweat, clearly bearing a tremendous burden. Alas, it has already been half a year since I lingered at the 5th level of innate gathering Chi. Yet I have been unable to break through to the 6th level of body tempering, Lin Chen thought to himself. A month hence, the Lin family would host a youth competition, a critically important event for the family, where even Lin Chen, who had been seeking methods to remedy Lin Chen's physique, would personally oversee the family affairs. Lin Chen aspired to claim victory in the competition, hoping to bring glory to his beloved father. In truth, all members of the Lin family were aware that Lin Chen was not Lin Chen's biological father. Lin Chen was merely an orphan brought back by Lin Chen 6 years prior. To this day, Lin Chen yearned to uncover the truth of his identity. However, Lin Chen had refrained from revealing any details, stating that he would disclose a hint only when Lin Chen had matured enough. In his quest for self-discovery, Lin Chen had diligently pursued his cultivation. Just as he was recovering his true Chi, Lin Han's voice reached him. Young master, the elder has summoned you to the council hall to receive Lu Tongtian. He mentioned there are urgent matters to discuss. Lin Chen clasped his hands together, halting his actions, and furrowed his brow as he inquired, What does your father wish to discuss with me? Is it concerning that treasure? I am not aware of the particulars. In any case, my father specifically asked me to inform you, Lin Han replied with a resigned gesture. Suppressing his curiosity, Lin Chen shook his hand and said, "All right. You may go ahead. I will join shortly." As Lin Chen stepped into the vast council hall, his gaze immediately fell upon the Grand Elder, Lin Zhan. Draped in a purple 8-trigram robe, seated upon a leather chair. Behind him stood Lin Han, who had departed earlier. Yet the figure of the foremost true disciple was conspicuously absent. "Grand Elder, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons?" Lin Chen asked respectfully, cupping his hands in greeting. The formidable presence of Grand Elder Lin Zhan instilled an instinctive sense of reverence within Lin Chen, who felt as insignificant as an ant before a towering mountain. Lin Zhan was indeed a powerful figure, a master of the divine realm. Raising his eyelids, Lin Zhan cast a scrutinizing glance at Lin Chen, his tone gravely serious. "Young Master Lin, I trust that Han Er has informed you of the arrival of the foremost true disciple from the Hunyun sect to our Lin family?" Lin Chen glanced at Lin Han behind Lin Zhan and nodded slightly. "In that case, I shall dispense with unnecessary formalities," Lin Zhan continued, tapping the ancient tabletop with his distinctly knotted fingers. "The disciple from Tongtian has come to Yechao City for 2 matters. The first is to seek a mysterious treasure, and the second pertains to you." "Me?" Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, a vague suspicion stirring within him. Lin Zhan closed his eyes, seemingly in meditation, while Lin Han, positioned behind him, discreetly cast a knowing glance at Lin Chen. Observing this exchange, Lin Chen smirked coldly and declared, "Grand Elder, regarding the matter of the Tianhui seal, I will certainly not relinquish it to the disciples of Hunyun sect. This concerns the legacy of our Lin family and cannot be easily bestowed upon others." Lin Chen's refusal was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. He understood clearly that should he part with the Tianhui seal, a supreme martial technique, it would no longer belong to him. Currently, he had only mastered the first 3 of the 11 seals. "My dear nephew, do not be so hasty in your rejection," Lin Zhan urged, his eyes now open and gazing deeply. "The disciple from Tongtian has promised that should you hand over the Tianhui seal, he would bestow upon you immense riches." Lin Chen retorted coldly, "Grand Elder, no matter the abundance of treasures or spirit stones offered in exchange, I shall refuse." With that, he turned to leave, his mind resolutely set against further discussion with the Grand Elder. At that moment, a soft chuckle echoed from outside the council hall, and a cold, austere young man clad in black emerged. Instantly, the temperature within the grand hall plummeted, a layer of frost blanketing the expansive floor, and the chilling winds howled, as if ushering in the early winter. Lin Chen felt an invisible chill enveloping him, frost forming upon his body, freezing his very essence. In that moment of unexpected transformation, he swiftly activated a hidden strand of white flame within his dantian, dispelling the frost that clung to him and restoring his vitality. In contrast, Lin Han and Lin Zhan exhibited no signs of discomfort. This was a deliberate test orchestrated by the black-clad youth, who was none other than Lu Tongtian, the foremost true disciple of the Hunyun sect. The power of the Tianhui seal was indeed formidable, capable of resisting even 1% of the frigid aura emanating from my Tianbing Han Xianjin. Lu Tongtian's austere visage broke into a fleeting smile of commendation. Yet within the depths of his gaze lay a far more intense yearning. Lu Tongtian desired my heavenly fire seal, an impossibility. In matters of lesser significance, however, there might be room for negotiation. Lin Chen remained taut, his attention fixed on Lu Tongtian, his vigilance heightened to its utmost. The impression Lu Tongtian left upon him was akin to an unyielding glacier, a majestic ice formation standing resolutely atop a torrent of frigid waters, his cultivation unfathomably profound. Astonishingly, Lu Tongtian was but 2 years Lin Chen's junior, yet he had attained the status of a formidable practitioner in the divine law realm, worthy of his title as the foremost disciple. Observing Lin Chen's wariness, Lu Tongtian expressionlessly raised a finger, proclaiming the sum of 100 million premium spirit stones. He then extended a second finger, offering a royal-grade marrow-cleansing pill. With a third finger, he proposed the establishment of an everlasting alliance of mutual interests with the Lin family, pledging life and death together, and the possibility of forming a contract. The entire council hall seemed to freeze in time, a silence enveloping the room so profound that even the sound of accelerated heartbeats was distinctly audible. Beside them, Lin Zhan and Lin Han's eyes widened with disbelief, their astonishment palpable at Lu Tongtian's extravagant display. Even Lin Zhan, the esteemed elder of the Lin family, found his breath quickening, nearly compelled to step in on Lin Chen's behalf and acquiesce to Lu Tongtian's terms. Spirit stones were categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and premium, with 100 million premium spirit stones equating to the total revenue of Yeqiao City over 3 years, or 5 years of the Lin family's income. Such wealth was truly staggering. The royal-grade marrow-cleansing pill, exceedingly rare and imbued with the essence of kingship, could refine marrow and bones. Valued at approximately 50 million premium spirit stones, the most crucial aspect lay in the proposed alliance. Once established, both parties would be obligated to support one another in times of conflict, share martial arts techniques, and more. For the currently waning Lin family, this was akin to a stroke of fortune. Even Lin Chen's steadfast resolve began to waver. However, due to his inherently inferior physique, martial arts represented an entirely different existence for him. Thus, Lin Chen reaffirmed his determination, shaking his head. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's refusal, Lin Zhan erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "Lin Chen, how can you reject such a boon? Are you no longer a member of the Lin family?" Father, Lin Han, standing behind, swiftly restrained the enraged Lin Zhan, speaking earnestly, "Regardless of Lin Chen's decision, we should refrain from judgment. The Heavenly Fire Seal's martial arts belong to Lin Chen. He possesses the authority over it." Lin Chen cast a disdainful glance at Lin Zhan, his expression cold. Individuals like Lin Zhan saw only profit, failing to comprehend the true significance of a supreme martial art to Lin Chen. Nevertheless, amidst his indifference, a warm current flowed through his heart, and he cast a grateful glance at Lin Han. In the entire Lin family, it seemed Lin Han was the only one capable of advocating for him. "Is that not sufficient?" Lu Tongtian remarked, furrowing his brow at Lin Chen. "If you have other demands, feel free to express them, as long as they remain within my capacity to fulfill." Such extravagance. Lin Chen could only marvel internally. The foundation of the San de Xiandao sect, the merging heaven gate, was indeed extraordinarily formidable. The wealth of a first true disciple is indeed staggering. One can only imagine the astronomical figures held by the sect masters and elders. Yet, Lin Chen merely shook his head and declared, "I shall not part with the Heavenly Fire Seal. However, if you wish to learn it, I am willing to teach you." The fact that Lu Tongtian was prepared to exchange such vast riches for the Heavenly Fire Seal attested to its significance for him. Therefore, Lin Chen was not averse to imparting the first 3 seals to him, forging a bond in the process. "Oh, you would bestow them upon me? It seems you have only mastered the simplest of the first 3 seals." Lu Tongtian's expression darkened as he mocked, "With your physique, practicing the Heavenly Fire Seal would yield little benefit. In 10 years, you would still not attain the divine law realm. Why not exchange it now for sufficient rewards?" The issue of physique had always been a sore spot for Lin Chen, yet despite his inferior constitution, he possessed the heart of a warrior and the resolve to become strong. No matter how arduous the path, he would not surrender. Upon hearing Lu Tongtian's words, Lin Chen's demeanor turned icy, his voice devoid of warmth. "Lu Tongtian, do not even think about the Heavenly Fire Seal. Even the first 3 seals shall remain beyond your grasp." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Tongtian retorted with a chilling smile. "Then I shall see who can hinder me from obtaining the Heavenly Fire Seal." With that, an impenetrable layer of ice rapidly enveloped the great hall, spreading with an unfathomable swiftness. The hall transformed into an ice palace, beset by a biting wind that cut like knives. A terrifying pressure bore down upon Lin Chen, as if a mountain of ice rested heavily upon his shoulders. Lin Chen felt as though he was suffocating, plunged into an icy abyss. The overwhelming weight caused his skin to split and his bones to crack audibly. Even the blood that surfaced froze into icy shards. His legs trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of collapsing as if they might buckle at any moment. This astonishing transformation occurred with alarming suddenness. Under the crushing weight of the overwhelming pressure, he was on the brink of collapse, yet the tenacity within his heart propelled him to endure. Chapter 3, Wrath Unleashed. The Descent of the Array, Part 1. With a cough, blood spewed from Lin Chen's lips, instantly crystallizing into ice flakes that scattered across the frozen ground. It felt as though an invisible hand gripped his entire being, rendering him immobile and engulfed in excruciating, icy pain. Immediately, an immense divine consciousness enveloped Lin Chen. exposing all his secrets to Lu Tongtian's scrutiny. It was evident that Lu Tongtian intended to use his divine awareness to unearth the hidden heavenly fire seal technique within Lin Chen. The divine consciousness of the divine law realm was terrifying. Under its influence, no secrets could remain concealed, particularly for Lin Chen, who was merely at the innate realm. Resisting Lu Tongtian's divine perception was utterly futile. In a flash, Lu Tongtian strode forward, towering over Lin Chen as he demanded, "Where is the heavenly fire seal? Where have you hidden it?" It was lamentable that the esteemed first true disciple of a celestial sect resorted to such despicable tactics. Lin Chen cast a scornful glance at Lu Tongtian, panting heavily and uttering, "Even if you kill me, you will never find it." Humph. Lu Tongtian let out a cold snort, his eyes shimmering with a frosty light, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Lin Chen slowly turned his head, his face aflame with anger as he addressed Elder Lin Zhan. "Elder, are you truly indifferent to the suppression of the Lin family's young master by outsiders?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan smiled amiably and shook his head, remaining steadfast in his stance. "Young master, this is merely a sparring session between my nephew Tongtian and yourself. As the young master of the Lin family, you ought to rise to the challenge and fear nothing." After saying this, Lin Zhan closed his eyes, seemingly detached from the events unfolding before him. In that moment, Lin Chen felt a sudden clarity, his heart growing cold with despair. It seemed that Elder Lin Zhan had long since accepted Lu Tongtian's bribes, choosing to seize power rather than cultivate skill. Even the elders of the Lin family appeared to have been corrupted by Lu Tongtian. Otherwise, with their divine sense, they could not have failed to notice this scene. At this instant, Lin Chen was overcome with revulsion for the Lin family. He had never imagined that these elders would betray their own kin. Had Lin Zongxing been present, witnessing this spectacle, a violent confrontation would have surely ensued, with Lu Tongtian being subdued. Lin Chen bitterly smiled, realizing that in the face of greed, the bonds of family blood had become mere folly. Even now, as he endured terrifying pressure and suffered unimaginable torment, it paled in comparison to the desolation within his heart. Yet, amidst this turmoil, the only source of warmth for Lin Chen remained in the presence of his father and his brother Lin Han within the Lin family. Suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. The oppressive force weighing down on Lin Chen abruptly dissipated. A hand pressed against Lin Chen's dantian, unleashing a terrifying suction that drew forth all of the true qi from within. Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with horror and shock. He saw Lu Tongtian's right hand pressing against his immobilized dantian, causing intricate runes to spread across his abdomen, forming an eerie array. Lu Tongtian's icy grip delved into the core of Lin Chen's true qi. "Lin Chen, I bestow upon you the respect due to the young master of the Lin family. Yet you prove to be so ungrateful," Lu Tongtian stated, his expression frigid as the power in his right hand surged, enhancing the suction force. A terrifying heat emanated from Lu Tongtian's palm, causing the ice within the grand hall to begin to melt. Slowly, Lu Tongtian withdrew his right hand from the dantian, forcibly drawing a quivering wisp of white flame into his palm through the invisible pull. This flickering white flame contained countless intricate and profound characters, representing the entirety of the celestial fire seal's techniques. As the supreme martial art of the Lin family, the celestial fire seal possessed great mysteries. When Lin Chen received the inheritance, all the techniques transformed into a wisp of flame, residing within his dantian's true qi. Even a powerful being in the divine realm could only discern the richness of the true qi within him, but would be unable to fully penetrate the true qi core. However, Lin Chen never anticipated that Lu Tongtian would possess knowledge of this matter. Thud. Bereft of the protective warmth of the heavenly fire seal, Lin Chen was unable to withstand the frigid aura of the council hall, compounded by the earlier pressure that had severely wounded him. He collapsed onto the ground, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Although this was merely 1% of Lu Tongtian's power, Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Tongtian, who was scrutinizing the white flames. Lu Tongtian cast a condescending glance at Lin Chen, continuing to examine the flames, proclaiming, "There is nothing in this world that I do not know." "Impossible," Lin Chen retorted, his voice hoarse. "The ancient texts of the Lin family, as well as the continental literature, bear no record of this matter. All who have acquired this technique have kept its secrets buried deep within their hearts." Lin Chen's voice rose in a fierce growl, his eyes turning crimson, resembling a ferocious beast. The theft of the heavenly fire seal felt like a dagger plunged deep into his soul. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind Lin Chen. Looking down upon the half-kneeling young man with a calm demeanor, Lin Chen, it was I who informed Brother Tongtian. The familiar voice belonged to Lin Chen's closest brother, Lin Han. Lin Chen's eyes widened once more, his entire being frozen in disbelief. Lin Han. Why? Why did you tell him? A year prior, when Lin Chen had obtained the heavenly fire seal, Lin Han had curiously questioned him about it. To safeguard their friendship, Lin Chen had unhesitatingly divulged every detail. Little did he know that the very person responsible for his loss of the heavenly fire seal would turn out to be his best friend. Martial arts were akin to life itself for Lin Chen, especially the heavenly fire seal. When he initially received its inheritance, he had endured immense suffering. Lin Chen, you are utterly oblivious to the circumstances. As an outsider, what right do you have to be the heir of the Lin family? I am of direct Lin lineage, possessing the highest talent. Why should Lin Songxing allow you to ascend to that position? Lin Han's calm demeanor suddenly morphed into a grotesque grimace, his gaze towards Lin Chen brimming with malice and fury. I shall tell you this. When you acquired the heavenly fire seal a year ago, I had already reached an agreement with young Master Tongtian. After all these years of being close to you, I knew you would never sell the heavenly fire seal. Lin Han's menacing expression returned to a placid one, though the venom in his eyes remained undiminished. I have planned for this day for 3 years. How foolish of me to have regarded you as a brother. The position of heir will not be granted to you. Lin Chen, feeling numb, gazed into Lin Han's eyes filled with resentment, his heart turning to ashes. Lin Han suddenly erupted into wild laughter. Brother? What does that mean? It is all about interests. Only interests matter. Not only will I become the heir of the Lin family, but I will also become a true disciple of the Hengtian sect. In due time, my status will soar to the heavens. Before me, you are merely an insignificant insect. Lin Chen, do not expect Lin Songxing to come back and save you. He has been swayed by my words and has ventured into a terrifying forbidden area in the Holy Spirit continent to seek a secret technique to resolve your peculiar constitution. If fortune favors him, he may return alive. If not, he shall meet his demise. Seated beside him, Lin Zhan opened his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. In 1 month's time, during the family competition, should you fail to secure the first position, no one from the Lin family would come to your aid, and the title of young master would inevitably pass to Han heir. A conspiracy. A colossal conspiracy. It struck Lin Chen like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. His father, who had selflessly cared for him over the past 6 years, was now ensnared in a terrifying predicament, his fate uncertain. To his astonishment, Lin Zhan and Lin Han had conspired to orchestrate such an elaborate trap in their pursuit of the young master position. At that moment, an overwhelming rage ignited within Lin Chen, his fury surging like a tempest. Betrayed by his own brothers, he found himself in a lamentable plight. However, he would not permit anyone to scheme against or harm his cherished kin. You shall all perish. With eyes ablaze, Lin Chen roared, his voice reverberating like the awakening of a primordial beast, long hidden, now enraged. In that moment, his murderous intent soared to its zenith, his warrior spirit magnified beyond measure. He yearned for power, to safeguard his loved ones and eradicate all foes. Yet, as they listened to Lin Chen's primal roar, both Lu Tongtian and Lin Han exchanged scornful glances, their expressions dripping with disdain as they regarded the wrathful Lin Chen. In their eyes, Lin Chen, though a prodigy in martial arts, was but a pitiful failure in cultivation. Did he truly believe he could bring about their demise? Such notions were nothing more than the fantasies of a deluded mind, akin to a clay figurine attempting to traverse the sea. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a fleeting vision of an ancient bronze coffin flickered within Lin Chen's eyes. Chapter 4, Wrath Unleashed, The Celestial Array, Part 2. With your meager abilities? Given a decade, you wouldn't even be able to match a fraction of my prowess. Lu Tongtian regarded Lin Chen with disdain, casually swallowing a plume of white flame before Lin Chen's very eyes. To Lu Tongtian, Lin Chen was merely an insect that could be extinguished with a mere gesture. But as Lin Chen's wrathful countenance suddenly turned icy, he coldly declared, Lu Tongtian, 1 year. In 1 year, I shall compel you to regurgitate the heavenly fire seal, leaving you in a state of despair. Though devoid of the earlier thunderous fury, His words rang with unwavering conviction. In that instant, Lin Chen forced his trembling heart to calm. The more chaotic he became, the more delight it brought to his adversaries. With his newfound composure, Lin Chen's demeanor shifted once again, his killing intent now contained within him, his mind clear, resembling a supreme assassin poised to strike with lethal precision. Lu Tongtian, taken aback by Lin Chen's transformation, soon wore a bemused smile. 1 year is far too brief, let it be 10. To think you could defeat me within a year is nothing short of a jest. Even while heavily injured and with my powers sealed, I remain a genius of the divine law realm. What is Lin Chen? Merely an insect. The words of an insect, though resonant, merely amuse me. Do not humiliate yourself further. Given a decade, you still wouldn't be able to best me. Lin Han looked down at Lin Chen with disdain in his eyes, declaring, in a month, you shall utterly lose the esteemed title of the Lin family's young master. At that time, I shall reduce you to a mere slave, subjecting you to unbearable torment. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed, his gaze still icy and filled with a murderous intent, unaffected by Lin Han's words. I speak and I act. Lin Chen retorted with a cold smirk, forcing himself to stand upright. In the clan competition a month from now, I shall cast you into the abyss. Both you and your father shall face retribution. Seeking death, Lin Han's fury erupted, and he struck out at Lin Chen with a powerful palm, the force roaring with the might of thunder. This blow, infused with the full strength of his innate 8th level, was more than sufficient to end Lin Chen's life. Hunter, do not be impulsive. A hand as strong as an iron claw gripped Lin Han's arms, a mysterious and strange power rendering his force null and void. It was Lin Zhan who intervened. Do not forget your status as the clan leader, Lu Tongtian said sternly from the side. It is absolutely unacceptable to harm Lin Chen now. His words quelled Lin Han's furious expression, though his eyes still burned with wrath. Lin Chen observed the scene with cold detachment. Elder Lin Zhan, our agreement has been reached. I shall take my leave now. Without looking back, Lu Tongtian ascended in a swirling mist of cold light and departed, dismissing Lin Chen as if he were insignificant, a mere waste not worthy of his attention. Hunter, I too must take my leave. I have matters to attend to with the elders. Lin Zhan cast a cold glance at Lin Chen before turning to soar toward the clan's mysterious and powerful forbidden grounds. Within the vast and chilling assembly hall, the atmosphere was icy and oppressive, leaving only Lin Chen and Lin Han. Young Master Lin Chen, how does it feel now? Lin Han sneered, his anger unabated. To think you could defeat me in a month with your pathetic abilities, what a joke. As he finished speaking, Lin Han suddenly lunged forward and struck Lin Chen's dantian with a palm. An extreme cold energy surged into Lin Chen's dantian, solidifying into a chilling ice crystal blade, swirling about and harvesting the true energy within Lin Chen. With a cough of blood, Lin Chen felt an excruciating pain radiate from his dantian, causing his once icy expression to tighten into a grimace. Lin Han's cruelty was astonishing, having inflicted such coldness into Lin Chen's core. Haha, this is the final gift I bestow upon you. Lin Han laughed triumphantly as he departed, arrogantly referring to himself as the young master. I, Lin Chen, will speak and I will act. Lin Chen gritted his teeth against the pain, his cold eyes fixed on Lin Han's retreating figure. With great effort, he stood, albeit unsteadily, and began to limp toward the exit. Lin Chen endured the excruciating pain, sitting upright upon a spirit-gathering array, as his hands continuously executed intricate seals. The ethereal energies of heaven and earth converged in delicate wisps, flowing into Lin Chen's being. In stark contrast, Lin Chen's brows, lips, and visage were cloaked in a faint layer of frost, surrounded by an aura of biting cold, as though he were seated amidst an icy wasteland. The chill of his ice-cold essence surged once more formidable and frigid than before. It appeared that he had garnered considerable benefits from the enigmatic Lu Tongtian. Turning his gaze inward, Lin Chen beheld his dantian, where a swirling mass of true qi enveloped a dagger forged from concentrated ice. This icy blade, under the suppression of his true qi, thrashed restlessly, cleaving through layers of qi like a wild steed untamed. The first seal, the Xuanhua seal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His hands flew swiftly to form the seal, generating a piercing sound through the air. The true qi encasing the icy blade ignited in flames, creating a circle of true qi where a fiery character blazed, subduing the icy dagger beneath its fervent glow. Only beneath this inferno did the icy blade find a semblance of stability. Should a great practitioner witness this scene, they would likely be struck with astonishment. For to condense a seal within the dantian was an unprecedented sight, although the technique of the Tianhua seal had been usurped. Lin Chen had long since mastered the essence of the first 3 seals. Employing the Xuanhua seal to suppress the internal injuries was most advantageous. The frost upon his face gradually melted, vitality restoring itself within him. Lin Chen lifted his gaze to the vast sky, his eyes ablaze with a murderous intent. Lutong Tian, having seized my martial arts, I shall surely defeat you a year hence. Lin Han and Lin Zhan, with hearts of wolves and lungs of dogs, not only betrayed the Lin family by colluding with Lutong Tian, but also conspired against my father. I shall ensure that you experience a fate worse than death. His voice, cold and chilling, resonated as if it emerged from the depths of the underworld. Lin Chen stared blankly at the azure sky until the strain became unbearable, at which point he slowly closed his eyes, his heart twisted in anguish. In a month's time, the Lin family's grand competition would commence. If he could not vanquish Lin Han then, all would be lost. Yet, he found himself hindered by an unusual constitution, his cultivation progressing at an agonizingly slow pace. Half a year had elapsed, and he had yet to breach the barrier of the 6th level of innate awakening, let alone achieve the 8th level within a month to confront Lin Han. Yet, I must eradicate them. Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly, a tempest of frantic thoughts swirling in his mind. However, after a prolonged moment, he succumbed to despair, as each fleeting thought extinguished one after another. Within the Lin family, no elders stood to defend him, and the mysterious elders of the clan remained indifferent to family affairs. He was now utterly alone, realizing that strength was the only answer. I must grow stronger. Lin Chen howled towards the azure sky, his voice echoing for what felt like an eternity. At that moment, a sudden warmth surged within his blood, as if a mysterious force from beyond was beckoning him. He gazed upward in confusion, realizing that this peculiar sensation emanated from the vast blue heavens above. Thump! A jolt surged through Lin Chen's heart as his eyes widened in astonishment. In the boundless azure sky, a streak of black radiance descended, reminiscent of a falling star, hurtling towards him. Before Lin Chen could react, that seemingly distant light collided fiercely with his chest. A tremendous force erupted, propelling his entire body into the air. At the moment of impact, a mysterious and colossal energy coursed through his chest, converging within his dantian. Instantly, the ice-cold dagger, previously suppressed by the fiery aura, was enveloped by this enigmatic power. The blade trembled violently, and in the blink of an eye, it shattered into pure qi, merging into Lin Chen's qi circle. Had Lin Han's lingering injuries truly been eradicated so effortlessly? A disbelieving thought flickered in Lin Chen's mind as he hastily rose from the ground, tearing open his chest. On his taut abdomen, numerous black lines intertwined to form an intricate and profound black circular formation, dark and deep. At the center of this formation was inscribed an ancient black character meaning devour. How could an array have fallen from the sky? Lin Chen swallowed hard, utterly astounded. Was it this array that had healed his hidden injuries? The sacred vein body had finally found its purpose. Amidst Lin Chen's astonishment, an ancient voice resonated in his mind, brimming with immense excitement and joy. Chapter 5, Sacred Vein Body. Who is speaking? The sudden emergence of this aged voice startled Lin Chen. He glanced around the courtyard, finding it utterly deserted. Could it be that the descending array was communicating? Such occurrences were unprecedented, with no mention in ancient texts. Only powerful treasures, having attained the status of spiritual artifacts, could convey thoughts. The notion of an array speaking was utterly astonishing. Young friend, channel your qi into the devouring celestial diagram. The frail voice transmitted intermittently, as if it could vanish at any moment. The devouring celestial diagram? Regaining his composure, Lin Chen hesitated briefly before directing his qi towards this array. The dark injuries within him had been shattered by this mysterious diagram. Lin Chen considered it a favor owed. As his qi flowed into the devouring celestial diagram, it sank into the depths as if cast into the ocean, leaving no trace. A terrifying suction emanated from the diagram, and in an instant, his 5 elemental forces were reduced to less than half of their original strength. Even so, the mysterious devouring celestial diagram imparted to Lin Chen a profound sense of depth. The qi from the 5 elements merged without even causing a ripple. This devouring celestial diagram exuded an even more enigmatic aura. Young friend, this is indeed an array known as the devouring celestial diagram. A multitude of white luminescent specks emanated from the devouring celestial map, gradually coalescing before Lin Chen into the form of an elderly man with flowing white hair, a serene smile adorning his visage. Who are you? Lin Chen gazed in astonishment at the venerable figure, utterly taken aback. To discover a living being within the formation was beyond his comprehension. My young friend, you may call me Blood Elder, the old man replied with a gentle smile. This devouring celestial map was once the core formation of a celestial artifact, the Devouring Tower. I am the spirit of the Devouring Tower. But due to a series of unforeseen events, I became fused with this formation, emerging as a unique entity. A celestial artifact? Lin Chen's astonishment only deepened. Treasures are classified into categories: spiritual artifacts, royal artifacts, imperial artifacts, Tao artifacts, and celestial artifacts, each further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and supreme grades. Beyond the realm of the divine law lies the great Tao, and only those masters of the great Tao can exhaust their life essence to condense a Tao artifact. As for celestial artifacts, they are the legendary means of the immortals. The mere existence of a Tao artifact would stir the entire Holy Spirit continent. How much more so for a celestial artifact? Seemingly perceiving Lin Chen's shock, Blood Elder wore a bitter smile and said, "There is no need for such astonishment. My young friend, the current devouring celestial map is merely a damaged formation, with power inferior to that of a spiritual artifact." Lin Chen came to a sudden realization. If a core formation of a celestial artifact were to appear, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire continent. Moreover, celestial artifacts are not so easily manifested. Then why have you sought me? Lin Chen inquired, regarding Blood Elder with a wary gaze. The enigmatic nature of the formation compelled him to remain vigilant. Unfazed by Lin Chen's apprehension, Blood Elder spoke slowly. When you cultivate, your progress is undoubtedly agonizingly slow, and even the most potent spiritual medicines yield no effect. How do you know this? Lin Chen was taken aback, for the issue of his constitution was known only to those of the Lin family. Your constitution is one of the most terrifying in existence. The sacred vein body, Blood Elder, chuckled lightly. The sacred vein body is a lineage that emerged from the primordial chaos. Once cultivated, it is capable of sweeping across the lands, becoming a supreme powerhouse. Sacred vein body. Surely you jest, Lin Chen retorted with self-deprecation. If it were truly so formidable, would I be cultivating at such a sluggish pace? The true terror of the sacred vein body only manifests at the divine law realm, Blood Elder responded solemnly. The innate realm is the most challenging period for the cultivation of the sacred vein body. The first master of the sacred vein, upon reaching a consummate state, devised a set of teachings specifically to address this predicament. Lin Chen remained silent, his expression a tempest of emotions. My previous master was indeed the sacred vein body. Possessing the teachings of the sacred vein, Blood Elder continued, his expression laden with unspoken significance. If you wish to grow stronger, you must learn this set of teachings. Otherwise, transitioning from the innate realm to the divine law realm will consume decades of your life. This statement caused Lin Chen's countenance to shift slightly. To become strong, those words struck a chord deep within him. What he lacked most at present was the strength to defeat Lin Han. In a year, he must also overcome Lu Tongtian. His two adversaries were immensely formidable, true geniuses in their own right. At present, how could he possibly compare his training speed to theirs? The thought of his wronged father ignited an uncontrollable fury within Lin Chen. As these reflections surged through his mind, his breathing quickened, yet he remained vigilant. Casting a wary gaze at the Blood Elder. Is this inheritance truly in your possession? Indeed, it is, the Blood Elder replied gravely. Before his demise, my master entrusted me with the legacy to seek the next sacred vessel. With a serious demeanor, the Blood Elder continued, you are the sacred vessel, therefore. This inheritance is rightfully yours. However, there are 3 conditions you must fulfill. What are the 3 conditions? Lin Chen inquired hastily. If the Blood Elder's words held truth, it might indeed offer him a way to transcend his current predicament. The Blood Elder raised a finger. First, restore the devouring celestial map. Second, he raised a second finger. Avenge the previous sacred vessel. Third, reclaim the devouring tower in the future. Though these 3 conditions appeared straightforward, they were, in fact, as challenging as scaling the heavens. What manner of artifact was the Devouring Tower? A celestial instrument. How could he possibly seize it? Avenge the previous sacred vessel? The former sacred vessel wielded such a powerful artifact. How terrifying must their strength be? Contemplating these matters, Lin Chen's expression fluctuated between shadows and light. These three conditions seemed insurmountable. After a prolonged silence, recalling the events in the council hall, he slowly replied, I can only say that if I possess the capability, I shall exert every effort to fulfill them. Good, good, good. The Blood Elder's face lit up with delight, not angered by Lin Chen's conditional response. He laughed heartily. Had my master possessed your meticulous foresight, he might have avoided the ambush. Without further ado, the Blood Elder began to impart the inheritance's techniques. As he spoke, his ethereal form dissolved like mist into the devouring celestial map. Simultaneously, a mysterious force flooded Lin Chen's mind, inundating him with a vast array of information. I am the previous sacred vessel, the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign. The Devouring Demon technique devours all. The profound teachings revealed an exceptionally enigmatic technique. Lin Chen's consciousness swiftly immersed itself in this grand method, gradually absorbing its essence. The spectral Blood Elder watched Lin Chen engrossed in the technique, letting out a deep sigh. To comprehend the Devouring Demon technique will likely require several days. My master, your blood feud now holds promise. Lost in the depths of the technique, Lin Chen did not hear the Blood Elder's murmurs. At that moment, he dedicated several hours to grasping the vast teachings. The inheritance, the Devouring Demon technique, articulated that the first step was to condense a devouring diagram within the Dantian, absorbing all forms of energy and matter, transforming them into his own true chi. This included the absorption of spirit stones, demon cores, medicinal pills, and more. After realizing the intricacies of this technique, Lin Chen's doubts regarding the sacred vessel dissipated entirely. The Devouring Demon technique could only be cultivated by the sacred vessel. Closing his eyes, he sank his chi into the Dantian, beginning to operate the technique's pathways meticulously. The blood coursing through his veins began to boil gradually, swirling with fervor. Drops of translucent blood commenced their gathering within his Dantian. Moments later, a transparent blood sphere hovered in the Dantian, brimming with enigmatic energy. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a tiny black character for Devour within the sphere. As the blood sphere solidified, Lin Chen immediately began to form intricate hand seals with both hands, unleashing waves of mysterious black light that flickered from his gestures. A resonant thud echoed from within the Dantian, and surrounding the transparent blood sphere were precisely 10,000 azure particles, interlinking to create a series of cryptic circular pathways, remarkably resembling the devouring celestial diagram on his lower abdomen. The devouring diagram had formed. Excellent. The devouring diagram is complete. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The path of devouring was about to commence. What? Has the devouring diagram been coalesced so swiftly? The astonished voice of Blood Elder resonated. Even the once legendary Blood Elder could not maintain his composure upon witnessing this scene. His previous master had taken a full 7 days to coalesce the devouring diagram. It has indeed formed, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, unperturbed. His terrifying martial arts aptitude had already been validated when he acquired the Heavenly Fire Seal. He had obtained the supreme, clan-defending martial arts that had eluded others for a millennium. Even the foremost disciple of the Hunyuan sect, Lu Tongtian, could not procure it and instead resorted to schemes of theft. Good, good, good. Blood Elder exclaimed thrice, his face alight with joy. Lin Chen had brought him an abundance of surprises. Once, due to his physical constitution, Lin Chen's cultivation speed had been exceedingly slow. Now, having acquired the Devouring Demonic Art, the gateway to his strength had been unceremoniously flung open. Chapter 6. Witness the Master of Dogs after solidifying the devouring diagram. Lin Chen returned to the courtyard and immediately retrieved all his savings. A total of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Indeed, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones could not compare to Lu Tongtian's 100 million supreme spirit stones. Lin Chen sighed, emptying his Chinkoan bag and laying all 100,000 high-grade spirit stones before him. Gazing at the 10 small mountains of spirit stones, Lin Chen's expression steadied as he extended his palm toward the mound. Devour. Before his hand, a formation diagram manifested, inscribed with the character Devour, identical to the devouring celestial diagram on his lower abdomen. With a swift motion, his palm made contact with the spirit stones, and a peculiar suction emanated from the center of his hand. At that moment, all 100,000 high-grade spirit stones were drawn into this extraordinary force, their spiritual essence being absorbed fervently. The influx of spiritual energy surged, escalating from the power of 5 symbols to a staggering 12 symbols. Only then did the speed of devouring begin to slow, as the 100,000 high-grade spirit stones vanished entirely. This absorption had granted Lin Chen a substantial increase of 7 symbols of power, equivalent to refining a new sphere of true energy. The exhilaration was unmistakable across Lin Chen's countenance. If one were to absorb 100 million top-tier spirit stones, he could potentially ascend to the profound realm of the innate 10th level, condensing his true energy into a vital essence. At that point, he would sweep through the entire younger generation of the Lin family. However, possessing 100 million top-tier spirit stones was an unattainable dream for Lin Chen. Currently, he found himself in dire need of wealth to strengthen himself, necessitating a substantial amount of spirit stones to devour. How could he possibly acquire these stones? Lin Chen pondered deeply, recalling that the recent 10,000 middle-tier spirit stones represented all of his hard-earned savings. At that moment, a sharp and piercing voice broke through his thoughts. Lin Chen, young Master Lin Han requests your presence. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Chen instinctively furrowed his brow. Why did Lin Han summon him? Soon, a cold smirk appeared on his face. Standing before Lin Chen was Lin Lai, a disciple at the 6th level of the innate body refinement stage. This disciple was closely associated with Lin Han, essentially acting as his loyal dog. Oh, Lin Lai, what does young Master Lin Han want with me? Lin Chen inquired with an indifferent expression. A fleeting look of derision crossed Lin Lai's face as he assumed a haughty demeanor. Young Master Lin Han has summoned you, so go. Why do you have so many questions? Under normal circumstances, Lin Lai would fawn over Lin Chen like a sycophant. Now, his demeanor had shifted, likely due to the pressure exerted by Lin Han and Lu Tongtian, of which Lin Lai was well aware. It was probable that Lin Han's request was merely a pretext for Lin Lai to find an opportunity to reprimand him. As Lin Chen's mind raced through the possibilities, a pained expression emerged on his face. Lin Lai, I would rather not go. My Dantian has been severely injured, and my true energy can barely muster the strength of one elephant. I need to recover. The anguish on Lin Chen's face was so convincing, it appeared entirely natural. Seeing this, Lin Lai's arrogance intensified. That won't do. You cannot defy young Master Lin Han's orders. Who is the true master here, you or I? Lin Chen bellowed in fury, as if humiliated. Master, you are nothing but a mere pretender. In a month, it will be young Master Lin Han's day of ascension. I advise you to tread carefully. Witnessing Lin Chen's state, Lin Lai felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He strode forward, seizing Lin Chen by the collar. At that moment, Lin Lai was brimming with pride. To think that the usually untouchable master was now in his grasp, allowing him to exert such dominance. What a delightful turn of events. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, an overwhelming force surged from Lin Chen's abdomen, akin to a giant delivering a punch to his core. The tremendous impact caused his underperforming spirit body to curl up like a shrimp. Pain and disbelief etched across his face. Xian Huiyin. Simultaneously, Lin Chen swiftly formed a hand seal, summoning a scorching wind that enveloped the surroundings, the terrifying heat making it difficult to breathe, as if he might melt away. A circle of fire ignited slowly, inscribed with a more formidable azure character for fire. As Lin Lai was about to unleash a furious roar, he caught sight of the blazing fire circle, mere inches from himself, and was instantly paralyzed with fear, completely deterred from resisting. The formidable power of the Xuanhua seal was well known throughout the Lin family. It was no trivial matter to kill beyond 1's rank. How is it that you remain unharmed? Lin Lai stammered, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. How could a mere wisp of icy true energy possibly affect me? Lin Chen replied coldly. Lin Lai, it seems your audacity has soared to the heavens. Daring to disregard my authority as the young master? In that moment, Lin Lai was tormented by despair. Lin Han had assured him that he had left hidden injuries within Lin Chen, rendering Lin Chen's true energy less than a fraction of its strength. It was this notion that had emboldened Lin Lai to confront Lin Chen. Otherwise, he would never have dared to seek trouble with him. Why, young master, I was wrong. Lin Lai pleaded with a face contorted in anguish. Please, do not kill me. The saying goes, a tiger falls in the plains and is bullied by dogs. Yet neither Lin Han nor Lin Lai could have anticipated that Lin Chen had acquired the celestial devouring diagram from the heavens. Not kill you? Very well. Then hand over all your spirit stones, Lin Chen said indifferently. All right, I'll give them to you right now. Upon hearing Lin Chen's assurance of his life, Lin Lai's heart soared with relief, though he stifled the pain of parting with his wealth as he handed over his Qinquan bag to Lin Chen. As Lin Chen's mind delved into the Qinquan bag, he discovered an astonishing collection of 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones piled together. Even Lin Chen was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated that the seemingly insignificant Lin Lai possessed such a fortune. Undoubtedly, Lin Lai had not refrained from bullying others to amass such wealth. Very well, I commend your perceptiveness, Lin Chen remarked with a light chuckle, his eyes glinting with icy indifference. With a swift gesture, he pressed down the Xuanhua seal heavily upon Lin Lai. Ah! The flames roared as Lin Lai's screams of anguish echoed, piercingly shrill. Young master, you cannot kill me. If you do, Master Lin Han will not let you off. I am merely fulfilling the role of a dog-s master, Lin Chen coldly retorted before turning back toward the courtyard. Lin Lai was nothing more than Lin Han's lapdog, hardly worthy of sympathy. To eliminate one of Lin Han's subordinates was an opportunity Lin Chen would not squander. After acquiring the 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Lin Chen promptly began to absorb them, converting their essence into pure true energy, which coalesced within his energy sphere. His original strength of 12,000 elephant might surge to an impressive 15,000. However, the true energy he had just absorbed was slightly diminished. The effectiveness of the devouring diagram would wane as it continued to consume spiritual energy, demanding ever more spirit stones. At this rate, Lin Chen found himself impoverished once more, devoid of any wealth. If he did not acquire a substantial supply of spirit stones, his aspirations for rapid advancement were but a pipe dream. Lin Chen, I suggest you venture to the Black Witch Mountains to hunt demonic beasts and absorb their demon cores. The voice of Blood Elder resonated in his mind. Now that the devouring diagram had merged with Lin Chen, Blood Elder, as its spirit, was naturally capable of communicating with him at will. Absorb demon cores? Lin Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. The Black Witch Mountains, situated near Night Tide City, were home to countless demonic beasts and fraught with peril. Once, Lin Chen ventured into the Black Witch Mountain range to hunt ferocious beasts, accompanied by several elders who discreetly followed to provide protection. This highlights the immense peril that lurks within the Black Witch Mountains. Very well, I shall proceed to the Black Witch Mountain range, Lin Chen spoke with a calm demeanor. Fully aware of his solitary position within the Lin family, where acquiring a substantial amount of spirit stones for cultivation was nearly impossible. Moreover, hunting beasts in the Black Witch Mountains would not only serve as a trial of life and death, but also enhance his practical combat skills. Chapter 7. The Black Witch Mountain Range. Lin Chen successfully exited the Lin family estate. After a day's journey, he finally arrived at the seemingly endless expanse of the Black Witch Mountains. As night fell, towering trees rose majestically, surrounded by an abyss of darkness, as if invisible black holes were devouring the surroundings. The Black Witch Mountains are infamous for their ominous aura. Legends speak of countless phantoms wandering within these mountains when darkness descends. Concealed among the trees, Lin Chen suppressed his breath and vital energy, becoming imperceptible. Blood Elder, could you assist me in detecting what beasts inhabit this area? Lin Chen pressed his back against a large tree, his eyes keenly surveying the environment. Blood Elder chuckled softly. Remain still, a 6th-tier innate azure serpent is approaching from this direction. A 6th-tier innate azure serpent? Let me first savor the essence of the profound fire seal. A cold smile crept across Lin Chen's lips as he grasped a pitch-black dagger, his murderous intent restrained, eyes fixed intently on his surroundings. Suddenly, a rapid rustling sound pierced the air. The azure serpent slithered with astonishing speed, as if fleeing. Moments later, a massive serpent adorned with azure scales came into view, its scales rhythmically undulating, leaving tiny marks on the ground. However, to Lin Chen's eyes, the azure serpent appeared to be frantically escaping, originally poised for a surprise attack. Lin Chen halted his movements, opting instead to observe the unfolding situation. Whoosh! From the depths of the darkened forest, a sudden sound of slicing air erupted. 2 pitch-black chains shot forth from the trees, seemingly imbued with sentience, intertwining to form an iron loop that ensnared the fleeing azure serpent. The chains, forged from darkness, swiftly caught up to the serpent, tightly binding its head and embedding it within its scales. Before it could even struggle, the thick chains yanked the serpent back with brutal force, dragging the massive creature into the depths of the shadowy woods. This azure serpent weighed at least 1,000 pounds, yet it was effortlessly pulled away. Could these iron chains belong to the nether soul wolves of the Black Witch Mountains? Lin Chen's heart raced at this sight. The nether soul wolves, renowned beasts of the Black Witch Mountains, possessed at least a 7th-tier innate cultivation level. While he could easily eliminate a 6th-tier beast, he had no confidence in facing a 7th-tier creature. The 6th-tier body refining realm grants one the hardness equivalent to a low-grade spirit weapon. In the realm of innate transformation at the 7th level, my physique is as resilient as iron and as supple as cotton, possessing a hardness comparable to a superior spiritual artifact. Fortune favors the bold. As long as I remain concealed, even the spectral soul wolf shall not detect my presence. Lin Chen swiftly organized his thoughts, moving with the stealth of a phantom between the trees, silent and unseen. The crunching of bones echoed from ahead, a pungent scent of blood wafting through the air. Following this trail of blood, Lin Chen quickly pinpointed the location of the spectral soul wolf. Before him stood a colossal wolf, its fur as dark as the night, with 2 iron horns atop its head that appeared to be glowing red-hot, entwined with obsidian chains. The beast was ravenously devouring the flesh of a green serpent, its hardened scales rendered ineffective beneath the wolf's vicious fangs. Indeed, it was a spectral soul wolf at the 7th level of innate transformation. I shall now witness how long it can endure the flames of my profound fire. Lin Chen's blood surged with fervor, igniting a primal battle spirit within him. Gradually, he crept up behind the spectral soul wolf, swiftly mobilizing the true energy of 15 manifestations within him. The profound fire seal. He formed the hand seal with a sudden flourish, producing a flurry of illusory images. The true energy within him gushed forth, conjuring a fire circle nearly 3 meters wide, with a blue flame at its center burning intensely, radiating scorching heat. As the profound fire seal took shape, it descended upon the spectral soul wolf, which was still preoccupied with its meal. In mere moments, akin to flowing water, Lin Chen completed the maneuver. The wolf, caught off guard, let out a low growl and encased itself within a translucent energy shield. Boom! The immense fire circle crashed down upon the wolf's energy shield, igniting the blue flames upon it. Even the shield struggled to withstand the searing heat of the profound fire. Lin Chen formed the hand seal once more, unleashing an even more ferocious blaze from the blue flame, melting a gaping hole in the energy shield. The might of the profound fire was beyond what any energy shield could endure. Leaping from the tree, Lin Chen continued to form hand seals. After breaching the energy shield, the profound fire seal surged forth, enveloping the entire spectral soul wolf in flames, igniting a fierce conflagration. Roar! The spectral soul wolf, filled with rage and terror, howled as its crimson horns unleashed the iron chains, thrashing wildly, the transparent energy swirling violently. The burning fire circle was battered, its flames fracturing under the force. Yet, the profound fire seal. Lin Chen shouted fiercely, crafting the hand seal once more, releasing the remaining true energy within him. Another massive fire circle materialized, descending with great force upon the spectral soul wolf. Now, with the power of 15 manifestations, Lin Chen could effortlessly control 2 rounds of the profound fire seal. Boom! The fire circle enveloped the entire spectral soul wolf, the blue flames transforming into a seething inferno, engulfing the beast entirely in a violent blaze. The spectral soul wolf writhed in agony, yet its struggles were in vain, as an unusual aroma of roasted meat emanated from its form. With 2 rounds of the Xuanhua seal pressuring down, even the superior spirit artifact body of the nether soul wolf could not withstand. The Xuanhua is capable of incinerating even the Xian iron stone used in crafting royal artifacts. Now, it was time for a decisive strike. The previously silent Blood Elder suddenly bellowed. Lin Chen's figure moved swiftly, gripping the pitch-black dagger in his hand, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. The dagger's blade shimmering with a transparent, murderous intent. Bang! Lin Chen's strike landed upon the skull of the nether soul wolf, as if piercing through a block of Xian iron, encountering immense resistance and sparking a flurry of flames. The defensive capability of a superior spirit artifact is not easily breached. The half-dead nether soul wolf, already burning from the Xuanhua seal, let out a mournful cry upon receiving Lin Chen's powerful blow, its body going limp, breath extinguished. A primordial seventh-tier beast met its tragic end beneath Lin Chen's blade. Open! Lin Chen roared. The azure flames at the dagger's tip surged forth, plunging fiercely into the wolf's head. This time, bolstered by the Xuanhua, Lin Chen gradually carved open the skull, extracting a glimmering black demon core from within. This core was rich in profound true energy. Devour! Lin Chen pressed his palm against the demon core, the intricate diagram of the devouring sky immediately materializing in his palm. Sizzle! The true energy, seemingly on the verge of solidification, transformed into colossal true energy elephants, rushing madly towards Lin Chen. This primordial seventh-tier demon core contained enough energy for 20 true energy elephants, all of which were absorbed by Lin Chen. The nether soul wolf's core shattered into fragments. The 20 true energy elephants merged into the devouring diagram, and a myriad of azure particles illuminated with a faint glow, all absorbed. Simultaneously, a substantial amount of true energy surged back into Lin Chen's energy sphere. His energy sphere expanded, now embodying the strength of 5 additional elephants. Lin Chen now possessed the strength of 20 true energy elephants, quadrupling that of an ordinary primordial 5th-tier practitioner. Excellent. At this rate, I estimate that within a month, I can elevate the true energy concentration to the power of 1,000 elephants. Lin Chen's expression remained cold. It was time to commence a fervent spree of devouring and slaughter. With that, he vanished once more into the dark forest, like a wraith. Chapter 8. Lin Kuang 5 days later, halfway up the Black Witch Mountain, beneath towering trees, a pungent scent of blood permeated the air, droplets raining down to the ground. Looking up, one could see 4 massive demon beasts hanging from the lofty branches, their bodies marred with chaotic wounds. A figure, shrouded in bloodthirsty aura, concealed itself among the towering trees, undetectable. It was Lin Chen, who, after 5 days of slaughter, had consumed numerous demon cores, his true energy concentration rising to the power of 27 elephants. A commanding roar resonated through the woods, causing ordinary spirit birds to scatter in terror. Lin Chen's body tensed instantly. The trap he had set was designed to lure the bloodthirsty beasts, and the authoritative roar clearly indicated that a beast had fallen into his snare. In an instant, a magnificent tiger, adorned with vibrant patterns, leapt forth from the thicket. A faint royal insignia marked its brow, and its elongated, glistening fangs measured the length of a human hand. This ferocious beast, known as the patterned Fang tiger, possessed an innate cultivation of the 6th level and was evidently of royal lineage. Sensing the scent of blood, the tiger swiftly locked onto a carcass suspended high upon the branches of a towering tree, its eyes gleaming with a thirst for carnage. With a powerful thrust of its legs, the tiger unleashed its essence, propelling itself skyward, its cavernous maw gaping wide as it lunged towards the lifeless body of the beast above. At that moment, a colossal fiery seal, ablaze with swirling dark flames, descended from the heavens, striking down with the force of a tempest upon the ascending tiger. The patterned Fang tiger had no time to react. The fiery circle crashed upon its massive form, the azure flames enveloping it entirely in a violent conflagration. In a single strike, the innate 6th-level tiger was vanquished. Lin Chen descended gracefully, delivering a single blow that cleaved the tiger's skull, extracting a pale yellow demon core from within. Upon consuming the core, the density of his internal essence surged, akin to the strength of 3 colossal elephants. His essence concentration now rivaled that of the 6th level of innate physical refinement. This relentless slaughter over the past 5 days has indeed left me somewhat fatigued, Lin Chen remarked, casting aside the lifeless form of the great tiger. At that moment, he bore a visage of resolute lines, exuding a subtle aura of sanguinity. His seemingly dull eyes, devoid of luster, were sharp and piercing like those of an eagle. Then take a moment to rest. I shall use my mental energy to scan for any approaching beasts, Blood Elder suggested, his face alight with satisfaction as he stroked his beard, observing Lin Chen's relentless efforts in slaughter and devouring. Blood Elder believed it was merely a matter of time before Lin Chen emerged as a formidable force. Furthermore, Lin Chen's martial prowess left Blood Elder profoundly astonished. Shaking his head, Lin Chen declined the Elder's proposal. I shall immediately ascend to the 6th level of innate cultivation and expedite my progress, he declared. Having lingered at the 5th level for 6 months, he now possessed the Devouring Demonic Art, which had elevated his essence concentration to that of the 6th level's physical refinement. He merely needed to overcome a singular hurdle to breach the barrier of the 5th level. Lin Chen had meticulously devised a plan. He intended to utilize the Devouring Demonic Art to amplify his colossal strength to a level comparable to the 8th level of innate cultivation, or perhaps even higher. With the goal of decisively defeating Lin Han in the youth competition, he would undoubtedly return with unyielding resolve. Just as Lin Chen was preparing his strategy, Blood Elder suddenly interjected, "Lin Chen, someone approaches." "Someone?" Lin Chen gasped, taken aback. In the treacherous Black Witch Mountains, where beasts roamed freely, visitors were a rarity. He was astonished to encounter another person now. However, Lin Chen responded swiftly, immediately concealing his essence flow and leaping onto a densely foliated tree, vanishing into the shadows. The sound of soft, rustling footsteps echoed, so faint that, were it not for Lin Chen's internal energy having reached the strength of 30 mighty elephants, he might have remained oblivious. Suddenly, a burly man sprang forth from the thicket. This man, with thick brows and large eyes, bore a menacing aura and was clad in the attire of a core disciple of the Lin family. Lin Kuang. A name flashed through Lin Chen's mind, causing his expression to grow solemn. Lin Kuang was one of the more gifted disciples of the Lin family, having attained the 7th level of innate strength. Moreover, he practiced a particularly domineering palm technique, making him a formidable opponent amongst his peers. Yet, why was Lin Kuang not diligently cultivating within the Lin family, but instead venturing into the treacherous Haiwushan Mountains? It was well known that even a practitioner at the 7th level of innate strength would struggle to make significant waves in this perilous region. Lin Chen was able to navigate the myriad dangers only by relying on the consciousness of the Blood Elder within the sky-swallowing formation. Where is everyone? I distinctly sensed fluctuations in energy moments ago. Lin Kuang paced anxiously, his eyes, brimming with menace, scanning the surroundings with caution. Suddenly, he noticed droplets of blood trickling on the ground, causing his expression to shift. Instantly, he assumed a defensive stance, surveying his environment. The stench of blood was overwhelming. There must be someone nearby, Lin Kuang muttered, abruptly looking upwards. The corpses of 4 beasts hung suspended in the air, continuously dripping blood. Lin Kuang's expression hardened. 4 corpses of innate 5th-level beasts, and one of an innate 6th-level beast. This must be a trap, designed to lure in beasts. Who could be behind this? Hidden beneath a large tree, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise upon hearing Lin Kuang's words. He anticipated that this seemingly brutish man possessed such meticulous insight. Just then, as Lin Chen marveled, the branch beneath him began to crack under the strain of his formidable physique, producing a faint sound of splintering. Yet, that slight noise was enough to alert a 7th-level innate master. Who goes there? Lin Kuang spun around sharply, his face contorted with rage. Raising his hand to strike at Lin Chen, the chilling force of his palms surged forth. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, it was sufficient to reveal Lin Chen's position. With a few agile movements, Lin Chen leapt from the tree, narrowly evading the attack. Aware that he had been exposed, he had no intention of retreating into obscurity again. "It's you." Lin Kuang's expression shifted in shock as he recognized Lin Chen. "What brings you to the Haiwushan Mountains, Lin Kuang?" Lin Chen inquired, furrowing his brow, his gaze unwavering in the face of Lin Kuang's wrath. Lin Kuang retracted his hand, a mocking smile spreading across his face. I wondered who it was, only to find the young master of the Lin family. "What business is it of yours? By what right do you question me?" Lin Chen relaxed his brow, calmly responding to Lin Kuang. "Because I am your young master, I am entitled to question you." "Huh, ridiculous." Lin Kuang laughed derisively, looking down upon Lin Chen with disdain as he stepped forward. "You dare to claim the title of my young master? Our Lin family would never accept a waste like you as its leader." The jest, Lin Kuang, is a being of innate 7th level, one of the many prodigies of the Lin family. Now the entire Lin family is aware that Lin Chen's grand momentum has dissipated. Why should Lin Kuang still harbor any fear? Moreover, Lin Chen is merely a prodigy of martial arts talent, with a cultivation level of only innate 5th level. I ask you, what brings you here? Yet, Lin Chen remains unfazed by Lin Kuang's taunts, his expression stern, advancing step by step towards Lin Kuang. What? Still flaunting the authority of the young master? Lin Kuang arrogantly cast a glance at Lin Chen, noticing his approach. A mocking smile immediately appearing on his face. Do you dare to challenge me? Lin Chen halted, suddenly whispering. Damn it. The words, though softly spoken, were clear enough for Lin Kuang to hear. What? What did you just say? Repeat that. Lin Kuang's face was a picture of astonishment. Did Lin Chen truly have the audacity to utter such a curse? Lin Kuang couldn't help but question his own hearing. An innate 5th level confronting an innate 7th level. There could be no doubt about the outcome. It would be akin to a stone striking an egg. Lin Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, slowly declaring, I said, you should die. What? This time Lin Kuang heard him distinctly. His countenance changed dramatically as he bellowed. Lin Chen, addressing you as young master is a sign of respect. I never imagined you would be so ungrateful. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the family head. How dare a mere innate 5th level provoke him? Such an affront deserved death. With a whoosh, Lin Kuang's figure shot forth like a cannonball towards Lin Chen, raising his hand to unleash a formidable palm strike, the force akin to that of 100 colossal elephants. Shattering boulders. Lin Chen's entire being tensed, as if facing a formidable adversary. His hands began to rapidly form seals. After all, Lin Kuang was an innate 7th level being, and his palm technique was unrivaled among peers. Ridiculous. To dare retaliate against me, I will make you comprehend the disparity in strength. Upon witnessing Lin Chen forming seals, Lin Kuang's face was filled with derision. Although he recognized that Lin Chen was executing the renowned Xianhua seal, he felt no fear. Confident in his innate 7th level prowess, Tyrant Palm, Lin Kuang's palm, propelled forward, unleashed a series of strikes towards Lin Chen, exuding an overwhelming aura, dominating all challengers. An entire set of Tyrant Palm techniques, invincible and unparalleled. Die. Lin Kuang's face twisted in a grimace, as if envisioning Lin Chen rendered powerless beneath his Tyrant Palm. Lin Chen's gaze suddenly turned icy, and he shouted, Xianhua seal. A torrent of searing flames erupted from the air, radiating intense power. The strength of 15 colossal elephants fueled the Xianhua seal, the azure flames burning with fervor. With a thrust of his palm, the Xianhua seal surged towards Lin Kuang. What? Innate 6th level? Lin Kuang's expression shifted abruptly, his demeanor darkening. What of innate 6th level? You shall still perish. With unrelenting momentum, he struck at the Xianhua seal, using his Tyrant Palm. Boom. Boom, boom. The fierce energy from the Tyrant Palm caused the entire Xianhua seal to tremble violently, threatening to collapse at any moment. The strength of 100 colossal elephants rendered the Xianhua seal nearly unbearable. As Lin Kuang beheld the scene, his derision intensified. What of the Xianhua seal? I shall shatter it completely. With the might of 100 colossal elephants, he unleashed a relentless barrage of palm techniques, each more ferocious than the last, threatening to dismantle the very fire circle of the Xianhua seal at any moment. Yet, amidst Lin Kuang's mockery, an intense heat suddenly emanated from the palm techniques. A new wave of the Xianhua seal surged forth, crashing down upon Lin Kuang and enveloping him in a blazing inferno, transforming him into a fiery figure. The air echoed with heart-wrenching screams. Even the formidable body of a high-grade spirit weapon could not withstand the searing temperature of the Xianhua. Lin Chen stood before the wailing fiery figure, his complexion slightly pale. Executing 2 rounds of the Xianhua seal had already pushed him to his limits. Were it not for Lin Kuang's arrogance and disdain for others, he might have needed to exert more effort to contend with him. Chapter 9. The pure Yuan spirit pool. Lin Kuang, a being of innate 7th rank, felt his life force rapidly dwindle under the onslaught of the Xianhua's flames. His screams echoed, gradually growing weaker. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen promptly ceased the incineration of the Xianhua. The azure flames receded, revealing a pitiable figure. Lin Kuang had lost all semblance of his former arrogance. His body was scorched, his visage unrecognizable, and thick smoke billowed from him, a charred scent wafting through the air. With a thud, Lin Kuang collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. Lin Chen spoke calmly. Lin Kuang, I grant you one final opportunity. What is your purpose for coming to the Black Witch Mountains? Lin Chen, you shall meet a terrible fate. Lin Kuang opened his bloodied eyes, his voice laced with venomous hatred and mingled with fear of Lin Chen. Is that so? Lin Chen replied coldly. You sought your own demise. Do not blame me. With that, he swiftly began to form hand seals, a wave of scorching wind rising, clearly heralding the return of the Xuanhua seal. Wait, wait. Do not kill me. Lin Kuang, upon witnessing Lin Chen's gestures, instinctively recoiled in terror, exclaiming, "What do you wish to know? I shall disclose everything. At least you are perceptive." Lin Chen halted his hand seals, stating, "Should you conceal even a fraction of the truth, you shall once more experience the torment of the Xuanhua's flames." Lin Kuang trembled at these words, terror flooding his heart. At that moment, he equated Lin Chen to a demon. Regret washed over him. He had never anticipated that the once weak Lin Chen would transform into such a formidable opponent, possessing the strength of 30 colossal elephants in just a few days. Lin Kuang swallowed hard, forcing himself to maintain composure. "We have come upon the orders of young Master Lin Han to retrieve the pure Yuan spirit pool from a location within the Black Witch Mountains." "Lin Han is here as well?" Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he pressed for answers. "What is the pure Yuan spirit pool? Why does Lin Han desire it?" I do not know. I have never heard of the pure Yuan spirit pool," Lin Kuang replied in fear. "Young Master Lin Han merely instructed us to accompany him." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, a chilling glint flashing. "Do you still wish to deceive me?" "And no, I speak only the truth." Upon witnessing the murderous intent in Lin Chen's eyes, Lin Kuang shivered uncontrollably, hastily attempting to explain himself. One does not give up until reaching the Yellow River." Lin Chen sneered, once again forming the hand seal. "Lin Chen, he cannot be deceiving you." At that moment, the voice of Blood Elder resonated, tinged with surprise. "I never expected that the Black Witch Mountain Range would harbor such a treasure as the pure Yuan spiritual pool." Lin Chen ceased his hand gestures, casting a cold glance at Lin Kuang on the ground, and silently inquired, "Blood Elder, what precisely is the pure Yuan spiritual pool? Why does Lin Han seek to obtain it?" "The pure Yuan spiritual pool is a rare and wondrous treasure, brimming with immense pure Yuan spiritual energy." Blood Elder stroked his beard, explaining, "Once the essence within the pure Yuan spiritual pool reaches a certain level, it can coalesce into a pure Yuan spirit pearl." "A pure Yuan spirit pearl?" "Indeed. The spiritual energy contained within a pure Yuan spirit pearl is sufficient to elevate a practitioner from the innate 9th layer to the innate 10th layer." Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? It can enable one to ascend from the innate 9th layer to the innate 10th layer? In the realm of innate power, only upon reaching the innate 10th layer can one truly comprehend the essence of strength. The transition from the 9th to the 10th layer is a formidable hurdle for any cultivator. The energy required for such an ascension is not trivial. How immense must the spiritual energy contained within that pure Yuan spirit pearl be?" Blood Elder chuckled softly. "Lin Chen, the emergence of the pure Yuan spiritual pool presents a remarkable opportunity." "A remarkable opportunity?" Lin Chen appeared bewildered. If Lin Han were to acquire this pure Yuan spirit pearl, would his cultivation not ascend further? How could he possibly secure victory in the family competition then? "The pure Yuan spirit pearl harbors tremendous energy, enough to significantly augment your true qi," Blood Elder remarked. "Moreover, it may even facilitate a transformation of the devouring diagram within your dantian." "What? The devouring diagram can undergo a transformation?" Lin Chen was taken aback. In this continent, a transformation of techniques is virtually unheard of. Indeed, every time you absorb spiritual energy, you originally possessed the strength of 20 colossal elephants, yet you have only gained the power of 5. The remainder of the true qi has merged into the devouring diagram. Lin Chen's mind suddenly illuminated with a spark of understanding. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the entirety of the situation. "I must obtain the pure Yuan spirit pearl." Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly, a fierce glint in his eyes. "I will ensure that Lin Han pays in blood for his debts." With that declaration, Lin Chen's gaze bore down on Lin Kuang, his demeanor stern. "Lin Kuang, divulge Lin Han's location. Otherwise, I shall make you wish for death." The murderous intent in his tone was unmistakable, causing Lin Kuang to tremble violently, stammering, "I will tell you. I will tell you. It is in a marsh 5 miles north of here." "Very well. You may depart with peace of mind." Lin Chen nodded and swiftly headed north with ferocity. Lin Kuang, charred and bloodied, trembled as he rose from his spot, casting a venomous glance towards the northern forest, vowing, "Lin Chen, I will ensure your dismemberment." No sooner had he spoken than his eyes widened in terror as a blade of true qi, entwined with energy, pierced through his heart. Beneath the towering ancient trees, a dense marsh sprawled, filled with bizarre vegetation, while the eerie cries of mysterious beasts echoed throughout the area. Lin Han stood at the edge of the marsh, gazing back at the 5 talented disciples of the Lin family behind him, his brow furrowed. Why has Lin Kuang been gone for so long without returning? One of the disciples, with a sharp chin and monkey-like features, immediately ingratiated himself, saying, "Young Master Lin Han, it is likely that Lin Kuang has encountered a high-tier beast and is momentarily unable to escape." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the perilous nature of the Black Witch Mountains. "Oof, what a useless fellow." Lin Han replied coldly, "We shall wait a while longer. A fierce battle awaits us." The sharp-featured disciple, sensing an opportunity, suggested, "Young Master Lin Han, you need not exert yourself so much. After all, the Lin family will soon be ruled by you." Another disciple, with a flattering expression, chimed in, "Indeed, young Master Lin Han, Lin Chen, seeing your dominance, has already fled the Lin family in fear." "Yes, young Master Lin Han, what right does Lin Chen have to become the head of our family? He is nothing but a waste." Lin Han's eyes glimmered with pride as he surveyed the group, disdainfully declaring, "Lin Chen is merely an ant. There is no need to mention him. Assist me well, and I shall ensure you are well rewarded." The 5 disciples beamed with delight, their sycophantic praises pouring forth. Not far away, atop a towering ancient tree, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. "Lin Han, you may continue to be arrogant for now, but the day of the family competition will herald your demise." Sensing something amiss, Lin Han furrowed his brow slightly and shifted his body, seemingly intending to turn around and investigate. Lin Chen, witnessing this, felt a jolt of alarm. His previously uncontrollable killing intent had inadvertently been detected by Lin Han's keen senses. It was essential to note that Lin Han was a master of the 8th level of innate strength, far beyond Lin Chen's capabilities. Should he be exposed? How could he aspire to seize the pure Yuan spirit pearl? At that moment, a chilling roar emanated from the depths of the marsh, sending flocks of birds scattering in fear. Lin Han's expression shifted abruptly, and he commanded, "Let us enter together." From a short distance away, Lin Chen sighed in relief at this turn of events, and then began to stealthily maneuver between the trees. Chapter 10. The Three-Winged Lion King. The entire marsh was permeated with an aura of primal danger. Like a ghost, Lin Chen trailed behind Lin Han and the others, weaving stealthily through the ancient trees, unnoticed. "Lin Chen, be cautious. A formidable presence lurks deep within the marsh." The voice of Blood Elder warned him. Typically, treasures like the pure Yuan spirit pool are guarded by beasts, waiting for the moment the pure Yuan spirit pearl is formed. Lin Chen nodded, his vigilance intensifying. Lin Han's thoughtful frown was a dangerous omen. Moments later, Lin Han and the others reached the marsh's end, where towering ancient trees loomed, revealing a massive stone cave before them. Before the ancient cave, there lay a pool, its emerald waters shimmering with a cerulean glow. The surface of the pool was enveloped in a mist that seemed almost tangible, radiating an immensely potent energy that brewed continuously within. This was the pure Yuan spirit pool. Upon beholding this verdant basin, Lin Han's eyes sparkled with a palpable greed. Yet, he halted Tenjong away, his gaze filled with an acute sense of danger directed at the ancient stone cavern. "Be cautious, everyone. We must unleash our full strength when the time comes." Lin Han spoke in a low voice to his companions behind him, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The 5 talented disciples, each at the 7th level of innate power, nodded in unison, clearly sensing the looming threat. Not far away, perched upon a dense ancient tree, Lin Chen squinted and murmured, "Is this truly the pure Yuan spirit pool? The immense power contained within must rival that of 1,000 colossal beasts. It is no wonder Lin Han values this pool so highly. I cannot allow him to seize it. If he advances further with his 8th level innate cultivation, I will be utterly powerless to contend with him." Lin Han cast a cold gaze at the pitch-black cave entrance, suddenly raising his left hand. A chill emanated from his palm, coalescing into a gleaming ice blade. Once formed, he hurled the icy weapon towards the cavern. The ice blade sliced through the air with urgency, transforming into a streak of frosty light as it entered the cave. Boom! An explosive sound reverberated from within the cave, and instantly, a fierce gust of wind erupted from the darkened entrance. A tremendous roar of a beast echoed forth, causing the entire cave entrance to tremble, as if 1,000 warhorses were galloping on the battlefield. The 5 talented disciples turned pale in the face of this overwhelming force. As the powerful aura surged forth from the cave, gradually, the thunderous noise subsided, revealing a majestic figure at the cave's mouth, a fearsome lion with 3 pairs of golden wings unfurled, bearing its bloodied maw towards Lin Han and his companions. Roar! The lion's roar resounded, seemingly a warning to Lin Han and the others. Such a formidable presence, even more terrifying than that of an 8th-level innate being. Lin Chen felt a shift in his expression as he registered the oppressive aura. The ferocity of this lion surpassed all his expectations. This was the 3-winged Lion King, possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of innate power. Lin Chen, be vigilant. Blood Old cautioned gravely. The 3 pairs of wings on the Lion King's back are its most lethal weapons, capable of contending with beasts of the 10th innate level. Gulp. The realization struck Lin Chen. This 3-winged Lion King was indeed a being of the 9th level, able to rival even those at the 10th level. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He had not anticipated that Lin Han and his companions would be so bold as to provoke a beast of such caliber. Did Lin Han truly intend to confront this Lion King, equivalent to a 10th level innate being, with just 5 individuals? Sir Lin, should we retreat? Stammered a youth with a sharp nose and gaunt features, his face pale and trembling in terror at the sight of the 3-winged Lion King outside the cave. This is a being of innate rank 9, capable of tearing apart the 6 of them. The other 4 young disciples wore expressions of pallor and dread, for the prowess of the 3-winged Lion King was utterly terrifying. Lin Han emanated an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, coldly stating, "What? Do you wish to flee now? I have come prepared." The 5 talented disciples of the Lin family remained silent, their faces ashen. Consume this blood dragon pill. It will elevate your strength by a tier, sufficient to confront the 3-winged Lion King. Lin Han chuckled coldly as he tossed 5 crimson, plump pills, each flying into the hands of the 5 individuals. Instantly, their faces lit up with joy, and without hesitation, they swallowed the blood dragon pill. Blood fiend pill? Elder Shui exclaimed in astonishment. I did not expect Lin Han to be so ruthless, compelling them to ingest the blood fiend pill. Lin Chen looked on in confusion at the 3-winged Lion King, who roared and displayed its might at the cave entrance, asking, "What is the blood fiend pill?" Elder Shui shook his head, replying, "The blood fiend pill is an exceedingly malevolent elixir. It can condense the true qi of the consumer into a blood fiend pearl, which possesses tremendous power, capable of injuring the 3-winged Lion King." What? Lin Chen's expression darkened, realizing Lin Han's ruthless nature in luring the Lin family's talented disciples solely to concoct blood fiend pearls to deal with the 3-winged Lion King. Roaring fiercely, the 3-winged Lion King continued to bellow at the cave entrance, exuding a fierce aura. Yet, it seemed to be waiting for something, lingering at the entrance without retreating. Meanwhile, the pure Yuan spirit pool shimmered with increasingly brilliant light, and a robust energy began to coalesce rapidly, indicating that the pure Yuan pearl was on the verge of solidification. Ah, it hurts. My true qi is burning. Oh, young master, save me. The 5 talented disciples, after consuming the blood fiend pill, were engulfed in a sanguine light, their faces contorting in agony. Lin Chen, however, grinned malevolently at the 5, remaining unmoved. Bang, bang, bang. 5 explosions erupted from the bellies of the disciples, each burst revealing a bloodied orifice as crimson pearls rolled forth. These blood-colored pearls radiated a menacing aura. Humph, mere useless fools, what purpose do you serve? Lin Han cackled madly, seizing the 5 blood fiend pearls in his hands. He raised his hand and unleashed a chaotic barrage of ice spikes, piercing through the corpses of the 5. Such cruelty. Lin Chen's eyes widened in horror at the scene, his murderous intent solidifying further. Lin Han gazed greedily at the pure Yuan spirit pool, suddenly turning to the 3-winged Lion King with a ghostly smile, and unleashed a powerful punch from a distance. A colossal fist of solid ice surged forth, slicing through the air towards the 3-winged Lion King with tremendous force. Roar! In response to this icy fist, the 3-winged Lion King bellowed in fury, its massive form leaping into the air as its 3 pairs of golden wings flared, unleashing beams of golden light to collide with the icy fist. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly, with the fierce winds from the blast shattering colossal rocks into dust, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Lin Han and the 3-winged Lion King finally engaged in a fierce battle. Concealed atop an ancient tree, Lin Chen observed the clash, his entire being tense with anticipation. Clearly, he intended to seize the pure Yuan spirit pearl amidst their mutual destruction. Boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions continued, as Lin Han unleashed his formidable ice and snow powers, valiantly struggling against the might of the three-winged Lion King. Yet, confronted with the Lion King's terrifying attacks, Lin Han sustained grievous injuries, his aura steadily waning. In the shadows, Lin Chen remained fixated on the battle, poised to deliver a lethal strike the moment Lin Han acquired the pure Yuan spirit pearl. Suddenly, the pure Yuan spirit pool began to tremble. A powerful surge of spiritual energy converging as if a great maw lay beneath, consuming all the water within. A brilliant azure light erupted, revealing a sphere imbued with unfathomable spiritual energy, finally coalescing at the bottom of the pool, radiating an enchanting brilliance. The pure Yuan spirit pearl had formed. Upon its emergence, the three-winged Lion King grew even more ferocious, its trio of wings thrumming violently as a torrent of terrifying energy surged forth, scattering golden light and shattering the earth. The relentless assault was beyond Lin Han's capacity to withstand. Evading swiftly, a fierce expression crossed Lin Han's face as he extended his hand, sending 5 blood fiend pearls soaring toward the three-winged Lion King. Boom. In that instant, the 5 blood fiend pearls transformed into an overwhelming tide of crimson light, releasing a cataclysmic energy as if 1,000 mighty elephants erupted in a furious explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The three-winged Lion King roared in furious retaliation amid the detonations, causing the entire pool platform to tremble. Even the cave entrance was shattered by the explosive aftermath. Seizing the moment, Lin Han surged toward the pure Yuan pool, intent on capturing the pure Yuan spirit pearl amidst the chaos of the blood fiend pearl's explosion. Just then, an unexpected calamity struck. An intense fiery seal descended from above, aiming to strike Lin Han with ferocity. Chapter 11. The power of a single fist. Who goes there? Lin Han bellowed, sensing the imminent danger from behind. He spun around and unleashed a punch, unleashing a flurry of icy shards that shot forth from his fist. Boom, boom, boom. With a single blow, the entire mystic fire seal quivered in the air, on the verge of collapse. Lin Chen leaped from the ancient tree, seizing the opportunity. At the moment Lin Han turned to strike, he swiftly formed a seal with his palm, a wave of searing wind beginning to disperse around him. The mystic fire seal? You are Lin Chen. Lin Han coldly regarded Lin Chen, his eyes glinting ominously. Lin Chen, I advise you to leave at once, or I shall strike you down here. What audacity, Lin Han. Today marks your doom. Lin Chen retorted with a chilling laugh, the intent to kill radiating from him as he hastened the formation of his seal. Humph. Lin Han, with a grim expression, let out a cold snort and suddenly darted forward, transforming into an icy arm that immediately seized the pure Yuan spirit pearl. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Lin Han remained obstinately unchanged, even at the brink of death, still preoccupied with grasping the pure Yuan spirit pearl. Xianhua seal annihilate. At this moment, Lin Chen's hand sign was fully formed, a blazing ring of fire igniting fiercely in the air, channeling the strength of 30 mighty elephants, amplifying the terrifying power of the Xianhua seal as if it could melt spiritual artifacts into molten iron. This Xianhua seal was Lin Chen's ultimate killing move. Lin Han had already exhausted an excessive amount of true energy in his battle against the three-winged Lion King, rendering him utterly incapable of withstanding Lin Chen's most formidable strike at this moment. Lin Chen, you are courting death. As the Xianhua seal charged toward him, Lin Han's arm solidified into an icy blade, emanating a chilling aura as he swung it down toward the Xianhua seal. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lin Chen chuckled coldly, his mind directing the Xianhua seal to meet Lin Han's icy blade. Boom. The ice blade struck the Xianhua seal, unleashing an immense surge of energy, resonating with a thunderous roar. However, at this moment, Lin Han seemed to be at the end of his tether, his innate 8th-level strength wholly ineffective, forcing him to retreat repeatedly under the impact of the Xianhua seal. Wielding the ice blade, Lin Han bellowed with a fierce expression. Lin Chen, last time I spared your life, only to find you taking advantage of my predicament. Yet, Lin Chen remained unfazed, his true energy surging forth. Lin Han, you deserve to die. Not only did you betray me, but you also slaughtered fellow disciples and framed my father. 100 deaths would not suffice for your crimes. Each time he recalled how his father, in search of a remedy for his condition, was ensnared by Lin Zhan's plot and now languished in a terrifying forbidden zone. His heart brimmed with boundless murderous intent. At this juncture, the terrifying explosive energy from the three-winged Lion King finally subsided. The colossal lion, now drenched in blood, radiated an overwhelming aura of wrath, clearly incited by Lin Han's actions. Lin Chen, quickly eliminate Lin Han. Otherwise, none of us will escape. Blood Lao urged anxiously. The three-winged Lion King is a force to be reckoned with, capable of rivaling those at the innate 10th level. Even Lin Han cannot withstand the beast's might. Lin Chen's heart tightened slightly. The Xian Huasil under his command surged even more violently toward Lin Han. Meanwhile, Lin Han, who was retreating continuously under the Xian Huasil, bore an eerie smile. Lin Chen, a mere insect like you shall never be worthy of being the Lin family's young master. Did you think I wouldn't notice your stealthy pursuit? Today, I will show you what true talent looks like. With those chilling words, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within Lin Chen, who had initially felt secure in his dominance. How could Lin Han still smile in the face of the impending Xian Huasil? Did he still possess hidden strength? The mere thought of this caused Lin Chen's heart to sink involuntarily. Lin Han wore a chilling and enigmatic smile as a formidable aura suddenly surged from his body. Powerful and profound, as if the strength of 1,000 mighty elephants had coalesced within him. Lin Chen, sensing the imminent danger, attempted to flee. Concealing his true cultivation level, he was at the 9th tier of the innate realm. Blood Elder, trapped within the devouring diagram, immediately sensed the unfolding scene and bellowed a warning. What? Lin Han had reached the 9th tier of the innate realm? In just a few short days, he had ascended to such heights? Lin Chen was taken aback, clearly struggling to fully comprehend Blood Elder's revelation. Nevertheless, his reflexes were sharp. He decisively retracted the Xuan Huasil, channeling his true energy to make a frantic escape. Lin Chen, do you truly believe you can escape? In a flash, a figure transformed into an icy shadow, materializing before Lin Chen with a grotesque grin. Lin Chen's entire being trembled. The speed was astonishing. He had no opportunity to flee. The ground behind him trembled with a thunderous roar, the enraged howl of the three-winged Lion King reverberating through the forest. Clearly charging towards Lin Chen in fury. Useless, forever a waste, savor the death that awaits you. Lin Han's icy smile widened as he suddenly thrust his fist towards Lin Chen. A blizzard of snowflakes erupted from his fist, layering upon one another. Each crystallized flake distinctly visible, glistening with a frigid beauty. Even Lin Chen, who had mastered the Xuan Huasil, felt the penetrating chill of the icy light. The fist emanated a terrifying aura. Tianbing fist. Lin Han's face contorted with malice as he unleashed a devastating blow. Countless snowflakes crystallized into ice exploding from his fist. Each flake, akin to a shard of ice, possessed a formidable power. Xianbing? Lin Chen quickly gathered his true energy, preparing to withstand Lin Han's overwhelming assault. In that instant, he recalled Xianbing, a force that rivaled the Xuan Huasil. It dawned upon him that Lin Han had likely cultivated the ice power and furthermore, had attained the supreme martial skill of the celestial ice profound technique. Ha ha, waste, relish the wrath of the three-winged lion. Lin Han cackled as his fist, infused with endless ice and snow, struck against Lin Chen's defending arms. Boom. An overwhelming force, akin to a mountain, surged forth, and Lin Chen felt as though he were being battered by countless boulders. His form was sent hurtling backward, encased in ice, resembling a frozen statue. The power of that punch had nearly drained him of all vitality. At that moment, the three-winged Lion King surged forth behind Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen's body, propelled backward, collided with the Lion King. A shocking scene unfolded. The three-winged Lion King, upon being struck by Lin Chen, seemed to experience a catastrophic impact. Its massive body sent flying like a cannonball. The Tianbing fist not only incapacitated Lin Chen, but also sent the three-winged Lion King soaring through the air. What a terrifying display of power. Thrown by the terrifying force, Lin Chen and the three-winged Lion King collided into the depths of the cave, and in an instant, a tremendous sound of impact echoed throughout the cavern. Lin Han, gripping the pure Yuan spirit pearl, wore a disdainful expression upon his pale face. A mere waste is still a waste. This punch lacks the power to slay you, the three-winged Lion King. Haha, just wait until you awaken. and you shall be methodically torn apart by the three-winged Lion King. From the moment Lin Chen suddenly radiated a murderous aura, Lin Han sensed the presence of someone tracking him. He swiftly devised a plan. His current cultivation was insufficient to obliterate the three-winged Lion King. Therefore, he decided to vent the furious wrath of the three-winged Lion King, deprived of the pure Yuan spirit pearl, upon his pursuer. However, to Lin Han's slight surprise, the one following him was none other than Lin Chen, who had seemingly vanished from the Lin family. Chapter 12. 7-star pearls struck by Lin Han's fist. Lin Chen was ensconced in an absolute icy prison, his entire essence solidified by the terrifying Xianbing. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal forms of both Lin Chen and the three-winged Lion King struck against the stone wall, creating a massive crater within the cave. Both man and beast were thrust into the heart of the cavern. As the explosive sounds faded, the cave once again succumbed to a shroud of darkness and silence. Within the icy confines, a blood-red light ignited upon Lin Chen's chest, emanating from the devouring celestial map, as an ethereal elder figure ascended from the formation. The moment the blood elder appeared, he pointed decisively at the Xianbing encasing Lin Chen, exclaiming, "Lin Chen, awaken at once." A burst of blood light erupted from his fingertips, enveloping Lin Chen entirely. The encompassing Xianbing gradually dissipated under this crimson glow. The blood elder's translucent form, while releasing this blood light, appeared almost ethereal, as though he might vanish at any moment. The current incarnation of the devouring celestial map was no longer the supreme formation of Ur. It lay in tatters. In his effort to awaken Lin Chen, the blood elder had expended nearly all of the remaining power within the devouring celestial map. Lin Chen instinctively groaned, slowly lifting his heavy eyelids. The pain radiating throughout his body caused him to draw in a sharp breath. At this moment, the devouring map within his dantian had dulled to a lifeless sheen, a myriad of azure particles lying dormant as if they were mere corpses. The energy of 30 colossal elephants had been utterly extinguished, leaving him on the brink of depletion. His body was riddled with numerous wounds, and the blood had congealed. "Young one, you must escape this place swiftly. The three-winged Lion King is far from dead." The blood elder, appearing frail, urged Lin Chen as he had just regained consciousness. Lin Chen shook his throbbing head, his gaze falling upon the blood elder's weakened form, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "Blood elder, what has happened to you?" He immediately recalled that it was the blood elder's power that had enabled his awakening from the icy prison. Seeing Lin Chen's anxious demeanor, the blood elder smiled reassuringly. "I am unharmed, merely exhausted." With that, the blood elder's form weakened further, twisting into a wisp of white smoke that entered the devouring celestial map. Lin Chen's countenance darkened as he attempted to communicate with the devouring celestial map through thought, yet there was no response. It is likely that the blood elder has succumbed to a deep slumber. The sound of heavy, labored breathing echoed from behind Lin Chen, causing his expression to shift with alarm as he turned to look. At that moment, the three-winged Lion King, panting heavily, exhibited trembling golden eyelids as if it might awaken at any moment. "We must leave at once." A thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind, prompting him to stagger forward into the dark cave. In his prime, even facing an injured three-winged Lion King would have offered him little chance of victory. The cave was engulfed in darkness and silence, with the sound of dripping water resonating ominously, leading into an unfathomable abyss. The entire cavern was permeated by a pungent scent of blood, reminiscent of a massacre involving numerous beasts, which could account for such a heavy stench. To Lin Chen's astonishment, Lin Han's strength had actually reached the 9th level of the innate meridian realm. A chill coursed through Lin Chen's eyes as he navigated the stone cave in darkness. With a single punch, Lin Han had sent both him and the three-winged Lion King flying, and he had mastered the heavenly ice profound energy, making him even more formidable than an ordinary 9th level innate practitioner. In just a few days, Lin Han's power had surged at an astonishing rate. Moreover, with the acquisition of the pure Yuan spirit pearl, he could ascend to the 10th level of the innate realm, emerging as the foremost individual beneath the realm of divine law. Given that Lin Chen was only at the 5th level of the innate realm, how could he possibly contend with Lin Han? In approximately 20 days, the Lin family's clan competition would take place, and whether he could retain his position as the young master would hinge upon the outcome of that event. However, the rapid escalation of Lin Han's strength instilled in Lin Chen a profound sense of pressure. Just then, while Lin Chen pondered, He suddenly felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from deep within the cave, compelling him to halt his advance. Such rich spiritual energy. Lin Chen's face lit up with astonishment as he reached out with his left hand, causing torrents of thick spiritual energy to flow into his body. His previously depleted dantian was once again nourished by the influx of true energy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen suppressed his elation and began to slowly advance deeper into the cave. At present, he could not afford to remain stagnant to recuperate. For the three-winged Lion King could rival a 10th-level innate beast with its formidable physical defenses, and it would awaken in mere moments. The surrounding space was saturated with such potent spiritual energy. One could only imagine the terrifying concentration of energy that awaited deeper within the cave. With sufficient spiritual energy, Lin Chen was confident that he could experience a significant enhancement in his strength within a short period. Gradually, Lin Chen lost track of time as he journeyed forward until faint glimmers of light emerged from the depths of the cave, suggesting the presence of an exit. Upon reaching this point, the surrounding spiritual energy was overwhelmingly intense, surpassing even that of the pure Yuan spirit pool. Reflecting on the earlier encounter when the three-winged Lion King had steadfastly guarded the cave entrance against Lin Han's provocations, it was evident that treasures of far greater value than the pure Yuan spirit pool must lie within the cave. It is essential to understand that the spiritual energy contained within a pure Yuan spirit pearl is sufficient to elevate a practitioner from the innate 9th level to the innate 10th level. What treasures lie within this cavern that surpass even the pure Yuan spirit pearl? Lin Chen, suppressing the tumultuous excitement within his heart, slowly approached the source of the radiant light. At the cavern's base, everything unfolded with clarity, akin to the brightness of day. Lin Chen was immediately struck with awe by the scene before him. There, at the bottom of the cavern, lay a remarkably flat expanse of approximately 10 meters in circumference. 7 stone pools lay dry, revealing a peculiar, dark stone at the bottom. Above these 7 stone pools floated a perfectly spherical pure Yuan spirit pearl, emanating a rich aura of spiritual energy. A total of 7 pure Yuan spirit pearls hovered above the stone pools, seemingly connected by an extraordinarily unique formation, resembling a celestial alignment of 7 stars. Gulp. Lin Chen swallowed hard, gazing at the interconnected pure Yuan spirit pearls, forcing himself to regain composure. 7 pure Yuan spirit pearls. What immense and terrifying spiritual energy could they possibly harbor? To comprehend, a single pure Yuan spirit pearl contains the power equivalent to that of 1,000 true Qi giants, sufficient to break through a realm. Just imagine the sheer magnitude with 7. Having regained his calm, Lin Chen leaped toward the center of the 7 stone pools, springing forth to grasp one of the pure Yuan spirit pearls. Upon seizing the spirit pearl, a jolt coursed through Lin Chen's body, as the pure and grand spiritual energy enveloped him in unparalleled comfort. Without hesitation, he propelled himself again, reaching for the other 6 pure Yuan spirit pearls. With all 7 pure Yuan spirit pearls in hand, Lin Chen rejoiced, for they offered him a glimmer of hope to vanquish Lin Han. After concealing his elation, Lin Chen seated himself cross-legged, holding 1 pure Yuan spirit pearl, and immediately began to cultivate. A terrifying force of absorption emanated from within Lin Chen, as waves of true Qi giants surged forth from the pure Yuan spirit pearl, streaming into his dantian. 10 giants, 20 giants, 30 giants, 40 giants. His once depleted dantian rapidly expanded. In mere moments, Lin Chen had absorbed the strength of 80 true Qi giants, filling his entire being with formidable power. The once dim and lifeless devouring diagram within his dantian fervently absorbed the true Qi from the pure Yuan spirit pearl, causing 1,000 azure particles to tremble and swell. As Lin Chen beheld in astonishment, the devouring diagram suddenly unleashed a cataclysmic force of attraction, causing the very earth to tremble. 1,000 true Qi giants were forcibly drawn from the pure Yuan spirit pearl, flooding into Lin Chen's dantian under the relentless pull of the devouring diagram. The entire pure Yuan spirit pearl was thus rendered void. Boom! Lin Chen's true Qi giant power surged to an astonishing 100. His entire being felt as though it had undergone a divine baptism, brimming with vitality and spiritual resonance, capable of shattering all worldly treasures beneath a single blow. He had broken through to the 6th level of the innate body refinement realm. However, before Lin Chen could fully embrace his joy, A momentous transformation occurred within the devouring diagram in his body. The original 10,000 azure particles had surged to a staggering 1,000,000, resembling a celestial constellation, radiating a captivating luminescence. The devouring diagram had undergone its first evolution. Previously, with the guidance of Blood Elder, Lin Chen had learned that the devouring diagram, cultivated through the art of devouring magic, would continuously evolve alongside the absorbed true energy. The higher the evolution, the greater the baseline energy absorption, even allowing for the assimilation of more advanced energies. Moreover, upon the second advancement of the devouring diagram, transforming it into the devouring furnace, it could serve as his personal magical artifact for vanquishing foes. The evolution of the devouring diagram filled Lin Chen with immense delight, undoubtedly granting him another safeguard for his life. Should he advance to the devouring furnace, his lethality would become even more terrifying. At that moment, a furious, beastly roar reverberated throughout the cavern, shaking its very foundations. A colossal and malevolent figure materialized at the cavern's base, unleashing a tide of malevolence that caused the stones beneath to quiver slightly. Chapter 13. The arrival of the bronze ancient coffin. This is bad. Lin Chen's expression shifted, and he immediately propelled himself towards the base of the cavern. To his astonishment, at this critical juncture, the three-winged Lion King had awakened. Although he had just absorbed the power of 100 elephants, comparable to the innate 7th level, he was still far from a match for the three-winged Lion King. With a fierce glance, the beastly eyes of the three-winged Lion King swept across the 7 empty stone pools, igniting its fury. As the king of beasts, the three-winged Lion King was now utterly enraged. The 3 pairs of wings behind it flared violently, producing a fierce gale, as the massive figure lunged towards Lin Chen, its enormous claws tearing through the air. In its wrath, the three-winged Lion King's attacks were even more bloodthirsty. Mysterious fire seal. Lin Chen swiftly formed a seal with his palm, igniting a blazing fire imprint. The power of 100 true energy elephants fueled the first mysterious fire seal, rendering it terrifyingly potent. However, in its fury, the three-winged Lion King struck down upon the mysterious fire seal with one claw, causing illusory true energy lions to explode from between its claws, ferociously tearing apart. The fire seal trembled under the assault of the lions, unable to withstand such ferocity, erupting repeatedly. What an overwhelming force! Witnessing the three-winged Lion King shatter the mysterious fire seal with a single swipe sent Lin Chen's heart racing, prompting him to flee at once. Engaging the three-winged Lion King head-on was undoubtedly unwise. Roar! 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 The three-winged Lion King roared furiously behind Lin Chen, its lion body leaping into the air, while the 3 pairs of wings began to beat furiously, unleashing waves of golden light. A powerful sense of crisis surged behind Lin Chen, his entire being tensed, acutely aware of the lethal strike from the three-winged Lion King, which he could not evade. Gritting his teeth, he formed a seal with both hands. Second seal, Fire Spear of Incineration. As he completed the seal, all the true energy within Lin Chen's dantian was drawn out, converging entirely into the symbols of his hands. With a sudden and forceful motion, both hands parted, igniting a brilliant blue flame that surged forth, coiling like a serpent and transforming into a blazing spear of fire, consuming all in its path. This was, without a doubt, the second imprint of the heavenly fire seal, which Lin Chen could barely wield with the strength of his 100-headed true chi giant. A multitude of golden beams rushed from behind, piercing through the sandstorm with ferocious energy. Lin Chen swiftly pivoted, thrusting the over 1-meter-long spear of blazing fire towards the oncoming golden strands. The intense heat radiated as flames roared, incinerating everything in their wake. Upon piercing through the golden beams, the spear erupted into a sea of roaring blue flames, enveloping the golden light in a fierce blaze. This blue flame, a higher echelon than the mysterious fire, was a consuming inferno capable of obliterating all. Even the three-winged Lion King would hesitate momentarily in the explosion of this fiery tempest. Boom, boom, boom. The golden light was consumed within the inferno, erupting in a series of violent explosions, while the blue flames rained down like fiery droplets, instantly reducing the ground's stones to ash. Lin Chen was caught in the aftermath of the explosion, tumbling to the ground, covered in soot and dust. After unleashing the second imprint, his true chi was nearly depleted. That desperate strike could merely delay the Lion King's lethal assault. In that moment, a thunderous roar echoed once more. A massive, beastly silhouette surged forth from the sea of flames, descending from above. The beast roared as it charged through the inferno, its colossal form plummeting towards Lin Chen. This is bad. Lin Chen felt a jolt of panic, his body tensing as he attempted to flee. However, a searing pain shot through his arm, immobilizing him under the weight of an immense force. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed repeatedly. The three-winged Lion King's massive body landed upon Lin Chen, its enormous claws pinning his hands down as if they were iron spikes, rendering him utterly helpless. Roar! The Lion King let out a furious roar, baring its bloodied maw as a formidable aura coalesced within, revealing the faint outline of a lion's head within its gaping mouth. A lethal strike. The three-winged Lion King unleashed its deadly assault upon Lin Chen. His eyes narrowed in terror, fixated on the increasingly defined lion's head within the king's maw, as an overwhelming sense of impending doom washed over him. At this moment, Lin Chen was at his limit, unable to evade the Lion King's devastating cannonball attack. Had he not reached the body-tempering stage, possessing the resilience of a low-grade spiritual artifact, he would have surely succumbed to the sheer force of the Lion King's assault. What should he do now? A chilling despair enveloped Lin Chen's heart. With vengeance unfulfilled, he was unwilling to perish in such a manner. Yet at this instant roar. Before Lin Chen could contemplate further, the three-winged Lion King lowered its head with ferocity, unleashing a thunderous roar. A lion's head, strikingly lifelike, erupted from the maw of the three-winged Lion King, its gaping maw filled with malevolent energy, as it unleashed a ferocious roar directed at Lin Chen. The Lion King's cannonball. Boom. In an instant, the Lion King's cannonball collided with Lin Chen's head, producing a terrifying explosion. The three-winged Lion King evaded the shockwave of the blast, its massive form leaping aside, yet it remained fiercely fixated on Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen found himself engulfed in the explosion of the Lion King's cannonball. His hands shattered, driven into the ground. The three-winged Lion King let out a low growl, preparing to turn away, when suddenly, the entire space trembled slightly. An overwhelming aura, reminiscent of ancient primordial chaos, surged forth, as a bronze ancient coffin hovered above Lin Chen's body, its surface adorned with intricate carvings of ancient deities and demons. Beneath this bronze coffin, Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock, staring vacantly at the artifact before him. The echoes of a voice that had resonated for 3 long years seemed to swirl once more in his ears. Be exceedingly cautious of that bronze ancient coffin. Keep your distance, lest you find yourself entombed within its depths. Had the very coffin capable of sealing his fate truly manifested? In Lin Chen's astonishment, the three-winged Lion King, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the bronze coffin, morphed into a visage of sheer ferocity, its eyes blood-red, exuding an air of menace. The bronze coffin floated silently before Lin Chen, utterly still, seemingly devoid of any presence. Abruptly, the Lion King, with its fierce gaze and outstretched claws, lunged forward with terrifying force, aiming a savage strike at the bronze coffin. The hand of heaven. An ethereal, timeless voice resonated suddenly, as the coffin's door creaked open, revealing a glimpse within. Inside lay an infinite abyss, as if the entire coffin was a vessel for the void. A pitch-black hand suddenly emerged from the depths of this endless darkness, reaching out toward the oncoming three-winged Lion King with lethal intent. As the dark hand grasped, the entire space buckled under its power, and in an instant, the three-winged Lion King burst apart into a cloud of blood mist. With a single grasp, the three-winged Lion King was vanquished. After the Lion King disintegrated into an endless mist, the ancient coffin sealed itself once more, transforming into a beam of azure light that shot into Lin Chen's forehead. The cavern's floor was left desolate and silent, save for Lin Chen, who wore an expression of shock. After a lengthy pause, Lin Chen emerged from his stunned state, his throat dry as he murmured, "What on earth is happening? A mysterious bronze ancient coffin has saved my life at a critical moment? What exactly is this coffin? And whose hand was that?" Chapter 14. The Hand of Heaven. The bronze ancient coffin, which had troubled Lin Chen for 3 years through its enigmatic voice, had finally appeared. Could it be that this very coffin would become his ultimate tomb? Lin Chen collapsed to the ground, feeling an icy chill envelop him, as an unseen net tightened around him, binding him inextricably. Mysteries. Too many mysteries. As Lin Chen found himself enveloped in shock and confusion, A sudden tremor coursed through his body, and a warm current began to emanate from his brow, flowing steadily throughout him. Lin Chen's eyes flew open in astonishment. And as his consciousness stirred, he immediately sensed the presence of the ancient bronze coffin nestled within his brow. This enigmatic relic, a silent sentinel of antiquity, hovered there, its intricate patterns of deities and demons shimmering with a cerulean radiance, timeless and unmoving. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen directed his focus toward the bronze coffin, seeking to uncover any potential connection. As his consciousness touched the coffin, it quivered, and its azure glow receded, exuding an aura of profound stillness. Was this bronze coffin merely an inanimate object? If so, from whence had that hand come? Just as despair began to settle in, Lin Chen was taken aback as the coffin trembled once more, and an ancient thought surged into his mind. The Xianshang Jun Tianjing. The bronze coffin shook violently, and a multitude of archaic characters materialized upon its surface, while a torrent of profound scriptures flooded into Lin Chen's consciousness. Mysterious azure glyphs and countless manifestations of arcane principles poured forth from the coffin, coalescing into a diminutive azure figure that darted into Lin Chen's dantian. This azure figure sat cross-legged within his dantian, its features indistinct, its body entwined with an endless array of symbols. Overwhelmed by agony, Lin Chen clutched his head and cried out, for a deluge of vast and profound techniques inundated his mind. It felt as though he were ablaze in a purgatory, as the mystical martial texts transformed into profound treatises, melding into his very being. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Chen knelt upon the ground, his hair disheveled. His eyes clouded as he murmured, the first chapter, the hand of the celestial. The monumental flow of martial text that surged from the bronze coffin was, unmistakably, the initial chapter of the mysterious technique, the Xianshang Jun Tianjing, titled the Hand of the Celestial. This technique was a manifestation of terrifying martial prowess. Lin Chen recalled the moment when the three-winged Lion King had suddenly lunged at the bronze coffin, from which a colossal black hand emerged, executing the Hand of the Celestial and distorting the very fabric of space itself. Could it be that the Hand of the Celestial, infused into him by the bronze coffin, was the same technique wielded by that mysterious black hand? The thought sent Lin Chen into a flurry of breath. For to possess the power to warp space was an unfathomable might. Perhaps even the latter seals of the heavenly fire seal could not compare. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, he took a deep breath and pondered, what exactly is this bronze coffin? It has not only saved me, but also imparted martial techniques. Is the mysterious voice's claim truly valid? This question remained unanswered. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen found himself at a loss, letting out a sigh as he resolved. Since I currently lack the strength to unravel this enigma, I might as well immerse myself in mastering this formidable technique to enhance my power. When my strength reaches an extraordinary level, clarity will inevitably follow. With that determination, Lin Chen settled into a meditative posture, turning his focus inward to examine his dantian. Within the dantian, a transparent orb floated amidst a staggering 1 million azure particles. Above the devouring diagram sat the enigmatic azure figure. Through the information emanating from the ancient coffin, Lin Chen discerned that this azure being was the embodiment of the entire martial technique known as the Hand of Futu. It resembled the heavenly fire seal of Ur, existing as a flickering white flame. However, the Hand of Futu was far more formidable, having transformed into a humanoid form. Contemplating for a moment, Lin Chen retrieved a pure Yuan spirit pearl, initiating the restoration of his true energy. This time, he did not begin to devour. Instead, he merely replenished the entirety of his 100-elephant strength within. After replenishing his true energy, Lin Chen rose, his gaze sharp and fixed upon the cavern's floor. The cave had returned to its dim and tranquil state, yet Lin Chen could distinctly see wisps of black smoke rising from the ground, surrounded by numerous craters. Blood splattered everywhere. The Hand of Futu. Lin Chen's eyes blazed as he gazed at the stone wall before him, his true energy surging wildly into the azure figure. With a fierce motion, he struck towards the stone wall. The true energy coiled around, unmistakably the Hand of Futu. As his right hand descended, akin to a divine weapon, it encountered no resistance, effortlessly crashing against the stone wall with a thunderous roar, shattering it layer by layer. A gaping pit, towering over 3 men in height, emerged, debris scattering to the ground. Hiss! Gazing at the dark abyss, Lin Chen involuntarily inhaled sharply. The sheer might of a single strike was nothing short of terrifying. However, his true energy was completely exhausted, its consumption rivaling that of the flame spear. Such formidable power necessitated a commensurate reservoir of true energy. Awakening from his astonishment, he looked at the scant remnants of energy in his dantian, a bitter smile gracing his face. Indeed, while the hand of Futu wielded immense power, its consumption was not something an ordinary person could endure. Since the ancient bronze coffin posed no threat at present, Lin Chen resolved to seize this opportunity to enhance his strength. When the time came, even if it sought to harm him, it would likely find itself incapable of doing so. With a firm determination, he embraced the martial technique of the hand of Futu. It is worth noting that this skill was merely the first chapter of the Xianshang Juntian Jing. If the subsequent chapters were even more formidable, what would they hold? Having made up his mind, Lin Chen vanished from the cavern. 20 days later, ascension to the 7th layer of innate. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at the two floating pure yuan spirit pearls. Suddenly, he activated the devouring diagram within him. At this moment, his countenance was resolute, marked by a hint of the vicissitudes of life wrought from bloodshed. Over the past 20 days, Lin Chen had danced perilously close to death, mastering the hand of Futu with unparalleled skill, thus preparing for his ascent to the 7th layer of innate. With a deep breath, a surge of suction erupted, causing both pure yuan spirit pearls to tremble in the air, while torrents of true energy surged towards Lin Chen's mouth, akin to a relentless tide of beasts. The million floating particles quivered in that instant, radiating a brilliant sheen. A colossal essence of true energy was continuously devoured, transforming into the vital energy within Lin Chen's body. The massive energy surged, reaching an impressive force equivalent to 400 true energy giants. With a fierce shout, Lin Chen directed the surge of energy to every limb and bone in his body. The relentless flow of true energy coursed through him, initiating a process of refinement. Lin Chen's physique expanded dramatically, towering as high as 3 men, his muscles rippling with power. Soon after, he began to deflate like a punctured balloon, his body shrinking while his muscles tightened, embodying an extraordinary strength. Remarkably, he had achieved the 7th level of innate body refinement, gaining the ability to further hone his physique. However, Lin Chen's ambitions reached beyond this. He cast forth a pure essence pearl, bellowing, 8th level of innate. With a deep inhalation, an unending stream of true energy giants flooded toward him once more. The strength within him escalated to an astonishing 800 giants, with 1,000,000 radiant particles shimmering, suggesting that upon absorbing a substantial amount of true energy, he would undergo a transformative evolution. Breaking through to the 8th innate level was effortless for Lin Chen. Over the past 20 days, he had mastered his transformation martial technique to perfection. Slowly opening his eyes, he flicked his finger, unleashing a jet of true energy that shot forth like a piercing arrow, piercing through a large tree with ease. The might of the 8th innate level transformation was indeed formidable. With a soft sigh, Lin Chen collected 3 pure essence pearls, which still contained several hundred true energy giants. At this moment, he possessed 6 pure essence pearls, 3 of which had depleted half of their pure energy. As he calculated the time, the month-long agreement was swiftly approaching its end. The grand family competition of the Lin clan was set to commence. A month of arduous training, coupled with Lin Han's betrayal and schemes, had significantly intensified Lin Chen's murderous intent. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the ancient bronze coffin, Lin Chen would have likely met his demise under the bombardment of the 3-winged Lion King. Given Lin Han's talents, he had likely already broken through to the 10th innate level with the help of pure essence pearls. Yet, within Lin Chen's body resided a staggering 800 giants of strength, surpassing even the 9th innate level by 300. Although he fell slightly short of the 10th level, the power of the heavenly fire seal and the hand of the underworld would easily compensate for any disparities. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen was enveloped in a whirlwind of murderous intent, stealthily entering the depths of the forest. He was determined to settle the score on the day of the youth competition. Chapter 15. Qing'er in the Black Witch Mountain Range, at the foot of the mountains. A winding and twisting road stretched northward. Amidst the dense woods, a figure darted like a galloping tiger, silent and elusive, flickering like a specter. Lin Chen darted past towering trees, his keen, hawk-like eyes absorbing the surrounding environment, constantly surveying all that lay before him. Before long, a broad road came into view, the official route leading to Nighttide City. Just as Lin Chen was about to step onto the official road, the distant sound of hooves echoed, sending up a cloud of dust from the far end of the pathway. With a sudden change in expression, Lin Chen immediately concealed his aura and leapt into a dense thicket, observing the newcomers on the official road. 5 robust steeds appeared before him, their blood-red forms radiating immense power. These were undoubtedly blood horses, a type of mount associated with demonic beasts, exorbitantly priced, and typically beyond the reach of ordinary families. It was apparent that these 5 individuals hailed from a significant sect. Among them, the leader was a young man wielding a spear, his face adorned with an arrogant smile and his being suffused with a terrifying true energy, boasting a formidable cultivation level of the 9th stage of the innate realm. Behind him were 3 disciples, each bearing blades and possessing the 8th stage of innate strength. However, what captured Lin Chen's attention was not these 4 disciples, but the young woman in blue who stood among them. Clad in a cerulean veil of light fabric, her delicate figure exuded an air of grace, her face partially concealed by a white veil. Her jade-like wrists glimmered under the sun, emanating a captivating flush. With slender fingers, she gently grasped the reins of the blood horse. The young woman's eyes shimmered like rippling water, her blue irises radiating a tender luminosity that instinctively evoked a desire to protect her. Despite her cultivation being merely at the 7th stage of the innate realm, there was a pulsating energy within her that sent a shiver through Lin Chen. Who were these 5 individuals? Lin Chen pondered, noting that the disciples appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years old, yet had achieved such formidable levels of cultivation, clearly indicative of profound resources and impressive talent. Though perplexed, Lin Chen remained hidden in the thicket, confident that their cultivation levels were insufficient to detect his presence. The 5 blood horses galloped along the official road, nearing the forest where Lin Chen concealed himself. Stop! Someone is hidden here. The masked girl in blue suddenly pulled on the reins, her voice soft yet clearly reaching the ears of the 4 disciples. With a chill in his expression, the arrogant young leader tightened his grip on the reins of his steed, drew forth his spear, and shouted, "Who dares to hide here? Step forth at once, or suffer the consequences of my spear." The other 3 disciples, equally vigilant, unsheathed their blades, ready for confrontation. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves of the dense forest, creating a whispering sound. Concealed within the foliage, Lin Chen felt a jolt at the girl's words. Had she truly discovered him? How could someone with merely the 7th stage of the innate realm perceive his presence? Even the proud young leader had failed to sense him earlier. Who exactly was this enigmatic girl? Lin Chen took a slow, even breath, carefully assessing the situation. If they could not locate him, there would be no need for him to reveal himself. Even if the masked girl had somehow discerned his existence, she would not be able to pinpoint his exact location. After all, the perceptive abilities akin to those of the blood horse required divine insight, a power only attainable in the divine realm. Seated atop her blood horse, the masked girl in blue seemed to sense something. Lifting her head to gaze intently at the thicket where Lin Chen hid, her blue eyes soft and searching. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine, astonished that the other party had truly discerned his precise location. With his position exposed, he decided against further concealment and leaped forth from the thicket, executing a graceful somersault before landing before the 5 individuals. The leader, a youth wielding a firearm, upon noticing Lin Chen's emergence and perceiving his innate prowess at the 8th level, scoffed derisively, retracting his weapon and looking down upon him with disdain. "Who sent you? Assassin? Speak quickly and confess, and I may spare your wretched life." His tone was brimming with arrogance and contempt. However, Lin Chen remained unperturbed, entirely indifferent to the other's demeanor. Given his current cultivation level, vanquishing this youth would be a trivial matter. "Everyone, I am merely a solitary cultivator, honing my skills in the Black Witch Mountain range." Lin Chen shrugged, suppressing his aura, and offered a polite bow with a smile. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's demeanor, the other 3 disciples displayed slight relief, sheathing their blades and losing their previous air of intimidation. Lin Chen's restrained aura undoubtedly signified a benevolent omen. Furthermore, clad in garments of animal hide and exuding a faint scent of blood, it was evident he had recently vanquished a beast. Preposterous. With your level of cultivation, you dare claim to be training in the Black Witch Mountain range? Speak, who sent you to kill? The leader, Wei Han, sneered upon hearing this, then brandished his spear, his true energy rippling as if he were poised to strike Lin Chen at the slightest provocation. Lin Chen regarded the lethal spear aimed at him with a calm demeanor, unflinching, and instead cast a sidelong glance at the enigmatic girl in blue, who was the sole individual in the group that stirred a flicker of unease within him. The three young disciples behind Wei Han exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of wry amusement, their words caught in their throats. Lin Chen observed all of this, deducing that the individual before him likely perpetually exhibited such a domineering attitude, lacking popularity among his peers. Wei Han, do not lower your weapon. The girl in blue spoke softly, yet her tone held an undeniable authority. Miss, he is an assassin, Wei Han replied, begrudgingly lowering his spear. Witnessing this exchange, Lin Chen's heart quivered slightly. It appeared that the authority of the girl in blue was indeed formidable within this group. Yet, what was the source of their power? The girl on her blood steed approached Lin Chen, blinking her water-like blue eyes, and softly said, Brother Lin Chen, I, Qing Ro, have a request to make. Might you be inclined to assist, Brother Lin Chen? Lin Chen felt a stir within and smiled, replying, for the mere address of Brother Lin Chen. Should I be able to assist Qing Ro, I shall certainly do so. However, as soon as his words escaped, Wei Han's expression darkened, and he brandished his spear once more, coldly retorting, impudent. How dare one of your lowly status utter the name of the miss? Lin Chen's gaze turned frosty. Yet he chose silence. At that moment, Qing Ro gently interjected, Wei Han, I do not wish to repeat myself. Wei Han trembled slightly, gritting his teeth, and with a begrudging expression, he slowly lowered his weapon. However, he continued to gaze at Lin Chen with an icy demeanor, as if they were mortal enemies. The three disciples behind him exchanged glances, casting a look of helplessness towards Lin Chen. Little did Lin Chen know that Wei Han was one of Qing Ro's admirers, and typically, only those close to her or the young talents of the continent would earn her the privilege of uttering their names. It puzzled the three that a mere rogue cultivator like Lin Chen could elicit such familiarity from the young master, who referred to him affectionately as Big Brother Lin Chen. Even Wei Han could not boast such a privilege. Qing Ro cast an apologetic glance at Lin Chen and said softly, Big Brother Lin Chen, please forgive Wei Han's rudeness. Do not take it to heart. Not at all. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, feeling little interest in someone as arrogant as Wei Han. Big Brother Lin Chen, what I ask of you is to guide us to the Lin family in Night Tide City. Qing Ro looked at Lin Chen, her voice gentle. We hail from the Taiqing sect and have come here at the invitation of the Lin family. Taiqing sect. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback as he surveyed the four of them, astonished that they were from the Taiqing sect. In the sacred spirit continent, the Taiqing sect, the Sword Immortal sect, and the Hunyuan sect stood as the three great sects, each possessing immense heritage, rivaling the two super empires, the Zijing Empire and the Dongfang Empire. Moreover, the Taiqing sect was the sworn enemy of the Hunyuan sect, with Lu Tongtian being the foremost disciple of the Hunyuan sect. Never did Lin Chen expect that Qing Ro was a member of the Taiqing sect. Thus, the task of leading them would fall squarely upon my shoulders. Lin Chen smiled, effectively agreeing. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At that moment, a mocking voice interjected, So you're Lin Chen? I see you want us to protect you out of the Black Witch Mountains? Wei Han approached, brandishing his spear with a scornful expression. We do not require your guidance. You can fend for yourself. Chapter 16. The Lin family ambush. Upon hearing Wei Han's words, Lin Chen merely smiled faintly, showing no further reaction. Wei Han, be quiet. Qing Ro's voice turned frosty. Wei Han's repeated provocations towards Lin Chen not only disrespected him, but also challenged her authority. Miss. Wei Han shot Lin Chen a fierce glare, but, upon noticing the flicker of anger in Qing Ro's eyes, chose to refrain from further words. Sulking to the side with a sullen expression, Qing Ro offered Lin Chen an apologetic smile. Big Brother Lin Chen, I beg your pardon. Now could you please lead us? Not a problem. Lin Chen responded promptly, smiling at Qing Ro before turning away, his figure swiftly gliding along the path. With his vital energy enveloping his feet, Lin Chen moved lightly, gliding effortlessly over the ground, and the 5 blood steeds behind him kept pace with his speed. At this moment, Lin Chen was contemplating how to cultivate a favorable relationship with the enigmatic masked maiden, Qing Ro, as it might prove invaluable in dealing with Lu Tongtian in the future. He was determined to reclaim the supreme martial art, the Heavenly Fire Seal. Along the way, Lin Chen and his companions encountered numerous ferocious beasts. Just as the present moment, a silver wolf of innate 8th level obstructed the path of Lin Chen and his companions. As Lin Chen prepared to take action, a sudden gust of wind surged from behind him. A long spear materialized out of thin air, sweeping forth with a torrent of true energy, its tip transforming into fierce tigers and lions that lunged towards the silver wolf. With a thunderous impact, the silver wolf was pierced by the spear, blood cascading like rain as it collapsed to the ground. Lin Chen shrugged, standing to the side, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed the scene unfold. Seated atop a blood-red steed, Wei Han wielded his spear, the bloodied tip grazing past Lin Chen's nose as he remarked coldly, "In the future, when encountering such matters, step aside and do not obstruct my path. Otherwise." A sinister smile danced upon Wei Han's lips, the unspoken threat lingering in the air. Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at Wei Han, then without looking back, darted forward to continue leading the way. "Humph." Wei Han sneered in icy disdain, his eyes growing increasingly malevolent. How dare this insignificant character disregard him? It was utterly intolerable. Upon arriving at the Lin family, he would ensure this insolent brat tasted his wrath. Wei Han silently resolved, spurring his horse to follow. The entire Black Witch Mountain range stretched for hundreds of miles. Lin Chen and his party embarked from the central region, and after several hours of relentless travel, they finally beheld the end of the mountain range. Despite the furious pace they maintained, Lin Chen had only expended a slight amount of true energy, for during the run, he had also been channeling the devouring diagram, continuously absorbing the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, thus conserving his strength. This, however, astonished the members of the Taiching sect. "Lin Chen, your true energy is remarkably robust." Qing Rode dismounted gracefully, approaching with a gentle step. "I am grateful for your assistance on this journey." "It was nothing," Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. "I happen to be heading to Night Tide City as well, to witness the Lin family's grand event." "Oh." Qing Ro's azure eyes brightened, shimmering with a hint of self-pity. "The Lin family's grand ceremony pertains to the rightful heir of the family, and it is indeed a grand occasion. It would be a pity to miss it." At that moment, Wei Han rode over, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he looked down upon Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, do you truly believe your status grants you entry into the Lin family?" Lin Chen regarded Wei Han with indifference, choosing silence. The esteemed young master of the Lin family, although fallen from grace, surely would not be barred from entering his own home, would he? Qing Ro's gaze turned icy, ready to reprimand Wei Han, but suddenly her expression shifted with alarm. "Everyone, be cautious, someone approaches." Wei Han, brandishing his spear with a cold smile, sneered, "I am eager to see who dares to come." The other 3 disciples of the Taiching sect also drew their formidable blades, standing on guard. Lin Chen cast a surprised glance at Qing Ro. He had sensed the rapid approach of someone as well, but the distance had rendered him unable to confirm. He did not expect Qing Ro to perceive it so clearly. The mystery surrounding her was likely known to Blood Elder. Lin Chen sighed inwardly, recalling how Blood Elder had once aided him in evading disaster. Now trapped in slumber, when would he awaken? Qing Ro seemed to sense Lin Chen's confusion and playfully blinked her eyes, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. In a perilous situation. Why was she not with Wei Han, but rather beside me? Lin Chen smiled faintly as he gazed at Qing Ro. From the very beginning, her demeanor towards him appeared rather peculiar, more affectionate than one would typically expect. Could it be that she had discerned his concealed prowess? Qing Ro let out a gentle laugh and said, "Because Brother Lin Chen gives me a sense of security." Lin Chen's mind traversed a dark thought. Security? Where did he derive such a sense of safety? With an awkward smile, he turned his gaze toward the road ahead. Wei Han, mounted on a blood-red steed, washed with fury as Qing Ro displayed her affection towards Lin Chen, his eyes ablaze with wrath, wishing he could shred Lin Chen to pieces. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose along the road, revealing a group of riders to the onlookers. A young man, with skin as dark as soot and a fierce countenance, sat astride a massive wolf, his eyes scanning the crowd with malice. This young man possessed the cultivation of the innate 7th level. However, beneath him, the enormous wolf exuded the formidable presence of the innate 9th level, its head seemingly ablaze with fire. Lin Chen recognized this fiery beast as a flame wolf, a rare and precious species akin to the 3-winged lion king, capable of contending with innate 10th level demonic beasts. Moreover, Lin Chen felt an unsettling familiarity emanating from the youth. Behind him stood 10 disciples clad in black, all possessing the cultivation of the innate 8th level. This group approached with an intimidating aura, evidently targeting Lin Chen and his companions. Upon seeing the newcomers, Wei Han brandished his spear and arrogantly declared, "Who goes there? The Taiching sect is present. You should leave at once." With that, the innate 9th level aura from Wei Han erupted forth. "Humph, what of the Taiching sect?" The dark-skinned youth disdainfully spat, declaring, "Everyone, return to the Taiching sect at once, or my Lin family will surely eradicate you. How dare you?" Wei Han's face flushed with anger upon recognizing the Lin family attire worn by the youth, his fury intensifying. "How audacious of your Lin family to issue such an invitation and presume to drive us away. You seek death." Just as Wei Han was about to strike, Qingru stepped forward, exclaiming, "Wait." Wei Han halted abruptly, turning with fury etched across his face. "Miss, the Lin family is far too presumptuous, treating us with such disdain. I shall eliminate them." Ignoring Wei Han's words, Qingru instead addressed the advancing Lin family disciples, asking, "Have you received orders from the head of the Lin family?" The dark-skinned youth leered with a lascivious glint in his eyes, surveying Qingru's delicate figure, licking his lips as he said, "So you are the young lady of the Taiching sect? To be frank, the Lin family heir, Lin Han, has forged a cooperative contract with Lu Tongtian. As for the others of the Taiching sect, they are not to be seen, save for the young lady." Seeking death, Wei Han could no longer contain himself, unleashing a murderous aura. Qingru's blue eyes turned icy, and her 3 accompanying disciples also shifted their expressions, releasing their formidable presence. Taiching Gate and Hana Gate have always been at odds, their rivalry as fierce as fire and water. At this moment, the young man with scorched skin boldly confronted Taiching Gate, provoking outrage. Even Qingru, whose temperament is typically gentle, emanated an icy aura. The atmosphere became tense, and an air of impending conflict loomed. Suddenly, a languid, mocking voice pierced the tension. "Lin Han? What is he really?" Chapter 17. Does Lin Han seek to turn the world upside down? The nonchalant tone felt like a needle piercing each heart. Unanimously, all gazes converged upon Lin Chen. Shock, anger, disdain, various expressions coalesced in his direction. Qingru was the first to react. Her watery eyes widened in surprise as she stepped forward and softly urged, "Brother Lin Chen, please refrain from speaking recklessly. I shall handle this matter myself." Beside her, Wei Han's eyes flashed with a fleeting darkness before he regarded Lin Chen with a sly smile. "Lin Chen, could it be that you do not even know who Lin Han is?" The 3 disciples from Taiching Gate behind him, brandishing their blades, echoed his warning. "Lin Chen, do not utter such words here. Indeed, Lin Han is the son of Lin Zhan, the elder of the Lin family, wielding immense power. Wait for us to hold them off, and you should seize the opportunity to escape." As Lin Chen listened to their concern, warmth spread within him, and he shrugged with a smile. "There is no need to worry about me. I am fine." Wei Han scoffed dismissively. "Lin Chen, understand your own standing. Do not provoke enemies for Taiching Gate, or you shall be the first to perish." Wei Han sneered again, observing the stunned disciples of the Lin family in the distance. Commanding his blood-red steed while brandishing his spear, he bellowed, "What nonsense about a young master! Anyone obstructing Taiching Gate shall meet their demise." Good, good, good. The scorched-skinned youth finally reacted, his pallor turning to a ghostly white from Lin Chen and Wei Han's words. With a surge of murderous intent, he screeched with a sharp voice, "How dare you insult the young master? Kill, kill, kill. Leave no one alive except the girl in blue. Humph. A bunch of worthless fools, come at me." Wei Han, proud and disdainful, faced the 10 approaching black-clad disciples with a lofty gaze. Raising his spear without even a thought of using it, form a formation and kill. The scorched-skinned youth, seeing Wei Han take action, darkened in countenance and immediately issued orders. The 10 black-clad disciples, charging with their blades, swiftly changed formation, 5 forming a circular array. A more formidable aura erupted from them, as if at that moment, their energies fused into one. The formation, comprised of 5 innate 8th level disciples, unleashed an aura rivaling that of innate 9th level fighters. Lin Chen squinted at this scene. He had never heard of such a formation within the Lin family. From where did Lin Han acquire these well-trained disciples? Merely a trivial skill. With a dismissive smile, Wei Han urged his blood steed forward, charging towards the 10 disciples arrayed in formation. You protect the young lady. I shall return shortly. The three disciples of the Tai Ching sect exchanged glances, ultimately gripping their cold blades and standing beside Qing Ro. Wave-cleaving slash. The five disciples clad in black, witnessing Wei Han's unstoppable advance, simultaneously unleashed their inner energy, summoning a colossal blade of water that surged through the air, annihilating the waves. The remaining five disciples executed the same technique, two formidable wave-cleaving slashes hurtling towards Wei Han. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the foremost expert from the outer sect. Wei Han licked his lips as the spear in his hand began to quiver, his energy surging forth. With a swift thrust, the spear shot out like a dragon emerging from its lair, tearing through the air, exuding a formidable aura. An ethereal character resembling Wang flickered upon the spear. Sovereign's thrust. The sovereign's spear pierced through the heavens. The three devastating techniques finally collided, and the two wave-cleaving slashes began to crumble, losing all lethality beneath the might of Wei Han's thrust. No wonder Wei Han was so arrogant. His strength was indeed commendable, Lin Chen mused silently. Wei Han, brandishing his spear with an air of majesty, laughed maniacally. A bunch of mere chickens and dogs. Is this all the Lin family's strength amounts to? With a fierce whirl of his spear, a terrifying force erupted, shattering the two wave-cleaving slashes. The 10 black-clad disciples were sent reeling by Wei Han's violent strike. Wolf Flame Bullet. At that moment, a youth with scorched skin seized the opportunity, summoning the wolf flame beast beneath him into the air. The crimson-headed creature bared its teeth at Wei Han, roaring forth as flames erupted from its maw. A blue-green fireball, imbued with the might of 100 beasts, coalesced within the wolf flame beast's mouth and was hurled towards Wei Han atop his blood steed. Wei Han scoffed, retreating a step. What prowess can a mere innate ninth-layer beast possess? With a shake of his spear, he executed the sovereign's strike once more. As Wei Han unleashed his thrust, a smirk appeared on the face of the scorched-skinned youth. An ominous premonition surged within Wei Han's heart. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying force exploded, sending Wei Han staggering backward, his footing unsteady. The wolf flame bullet detonated at the spear's tip, erupting into a conflagration that surged towards Wei Han. This is bad. Wei Han's expression shifted dramatically as he struggled to maintain his balance. The searing, rolling flames compelled him to relinquish his spear and retreat rapidly. The strength of this wolf flame beast far exceeded Wei Han's expectations. This was no ordinary creature. It belonged to the royal lineage of its kind. Forget the so-called foremost disciple of the Tai Ching sect's outer sect. After I finish you, all of you shall accompany him to the grave. The venomous voice pierced the air as the wolf flame beast, towering above, lunged towards Wei Han, flames coalescing once more within its jaws. Another wolf flame bullet was on the way. This is dire. We must hasten to rescue our senior brother. 3 disciples of the Tai Ching sect witnessed this scene, their expressions abruptly shifting as they brandished their long knives and charged forward. However, the 10 disciples clad in black formed a formation, seizing the opportunity to intercept and eliminate the 3 Tai Ching sect disciples. At this moment, Wei Han felt an icy chill enveloping him, a surge of deathly fear crashing over him. He never expected that the insignificant beast he had scorned could lead to his demise. Stop! Qing Ro, witnessing this unfolding drama, felt her heart turn cold. Unable to contain herself any longer, she raised her hand, preparing to unleash a powerful move. Just then, a hand blocked her. You need not intervene, Lin Chen said with a calm smile, a bloody aura beginning to emanate from his body. Brother Lin Chen. Qing Ro's delicate figure trembled as she gazed at Lin Chen, whose body radiated a sanguine essence, as if she began to comprehend something. The youth with scorched skin sat astride the wolf flame beast, laughing maniacally. Let us see who can save you now. A bunch of worthless fools. All of you shall perish. Fiery light coalesced in his mouth, and a wolf flame bullet gradually magnified in Wei Han's terrified gaze. The wolf flame bullet shot forth, brimming with murderous intent. This royal wolf flame beast was formidable enough to contend with a peak innate practitioner, and coupled with Wei Han's underestimation and arrogance, his defeat came swiftly. It's over. The 3 Tai Ching sect disciples, covered in wounds, watched the scene unfold, their hearts plummeting like stones into an icy abyss. With Wei Han's death, the Lin family would face no threats in their eradication. Yet, at that moment, a wave of terrifying heat suddenly surged forth, as if one were engulfed by a volcano. A spear of blue flame seemed to slice through the very fabric of space, hurtling towards the wolf flame beast that had unleashed the wolf flame bullet. Following this, a faint voice echoed, "To kill friends who have come from afar before me." Does Lin Han wish to turn the Lin family upside down? In the horrified gaze of the scorched youth, Lin Chen stood serenely before Qing Ro, his bloody aura casting him as a veritable harbinger of death. Chapter 18. A shocking presence. The blue, ethereal spear of flame sliced through the air like a razor-sharp sword. The wolf flame beast sensed a tremendous threat from the blue flame spear, whimpering as it hurriedly retreated. Boom! The blue flame spear effortlessly pierced through the incoming wolf flame bullet, exploding it into a rain of dark fire. The terrifying heat force sent Wei Han tumbling backward. The spear transformed into a sea of flames. The wolf flame beast, along with the youth, swiftly fled to evade this lethal strike. Gradually, silence enveloped the arena. The sound of falling leaves audible. The scorched youth stared in horror at the smiling Lin Chen, as if he had encountered a most fearsome demon, his shoulders trembling. Wei Han stood frozen in place, muttering to himself. This Lin Chen, reputed as a mere wandering cultivator, possessed such formidable strength. Shattering the wolf flame bullet with a single strike? It was worth noting that his own dominating stab had not wielded such power. In that fleeting moment, Wei Han felt as though he had swallowed a bitter pill, an indescribable anguish enveloping his heart. Initially, he had underestimated Lin Chen, almost ready to take action against him. Little did he expect that Lin Chen was, in fact, a concealed, formidable master. What terrifying power he possessed, capable of shattering the wolf flame bullet with a single strike. He had always been a master of disguise. The three disciples of the Taiching sect stood frozen in place, seemingly oblivious to the ongoing conflict. It was no wonder Lin Chen dared to belittle the illustrious young master of the Lin family. He possessed the strength to escape unscathed. A hint of dazed astonishment flickered in Qing Ro's eyes, clearly taken aback by Lin Chen's prowess. At this moment, Lin Chen was merely at the 8th level of the innate realm, yet he was formidable enough to repel the wolf flame beast. Lin Chen remained unfazed by the peculiar gazes directed at him. Instead, he stepped forward and calmly stated, "The Taiching sect is a guest of the Lin family. When did Wei Han acquire such authority?" "You." The young man with charred skin scowled darkly, resentment swirling in his eyes. Displaying no fear, he coldly retorted, "How dare you provoke young Master Lin Han? You must be seeking death." "Oh, you are in no position to dictate my fate," Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. At that moment, Wei Han approached with a grim expression, gripping his long spear. "Lin Chen, I must thank you for saving my life earlier. However, now is not the time to clash with the Lin family. It would be detrimental for us. Do not forget that you are merely a loose cultivator." Qing Ro, regaining her composure, gently added, "Brother Lin Chen, what Wei Han said holds merit. Opposing the Lin family in Night Tide City is unwise. We should leave this place for now." Lin Chen let out a wry smile and shrugged. In his view, Night Tide City was the safest haven. At that moment, a cold, venomous voice rang out, "Planning to leave? All of you shall perish." As soon as the words left his mouth, a gust of fierce wind surged forth. The young man with charred skin commanded his wolf flame beast to charge at Lin Chen, a massive blaze igniting in the beast's maw. Seeking death, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand, unleashing a round of fire seal towards his opponent, the azure essence of fire howling forth. Now, Lin Chen could conjure the fire seal in the blink of an eye, releasing it with a mere thought. "What? The fire seal?" the young man with charred skin exclaimed. Panic etched across his face. The wolf flame beast unleashed a barrage of fiery arrows towards the fire seal. Yet, Lin Chen merely lifted his left hand, dispatching another scorching fire seal, his hands forming intricate seals as rolling blue flames coalesced into a spear. "You wish to play with fire? I shall burn you alive." The fire seal collided with the wolf flame beast's fiery mouth, which opened wide, ravenously consuming the entire fire seal. This beast, born from the absorption of azure fire, could naturally devour it. However, Lin Chen had evidently anticipated this moment, releasing the flame spear that plunged directly into the beast's mouth. Flame, a fire even more potent than azure fire, would spell doom for the wolf flame beast if it attempted to consume it. Roar, roar, roar. Devouring the spear of the burning fire, the wolf flame beast erupted into a frenzied roar, its body thrashing wildly. The young man, whose face was charred black and who had been riding atop the beast, changed countenance in an instant, and leapt away. Boom, boom, boom. Intense blue flames shot forth from the beast's fur, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Blood and corpses were reduced to mere ashes by the azure inferno, erasing the wolf flame beast entirely. Such a bloody display of slaughter caused even Wei Han's heart to quiver involuntarily. As he gazed at Lin Chen, the arrogance in his eyes was replaced by a palpable sense of trepidation. It was known that Lin Chen had spent nearly a month in the Black Sorcery Mountains, with the number of demon beasts he had slain exceeding 1,000. After vanquishing the wolf flame beast, Lin Chen approached the charred-faced youth with a calm demeanor, as if unaffected by the chaos. With the beast's demise, the entire ambush team dispatched by the Lin family felt a tremor of fear coursing through them, retreating step by step as Lin Chen advanced. The violent killing of the wolf flame beast had brought them face to face with the specter of death. 3 disciples of the Taiching sect stared in bewilderment at the scene before them. Had they truly emerged victorious? What is your name? Tell me what transaction Lin Han and Lu Tontian have reached, Lin Chen inquired coldly, surveying the prostrate, blackened youth before him. The youth evoked a sense of familiarity in Lin Chen, though he could not immediately place it. Please, Master Lin Chen, do not kill me, the charred-faced youth stammered, trembling as he spoke. I am Lin Lai. I was merely following orders to complete a task. I know nothing. Please spare me. Lin Lai? Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise as realization dawned upon him. He had not expected this youth to be Lin Lai. During Lin Han's betrayal of Lin Chen, Lin Lai had attempted to humiliate him while he was vulnerable, only to be struck down by Lin Chen's mysterious fire seal. To Lin Chen's astonishment, the fire seal had not killed Lin Lai, revealing the latter's tenacity. Lin Lai, it seems we are already acquainted, Lin Chen remarked, narrowing his eyes with a smile. I expect you to reveal everything without concealment. Otherwise, his voice elongated, imbued with a chilling menace. Lin Lai trembled uncontrollably, perceiving Lin Chen's smile as the very visage of a devil. Tell me, what transaction did Lin Han reach with Lu Tontian? Lin Chen demanded, rising to his full height with a cold gaze. Lin Lai bowed his head in fright. I do not know. I truly do not know. Lin Chen gathered a blade of true energy in his hand, its aura flickering ominously. You truly do not know? Lin Lai quaked in fear, suddenly jolting upright. Lin Han betrayed the entire Lin family. What? Lin Chen's pupils contracted, the true energy blade in his hand dissipating as shock enveloped him. The revelation of Lin Han's betrayal of the entire Lin family left him reeling. Suddenly, Lin Lai's expression twisted into a malicious grin as he drew forth a poisoned dagger, swiftly aiming for Lin Chen's throat. Haha, Lin Chen die? Lin Lai's treachery was unexpected, luring Lin Chen into a false sense of security before striking. This was entirely beyond Lin Chen's comprehension. In the past, Lin Lai was merely arrogant. Alarmingly, Wei Han's expression changed dramatically, and he could not help but exclaim in distress. The strike came with astonishing swiftness, exploiting the fleeting moment of Lin Chen's astonishment, rendering him incapable of unleashing his true energy. Should that dagger find its mark, Lin Chen would meet his demise. In that instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and every heart in the arena raced with trepidation. Lin Lai, exhilarated, gazed at the astonished Lin Chen as the dagger drew ever closer. Vengeance was at hand. Lin Lai's heart surged with fervor. It was Lin Chen who had marred his visage. Moreover, had it not been for Lin Chen's actions in slaying several disciples, using their true energy as a medicinal catalyst, his own meridians would have been utterly ruined. At long last, after a month of longing for retribution, the moment had arrived. However, amidst Lin Lai's fervent anticipation, Lin Chen merely smiled faintly, extending his right hand swiftly toward Lin Lai. This motion transpired in the blink of an eye, appearing to the onlookers as though Lin Chen acted without awareness. It was over. This thought flickered through everyone's minds, their eyes dimming in unison, especially those of the 3 disciples from Taiching sect, whose hearts plummeted like stones into a chasm. The astonishing display Lin Chen had just exhibited hinted at a potential brilliance. Should he enter a major sect? Alas, what a fool! Lin Lai sneered internally as he observed Lin Chen's outstretched hand, quickening the dagger's flight, as if he had already envisioned Lin Chen's death. In a flash, Lin Chen's right hand grasped Lin Lai's head with blinding speed. The poisoned dagger shimmered ominously as it sliced toward Lin Chen's throat, mere inches away from extinguishing his life. Yet, Lin Chen coldly uttered 2 syllables, Futian, Peng, An invisible force coalesced between Lin Chen's fingers, and the surrounding pressure converged beneath his grasp. Lin Lai's eyes widened in shock, words escaping him as his form inexplicably froze in place, his bones cracking ominously within. With a resounding boom, Lin Lai's body seemed to suffer an unimaginable compression, exploding into a mist of crimson. Flesh and bone were obliterated by this intangible pressure, reduced to mere fragments. Clattering, the dagger fell to the ground as the blood mist dispersed. At that moment, the entire arena was engulfed in profound shock. Chapter 19. Return to the Lin family. What manner of technique was that? Wei Han swallowed hard, his gaze filled with astonishment. To crush a living being into a mist of blood with a single hand. What a terrifying skill. It was likely that none below the realm of divine method could withstand such a fearsome maneuver. It must be noted that Lin Chen was merely at the 8th level of the innate stage at this time. Remarkable. The 3 Tai Ching disciples shared this thought, their admiration for Lin Chen reaching unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, Qing Ro looked at Lin Chen with eyes like clear waters, seemingly unfazed by his sudden display of power. After Lin Lai was crushed, Lin Chen cast a cold gaze upon the 10 dazed disciples clad in black, and said indifferently, "Tell me, are you all disciples of the Lin family?" A captain-level black-clad disciple stepped forward, attempting to muster some bravado. "You must be Lin Chen. Our identities hold significant weight within the Lin family. If you wish to preserve your life, you should step aside promptly." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 disciples from the Tai Ching sect grew solemn. Even Wei Han began to feel a sense of unease. After all, the vicinity of Yeqiao City still fell under the influence of the Lin family. Lin Chen was merely a lowly rogue cultivator. Killing their leader would be a grave offense, let alone exterminating them all. This realization weighed heavily on the hearts of the Tai Ching disciples. Suddenly, Lin Chen laughed, a glint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the group of black-clad disciples. It seemed he could not let these 10 disciples escape. The technique known as the wave break slash was not recorded in the martial arts pavilion of the Lin family. Thus, it was evident that these 10 black-clad disciples had been dispatched by another faction. "Will you not speak?" Lin Chen extended his right hand, pressing closer to the group of black-clad disciples. At the sight of his outstretched hand, all 10 disciples trembled in unison, their faces betraying a look of panic. The horrifying image of Lin Lai exploding into a mist of blood seemed to linger vividly before their eyes. Finally, one weak-willed black-clad disciple, unable to withstand the pressure Lin Chen imposed, cried out, "We are the secret training unit of Elder Lin Zhan from the Lin family. Please spare us." Lin Chen halted his advance. Lin Zhan? Could it truly be him? In an instant, a thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind. Was Lin Zhan plotting a rebellion? Just then, an enraged voice rang out, "Traitorous elder, you shall die." The captain-level black-clad disciple immediately unleashed a lethal strike towards the one who had betrayed their secret. "Ah!" The disciple who had disclosed the information screamed as his head was severed by the captain, a gruesome sight indeed. Lin Chen looked on with a cold smile. He formed a hand seal, and a spear wreathed in blue flames shot forth, piercing directly towards the black-clad captain. The captain could not withstand the onslaught. His defensive chi shield was shattered, and with a cry of agony, the blue flame spear pierced through his chest. Boom! The spear of blazing fire erupted violently, the azure flames transforming into an inferno that engulfed the remaining 8 young disciples, consuming them in a fierce blaze. "Ah!" The heart-wrenching cries echoed from within the blue flames, yet they could not withstand the relentless power of the inferno. In mere moments, all signs of life were extinguished, and when the blue flames finally died down, they left behind nothing but a heap of charred remains. All 10 young disciples had perished without exception. Lin Chen's methods were undeniably formidable, instilling a deeper sense of fear in the eyes of both the 3 Tai Ching disciples and Wei Han as they regarded him. "Brother Lin Chen, you are far too ruthless." Qing Ro blinked playfully, a hint of mischief in her demeanor. Lin Chen shook his head and spread his hands, declaring, "If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate." It was still too gruesome. The very thought made him feel nauseous. Moments later, they finally reached the end of the Black Witch Mountains. Before them lay a vast black city, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait, with a continuous stream of merchants and cultivators making their way inside. Night Tide City had finally revealed itself. "Brother Lin Chen, it seems we must part ways here," Qing Ro said softly. "Why?" Lin Chen replied, taken aback as he glanced at her. "Are you not going to the Lin family?" At that moment, Wei Han approached, gripping his spear with a steady demeanor, and said, "We were ambushed earlier. This matter must be reported to our sect. So we cannot proceed to Night Tide City for now." In Wei Han's tone, there was no longer any hint of derision or mockery. It seemed he had come to understand the vast chasm between himself and Lin Chen. "I see," Lin Chen mused. "As for the ambush on the Lin family, I assure you, I will provide you with an explanation." "You will provide us an explanation?" Wei Han exclaimed, his mouth agape, nearly exclaiming, "What gives you the right to offer them an explanation?" However, recalling how Lin Chen had put aside past grievances to save him, he swallowed his words. Lin Chen merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. "Have you forgotten Brother Lin Chen's name?" Qing Rose suddenly interjected softly. Lin Chen, Wei Han muttered, and then, as if struck by lightning, he exclaimed, "You are the talented young master of the Lin family?" Lin Chen chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. Wei Han's face turned awkward. He had not anticipated that Lin Chen was indeed the young master of the Lin family. Initially, he had mocked Lin Chen for not even being able to enter the Lin family estate. "Let the past be the past. I bear no ill will," Lin Chen said calmly. Wei Han was taken aback, then nodded gravely. Though proud, he had not yet descended into the depths of treachery and malice. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Qing Rou, asking, "Qing Rou, how did you manage to locate me?" Qing Rou's cultivation level was merely at the 7th stage of the innate realm. Even with the mysterious power within her, it did not adequately explain her ability to find Lin Chen, unless she had the company of a master skilled in blood magic. Qing Rou gazed at Lin Chen with her clear, aquamarine eyes, which radiated a tender compassion, evoking a desire to protect her. "What beautiful eyes," Lin Chen thought to himself, marveling at her beauty, even though she was veiled. One could only imagine the breathtaking visage concealed beneath her shroud. "It must be a kind of talent of mine," Qing Rou said softly, playfully winking at Lin Chen before turning to leave, leaving behind the image of her delicate, alluring silhouette. Meanwhile, Lin Chen found himself astonished by her words. Talent? What kind of extraordinary gift could exist in this world? Yet, considering that this mysterious girl in blue was the daughter of the Taiqing sect's esteemed family, possessing such talents was not entirely surprising. Lin Chen contemplated for a moment, observing the departing figures of the crowd at Taiqing Gate, then smiled and shook his head before turning towards the direction of Yeqiao City. The enigmatic young lady, known as Miss Qingru, clad in a mysterious blue garment and masked, evoked a peculiar feeling within him. Perhaps it was her extraordinary kindness that stirred such sentiments. Yeqiao City, one of the 8 royal cities under the auspices of the Zijing dynasty, was bustling with an incessant flow of cultivators, including formidable beings of the divine law realm. All this commotion stemmed from a singular event. The grandest youth competition organized by the Lin family was imminent. The vast Lin estate had also raised its defenses, as numerous young disciples formed protective patrols throughout the vicinity. Many noble lords, bearing invitations, entered the Lin residence. This upcoming martial gathering had even drawn the attention of colossal sects such as Huishanmen and Takingmen, with various factions converging in significant numbers. An invitation. A disciple at the 6th level of the innate realm brandishing a weapon intercepted Lin Chen, with a gentle smile upon his face. Lin Chen glanced at the gate not far from him and raised his hands, stating, "I possess no invitation." A derisive chuckle emanated from beside him, as a corpulent noble regarded Lin Chen with disdain, producing a gold-embossed invitation. "Some individuals today, lacking capability, still aspire to appear grand," the rotund noble muttered to himself, striding past the guard amidst envious glances from others. At that moment, Lin Chen maintained an odd demeanor, draped in a tiger skin, his hair cascading down his shoulders. A faint scent of blood wafted from him. He resembled a wanderer emerging from the depths of a remote forest, which explained the noble's contempt towards him. In the current Lin family, only those who had attained the divine law realm could enter without an invitation. Even Lin Chen, with his innate level 8 cultivation, would be mercilessly barred from entry. "Please step aside if you lack an invitation." The 6th level innate disciple, Lin Hua, seemingly oblivious to the situation, addressed Lin Chen without deference. "Lin Hua, do you not even recognize your elder brother Lin Chen?" Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. The disciple, known as Lin Hua, appeared astounded, then suddenly recollected something, his expression shifting to one of utmost respect as he gazed at Lin Chen. Lin Hua was among the disciples whom Lin Chen frequently instructed in martial arts. Young Master Lin Chen, you have returned. Please, enter quickly. The clan competition begins in 2 days. Lin Hua gestured respectfully, inviting Lin Chen inside. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded with a smile, unreservedly stepping into the Lin estate. The corpulent noble, upon hearing the name Lin Chen, was momentarily struck with shock and disbelief. This is indeed the renowned martial arts prodigy, Lin Chen? Swallowing hard, fear flickered in his eyes as he watched Lin Chen's retreating figure, ultimately retreating from the Lin estate and swiftly merging into the crowd. Not long ago, the news of Lin Chen's surrender of the Heavenly Fire Seal had already spread throughout the Lin family. Lin Han's formidable rise seemed to cast a shadow of conspiracy and a potential shift in the position of the young master over the disciples and elders of the Lin clan. However, Lin Hua, the gatekeeper, gazed at Lin Chen's departing figure and murmured, "What a terrifying aura, the young master has truly returned this time." Moments later, Lin Hua's expression returned to tranquility, yet beneath that calm lay a profound sense of shock. This clan competition, with Lin Chen's reappearance, was bound to become tumultuous. Chapter 20. Are you Lin Chen? At this moment, in the Lin family's council hall, Lin Zhan sat in the patriarch's seat, occasionally casting a furtive glance at the dragon throne, his gaze revealing a fervent intensity. Behind Lin Zhan stood Lin Han, whose presence had once again surged. He resembled a block of ice, with immense true energy continuously circulating within him. The pure essence from the Yuan spirit pearl had been entirely absorbed by Lin Han. Opposite Lin Zhan sat an elderly man and a robust middle-aged figure. The elder exuded a reclusive aura, his eyes filled with cunning and treachery, adorned with a golden character embroidered on his chest. His presence was no less formidable than Lin Zhan's, clearly indicating he was also a master of divine law. The middle-aged man radiated an air of mysterious power, with thick brows and large eyes, yet his countenance was marked by arrogance and pride. Wearing a robe embroidered with a golden character Wang, both the elder and the middle-aged man represented the Li and Wang families, 2 of the 3 prominent families within the Zijing dynasty, holding positions equivalent to that of Lin Zhan. The 3 elders had gathered, evidently plotting something significant. Lin Zhan, you summoned us for what reason? The clan competition has yet to commence, Li Yuanlong remarked, his eyes darkly scanning Lin Zhan. The middle-aged man, Wang Zheng, snorted coldly, adding, "We 3 families have already reached an agreement. Do you intend to go back on your word?" A flicker of concealed hostility flashed in Lin Zhan's eyes. Yet he maintained a semblance of a smile as he replied, "The matters we agreed upon still hold. However, I have come to share an important piece of news." Exchanging glances, Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong sensed that Lin Zhan's summoning of them was not for trivial matters, their expressions turning grave as they awaited further elaboration. With a solemn countenance, Lin Zhan stated, "I have just received a report indicating that Lin Chen has returned to the Lin family." Lin Chen, the one hailed as the greatest martial genius of a millennium? Wang Zheng inquired, bewildered. Lin Zhan nodded silently. Meanwhile, Lin Han, standing behind Lin Zhan, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, and a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. He had previously cast Lin Chen into the lair of the 3-winged Lion King. How had he managed to escape the wrath of that furious beast? Upon hearing Lin Zhan's confirmation, both elders breathed a sigh of relief, with Li Yuanlong retorting irritably, "So he has returned. What of it? What value does exceptional martial talent hold? The Heavenly Fire Seal has already been taken by the Celestial Exchange, has it not? I am not afraid." Wang Zheng, equally unsatisfied, coldly scoffed, "What if Lin Chen returns? With Lin Cengxing trapped, he has no support left." Lin Zhan, with a grim expression, remarked, "In this clan competition, our family's esteemed elder will personally oversee it. We must refrain from using any means in the coming days." Wang Zheng pondered for a moment and inquired, "What of his strength?" Lin Zhan shook his head while seated, his demeanor serious, uncertain. Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong exchanged glances, having overlooked the fact that the Lin family still harbored several formidable elders. If Lin Chen possessed terrifying prowess, would their scheming falter upon his return? Father, what of Lin Chen's return? The last time I saw him, he was merely at the 6th level of innate cultivation. Lin Han could no longer contain himself, his face a mask of disdain. With my peak innate 10th level cultivation, defeating him would be as effortless as flipping my palm. At his words, Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement. Only at the 6th level of innate cultivation? So weak, he posed no threat whatsoever. Wang Zhong, reassured, scoffed. Lin Zhan, young master Lin Han is correct. What is Lin Chen? After all, Li Yuanlong nodded in agreement. Indeed, young master Lin Han has reached the pinnacle of innate 10th level and wields the ice-cold profound energy. Slaying Lin Chen would be but a mere flick of the wrist. Lin Zhan's expression softened. His trepidation towards Lin Chen stemmed from his father, Lin Songxing. If that man had not been lured into that terrifying forbidden zone, he likely would not have dared to entertain thoughts of betrayal. This is good. As long as Lin Songxing does not return, the Lin family will belong to me, Lin Zhan. Lin Han, beside him, laughed maniacally. Father, rest assured. This clan competition will proceed without a hitch. We have the Hengtian sect as our ally. Congratulations, patriarch of the Lin family. Li Yuanlong greeted with a sinister smile. Wang Zhong, filled with pride, laughed heartily. Haha, I see Lin Chen as a coward without courage. Even if he returns, he would not dare to participate in the clan competition. The four of them erupted into laughter within the assembly hall. Even if Lin Chen had the audacity to return, what of it? With his cultivation, crushing him would be as simple as a mere flick. However, their laughter abruptly ceased. Boom. The doors of the assembly hall suddenly burst open, splintering wood flying in all directions. Who? Lin Han was the first to react, veins popping on his forehead as he bellowed. In the Lin family, who possessed such audacity to kick open the doors of the assembly hall? Did they seek death? Lin Zhan and the three elders seethed with fury. Yet constrained by their elder demeanor, they merely wore grim expressions, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. At that moment, a calm voice resonated. Lin Zhan, are you discussing matters regarding this young master with esteemed guests? A figure flickered, and Lin Chen, drenched in an aura of bloodshed, regarded the astonished assembly with an air of indifference. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence. The cowardly young master actually kicked the door open? The cowardly young master dares to gaze at them without fear. You are Lin Chen? Lin Zhan, as if encountering a ghost, pointed at Lin Chen. What? Even the grand elder fails to recognize me. Lin Chen offered a faint smile as he gazed at Lin Zhan, his eyes brimming with derision. Everyone regained their composure. And Lin Chen's formidable adversary, Lin Han, immediately stepped forward, his expression twisted with malice. Lin Chen, I never anticipated that you would dare return after narrowly escaping with your life last time, he spat. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, observing the menacing Lin Han, and with a glimmer of coldness, replied, I must express my gratitude to you, Lin Han, for facilitating a significant surge in my cultivation last time. Lin Han staggered, his lips twitching uncontrollably. At that moment, the aura radiating from Lin Chen had reached the 8th level of innate mastery, a remarkable leap from his previous 6th level. In a mere 20 days, Lin Chen had ascended 2 ranks, undoubtedly owing to some fortuitous encounter. If Lin Han had known that the depths of the cave contained 7 pure Yuan spirit pearls, he would likely have been driven to the brink of despair. Are you Lin Chen? Li Yuanlong inquired, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. And who might you be? Lin Chen turned his gaze towards Li Yuanlong and Wang Zhong, sensing their immense and mysterious presence, causing a subtle tremor within him. Through their names, he surmised their identities. Wang Zhong strode forward, exuding arrogance. Humph, Lin Chen, have you no sense of decorum? In the presence of our esteemed elders, should you not hasten to pay your respects? Pay my respects to you? Lin Chen suddenly chuckled and replied, Esteemed elders, my status is on par with yours, if not superior. Should you not address me as young master upon seeing me? Seeking death, Li Yuanlong could no longer contain himself, unleashing his aura as he struck a palm towards Lin Chen. Stop! Lin Zhan intervened with lightning speed, seizing Li Yuanlong's hand with a grim tone directed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, these two are the esteemed elders of the Li and Wang families. Mind your tone. Li Yuanlong, seeing Lin Zhan obstruct his strike, retracted his hand with a dark expression, shaking his sleeve in irritation. Oh! Lin Chen regarded Lin Zhan with keen interest, his demeanor confrontational. As a senior elder of the Lin family, you would side with outsiders? What a treacherous thing to do. How can you face the Lin family? You. Lin Zhan was rendered speechless, his anger boiling as he found himself unable to respond to Lin Chen's aggressive demeanor. What do you intend to do, Lin Chen? Lin Han glared at him, murder in his eyes. Nothing much, merely extending greetings to prevent you two from being traitorous. Lin Chen smiled indifferently. offering a slight bow to Li Yuanlong and Wang Zheng. On behalf of the Lin family, I welcome the two esteemed elders. With that, Lin Chen turned on his heel and departed, clearly showing no intent to extend further hospitality. Humph. Li Yuanlong and Wang Zheng exchanged glances, their expressions dark as they watched Lin Chen's retreating figure. Lin Han clenched his fists tightly, fury evident in his demeanor. Father, Lin Chen is far too arrogant. I must kill him. Lin Zhan sat in silence, his face somber. After a long pause, he finally nodded resolutely. This child must be eliminated. Chapter 21. The Sword of No Path. Upon exiting the council hall, Lin Chen exhaled a heavy breath, his expression turning grave. Lin Han's cultivation had once again surpassed a level, reaching the pinnacle of the 10th level of innate mastery. In the realm of innate perfection at the 10th level, coupled with the icy arcane energy, Lin Chen's chances of victory appear to be exceedingly enigmatic. After all, transcending to the 10th level signifies a qualitative leap within the hierarchy of innate realms. As the term breaking the Dan implies, it involves shattering the dantian and reconstructing the essence of one's vitality. Once the essence is forged, it will be terrifyingly potent, surpassing the strength of true energy by 3 to 4-fold. With merely 3 days remaining until the clan's grand tournament, all will culminate in death thereafter. Shaking his head, Lin Chen began to make his way towards the Lin family's guest quarters, eager to discern which factions had arrived. The guest quarters of the Lin family were vast, filled with individuals of notable status, numbering over 100, a testament to the family's immense influence. This segment was further divided into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. Those residing in the Heaven tier were representatives from the 3 major sects and the 2 great dynasties. Even the Li and Wang families could only occupy the Earth tier. As Lin Chen passed by the Earth tier, he could overhear discussions emanating from within the courtyard, unmistakably belonging to disciples of the Li and Wang families. Have you heard? The genius scion of the Lin family, Lin Chen, has returned. Nonsense. What genius scion? I predict that the position of scion will surely change in this clan competition. Indeed, it is said that Lin Han has ascended to the 10th level of breaking the Dan, condensing the icy essence, formidable beyond measure. A dismissive voice interjected, our families, the Li and Wang, have secretly allied with the elder of the Lin family. What can a mere Lin Chen stir up? Standing outside the courtyard, Lin Chen's eyes glinted with a flicker of murderous intent. After a soft chuckle, he proceeded towards the Heaven tier courtyard. Currently, none of the other families harbored hope for him. The matchup between a 10th level innate and an 8th level innate bore no suspense. Victory was assured. Yet, why should Lin Chen concern himself with the opinions of others? Unlike the cacophony of the other quarters, the Heaven tier courtyard was remarkably serene. Lin Chen, with a grave expression, gazed towards one of the Heaven tier courtyards, where countless flashes of sword light erupted, suffused with overwhelming sword intent. Such formidable prowess could only belong to a master of the divine realm. Lin Chen's heart grew heavy as he stealthily approached the source of the sword light. Within this Heaven tier courtyard stood a young man clad in white, his visage as sharp as if chiseled from stone, with eyes that sparkled with the brilliance of sword light. He bore an ancient longsword and wielded a branch, dancing within the courtyard. The branch moved like a keen blade, tracing arcs of sword light that intertwined into intricate webs of swordsmanship. With a heart unburdened by intention, the sword's radiance became ethereal. The white-clad youth chanted softly, his form resembling a phantom, as the branch seemed to possess a life of its own, enveloped in the essence of a sword's brilliance. With a flick of the branch, a formless sword energy erupted like a tempest, tearing through the ground and carving chaotic ravines. Lin Chen crouched atop the courtyard wall, astonished at the spectacle of the white-clad youth's swordplay. The swordsmanship of the young man in white has undoubtedly reached a pinnacle, wielding his sword in a manner that transcends the ordinary, allowing each strike to transform into an ethereal dance. Regrettably, as Lin Chen observed the young man's graceful swordplay, he let out a long sigh. Regrettable indeed. The young man's expression remained stoic as he suddenly withdrew the sword light, holding a branch that transformed into a blade. Poised against Lin Chen's brow, Lin Chen smiled faintly. As he approached the celestial chamber, his presence had likely already been unveiled to the young man's keen perception. Moreover, he had no intention of concealing himself, merely intrigued by the white-clad youth's display of sword intent. To wield the sword through the void forever lacks the essence of true swordsmanship, Lin Chen remarked, gazing at the branch poised at his forehead. He held no doubt regarding the terrifying prowess of the young man, who could easily slay him with that branch. Oh! A glimmer of interest flickered across the young man's face as he lowered the branch, letting it drift to the ground. If you can articulate something of significance, I shall spare you. If not, as the final words fell, an intangible aura of murderous sword intent enveloped Lin Chen, causing his entire being to instinctively tense. Such formidable cultivation. Lin Chen's heart quaked. This level of mastery felt eerily reminiscent of the sensation he had once experienced from Lu Tongtian. The sword is a path. To wield it through the void, one shall never grasp the true way of the sword. Lin Chen smiled gently and replied, only by infusing the heart into the sword can one manifest the sword intent that belongs to oneself. At these words, the young man's countenance suddenly darkened, and with the branch in hand, he charged forward with ferocity. Impudent. What do you understand? The branch morphed into a streak of swift sword light, imperceptible and elusive, striking directly at Lin Chen with lethal intent. In that instant, Lin Chen felt every hair on his body stand on end. This sword light heralded death. The young man was intent on killing him. Yet, Lin Chen's demeanor remained utterly unchanged. The surging sword light abruptly halted, pausing at Lin Chen's brow, mere skin's breadth away. The young man suddenly discarded the branch, a trace of a gentle smile gracing his resolute face. If I am not mistaken, you are the rumored prodigious martial talent, the heir of the Lin family, Lin Chen? Your insight is commendable, esteemed swordsman. Lin Chen clasped his fists in a salute. May I inquire your name? Call me Jian Wudao, the young man replied, hands behind his back, smiling lightly. On this entire continent, my master has mentioned there are only 2 individuals capable of discerning the flaws in my heartless sword path. 2. Lin Chen's interest was piqued. His martial talent was innate. Almost monstrous. Could there truly be others on this continent with such formidable martial prowess? One is you. Jian Wudao raised 2 fingers. The other is Qing Ro of the Taiqing sect. Qing Ro. Lin Chen's face registered astonishment at the revelation that the one capable of perceiving Jian Wudao's sword flaws was none other than the enigmatic blue-clad maiden, Qing Ro. Do you know her? Jian Wudao glanced at Lin Chen and remarked, Qing Ro is the young master of the Taiqing sect. Her identity is shrouded in mystery. Even to me. With that, Jian Wudao gently shook his head. So, she is the young master of the Taiqing sect. Lin Chen suddenly realized the profound significance of Qing Ro's identity. However, he found it perplexing that the young master of the Taiqing sect possessed only the cultivation of the 7th level of innate mastery. This was the source of Lin Chen's confusion. Jian Wudao approached Lin Chen with a gentle smile and said, Lin Chen, I know why you are here. Based on your earlier remark about wielding your sword with intention, I shall lend you my support at this clan gathering. Lin Chen regarded Jian Wudao with appreciation and nodded earnestly. Brother Wudao, I shall repay your kindness in the future. Lin Chen had come to the Tianzi courtyard to garner support for himself, and Jian Wudao was undoubtedly the most suitable ally, being a member of the Sword Immortal sect. Moreover, Lin Chen could discern Jian Wudao's swordsmanship philosophy through his movements, a commitment to keep one's promises. Making a vow with a man whose life revolves around the sword is indeed the most honorable of arrangements. After discussing martial arts with Jian Wudao for a while, Lin Chen departed. Clad in white, Jian Wudao stood in the courtyard, gazing at the distant Dezhuyuan, and murmured to himself, Is the head of the Lin family truly so simple? A gathering of the ignorant. Chapter 22. The Grand Clan Gathering. 3 swift days passed. On this day, the entirety of Yeqiao City was engulfed in an atmosphere of excitement. The Lin family's Grand Clan Gathering commenced. Outside the Lin residence, the streets were teeming with throngs of low-level cultivators and lesser nobles. Have you heard? This clan competition seems to pertain to the next generation of Lin family heirs. Of course, did you not notice the numerous influential figures in attendance? Who do you think will emerge as the champion? Perhaps that prodigy Lin Chen. Nonsense. It is rumored that Lin Han has already attained the 10th level of innate mastery. How could Lin Chen possibly compare? The streets of Yeqiao City buzzed with fervent whispers as lowly cultivators eagerly discussed the champion of this grand event. After all, the champion would be the one to assume the mantle of the next head of the Lin family. Lin Chen's title as young master was merely a reflection of his father's position as the family head, devoid of any substantial authority. At this moment, Within the Lin family's arena, the stands were filled to capacity with distinguished nobles and disciples from major sections. The cacophony of noise reverberated throughout the arena, a tumultuous wave of sound that stirred the blood of all present. Kill. Young Master Lin Han shall claim victory. Let the games begin. Lin Han will surely triumph. Lin Chen, you coward, I expect you to be vanquished. Hundreds of young disciples of the Lin family stood orderly beneath the arena, with Lin Chen and Lin Han positioned at the forefront. Lin Han turned his head, a menacing grin on his face as he glared at Lin Chen, coldly declaring, Lin Chen, this time I shall see where you can run. Lin Chen merely smiled gently, not even glancing at Lin Han, and muttered to himself, Did I just hear a pig speaking? The 100 young disciples could not contain their laughter, yet out of respect for Lin Han's authority, they stifled their mirth, their faces turning crimson. You, Lin Hanyu's voice faltered, a surge of frustration swelling within him. Gritting his teeth, he devised a plan. When the martial arts ceremony commenced, he would ensure that his opponent would be utterly humiliated. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena began to intensify, heralding the official start of the clan ceremony. Suddenly, a formidable wave of energy resonated through the sky as a middle-aged man descended upon the grand martial stage, clad in imperial robes emblazoned with a prominent character for knight. This man was none other than the lord of Yeqiao City, King Yeqiao. Indeed, the Lin family wielded considerable influence, drawing even the presence of King Yeqiao to preside personally. Everyone, please be quiet. King Yeqiao commanded with an authoritative tone, raising his hand to quell the murmurs around him. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. King Yeqiao was a formidable being, a master of divine law. The entire arena fell into a respectful silence, honoring the city's lord, while excitement and anticipation were palpable on every face. Such clan ceremonies were rare opportunities to behold. Excellent. First, I extend a warm welcome to all of you attending the Lin family's Grand Martial Assembly in Yeqiao City, King Yeqiao said with a gentle smile. Now, let us invite the esteemed guests of the Lin family. From the Lin family, Elder Lin Zhan. From the Sword Immortal sect, the esteemed disciple Jian Wudao. From the Wang family, Elder Wang Zheng. From the Li family, Elder Li Yuanlong. A wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd at the mention of these names. High in the viewing platform, the guest seats were occupied by Lin Zhan, Jian Wudao, Wang Zheng, and Li Yuanlong, each taking their respective places. Lin Chen looked up just in time to catch Jian Wudao's subtle smile and nod in his direction. Meanwhile, the expressions of Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong, along with Lin Zhan, turned sinister as they regarded Lin Chen, their murderous intent unmistakable. Their singular thought was to eliminate Lin Chen at any cost. Next, King Yeqiao announced the arrival of the Lin family's esteemed elder, Lin Xingyi, who would preside over the ceremony. With a wave of his magical power, the king broadcast his voice throughout the arena. The esteemed elder? Instantly, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Such high-ranking figures were seldom seen by ordinary people. As King Yeqiao's words faded, a tremendous aura emanated from deep within the Lin family, and a figure rapidly approached the martial stage. Within mere breaths, an elderly man clad in a green robe landed upon the platform. His countenance bore an imposing authority that commanded respect, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Yet, within him resided an unfathomable power that could not be overlooked. This man was even more formidable than Lin Zhan and Jian Wudao. He was Lin Xingyi, the reclusive elder of the Lin family, a rare sight in a century. For the sake of this clan ceremony, Lin Xingyi had emerged from seclusion to preside, especially since the current family head, Lin Zongxing, remained trapped within the ancient Forbidden Lands. Upon Lin Xingyi's arrival, King Yeqiao discreetly stepped back, and the grand ceremony was poised to commence. The atmosphere of the martial stage was elevated to an entirely new level with Lin Xingyi's presence. Everyone was shouting, roaring, and bellowing, their primal bloodlust ignited by the overwhelming atmosphere. Lin Xing glanced at this chaotic scene and bellowed, "Esteemed guests, welcome to the Lin family convention. Now, I require complete silence to properly announce the rules of this gathering." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the venue. Under the weight of this thunderous decree, the crowd fell silent, gazing at Lin Xing with astonishment. Even Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly. The powerful resonance within that voice was capable of slaying a being at the 6th level of innate strength. Very well, Lin Xing nodded, surveying the assembly. I shall now declare the rules. This Lin family contest will take the form of a grand melee, open to all disciples who have reached the 7th level of innate strength and above. The last 2 standing will compete for the championship. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in shock. What? A melee? This is utterly unfair. You know nothing. This melee is the ultimate test of a disciple's wit, martial prowess, and more. Test. Lin Han is at the pinnacle of the Lin family. Does this competition even need to be fought? Lin Han is already assured of victory. In the VIP section, the 3 elders, Lin Zhan, Wang Zheng, and Li Yuanlong, exchanged glances, their satisfaction evident. Surely, they had anticipated this melee and might even have orchestrated it. Hee. Lin Zhan, your boy is guaranteed to win this time. Li Yuanlong chuckled ominously. Wang Zheng nodded, disdainfully pointing at Lin Chen. That waste, mere 8th level of innate strength, is so arrogant. We will make him wish he were never born. Lin Zhan cast a glance at the meditative Jian Wudao, his excitement bubbling over as he thought, excellent. A grand melee indeed. This time, I will ensure Lin Han rightfully becomes the heir. The 3 elders could not contain their triumphant laughter. At that moment, Jian Wudao casually opened his eyes. Are you 3 here to bicker with me? Instantly, the 3 elders fell silent, their expressions awkward as they regarded Jian Wudao with a hint of trepidation. After speaking, Jian Wudao closed his eyes once more, as if everything that transpired was of no concern to him. Upon hearing the announcement of the melee, Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such a combat format. Meanwhile, Lin Han could not help but laugh maniacally, pointing at Lin Chen with disdain. Lin Chen, you cannot possibly be my match. Just admit defeat. Lin Chen regarded him with silence, quickly realizing the implications. With Lin Han's 10th level of innate strength, no one dared to provoke him. However, in Lin Chen's case, things were different. Within the Lin family, there were still numerous individuals at the 8th level of innate strength. Standing upon the competition platform, Lin Xing bellowed once more, the champion of this contest will become the next heir of the Lin family, entrusted with the family's treasured possessions. Now, in the name of the Grand Elder, I officially declare the family competition to commence. As the thunderous declaration reverberated, the entire arena erupted in fervor and excitement. The grand competition among the clans has finally commenced. Chapter 23, The Great Melee. Lin Han is certain to claim victory. I wager 100 exquisite spirit stones. I bet 1 exquisite spirit stone on Lin Chen to win. I stake 10,000 on Lin Han. Fight fiercely and secure the position of inheritance for me. In the audience, it astonishingly resembles a gambling scene, where Lin Chen's odds stand at 101, the highest payout, while Lin Han's odds are merely 11. In the eyes of the spectators, Lin Chen appears doomed to lose. Disciples above the innate 7th level step onto the stage. Lin Xing commanded, addressing the disciples below. Instantly, over 100 youthful disciples took to the stage, with nearly a third retreating, leaving more than 100 disciples of innate 7th level or higher. The vast martial platform was soon filled to half its capacity with these numerous contestants. Lin Chen chose a corner to avoid the gazes of the multitude, concealing his presence. However, a pair of sinister eyes remained fixated upon him. Although Lin Han was intent on observing Lin Chen, he had no immediate intentions of attacking. It was prudent to conserve strength in the initial stages. Commence the match. Lin Xing bellowed, soaring above the combat arena, presiding over the battle with an imposing presence. Kill. Anyone who stands in my way shall perish. Get lost. As the competition began, a cacophony of murderous intent erupted on the martial platform, with groups of youthful disciples, seemingly blinded by bloodlust, unleashing waves of true energy and martial techniques. Explosions resounded continuously as disciples fell amidst the fray. Yet those who succumbed were swiftly rescued by Lin Xing, preventing any fatalities in the chaotic melee. Lin Chen maneuvered deftly among the crowd, avoiding any collisions. Suddenly, a violent gale rushed toward Lin Chen from behind, a colossal fist charged with murderous intent aimed directly at him. Lin Chen let out a cold chuckle, exerting force beneath his feet, propelling himself backward. Before him stood a brutish man of innate 8th level. His face twisted with greed as he fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. You must be Lin Chen. Killing you will earn me a fortune and spirit stones. That depends on whether you possess the ability. Lin Chen replied with a subtle smile, navigating through the throng of disciples like a fish through water. Seeking death. The brutish man's face contorted with rage as he swung his fists toward Lin Chen, as if intending to shatter the very earth. Earth shatter fist, perish. Lin Chen remained expressionless, his left hand plunging deeply, summoning a blazing fire seal that soared into the sky. The azure mystic fire coalesced into a burning seal, radiating intense heat that forced the surrounding disciples to retreat. So what if it's a mystic fire seal? I shall shatter it, the brutish man bellowed, his voice filled with savage fury as he enveloped his fists in a layer of true energy, resembling a beast's claw, and began to rain down blows upon the fire seal. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shatter fist struck the mystic fire, causing the fiery circle to tremble violently, as if it might extinguish at any moment. The imposing figure of the man, filled with malevolent energy, pounded the fire seal with increasing fervor, his laughter growing more maniacal. The profound fire seal is nothing extraordinary. Haha, soon I shall acquire 200,000 spiritual stones. Some disciples, watching the frenzied assault on the fire seal, swallowed hard, their eyes glinting with avarice. Little did they know, at that moment, an intensely scorching wind suddenly swept across the entire arena, a massive azure fire seal descending heavily upon the man. Lin Chen descended from the heavens, exasperatedly addressing the man. Am I truly worth a mere 200,000 premium spiritual stones? The man, momentarily taken aback, cast an irate glance at Lin Chen, his fists gathering power once more as he struck the azure fire seal, shattering it into flickering flames. Just as he prepared to retaliate against Lin Chen, a terrifying heat emanated from above, as two enormous profound fire seals bore down upon him. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the arena, a blue fire spirit thrashing about, the agonizing cries inciting fear among the greedy disciples. Suddenly, a mysterious force descended from the heavens, extinguishing the man's azure flames, and he was whisked away from the arena by this enigmatic power. It was none other than the elder Lin Chen, making his move. The might of the divine law realm was indeed formidable. Lin Chen gazed upward at Lin Chen, his eyes narrowing slightly. Following the man's crushing defeat, Lin Chen encountered little resistance from other disciples. Observing the tragic state of the defeated man, some disciples could not help but feel a pang of hesitation. The chaotic battle resumed, and once again, Lin Chen triumphed over several youth disciples driven by greed, utilizing the brilliance of the profound fire. What irked Lin Chen greatly was Lin Han, who stood at one side of the arena, gazing at him with a murderous intent, while no disciples dared approach him. The oppressive aura of the innate 10th level of the Breaking Dan realm was overwhelming. Many disciples were too intimidated to harbor any thoughts of challenge. In the audience, the esteemed guests observed with concern. Lin Zhan's expression darkened as he scrutinized the unfolding events in the arena, where Lin Chen moved effortlessly, vanquishing all who dared confront him. Facing minimal obstacles, even a disciple of the innate 9th level was easily dispatched by Lin Chen's 10 rounds of profound fire seals. This boy cannot be left unchecked. Remaining here poses an inevitable threat, Lin Zhan mused grimly, reflecting on Lin Chen's terrifying ascent. Just a month prior, Lin Chen was merely at the innate 6th level of cultivation. In such a short span, he had managed to slay experts of the innate 9th level. In stark contrast to Lin Zhan's concern, Li Yuanlong's expression remained grim, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Lin Chen's agile form. Communicating through his consciousness, he remarked, "This lad is quite clever. Amidst this chaos, he has hardly sustained any injuries. Should we deploy the secret squad?" Wang Zheng scoffed dismissively, declaring, "I see Lin Chen as merely a fortunate opportunist. Sending out the secret squad now would surely spell his doom." Li Yuanlong retorted ominously, "This secret squad is your family's design. Do not let this elder down." Wang Zheng conveyed his thoughts to Lin Zhan, and upon receiving a confirming response, his gaze shifted towards the arena, where he observed Lin Chen's figure. A sinister smile crept upon his lips as he mused, "Now, let this elder teach you. You arrogant little brat." Amidst the chaos of the battle, Lin Chen's performance was nothing short of remarkable. As the Xianhua seal was unleashed, all disciples were thrown into disarray, rendering them too fearful to approach him. Meanwhile, Lin Han stood aloof, a cold smile gracing his face, completely unbothered. Reveling in his comfort compared to Lin Chen's tumultuous situation. "I must deliver a fiery spear of destruction to Lin Han, obliterating him, for he cannot continue to enjoy this ease." Lin Chen pondered relentlessly, his sharp gaze fixated upon Lin Han. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of energy emanated from the throng of disciples, causing a ripple of astonishment to sweep through the audience. Wow, who are those 7 individuals? Could they possibly be crafted from gold? The aura they exuded was terrifying, merging together in a manner that surpassed even that of the 9th level of innate mastery. Lin Chen and Lin Han found themselves in grave danger. Lin Chen, slightly taken aback, turned towards the chaotic crowd. Amidst the tumult, he discerned 7 robust figures at the 8th level of innate mastery, their bodies seemingly enveloped in a golden bronze sheen, their skin radiating a dazzling golden glow. Impervious to fire and water, these 7 golden bronze beings stood in various positions, forming a mysterious formation, their combined innate energy intertwining to create an impregnable defensive fortress. Golden 7 bronze men? Lin Chen could not help but exclaim, as a formidable aura locked onto him. Indeed, they were the legendary Golden 7 bronze men. The 7 at the 8th level of innate mastery were comparable to a master at the 9th level. Lin Chen's mind raced as he calculated. With this enigmatic formation of the Golden 7 bronze men, they could rival 3, perhaps even 4, masters of the 9th level. He recalled having heard of the golden bronze in ancient records. This substance was renowned for its resilience, impervious to blades and flames. A master of body refinement had developed a technique mirroring the properties of golden bronze, aptly named the golden bronze body refinement technique. The 7 golden bronze men, with their lustrous and vibrant appearance, had clearly mastered this technique to an extraordinary level. Upon reaching the 7th level of innate mastery, one possessed a hardness akin to high-grade spiritual artifacts. Coupled with the unique properties of golden bronze, these 7 bronze men could rival the defensive power of low-grade royal artifacts. Lin Chen pondered deeply, having never heard of these golden bronze beings within the Lin family. Where did they originate? Furthermore, why were they fixated on him? The combined might of these 7 golden bronze figures presented a formidable challenge, and Lin Chen was reluctant to expend excessive energy to confront them. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, prompting him to look up and see the friendly smiles of 3 great elders in the distant audience. Lin Chen suddenly realized, clenching his fists in a surge of emotion. No wonder his opponent had meticulously orchestrated this chaotic battle. It was to unleash the formidable power of the 7 golden copper men. Kill! The 7 golden copper men roared, exuding a palpable aura of lethality as they simultaneously struck. A golden sword of true energy materialized from thin air, descending heavily upon Lin Chen. The surrounding disciples, intimidated by the overwhelming presence of the 7 golden copper men, retreated to the periphery, clearing the arena. Hovering above the arena, Lin Xing furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the composed Lin Chen. Kill! The golden sword thundered forth, shattering all in its path. Lin Chen remained unfazed, swiftly altering his hand seals, conjuring 3 rounds of the mystic fire seal in his grasp. The seals stacked upon one another as they surged towards the golden sword with tremendous force. This extraordinary display of martial prowess drew gasps from the onlookers. Such talent in martial arts was astonishing. Even Lin Han couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Boom, boom, boom. The combined mystic fire seals amplified their power, causing the golden sword to explode in layers. As the sword shattered, the 7 golden copper men remained unperturbed, their bodies glowing with golden light as they executed a coordinated formation to envelop Lin Chen, charging with ferocity. The mystic fire seals. 3 of the golden copper men swung their golden fists towards Lin Chen with tremendous force. Lin Chen raised his hand, channeling his intent as the 3 mystic fire seals ignited in a scorching blaze, hurtling towards the trio. Boom, boom, boom. The mystic fire seals collided with the 3 golden copper men, producing a clangorous sound akin to clashing metal, merely reddening their copper bodies without inflicting significant damage. This won't do. I must escape their encirclement. Realizing the limited impact of the mystic fire seals, Lin Chen's mind raced as he prepared to slip through a gap. However, the remaining 4 golden copper men sealed off all exits, their massive golden fists crashing towards Lin Chen, confronted with an onslaught from all sides. Lin Chen had no choice but to unleash 4 rounds of mystic fire seals to defend himself. The tide of battle began to subtly shift. The 7 golden copper men, employing a complex formation, surrounded Lin Chen, their formidable physiques absorbing the brunt of the mystic fire seal's brilliance, alternating their attacks. Even Lin Chen found it challenging to form seals for the flame spear, as his internal energy was rapidly depleting. It became evident to all that Lin Chen was at a disadvantage. In the spectator area, Jian Wudao opened his eyes, observing calmly as Lin Chen was besieged by the 7 golden copper men utilizing their intricate formation. Li Yuanlong released his spiritual awareness, ominously commenting, Wang Zheng. These golden copper men are indeed a remarkable creation. Lin Zhan also displayed a hint of delight, exclaiming, the power of the 7 golden copper men is comparable to that of an ordinary innate expert at the 10th level. Upon hearing the approval of the 2 elders, Wang Zheng glanced down at the arena, a smug expression on his face. Given Lin Chen's cultivation level, the 7 golden copper men were more than capable of eliminating him. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless barrage of golden fists reverberated, unleashing a torrent of true energy upon Lin Chen from all directions. Amidst the rapid crystallization of the fiery seals, a series of lethal strikes were thwarted. At this moment, Lin Chen's internal energy had surged to an impressive 800 true energy elephants, rivaling the prowess of a 9th-level innate master. However, after this bout of exertion, he had depleted 200 of those true energy elephants. This cannot continue. Observing the situation before him, Lin Chen remained composed, meticulously analyzing the circumstances. Yet the formation beneath the golden 7 copper figures was exceedingly intricate, encompassing the 4 corners and solidifying the 6 harmonies, making it impossible to decipher from its positional configuration. Thunderous fist. The 3 golden copper figures swiftly retreated, stepping within the formation as the 7 of them bellowed in unison, their golden visages contorting into sinister expressions. This time, they unleashed the full force of their true energy in a concerted assault. The 7 golden iron fists erupted with explosive crackling sounds, akin to thunder erupting within their strikes, hurtling towards Lin Chen from all directions. A decisive blow, utterly insurmountable. The noble spectators were on edge, their hearts in their throats as they beheld the unfolding spectacle. Lin Han, who had remained passive until now, smirked coldly, convinced that Lin Chen would surely falter beneath the onslaught of the thunderous fist. However, as the 7 thunderous fists surged forth like bolts of lightning, a frenzied glint suddenly ignited in Lin Chen's eyes. Spear of the blazing fire. With a swift hand gesture, his true energy surged forth like a torrent, and a spear of blue, otherworldly flames blazed fiercely in his right hand. Attack! Gripping the spear of the blazing fire, Lin Chen locked onto one of the golden copper figures and charged forth with ferocity, while his left hand simultaneously raised, unleashing a relentless barrage of fiery seals. The thunderous fist struck instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Enormous explosions erupted upon the arena, waves of true energy reverberating through the air as the blue flames of the blazing fire transformed into a searing inferno, threatening to incinerate all in its path. Even Lin Chen himself was swept into the maelstrom of flames. Such a violent and shocking confrontation sent the entire audience into a frenzy. Within this tempest of fiery true energy, who would emerge unscathed? Elder Lin Xing, the esteemed elder, merely cast a fleeting glance at the inferno, furrowing his brow without deploying any divine abilities. Could they still be alive? Wang Zheng, sensing with his consciousness, was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the word kill pierced through the roaring flames. A figure leaped forth from the inferno, revealing none other than Lin Chen. However, he now appeared somewhat disheveled, his hair tousled, and his garments marred by numerous rents from the force of the clash. As he emerged from the flames, his sharp gaze fixated on the inferno, burning with the spirit of battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 figures once again leaped from the flames, igniting another wave of excitement among the spectators. The 7 golden copper figures were now scorched a deep crimson, as if thoroughly roasted. Each of the 7 disciples bore expressions of slight pain and ferocity in their eyes. They were still alive? Lin Chen was momentarily astonished. He had always believed in the potency of his blazing fire. Yet he was unprepared for the defensive capabilities of the kingly artifacts, which had somehow withstood his flames. It appears that in the future, he will undoubtedly cultivate certain physical enhancement techniques to elevate the defensive capabilities of his corporeal form. Strike with lethal intent. A single punch to obliterate him. The 7 golden bronze figures, ignited by an overwhelming desire to kill, suddenly surged forward, aligning themselves in a row, extending their right hands to rest upon the back of the foremost golden bronze figure. A series of intricate formations coalesced, channeling a torrent of true energy into the leading golden bronze figure. A decisive blow, the golden fist. The 7 golden bronze figures roared in unison, their right feet stomping down, causing the hard obsidian of the arena to crack and split open like a winding chasm. The 7 innate 8th-tier energies intertwined within this formation, culminating in a rapid ascent of the leading golden bronze figure's aura, which soared to the formidable strength of the innate 9th tier. Lin Chen's pupils constricted as he suddenly extended his right hand, drawing forth 100 true energy titans from his dantian into the seated azure figure before him. Perish! The foremost golden bronze figure wore a sinister expression, unleashing a devastating punch towards Lin Chen. The air hummed, reminiscent of countless arrows descending, accompanied by a terrifying sound of rupture. A fierce gale erupted, coalescing into a colossal fist of true energy in the air, gleaming like a massive golden gauntlet. The overwhelming murderous intent emanating from the golden fist rendered many spectators and disciples pale. For such a staggering blow could annihilate a master of the innate 10th tier. Who could possibly withstand it? It is over. Lin Xing could not help but sigh inwardly, his vast consciousness fixated on Lin Chen, ready to intervene at any moment. Humph! Lin Han sneered, finally springing into action, as a chilling frost rapidly spread beneath his feet, causing some disciples who had been awestruck by Lin Chen's performance to silently lose their qualification in the competition. The outcome is set. Yet, amidst the myriad of sighs and gazes, Lin Chen, confronted with the golden fist capable of obliterating innate 10th-tier experts, slowly curled his lips into a cold smirk. The true energy within his dantian surged forth once more, as an additional 200 titans of true energy poured into the azure figure. This azure figure embodied the entire essence of the fateful hand, a technique forged from the mysterious bronze coffin within Lin Chen's mind. The more true energy infused, the more terrifying the fateful hand's power became. Chapter 25. Life and Death Decision. The massive golden fist, imbued with the force of a thunderous storm, hurtled towards Lin Chen, poised to crush everything in its path. Amidst countless astonished gazes, Lin Chen extended his right hand, resolutely grasping at the enormous golden fist of true energy. A vast surge of true energy flowed into the azure figure, his right hand brimming with tremendous power, transforming the moisture in the air into steam resembling a colossal elephant. What? Lin Xing exclaimed in surprise as he watched Lin Chen launch himself like a cannonball toward the outstretched golden fist. The energy fluctuation, though invisible, was still perceptible to Lin Xing's keen consciousness. Shatter! Lin Chen's face hardened with determination as he forcefully brought his right hand down upon the approaching golden fist. A tempestuous and terrifying gust of wind erupted from Lin Chen's hands, resembling the dispersal of a miniature storm. The air was filled with a series of thunderous detonations, akin to countless boulders plummeting from the heavens to the earth, resounding deafeningly and unceasingly. The colossal golden fist, towering as high as a person, was met with immense resistance beneath Lin Chen's crushing grip, unable to advance any further. Moreover, the layers of golden true energy were relentlessly detonated into spiritual essence beneath his right hand. What? This astonishing spectacle left the leader of the golden bronze figures utterly dumbfounded. What manner of monster is this? To crush an attack capable of annihilating a being at the 10th level of the innate realm with mere hands? The 3 esteemed elders seated at the VIP platform exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly as they regarded the unfolding scene with grim countenances. Only Jin Wudao, with an air of calmness, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Behold the true essence of power. Lin Chen's hair billowed, as if he were a legendary war god, the fabric of his left sleeve shredded by the force of his energy. Once more, he summoned the might of 200 true energy elephants, which surged relentlessly into the azure figure before him. Instantly, the muscles in Lin Chen's right hand swelled dramatically, the formless energy brewing within it becoming increasingly formidable. With a resounding explosion, he forcefully clenched his right hand, distorting the entire golden fist, which ultimately shattered into fragments accompanied by a deafening blast. A collective gasp resonated from the audience, the sheer impact of Lin Chen's display leaving them in awe. However, the duel was far from over. After obliterating the golden fist, Lin Chen surged forward once more, his right hand poised to strike down upon the foremost golden bronze figure. In the eyes of the towering bronze warrior, an invisible force began to converge from all directions, as if intent on pulverizing its kingly armored form. Stop! Lin Han, who had been mercilessly eliminating disciples from the competition, sensed Lin Chen's maneuver, and a sinister expression emerged on his face. An icy frost enveloped his left hand as he propelled himself forward, launching a fist towards Lin Chen. Countless shards of ice erupted from Lin Han's fist, seemingly intent on reducing Lin Chen to mere frozen fragments. Humph! Lin Chen scoffed disdainfully, embodying the essence of a slayer. As he formed a single-handed seal, with a swift motion, he hurled a blue fire spear towards his adversary. Damn it! Lin Han's face paled as he beheld the blazing spear hurtling towards him. He retaliated with a powerful punch that collided with the fire spear, unleashing a torrent of ice. Ensnaring Lin Chen with the 7 golden bronze figures should have guaranteed his victory. However, the terrifying martial prowess Lin Chen exhibited instilled a trace of trepidation within Lin Han's heart. Lin Chen thrust his right hand fiercely towards the leading golden bronze figure, his hair swirling dramatically. Get off the stage! With a thunderous roar, the entire golden bronze figure erupted, spilling forth scalding blood as a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the arena. A terrifying surge of magical power descended, and the golden bronze figure, whose defenses were shattered in an instant, was swiftly transported off the stage by Lin Chen. After the leader's golden bronze figure was crushed by Lin Chen's formidable Great Summer Hand, a golden jade slip tumbled forth. Lin Chen, with remarkable agility, seized the jade slip, feeling its substantial essence. Correctly surmising its significance, Lin Chen recognized it as the golden bronze body refinement technique. Having just witnessed the formidable defensive capabilities of this technique, Lin Chen's heart raced. Enhancing one's physical prowess was indeed a means to augment strength. On the platform, Elder Wang Zheng of the Wang family observed Lin Chen claiming the golden jade slip, his lips twitching and his expression darkening. The golden bronze body refinement technique had cost him a substantial amount of spirit stones, and the 7 bronze figures had yet to master it to its pinnacle, underscoring the technique's ferocity. Yet Lin Chen remained unfazed. With the leading golden bronze figure off the stage, the formation of the 7 was finally disrupted, rendering their combined strength ineffective, leaving only 6 innate 8th-level masters with Wang Qi defenses. Swiftly stowing away the golden jade slip, Lin Chen's gaze hardened. Once again forming a hand seal, a spear of blue flames ignited, hurling towards the 6 assembled figures. A fierce burning intent emanated from the fire spear, akin to a sea of flames. The 6 golden bronze figures, witnessing the incoming fire spear, hastily unleashed their martial arts to defend against it. Explosions resounded as the fire spear detonated, enveloping the 6 figures in a roaring inferno. The silhouettes of 6 scorched figures emerged from the flames, marking the defeat of the golden bronze figures. After vanquishing the remaining foes, Lin Chen turned his icy gaze towards Lin Han, who had extinguished the flaming spear, an unspoken murderous aura thickening the air between them. The remaining disciples on the competition stage, unable to withstand the pressure emanating from the 2, hastily withdrew, leaving only the 2 of them. Lin Chen, you have finally reached this juncture, Lin Han proclaimed, a sinister smile spreading across his face. In this final showdown, I shall ensure you regret it for a lifetime. Lin Chen exhaled a slow breath, a faint smile gracing his lips as he retorted. Do you possess the endurance for this? Seeking death, Lin Han could no longer suppress the fury surging within him. 1,000 colossal energies churned within his dantian as he charged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen merely regarded Lin Han with contempt, showing no intention of evading the impending strike. Just as Lin Han was about to unleash his assault, a tremendous force descended, forcibly pulling him away to the opposite end of the competition stage. A figure descended from above, radiating an air of authority, Elder Lin Xingyi. Upon landing, he cast a fleeting glance at Lin Chen before announcing with a powerful voice, esteemed guests. The first phase of the Lin family's chaotic battle has concluded. The victors are Lin Chen and Lin Han. We shall now proceed to the final showdown. A resounding cheer erupted from the audience, reverberating throughout the competition stage. At last, the finals have commenced. Who shall emerge victorious in this climactic battle? It is undoubtedly Lin Chen. Did you not witness his formidable prowess just moments ago? Nonsense. Lin Han is a genuine, innate 10th-level practitioner, possessing the essence of Dan Yuan. Lin Chen stands no chance of winning. In the audience, Elder Lin Zhan clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging with tension. An invisible aura of lethal intent bore down on Lin Chen, as Lin Zhan's heart bristled with malice. Lin Chen, I did not expect you to be so ungrateful. I can easily dispatch your father, and I can just as easily eliminate you. In the scheme devised by Elder Lin Zhan and his 2 accomplices, they intended for Lin Han to flamboyantly claim the championship, extinguishing Lin Chen in the very first round. However, Lin Chen's growth has far surpassed their expectations, even instilling a sense of unease within Lin Zhan. Lin Xing observed the 2 men exuding a palpable aura of hostility and calmly declared, as we proceed to the finals, no lethal force is to be employed, nor is one permitted to cripple the opponent's dantian. Any violation shall be deemed a defeat. Lin Han smirked mockingly and stepped forward. Lin Chen, I strongly advise you to concede in this final showdown. Is that so? Lin Chen suddenly erupted in a calm, yet ominous laughter, an aura of bloodlust emanating from him. Channeling his true energy, he thundered, Lin Han, do you dare to engage me in a life and death duel? Life and death shall not be spared. 3 times he bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, penetrating the ears of all present and stirring their hearts. At this moment, Lin Chen resembled a vengeful Azura, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Gazing down upon Lin Han, now is the time to settle everything. Chapter 26, Dan Yuan, Sealing Fire and Ice Sword. A life and death duel. The phrase echoed like a clap of thunder, leaving everyone in a state of shock and bewilderment. A singular question arose in the minds of all. Has Lin Chen lost his sanity? An innate 8th-level practitioner facing an innate 10th-level practitioner with Dan Yuan. This strength disparity spanned several magnitudes. It was a duel of entirely different realms. After a moment of astonishment, Lin Han's lips curled into a cold smile. Is that so? A life and death duel it shall be. I have no objections. Excellent. Lin Chen, drenched in an aura of bloodlust, turned to Lin Xing. Elder, do you deem the life and death duel permissible? Lin Xing's expression grew solemn as he observed the invisible tension between the 2 adversaries. After a prolonged silence, he nodded. Since both of you consent, we shall proceed with the life and death duel. Lin Xing had heard numerous accounts of Lin Chen's exploits. The supreme martial arts of the Lin family had been seized by Lu Tongtian, and he had endured oppression from Elder Lin Zhan. It is no wonder Lin Chen harbors such intense animosity towards Lin Han. Nevertheless, Lin Xing did not intend to meddle in their grievances, for Lin Chen was not the true heir. However, had Lin Xing known that the head of the family had orchestrated the entrapment of Lin Zhan and his son within the ancient forbidden grounds of the continent, it is likely that the entire Council of Elders would have erupted in fury. Thus, the final championship match, the life and death duel, commenced. With a commanding shout, Lin Xing soared into the sky, initiating the climactic contest for the championship. Lin Chen, I am at a loss as to where you have found your courage. Lin Han licked his lips, fully aware of your hatred towards me, yet I never anticipated your descent into madness. As he spoke, a chilling wind began to swirl around Lin Han, the temperature plummeting rapidly. The heavenly ice-cold profound technique commenced. Lin Chen wore a cold smile, raising his hand to unleash 3 layers of profound fire seal, propelling himself towards Lin Han with fierce intent. The blazing profound fire began to elevate the dropping temperature. Waves of murderous intent rising incessantly. Merely a trivial skill. Lin Han replied with a chilling smile, his right arm transforming into a glimmering icy hand. Launching a punch towards Lin Chen, a fierce wind howling in its wake. Heavenly Ice Fist. The icy hand of his right arm unleashed immense power, scattering endless shards of ice towards Lin Chen's profound fire seal. This was indeed the very technique that had once frozen Lin Chen solid. The 3-layered profound fire seal bore down heavily upon Lin Han's heavenly ice fist, an ominous explosion echoing as the profound fire and profound ice clashed violently, resembling a realm of ice and fire. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of profound fire seal surged forth, while boundless profound ice scattered in all directions. The sounds of explosions resonating like thunder. The 2 began their frenzied assault, with the entire arena either engulfed in the fiery blaze of the profound fire or encased in the frost of the profound ice. The true energy of both combatants surged forth, depleting rapidly, yet they remained evenly matched. Lin Chen, with his understanding of the heavenly fire seal, was able to directly counter Lin Han, who wielded the heavenly ice-cold profound technique. Fire Spear. Lin Chen retreated swiftly, brandishing a spear wreathed in blue, ethereal flames. Aiming directly at Lin Han's heart, his internal energy had dwindled to a mere 200 true energy giants. Let me show you the might of the heavenly ice-cold profound technique. Lin Han's forehead pulsed with veins, invoking the second move, Raging Ice Lion. With a roar that echoed like a lioness, Lin Han opened his mouth wide, summoning a magnificent phantom of an ice lion, towering and fierce, its eyes gleaming with intensity. The icy lion, exhaling from Lin Han's mouth, shot forth like a deadly arrow towards Lin Chen's fire spear. The heavenly ice-cold profound technique and the heavenly fire seal, rumored to be derived from a mysterious martial art, comprised two supreme techniques, each embodying 12 seals and 12 forms, equally formidable. However, as a cultivator of the innate 10th level, Lin Han unleashed over 100 true energy giants. The roaring ice lion charged forth, transforming into a phantom, with droplets of water in the air crystallizing into ice. Boom, boom, boom. The fire spear pierced directly into the massive mouth of the ice lion, exploding into waves of blue flames, as if attempting to melt the entire creature. Yet, the power of the fire spear paled in comparison to that of the ice lion, its form shrinking significantly, and with that, the spear's strength dissipated entirely. The Ice Lion King roared once more as it charged towards Lin Chen. Facing the towering beast, Lin Chen exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he propelled himself forward, his right hand striking down with tremendous force. Fallen heaven. Boom, boom, boom. As his hand descended, an invisible wave of energy surged outward, crushing the Ice Lion King's head in layers beneath Lin Chen's palm. The beast's powerful charge came to an abrupt halt. With a sudden exertion of strength, a deafening explosion rang out, and Lin Chen leapt onto the back of the Ice Lion King, looking down at Lin Han from a commanding height. Even with your celestial ice profound energy, what can you do? Lin Chen proclaimed like a harbinger of death. Lin Han experienced the taste of the third seal. He swiftly formed hand seals, and golden flames flickered between his hands, channeling all his internal energy into them. As Lin Chen completed the seals, the air around him distorted, and the ground beneath began to melt into liquid stone. This extraordinary phenomenon alerted everyone to the terrifying energy radiating from Lin Chen, their expressions shifting dramatically. Lin Han's face paled as he let out a furious roar, urging the Ice Lion King to attack once more. Unstoppable, Lin Chen scoffed, shaking his head. He renewed his hand movements, the golden flames in his palms growing increasingly fierce. With a snap of his fingers, a strand of golden flame shot forth, tracing a brilliant arc as it collided with the Ice Lion King. Boom, boom, boom. Upon impact, the golden flame unleashed a wave of searing heat, causing the Ice Lion King to dissolve into nothingness. Gasp! A chorus of sharp intakes of breath filled the air as onlookers regarded the flickering golden flame in Lin Chen's hand with trepidation. To think that a mere wisp of flame could annihilate the entire Ice Lion King, what immense power! From the spectator stance, Lin Zhan suddenly rose, his expression dark as a stormy sky. That is the golden earth fire, he declared. It was said that within the heart of the continent burned a fire that could consume all things. The golden flame in Lin Chen's palm was indeed that fabled earth fire. Harnessing the power of the heavenly fire seal, he summoned the legendary flame to incinerate all existence, a force far more terrifying than ordinary flames. Lin Chen, too, began to perspire, for summoning the earth fire, combined with his formidable martial prowess, was an arduous feat. Third seal, earth fire seal. With a mighty roar, Lin Chen formed the fiery seal, the palm-sized golden flame transforming into a lotus that burned gently in his hand, harboring explosive energy. Go! He flung the earth fire seal towards Lin Han, unleashing a wave of intense heat that enveloped the arena, making it feel as though one were trapped within a furnace. As the earth fire seal was unleashed, Lin Chen's internal energy was entirely expended. Damn it! Lin Han muttered, his face ashen as he watched the earth fire seal approach, his form swaying as he desperately sought to evade its wrath. The power of the third seal of heavenly fire is so formidable that even Lin Han dares not attempt it. However, no matter how swiftly Lin Han moves, the earth fire seal persistently hovers behind him, evading all efforts to escape. With a fierce punch, he unleashes the first two techniques, the ice fist and the wrath of the ice lion. A torrent of true energy surges from within him, manifesting as a colossal ice lion, roaring ferociously as it charges toward the palm-sized earth fire seal. Yet, to Lin Han's utter astonishment, as the two formidable attacks approach the earth fire seal, they inexplicably dissolve into nothingness, failing to offer even a semblance of resistance. The might of the earth fire is beyond what mere profound ice can withstand. Standing upon a mound of ice, Lin Chen observes this scene with a calm demeanor. Lin Chen, you have forced my hand. Lin Han inhales deeply, extending his arms as a grim expression overtakes his face. Heavenly Ice Dan Origin. Seal the Fire Origin Ice Sword. With a resounding crash, the primordial stone beneath Lin Han begins to fracture. He presses his hands to his abdomen, gradually drawing forth an extraordinarily brilliant icy radiance. A tempest of frost whirls around him. A mysterious longsword, shimmering with true energy, emerges. Its blade flawless and adorned with enigmatic runes. The hilt is entwined with 4 chains, beneath which lies a pitch-black character for fire. An aura of regal power emanates from the sword. The entirety of the sword is composed of heavenly ice. As this blade is revealed, the temperature of the arena plummets once more, settling into a stable state. This is unmistakably the hallmark of the innate 10th layer of the Dan-breaking realm, Dan Origin. The Dan Origin is formed through the alchemical amalgamation of blood essence and true energy, utilizing techniques or weapons, resulting in a distinct form of true energy. In simpler terms, this ice sword represents Lin Han's true energy conglomerate. Chapter 27. Explosive Convergence. What a terrifying fluctuation. Is this the essence of Dan Origin? Lin Chen gasps, feeling the immense and solidified true energy radiating from Lin Han's longsword, exuding an aura of dominion. With the sword in hand, Lin Han slices through the air, directing the blade at the earth fire seal. Lin Chen, my Dan Origin is the fusion of a mid-grade royal weapon, the sealing fire sword. Now, witness its power to seal the flames. A mid-grade royal weapon? Lin Chen's pupils constrict. His understanding of the potency of magical treasures is scant, as he currently possesses not even a single spiritual artifact. However, the formidable physique of the Golden 7 Copper Man reaches the level of a low-grade royal weapon, sufficient to withstand the might of his profound fire seal. Therefore, what magnitude of power does Lin Han's mid-grade royal sealing fire ice sword, forged into a Dan Origin, possess? In the audience, Lin Zhan, who had been anxiously standing, exhales in relief upon witnessing Lin Han summon the Dan Origin, settling back into his seat with a cold expression. Beside him, Wang Zheng perceives Lin Zhan's demeanor and immediately conveys a comforting thought. Rest assured, with the Dan Origin unleashed, Lin Chen is destined to fail. Lin Zhan nods, his previously clenched fists loosening, revealing palms slick with sweat. Attack! The earth fire seal glides slowly toward Lin Han, with one hand grasping the sword. A chilling true energy emanates from the sword's tip, causing the 4 chains on the hilt to gleam with a radiant luster. Seal the fire. Lin Han suddenly swung his sword, and the icy blade emitted a piercing light that transformed mid-air into 4 chains of frost, intertwining to form an enigmatic pattern that ensnared the earth fire seal, imprisoning it aloft. The seal crackled and blazed within the icy chains, producing a sound akin to sizzling. Yet it could not melt the frost that bound it. What? Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply. How could these chains of frost not even be vanquished by the earth fire seal? At that moment, Lin Han began to sneer, declaring, Lin Chen, the sealing fire elemental ice sword is a mid-grade divine weapon specifically designed to combat flames. These 4 chains are the sealing fire great seal. Not even the earth fire seal can escape their confinement. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, Lin Chen felt a slight heaviness in his heart. The power of a mid-grade divine weapon exceeded his expectations. Execution sword. Lin Han suddenly unleashed his swordsmanship, and countless shards of ice whirled around the blade. Resembling a tempest in a snow-laden landscape, he surged forward, striking down upon the ensnared earth fire seal with ferocity. A series of lion-like roars emanated from the sealing fire elemental ice sword, as torrents of icy radiance surged forth from the blade. This strike incorporated the initial 2 forms of the celestial ice profound technique, amplified by the sealing fire elemental ice sword, rendering its might even greater. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of sword energy caused the earth fire seal to shatter completely, and the golden flames erupted into a magnificent lotus, expanding into rolling waves of golden fire. The golden earth fire surged forth, radiating an overwhelming heat that was almost unbearable, as if one were at the core of the continent itself. Lin Han's form was engulfed by the full brunt of the fire waves unleashed by the explosion of the earth fire seal. In the face of the terrifying earth fire, Lin Han exhibited not a trace of fear, continuing to wield the sealing fire elementalized sword, as the brilliance of the 4 chains on the hilt intensified. With each swing of the sword, flurries of snowflakes cascaded from the sealing fire elementalized sword, swirling toward the sea of flames, reminiscent of a winter wonderland. Astonishingly, these drifting snowflakes seemed to be the bane of the earth fire, extinguishing the fierce golden flames and dissolving them into nothingness. After invoking the formidable icebound snowstorm technique, the luster of the sealing fire elemental ice sword dimmed slightly once more. This was indeed the 3rd form of the celestial ice profound technique, icebound snowstorm. Lin Han could only rely on the strength of his essence to manifest this technique. The so-called icebound snowstorm summoned a primordial celestial ice to seal the flames. Celestial ice and earth fire have always existed in opposition. Lin Chen, allow me to demonstrate true power. Lin Han's face contorted with ferocity as he danced amidst the flames, unleashing boundless celestial ice that transformed into snowflakes, cascading from the longsword. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between celestial ice and earth fire resulted in a violent explosion, gradually diminishing the force of the flames, which no longer possessed their previous ferocity. Lin Chen watched in quiet astonishment as Lin Han systematically extinguished the earth fire, the potency of his essence far exceeding his expectations. Wielding the Dan Yuan, Lin Han at this moment could rival 2 innate masters at the 10th level. The situation in the arena grew increasingly complex. Lin Han, with the Dan Yuan in hand, was far beyond Lin Chen's capacity to contend with in his current state of depleted true energy. Jian Wudao, observing this scene, could not help but shake his head gently. Lin Chen had already expended a considerable amount of true energy dealing with the Golden 7 Copper Men. Facing Lin Han without any recovery of his true energy left him with virtually no chance of victory. Beside them, Li Yuanlong noticed Jian Wudao's shake of the head and inquired with a sly tone, "Why does young Master Jian shake his head?" Jian Wudao's eyes, resembling a phantom sword, fixated on Li Yuanlong. "What business is it of yours?" Li Yuanlong, feeling a slight tremor run through him from Jian Wudao's piercing gaze, could only force a smile and say, "Oh, it's nothing. I thought young Master Jian had bet on Lin Han to win, expecting a great profit." Emotionless, Jian Wudao turned away, not deigning to glance at Li Yuanlong. On the martial stage, the ice lion roared. A flurry of snowflakes descended, extinguishing all traces of golden flames in their wake. Lin Han surged forward, his fire-sealing ice sword beginning to emit a resonant hum. Countless shards of celestial ice coalesced at the sword's tip, transforming into a king of ice lions, which roared as it plunged into the last remnants of earthly fire. Boom, boom, boom. The icy lion, constructed from celestial ice, unleashed an immense power, roaring as it collided with the final vestiges of golden earthly fire, both dissipating into nothingness. The entire 3rd imprint of heavenly fire was utterly obliterated by Lin Han's Dan Yuan. Within Lin Chen, the devouring diagram activated, continuously absorbing the true energy from the surrounding world. His internal true energy had restored to the strength of 30 true energy giants. Yet this was merely a drop in the bucket, wholly insufficient. His sharp gaze fixated on Lin Han, who held the long sword, an intangible killing intent enveloping him, tightening every fiber of Lin Chen's being at that moment. "Lin Chen, I admire how far you have come." Lin Han pointed his sword at Lin Chen, a cold smile curling at his lips. At this moment, vapor-like wisps began to emanate from the Dan Yuan artifact, a torrent of powerful true energy erupting forth. How many true energy giants does an innate master at the 10th level possess? According to Lin Chen's calculations, Lin Han's total true energy amounted to a staggering 3,000 true energy giants. The strike he was about to unleash contained the force of 1,500 true energy giants, sufficient to obliterate a small mountain in the mundane world. The cold wind began to howl like a tempest, Lin Han's hair billowing as he exuded a menacing aura. His voice booming, "Yet this time, it shall be the end of your life. You will lose, for your folly shall be your downfall." With a swift motion, a blade of ice surged forth, the celestial ice merging with true energy, transforming into a formidable ice blade aimed directly at Lin Chen. As the ice blade swept across the martial platform, it carved a massive chasm, its might resounding. This strike, piercing rapidly with a terrifying glint of cold light, seemed poised to cleave Lin Chen in two. Even the usually composed Jian Wudao's expression shifted, abruptly rising to his feet as the ancient sword behind him began to rattle ominously, as if ready to unsheath at any moment. Beside him, Lin Zhan squinted and chuckled. "Young Master Jian, do be mindful of the rules." Jian Wudao cast a cold glance at Lin Zhan, his brows furrowing deeply, yet he ultimately settled down. In the wake of this strike, how would Lin Chen survive? A singular thought of doom flashed through everyone's minds. Even in the heavens, Lin Xing couldn't help but sigh softly. Lin Chen's exceptional prowess exceeded his expectations, igniting within him a flicker of admiration. At that moment, Lin Chen's dantian held a mere 30 true Qi Titans. How could he possibly withstand such a terrifying blow? Lin Chen, perish. The heir of the Lin family belongs to me, Lin Han. Lin Han raised the dim and lifeless artifact of Dan Yuan, and an uncontrollable excitement surged within him, prompting a maniacal laugh. How many schemes had he orchestrated? How many lives had he extinguished? How many times had he betrayed? All to carve a path to the throne of the family head. Lin Chen must die. As long as he lives, both Lin Han and Lin Zhan would remain unsettled. The life and death duel proposed by Lin Chen was precisely what he desired. Thus, Lin Han would not hesitate to unleash his most formidable strike to eliminate Lin Chen in one fell swoop. However, just as the colossal ice blade hurtled towards Lin Chen with a tearing velocity, a cold smile crept across Lin Chen's face. An unforeseen transformation occurred. It was as if a vortex had opened with Lin Chen at its center. One by one, the true Qi Titans surged rapidly into Lin Chen's body, numbering in the hundreds, even thousands. The true Qi Titans continuously flowed into the azure figure within his dantian, as over 1,000 true Qi Titans inundated the azure figure. The ancient, immovable essence of martial arts stirred slightly. With that subtle movement, Lin Chen suddenly extended his right hand, gazing at the tearing ice blade. And with a thunderous grasp, he countered. The hand of subjugation. Boom, boom, boom. An overwhelming pressure emanated from all directions. The massive cold blade, under the force of Lin Chen's hand, produced a tremendous explosive sound, yet could not breach the inch before Lin Chen's palm. The cacophony of explosions continued, with countless waves of energy radiating outward. The true Qi Titans poured ceaselessly into the azure figure, intensifying the terrifying force of oppression. The hand of subjugation was a particularly unique martial technique, transforming the hand into the surrounding pressure. The more true Qi infused, the greater the pressure the hand could wield. If one were to reach the level of the bronze ancient coffin, a single hand could twist and shatter the very fabric of space. The name subjugation implies the conquest of even the heavens. In this moment, Lin Chen resembled a war god, single-handedly receiving the entire cold blade, veins bulging on his forehead. A surge of bloodthirst erupting. "Explode for me," Lin Chen roared, his right hand descending forcefully, fingers curling into a fist. The massive cold blade, succumbing to the oppressive force surrounding it, began to bend and ultimately erupted violently. Boom! The cold blade detonated, the thunderous sound rolling forth, as countless shards of ice scattered and dissipated in all directions. Lin Chen emerged slowly from the misty veil of vapor, his expression unchanging, gripping an ethereal fire spear that blazed with an otherworldly flame in his left hand. Lin Han stood in a daze, utterly captivated by the immense shock Lin Chen had instilled in him. How could this be? How could he possess such formidable strength? The entire arena was engulfed in a deathly silence. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, a transparent orb rolled upon the arena floor, only to shatter into powder as its spiritual energy dissipated. The pure Yuan Spirit Pearl. Chapter 28. Elder Lin, mind the rules. The arena remained steeped in a profound silence. This man, at the 8th level of the innate realm, delivered wave after wave of astonishment. Lin Chen, with the blue fire spear in hand, slowly advanced towards Lin Han, who sat paralyzed on the ground, the murderous intent on his face intensifying. After a brief moment, Lin Chen halted a meter away from Lin Han, raising his spear and softly declaring, "Life and death duel, regardless of life or death." The oppressive aura of his killing intent enveloped Lin Han, rendering him icy cold. And a flicker of terror finally surfaced in his gaze. Struggling to rise, Lin Han brandished his Dan Yuan long sword, mustering his courage to confront Lin Chen. Lin Chen, do not presume that blocking my lethal strike means you can defeat me. The defenses of a mid-grade royal weapon are beyond your capability to breach. The dimly glowing mid-grade royal weapon, the sealing fire Yuan ice sword, was Lin Han's last bastion of hope. The terrifying cold blade from earlier had unleashed all 1,500 units of true energy within his Dan Yuan. Shall we test that? Lin Chen's lips curled into a playful smile, his expression suddenly turning serious as he took a great stride forward, hurling the blue, ethereal fire spear with ferocity. In tandem, Lin Chen lunged towards Lin Han, his right hand reaching out with sudden intensity. The previous pure Yuan Spirit Pearl had allowed him to unleash the might of 1,200 true energy units, perfectly filling his internal reservoir of true energy with the remaining 800 units. As Lin Han beheld the oncoming fire spear, his pupils constricted sharply. He positioned the sealing fire Yuan ice sword horizontally before him. Boom! The spear exploded upon impact, shaking Lin Han to his core, forcing him to retreat while gritting his teeth as his vitality surged within him. Yet, the defensive prowess of the mid-grade royal weapon proved formidable, absorbing the entirety of the assault. However, before Lin Han could revel in his relief, a wave of terrifying dread washed over him, leaving him chilled to the bone. Almost instinctively, he raised his arm, positioning the Dan Yuan weapon to block. Boom! Lin Chen's right hand descended with terrifying force upon the Dan Yuan weapon, channeling 500 units of true energy into it. The pressure surrounding them intensified under Lin Chen's control, becoming vast and terrifying. Clang! Clang! The sound of clashing metal reverberated from the sealing fire Yuan ice sword, the mid-grade royal weapon bending under the immense strain, as though it might fracture at any moment. As the Dan Yuan sustained damage, Lin Han began to scream frantically, the searing pain seemingly tearing through his entire being. The Dan Yuan represents a person's entire cultivation. Should it shatter, their powers would dissipate along with it. However, what truly tormented Lin Han was the medium-grade royal sword, which required a connection with his spirit to forge the Dan Yuan. Thus, when the Dan Yuan was injured, it inflicted profound suffering upon Lin Han. Lin Zhan was the first to emerge from his shock, his eyes widening in realization as he abruptly stood up, the oppressive aura of his divine realm surging violently within him. Beside him, Jian Wudao's eyes glimmered with a flash of sword light as he remarked with faint mockery, "Elder Lin, do mind the rules." Jian Wudao's voice struck Lin Zhan's mind like a bolt from the blue, and feeling the chilling gaze of Lin Xing hovering above the arena, he trembled and slumped back into his seat, his expression blank. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong wore expressions as dark as coal, as if they were on the verge of being turned to charcoal. The true outcome was now irrevocably determined. Explode! Lin Chen bellowed, unleashing the power of 100 true Qi elephants from within him. Boom! The sound of an explosion resonated as a medium-grade royal artifact was crushed into fragments beneath Lin Chen's grip. Lin Han let out a muffled groan, his aura extinguished as he collapsed to the ground. With the destruction of his Dan Yuan, Lin Han was rendered akin to a cripple. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Chen's previously calm visage flickered with a surge of joy, for he sensed a tremor from the devouring celestial diagram on his abdomen. After more than 20 days of recuperation, was Blood Elder finally awakening? A wave of consciousness emanated from the devouring celestial diagram. Boy! Quickly seize the royal intent from the shattered Dan Yuan artifact and integrate it into the devouring celestial diagram. The weak, aged voice resonated within Lin Chen's mind. Royal intent. Overwhelmed with elation, Lin Chen complied with Blood Elder's instruction and gazed toward the site of the explosion. Indeed, when the Dan Yuan artifact was shattered, a golden particle of energy lingered, coalescing into a vaguely defined long sword that bore a resemblance to the sealed fire ice sword. Was this the royal intent? Suppressing his curiosity, Lin Chen swiftly extended his hand to grasp the royal intent of the fire ice sword. This royal intent felt almost intangible in his grasp, devoid of any weight. Instead, it was drawn into him by a force akin to a black hole, merging with his skin. The devouring celestial diagram was already in motion, ready to absorb the royal intent of the medium-grade artifact. Boy, I shall soon enter seclusion. Next time, the devouring celestial diagram will ascend to the level of a low-grade royal artifact and unleash a modicum of its power. Blood Elder declared with evident delight. He had not anticipated such an opportunity upon his recent awakening. Let me tell you, this royal intent can only be possessed by royal artifacts imbued with a degree of sentience. The more royal intent you gather, the greater the power of the devouring celestial diagram shall become. So that was it. Lin Chen realized with clarity that royal intent was merely the manifestation of a certain sentience formed by royal artifacts. After collecting the royal intent, Lin Chen felt an unspoken anticipation for the evolution of the devouring celestial diagram into a low-grade royal artifact. The devouring celestial diagram is, in essence, the core formation of the celestial artifact known as the Devouring Tower. Should it regain the glory of its former days, Lin Zhan would appear to be but an insignificant insect before Lin Chen. Retrieving his thoughts, Lin Chen smirked coldly, and with a swift hand gesture, a spear engulfed in blue flames materialized in his grasp. Clutching this ethereal weapon, Lin Chen began to advance slowly towards the prostrate Lin Han. With each step, it felt as though the specter of death drew nearer, instilling a profound sense of dread. In Lin Han's gaze, Lin Chen's figure loomed larger, with terror amplifying in his eyes. Countless onlookers held their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, Lin Han fell to his knees. Panic etched across his face as he pleaded, "Lin Chen, please spare my life. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. I can reveal the location where your father is detained. It was not I who wronged you, but my father." Bam, bam, bam. Lin Han began to fervently bow his head against the ground, sobbing, "I beg you to overlook my transgressions. If you seek vengeance, direct it towards my father, for he is the true culprit." As Lin Han's cries echoed, the crowd displayed expressions of revulsion. Even Lin Zhan's body stiffened in shock. Yet, before Lin Han could finish his desperate entreaty, his voice was abruptly cut off by a piercing scream. Crack! The sound of shattering bones reverberated as Lin Chen's foot came crashing down upon Lin Han's hand, his expression as frigid as ice. "Lin Han, do you comprehend why I must end your life?" Lin Chen's tone was chillingly calm, with a visage contorted in pain and fear. Lin Han suddenly raised his head and implored, "Why? Why? Is it because I betrayed you? I can change. I will amend my ways." Lin Chen fixed his gaze upon Lin Han, shaking his head slowly. "You cannot change. Moreover, my intent to kill you is not rooted in your betrayal. Your treachery merely unveiled your true nature." Lin Han's expression froze instantaneously. Lin Chen's voice transformed, resonating like the roar of a vengeful demon. "However, conspiring against my father is the gravest error you and Lin Zhan have ever committed. My kin shall not be harmed." With a swift motion, the blue flame spear surged towards Lin Han's forehead, a strike destined to be lethal. "Stop this at once." A thunderous roar erupted from the audience, a formidable pressure bearing down upon Lin Chen. Lin Zhan, resembling a wrathful deity, soared towards Lin Chen with alarming speed, an oppressive force enveloping the arena. Under the immense pressure of the divine realm, Lin Chen's body stiffened, the speed of his spear faltering. "Father, save me. Please, rescue me." Lin Han cried out in desperation, his voice filled with anguish and terror. Lin Chen observed the growing malice in Lin Han's eyes, recalling how he had betrayed his father to save himself, only to now beseech his father for help. Lin Zhan, witnessing his son's plight, felt a pang of anguish in his heart. Yet he was overwhelmed by a surge of blood and energy, compelled by Jian Wudao's mocking gaze to intervene and prevent Lin Chen from taking his son's life, lest all his efforts be rendered futile. However, at that moment, a cold and authoritative voice resonated. "Lin Zhan, do you wish to meet your demise?" With a swift motion, a figure appeared before Lin Zhan, revealing the icy and formidable presence of the Grand Elder Lin Xingyi. In an instant, the raging inferno of wrath within Lin Zhan's heart was extinguished, as if plunged into a frigid abyss, leaving him chilled to the bone. "Humph, Lin Zhan. Your son and Lin Chen have agreed to a life-and-death duel," Lin Xingyi declared with a disdainful snort, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Should you dare to interfere with the fairness of this competition, I shall undoubtedly strip you of your position as Grand Elder." This long-reclusive Grand Elder was genuinely enraged. During the most prestigious clan competition of the Lin family, you, Lin Zhan, dare to disrupt the rules before the gaze of tens of thousands? It is nothing short of slapping the Lin family in the face. Lin Zhan, shaken by Lin Xingyi's overwhelming aura, turned ashen, the pressure directed at Lin Chen dissipating entirely. With a swift thrust, The flaming spear pierced Lin Han's brow. In an instant, his expression of despair was abruptly halted. Boom! The azure fire spear shattered, transforming into flames that enveloped Lin Han's lifeless body, igniting it in a fierce blaze. Lin Chen gazed calmly at the sea of blue flames and murmured, "In your next life, remember that personal grudges are merely personal affairs. Family remains innocent." The betrayal of Lin Han, once his closest friend, for the sake of profit, left Lin Chen feeling frigid. Yet, upon discovering that his dear friend conspired against his father, Lin Chen was truly consumed by rage. No one could harm his loved ones, otherwise death awaited them. As the fire raged, Lin Chen surveyed the multitude of spectators, a faint smile finally gracing his lips. "Father, I have not forsaken my position as the heir. I have not disappointed you. You need not worry about my condition. I, Lin Chen, am on the path to becoming a formidable force." The clan competition of the Lin family had reached its conclusion. At that moment, Lin Xingyi descended from the heavens, a faint smile adorning his face as he stood beside Lin Chen, proclaiming, "Now, in my capacity as Grand Elder, I declare Lin Chen as the heir apparent of our Lin family." A wave of excitement surged through the crowd as they rose in unison, fervently applauding and cheering. This 16-year-old youth had achieved the highest honor. Even Jian Wudao, the true disciple of the Sword Immortal sect, could not help but raise an approving eyebrow at Lin Chen. Yet, amidst the sea of gazes, a thought pierced Lin Zhan's mind, causing him to tremble, his pallor gradually transforming into a wild, ferocious expression. Chapter 29. Accepting 1% of your power now, I shall bestow the reward for this clan competition champion. Lin Xingyi's voice resonated as he suddenly produced an ancient bronze key, its edge resembling a row of tightly packed beastly fangs, adorned with archaic patterns etched around its circumference. Waves of mysterious power emanated from this bronze key. This key serves as the unlocking mechanism for a supreme clan treasure of the Lin family, which shall be unveiled upon the return of our clan leader. Lin Xingyi's voice was calm as he spoke. The spectators surrounding them could not contain their fervent excitement. Erupting into cheers, Lin Chen smiled faintly at Lin Xing, tightly gripping the bronze key in his hand, feeling its cold and mysterious touch. His lips moved slightly. "Father, your child awaits your return to retrieve the supreme clan treasure." The elder announced that the clan ceremony had reached its conclusion. Just as his words echoed into the air, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, filled with fury. "Lin Chen, you have slain my son. I demand your life as recompense." Lin Zhan's face contorted with madness as he raised his hand, summoning an enormous, tangible palm that bore down upon Lin Chen, accompanied by a tempest of fierce winds. This colossal hand had the power to pulverize the vast martial stage into dust. The thunderous strike surged toward Lin Chen, destined to be a lethal blow. Even Elder Lin Xing was enveloped within this menacing hand. Lin Zhan's sudden outburst left everyone in shock, convinced of his madness. Even Lin Xing was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He appeared utterly consumed by rage. As the enormous palm descended, Lin Chen felt an unprecedented and terrifying sense of danger, every hair on his body standing on end. The might of this hand transcended the realm of true energy, embodying an unfathomable magical force. Even with the Vutan hand, evading this strike seemed impossible. In other words, beneath this palm, his demise appeared inevitable. Yet, Lin Chen's fists clenched tightly as he gazed at the ferocious hand descending upon him, his heart racing in his throat, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He was left with no choice but to gamble, betting that the mysterious bronze ancient coffin within his brow would save him in this dire moment. He surmised that he was the vessel for the ancient coffin and could not perish just yet. Thus, the coffin must protect him. For Lin Chen, this enigmatic bronze coffin represented an unknown fate. Whether it would entomb him remained uncertain. With the terrifying techniques of Xian Shang Jun Tian, Lin Chen yearned to master this mysterious art to enhance his strength. Therefore, he gambled on his significance to the bronze coffin, believing he could not die. This would grant him the time needed to bolster his power. However, Lin Chen overlooked one crucial detail. After a brief moment of astonishment, Elder Lin Xing erupted with a formidable aura, rivaling that of the once mighty Lu Tongtian. With fury etched on his face, Lin Xing stepped forward, raising his fist to strike the air. Lightning crackled as a tremendous roar followed, and the colossal hand was shattered by this blow. The explosive sound resonated through the sky, an invisible force radiating outward, causing those around to sway. After dispelling the attack, Lin Xing hovered in the air and bellowed at the crazed Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan, should you dare to harm Lin Chen again, I shall strip you of your position as Grand Elder. Beside him, Lin Chen exhaled in relief, loosening his grip and wiping the cold sweat from his brow. This reckless gamble, wagering one's life, was indeed a burden too great for an ordinary person to bear. Regaining his composure, Lin Chen cast a glance at the elder hovering in the air, unable to restrain a nod of acknowledgement. Lin Xingyi, after all, had shown no favoritism. It appeared that his loyalty lay firmly with the Lin family. Following a devastating blow from Lin Xingyi, Lin Zhan's previously ferocious demeanor softened slightly. Yet he could not suppress his chilling proclamation. Elder, step aside. I will ensure the demise of that brat Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyi felt a flicker of anger stir within him. In front of thousands, Lin Zhan openly challenged the authority of the elder, casting a shadow upon his dignity. At that moment, a blade of light descended, revealing Jian Wudao floating above Lin Chen. He addressed Lin Zhan with a calm, yet resolute tone. Elder Lin Zhan, should you insist on violating the rules and seek to eliminate Lin Chen, I shall ensure your blood stains the Lin family. With that, the ancient sword behind Jian Wudao began to tremble ominously, an invisible aura of lethal intent sweeping through the air. Lin Xingyi's lips twitched slightly. It seemed that his status as the elder of the Lin family was once again being disregarded. Lin Zhan's face contorted with fury. Yet he dared not voice his anger. Jian Wudao's identity as the direct disciple of the Sword Immortal sect, with a master who was the vice leader of the sect, rendered Lin Zhan's status as the elder insignificant. Moreover, his cultivation level was inferior to that of Jian Wudao. At that moment, a voice laced with sarcasm pierced through the tension. Young Master Jian, you truly meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Li Yuanlong of the Li family and Wang Zheng of the Wang family had flown in from the audience, positioning themselves behind Lin Zhan with mocking expressions. Wang Zheng stepped forward, cupping his fists toward Lin Xingyi and Jian Wudao, gesturing dismissively towards Lin Chen. Elder Lin, young Master Jian. This Lin Chen dares to set a life-and-death duel against his fellow disciples, ultimately killing one of his own talented companions. How can such a person be deemed worthy of inheriting the Lin family? If Lin Chen is allowed to ascend as the successor, I, Wang Zheng, shall unequivocally sever all ties with the Lin family. Wang Zheng's words were delivered with unwavering certainty, leaving no room for negotiation. Prompting a furrow of concern upon Lin Xingyi's brow, Li Yuanlong echoed him with a sardonic tone. Indeed, a butcher of his own talented kin. If Lin Chen were to become the successor, would he not decimate his fellow disciples completely? What would remain to support the Lin family? Should Lin Chen take the position of heir, my Li family will resolutely refuse any association with the Lin family. Lin Xingyi's frown deepened. The declarations from Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong rendered his situation increasingly precarious. It was crucial to recognize that both Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong held the esteemed title of elder within the two most prominent families of the Zijing dynasty, wielding significant influence. Their words essentially represented the will of their respective families. The united pressure from these two families posed a formidable threat, and any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences for the Lin family. The Lin family was no longer in its former glory. It had fallen from its status as one of the three great families. Not only had the Lin family waned, but the current disappearance of the family had rendered Lin Xingyi and his fellow elders even more cautious in the face of the prevailing circumstances. At this juncture, Lin Zhan, still seething with rage, regained a modicum of composure and coldly declared, Elder, I cannot tolerate the fact that Lin Chen has slain my beloved son. Lin Xingyi cast a cold glance at him, remaining silent, evidently lost in contemplation. The interference from the Wang and Li families had caught him off guard. If these two prominent clans insisted on their course of action, Lin Xingyi found himself powerless to object. On the ground, Lin Chen observed this scene with a cold smile directed at the three individuals. Clearly, a certain agreement had been forged between the Li family, the Wang family, and Lin Zhan, driven by immense interest that compelled Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong to resort to any means necessary to eliminate Lin Chen, the true heir. Jian Wudao couldn't help but raise his sword-like eyebrows and inquired, What do you intend to do? In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense and fell into silence. What could they possibly plan? Were they truly contemplating executing Lin Chen under the watchful eyes of the public? Should such an act occur, the reputation of the Lin family would plummet even further. Lin Xingyi would never permit such an event to unfold. However, Lin Zhan would undoubtedly not swallow this grievance without ensuring Lin Chen faced significant consequences. Lin Chen cast a cold glance at the three men, then shifted his gaze towards the venerable elder, unable to suppress a gentle shake of his head. His respect for the elder had waned. Li Yuanlong immediately interjected with a sinister smile. Of course, we shall cripple Lin Chen's dantian, rendering him a useless being. Clang! Jian Wudao's finger tensed, emitting a sound akin to steel clashing, as sword energy shot forth from his fingertips. He then calmly remarked, "Elderly, are you eager to experience the essence of the Wuxin sword manual?" Li Yuanlong promptly recoiled, awkwardly chuckling, opting not to pursue the matter further. The incident of Lin Chen slaying Lin Han was, after all, understandable. In life-and-death duels, killing one's opponent incurs no responsibilities. Lin Xingyi's tightly furrowed brow began to gradually relax. Yet considering Lin Han's status and talent, it was clear that Lin Chen, the heir, must endure an appropriate punishment. As Lin Xingyi voiced his decision, the three elders exchanged fleeting glances, each registering a glimmer of joy in the other's eyes. Faced with the interests of the Wang and Li families, Lin Xingyi found himself compelled to lean towards Lin Zhan's side. This was the nature of power and profit. Concepts of fairness were but illusions in this context. Listening to Lin Xingyi's judgment, Lin Chen felt a chilling sensation in his heart, his lips curling into a cold smile. As expected, power crushes all. The situation had shifted dramatically. Under the formidable demands of the three elders, the champion of the competition, Lin Chen, would have to endure further torment. Jian Wudao frowned, poised to draw his sword, when Lin Chen's calm voice interjected, "I have no objections." With resolute strides, Lin Chen positioned himself before the three men, pointing at Lin Zhan, and bellowed, "I, Lin Chen, have slain Lin Han and caused losses to the Lin family, resulting in your loss of a beloved son. Here, I shall accept a strike wielding 1% of your power, without any grievances." Lin Chen's powerful proclamation harnessed the strength of 30 true Qi giants, resonating like thunder throughout the surroundings. Everyone heard it clearly, and realization dawned upon them. They could not help but engage in fervent discussion. What? Lin Chen intends to receive a strike from Elder Lin wielding 1% of his power? How can this be? The Lin family is being utterly unjust. Humph. What do you understand? Lin Chen possesses the charisma befitting a leader, and his actions are undeniably commendable. Accepting merely 1% of power indeed reflects profound wisdom and remarkable courage. It appears that the Lin family's rise is within reach. In Lin Chen's words, he has clearly divulged the entirety of the situation. After all, Lin Han is a prodigious disciple of the Lin family, and as the young master, to have slain his own family's talented disciple is bound to chill the hearts of those unaware of the underlying circumstances. Nevertheless, Lin Chen understands that with the three elders publicly denouncing him, even with Jian Wudao's support, the Lin family will still lean towards the opposing side. He stands alone, weakened, and his own strength is not that of the divine law realm, but merely at the innate 8th level. Chapter 30. Astonishment. Lin Zhan and his companions stared at Lin Chen in utter disbelief, while Wang Zheng could not help but check his ears, wondering if he had misheard. The venerable elder Lin Xingyi also looked at Lin Chen with profound astonishment. Jian Wudao was the first to regain his composure, stepping forward to calmly remark, "Lin Chen, there is no need to feign bravado. My word is my bond." Li Yuanlong, standing nearby, wore a mocking grin, sneering, "Lin Chen, do not presume that defeating Lin Han grants you the right to arrogance. Below the divine law realm, all innate realms are but ants." Of course, Jian Wudao and Li Yuanlong merely perceived Lin Chen's surface-level arrogance. The fervent cheers of the surrounding spectators served as ample evidence of Lin Chen's true intentions. He merely sought to leverage the momentum of the thousands present to suppress the Li family, the Wang family, and Lin Zhan and his companions. "What of your elaborate schemes?" Just as Lin Zhan was about to refuse, compelled to forfeit his dantian, a mysterious thought once again infiltrated his mind. A silent, cold smile began to form at the corners of his mouth, filled with murderous intent. "Very well, then let it be. Receive my strike infused with 1% of my power." Lin Chen responded with a tranquil smile, unperturbed. Lin Xingyi took a decisive step forward. gazing at Lin Chen with a furrowed brow, solemnly stating, "Lin Chen, do not engage in a contest of loyalty. The power of the divine law realm is not something you can withstand at your innate level. Think it over carefully." Lin Xingyi was also aware of the injustice in his ruling, thus contemplating granting Lin Chen a second opportunity to choose. However, Lin Chen merely glanced at Lin Xingyi, his eyes as calm as dust, and shook his head. "No need, this is it. You." Lin Xingyi hesitated, and after a prolonged silence, he waved his robe, declaring, "Very well, everyone step back. I shall personally oversee this duel. Should Lin Zhan exceed 1% of his strength, this matter shall be conclusively settled." "Good." Lin Zhan gritted his teeth and nodded, floating to the far side of the arena, casting a sinister glare at Lin Chen. Li Yuanlong, Wang Zheng, and others looked on with derision as they took to the outskirts of the arena. Observing Lin Chen's defiant and fervent silhouette, Jian Wudao chose not to say more, simply letting out a soft sigh as he stood outside the arena. "Lin Zhan, come forth," Lin Chen remarked coolly. "I shall demonstrate to you the power capable of defeating your son." Seeking death. Upon the mention of Lin Han, Lin Zhan's visage contorted, roaring, "Insignificant ant. Let me show you the terror of the divine law realm." Boom. Lin Zhan began to unleash a terrifying force, his body resonating with an enigmatic power. As he raised his hand and grasped the air, a multitude of energy storms erupted around him. Even a mere fraction of his power could generate such a formidable spectacle. Lin Chen, undaunted, beheld the overwhelming might emanating from Lin Zhan, and suddenly raised his palm with a decisive flourish. 5 orbs, radiating a luminous azure glow, floated gracefully in the air, captivating all who beheld them. He summoned all his pure Yuan spirit orbs in a single, grand gesture. The devouring diagram within him commenced a frenzied operation, causing the 5 spirit orbs to release an abundance of pure energy, coalescing into a colossal vortex that surged into Lin Chen's being. This astonishing scene of voracious energy absorption instantly captured the attention of the onlookers. What is that? Such pure energy. Those are indeed pure Yuan spirit orbs, and there are 5 of them. What is he attempting? Is he really trying to refine all 5 at once? This is sheer madness. The nobles in the audience exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in disbelief at Lin Chen's audacious actions. Jian Wudao, standing outside the arena, couldn't help but furrow his brow, watching Lin Chen consume such an immense amount of energy. Has he lost his mind? Wang Zheng looked on in astonishment before breaking into a cold laugh. 1,000 energy titans will burst you apart. Even someone at the peak of the innate stage, possessing a power of energy, wouldn't he exceed that number? Yet, Lin Chen paid no heed to the tumultuous reactions surrounding him. He had prepared for this reckless maneuver long before arriving at the Lin family estate. Aware of his own limitations against a formidable opponent, he understood the necessity of retaining some hidden strength. With 1,000 energy titans fully absorbed into his dantian, they surged towards the azure figure with blurred features. This figure, resembling a bottomless abyss, remained indistinct despite the influx of energy. As the energy poured in, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, Lin Chen felt the azure figure's hands begin to move slowly, a faint azure glow enveloping its form. "Come at me with greater ferocity," Lin Chen roared within, the devouring diagram vibrating as though on the brink of shattering, as countless energy titans were consumed anew. This extraordinary phenomenon drew Lin Zhan's attention, yet a fierce murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. "Lin Chen, perish." He unleashed a tempestuous aura, akin to a titan among men, directing a finger towards Lin Chen. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, a terrifying pressure descending upon the arena, causing the surrounding stones to fracture. A shadowy finger, imbued with annihilative energy, surged forth as if descending from the depths of hell, accompanied by a thunderous roar, aimed directly at Lin Chen. As this finger emerged, Jian Wudao's expression shifted slightly. The initial manifestation of the divine seed? Not only did Jian Wudao's demeanor change, but even Lin Xingyi's countenance showed signs of unease. A formidable and overwhelming force surged forth, akin to a colossal tide of beasts advancing towards Lin Chen. The dark fingers exuded an aura of devastation, seemingly intent on annihilating all in their path. At this moment, Lin Chen's tightly shut eyes finally opened, as the swirling essence of 1,000 majestic elephants flowed into his dantian. A resonant hum echoed through his being, reminiscent of steel clashing in battle. An air of nobility suddenly radiated from Lin Chen. With a swift motion, he extended his right hand to confront the looming threat of the annihilation finger. An ethereal arm of gaseous energy materialized above his own, its form indistinct yet imbued with an exalted will that commanded submission. What was this? Lin Xing's gaze fixed upon the spectral arm on Lin Chen's right, his pupils contracting in astonishment. Among the gathered crowd, only he sensed the presence of this otherworldly limb. With a decisive grip, Lin Chen unleashed a forceful downward motion, his fingers splayed wide as an invisible pressure surged forth, propelling towards the annihilation finger. It felt as though every particle of space was laden with the weight of a mountain, rendering it unbearably heavy. As his fingers slowly converged, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the annihilation finger, layers of dark energy dissipating in the wake of the mounting pressure. What? Lin Zhan's expression shifted slightly at this spectacle. Yet, what followed left him even more astounded. Explode for me. Lin Chen's hair whipped wildly, his eyes blood-red, resembling a bloodthirsty demon king consumed by madness. His fingers clenched ferociously, waves of vital energy detonating across his body, tearing his skin and allowing blood to trickle through the gaps. The surrounding energy began to coalesce into a weight surpassing that of mountains, pressing towards the annihilation finger as if the very fabric of space conspired to reject its existence, crushing it into oblivion. The thunderous explosions echoed, reminiscent of countless mountains being obliterated. As Lin Chen's fingers continued to converge, the ethereal arm on his right mirrored the action. Bang! As his fingers united, an even more ferocious pressure emerged. The annihilation finger halted just a meter from Lin Chen, erupting violently into fragments. An invisible tempest of force swept across the arena, shattering and collapsing layers beneath it. In the wake of the astonished crowd, the annihilation finger disintegrated into nothingness. Lin Chen stumbled, his hair disheveled, nearly losing his balance. At this juncture, the vital energy within him dwindled to near depletion, the exertion of the heavenly grasp having taken an immense toll, leaving him exceedingly vulnerable. Even a being of the sixth layer of innate could easily extinguish his life. However, his eyes resembled those of a malevolent wolf. Lin Chen shook his body slightly, ultimately managing to steady himself. He addressed Lin Zhan, who stood before him in a daze. Lin Zhan, shall we let this matter pass? How could that be? How could that be? Lin Zhan murmured, seemingly entranced, still reeling from the immense shock. Although it was merely 1% of that divine power, it was sufficient to leave everyone astounded. Magical energy and true qi were entirely different realms of energy. The power drawn from magical energy was termed divine ability, while that from true qi could only be described as martial technique. The essence of divine ability and martial technique shared the same principle. However, only through the utilization of magical energy could the profound essence of martial arts be fully unleashed. Yet, Lin Chen had indeed exhibited a remarkable act, utilizing true qi martial techniques to contend against the divine ability. What a terrifying martial technique! Jian Wudao, awakening from his astonishment, bore a grave expression. The unfolding events had undoubtedly surpassed his expectations. Elders Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong exchanged glances, swallowing hard, their eyes filled with astonishment. What manner of prodigy was Lin Chen? At this moment, even though Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong were displeased with Lin Chen obstructing their pursuit of gain, they found themselves at a loss for words. Among them, Lin Xingyi possessed the strongest composure, stepping forward to declare, Lin Chen has successfully received Elder Lin Zhan's 1% of magical energy strike. Thus, the matter of killing Lin Han is beyond dispute. A wave of exclamations surged through the arena. This young master named Lin Chen was destined to astound the entirety of Yichao City, perhaps even the entire Zijing dynasty. What an extraordinary achievement! Impossible, impossible! Lin Zhan continued to mutter, for even 1% of that power was beyond the capacity of a mere innate 8th level to withstand. The shock Lin Chen's reception of his strike had instilled in him was simply too profound. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, and murmured with a faint smile, the matter has finally reached a conclusion. It is time to seek out my father. With Lin Han deceased, he had ascended to the position of young master, and the conspiracy of Lin Zhan and his son had met a definitive end. However, his father, Lin Zongxing, had enticed Lin Zhan into the ancient forbidden grounds in search of a remedy for Lin Chen's constitution. The mere thought of this ignited a furious blaze within Lin Chen, who longed to strike Lin Chen down. Yet, his current strength was still woefully insufficient, necessitating the consumption of vast amounts of spiritual energy. Lin Chen, congratulations. Jian Wudao approached with a gentle smile. It seems that Lin Uncle's Lin family holds the promise of resurgence in the future. Likewise, I am deeply grateful for Brother Jin's assistance, Lin Chen replied, bowing in acknowledgement. Receiving Lin Zhan's 1% magical energy strike had indeed been a shocking feat. That single finger strike was capable of annihilating over 10 innate 10th level masters. Had Lin Chen not relied on 5 pure elemental spirit pearls to manifest a fraction of the power of the Hand of the Heavens, he would have been unable to withstand it. Nevertheless, at this moment, Lin Chen's cultivation, without the support of the immense pure elemental spirit pearls, would likely falter against an innate 10th level Dan Yuan master. Beside him, Lin Xing cast a complex glance at Lin Chen, ultimately unable to suppress a sigh. Had he perhaps made an erroneous decision? Nonetheless, Lin Xing shook his head and was about to depart when an unexpected turn of events unfolded. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the entire competition arena. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar reverberated across the skies above the venue. Lin Chen, surrender your martial skills, or face death. Chapter 31. The plunder. Once more the dreadful pressure descended like an iron curtain, shrouding the entire battleground. A heavy oppressive force surged forth. Li Yuanlong, Wang Zheng, and Lin Zhan all experienced a drastic change in countenance. Even Lin Xing and Jian Wudao felt their expressions shift dramatically under this immense strain. The previously fervent arena fell into a profound silence in response to the thunderous command. Everyone lifted their gazes toward the void above, pondering who had uttered such a mighty shout. Lin Chen, already feeble, felt his left leg buckle under the colossal pressure, trembling uncontrollably. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and the relief that had briefly graced his features vanished, replaced by tension once more. Who was targeting him? Which formidable figure had arrived? Lin Xing soared into the sky, his aura resonating as he clasped his fists in greeting, addressing the heavens. I am Lin Xing, the elder of the Lin family. Might I inquire why you have come to our abode? Clang. Jian Wudao emanated the sound of clashing swords from his very being. An invisible sword energy erupted from him, dispelling the oppressive force that surrounded Lin Chen. Haha, behold, I reveal myself. A boisterous laughter echoed to the heavens, and a commanding figure materialized before the multitude. Clad in black, with a stern visage and eyes that reflected disdain for mere insects, he emanated a chilling aura akin to a mountain of ice, instilling a profound sense of pressure. It was none other than Lu Tongtian, the foremost disciple of the Hantian sect. Lu Tongtian. Jian Wudao's expression grew solemn, and he could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. Lin Xing, the esteemed elder, quickly grasped the significance of Lu Tongtian's identity and hastily inquired, "Ah, it is you, nephew Tongtian. May I ask the purpose of your visit to our Lin family?" Lu Tongtian's status far surpassed that of Jian Wudao or Li Yuanlong. Within the Hantian sect, he was the unequivocal heir to the next generation's leadership, his position immensely prestigious. Moreover, Lu Tongtian's aura was so profound that even Lin Xing, the elder, found it inscrutable, surpassing his own prowess. What level of cultivation did this individual possess? Lin Chen, quaking on his unsteady legs, fixed his gaze filled with murderous intent upon Lu Tongtian, for only he sensed the supreme flame's essence radiating from Lu Tongtian. The heavenly fire seal, the very artifact that had been seized from him by Lin Han during his rebellion. Clenching his fists tightly, trembling uncontrollably, the bones in his hand creaked ominously. Lin Chen's inner turmoil against Lu Tongtian was swelling with unprecedented ferocity. Martial skills represented his second life. Lu Tongtian had slain another version of himself. How could he not be enraged? So it was Jian Wudao. In the chilling presence of Lu Tongtian, Jian Wudao stood resolute, his fingers poised like a sword directed at Lin Chen. You must swiftly allow me to depart. Lin Chen is mine. What? Jian Wudao's expression shifted dramatically as the ancient sword behind him began to resonate ominously. Was Lu Tongtian actually issuing commands to him? Although he could not fathom Lu Tongtian's cultivation level, his pride would never permit him to be subjugated by another. Humph. Lu Tongtian scoffed coldly, his demeanor icy. The Heartless Sword Classic allows one to channel their intent elsewhere. Jian Wudao, do not forget that the Rain Emperor still resides within the Huitian Gate. A tremor coursed through Jian Wudao's body, his face a tapestry of complex emotions, as the ancient sword behind him ceased its trembling. The heartless sword classic he practiced was predicated on entrusting one's heart entirely to another, thereby achieving a state of transcendence. The Rain Emperor, mentioned by Lu Tongtian, was indeed the individual to whom Jian Wudao had entrusted his essence. With a conflicted gaze cast towards Lin Chen, Jian Wudao stepped aside and spoke in a low tone. Lu Tongtian, should you dare to harm Lin Chen, I will undoubtedly intervene. Rest assured. Lu Tongtian nodded coldly, then turned his attention to the esteemed elder Lin Xingyi, declaring, Elder, I shall take charge of Lin Chen. The Huitian Gate shall forge a permanent alliance with the Lin family. What? Lin Xingyi's countenance turned pale as he instinctively questioned. Is this true? With arms crossed, Lu Tongtian stood proudly, asserting, I possess the authority to ally with the Lin family. Lin Xingyi's expression grew increasingly complex. The arrival of Lu Tongtian was unmistakably aimed at countering the formidable martial arts Lin Chen had just unleashed. He recognized the terror of that technique. However, the Lin family desperately required a powerful ally. Even though Lin Xingyi acknowledged the immense potential residing within Lin Chen, the allure of this tremendous benefit was too compelling to resist. Moreover, the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Tongtian was inscrutable even to Lin Xingyi. Standing isolated upon the arena, Lin Chen regarded the conflicted elder Lin Xingyi with cold detachment, feeling an overwhelming sense of disappointment. He discerned the essence of Jian Wudao's heartless sword classic, realizing that the enigmatic Rain Emperor was undoubtedly a figure from the Huitian Gate. Jian Wudao's actions were clearly driven by necessity. Yet Lin Xingyi, as the supreme elder of the Lin family, represented the will of the family itself. To forsake their own young master for the sake of an alliance was a bitter revelation for Lin Chen. Very well, Lin Xingyi finally conceded, nodding gravely. He clasped his fists towards Lu Tongtian, stating, Nephew Tongtian, I temporarily entrust Lin Chen to you. But remember, he is the Lin family's young master and cannot be harmed. Indeed, a cold smirk graced Lu Tongtian's face, his eyes glinting with derision. Observing this exchange, Lin Chen's gaze towards Jian Wudao grew increasingly indifferent. Once more, Lin Xingyi turned to Lin Chen, his expression solemn and authoritative. Lin Chen, as the young master of the Lin family, you must consider the future of our clan. Surrender the martial technique you just displayed to nephew Tongtian, thereby securing the strength of the Lin family. With a mocking smile, Lin Chen slowly retorted, On what grounds do you presume to speak to me? A kin driven by selfish interests, a family devoid of true lineage, is destined to succumb to the dust of history. You. Lin Xing's expression darkened in anger as he abruptly turned away, his sleeves swaying as he exited the arena. Though Lin Xing's intentions were for the benefit of the Lin family, such actions were undeniably disgraceful. In an instant, only two figures remained in the arena. Lin Chen stood alone, facing the pressure of tens of thousands of spectators, confronting Lu Tongtian with fierce intensity. Hand over that martial technique, Lin Chen. Lu Tongtian stepped forward, towering above him, threateningly declaring, Otherwise, I shall make you experience the torment of the duality of ice and fire. What a farce. Lin Chen suddenly erupted in laughter, his voice echoing, My martial technique is a product of my innate talent. What right do you have to claim it? Do you think you can bully the Lin family simply because we are few? His laughter resonated, clearly audible throughout the arena. The nobles and dignitaries present quickly grasped the unfolding situation, their expressions shifting as hushed murmurs began to circulate. What? The foremost disciple of the Huitian sect dares to seize the martial arts of the Lin family's young master? So that's how it is. The technique just executed by the young master of the Lin family managed to withstand 1% of a divine power. Shameless, utterly shameless. Who would have thought the disciples of the Huitian sect could be so audacious? Humph. To attempt to seize martial arts on the Lin family's territory is an affront that even the Huitian sect should not dare to undertake. Snickers and accusations echoed from all directions. The collective discourse of the thousands present caused even the esteemed elder Lin Xing to pale. The louder the discussions grew, the greater the damage inflicted upon the Lin family. Lin Chen, however, perceived this reality with clarity. He currently lacked the strength to confront Lu Tongtian. Lu Tongtian's power was far beyond that of Lin Zhan, who was merely at the first level of the divine realm. Thus, Lin Chen chose to amplify Lu Tongtian's attempt to seize his martial technique through his laughter, turning the latter into a target for universal scorn. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, how could Lu Tongtian dare to claim the technique? Lu Tongtian's demeanor darkened, and amidst the collective condemnation, he suddenly bellowed, "Kneel." A terrifying, thunderous pressure emanated from Lu Tongtian, enveloping Lin Chen like an overwhelming force. It felt as if countless mountains were descending from the heavens, intent on subduing Lin Chen. Thud! Lin Chen's left leg buckled under the immense weight, crashing to the ground with a sound reminiscent of shattering bones. His face remained resolute, his murderous intent coalescing as he trembled under the relentless pressure exerted by Lu Tongtian. Strength! Strength! In that moment, Lin Chen yearned desperately to augment his power. Relying on others would never lead to greatness. Only one's own strength could protect oneself and loved ones. This astonishing turn of events left all observers in stunned silence. Just then, Lu Tongtian suddenly spread his arms wide, his voice booming like thunder, as if 1,000 or even 10,000 colossal elephants were charging forth. Everyone silence. Otherwise, you shall all perish. In the midst of the tumultuous atmosphere, with hair billowing and a countenance brimming with lethal intent, a phantasmal and enigmatic pattern materialized behind Lu Tongtian. This illusory design flickered with the eternal dance of ethereal ice and fire, reminiscent of a primordial inferno. A palpable aura of impending doom and immense pressure enveloped the entire arena, rendering the onlookers utterly speechless. Beneath the weight of Lu Tongtian's murderous intent, they could only swallow hard in silence, overwhelmed by awe. Chapter 32. The Edict of the Ta Ching Sect. Lu Tongtian. Do not presume that your status as the foremost disciple of the Huitian sect grants you the right to dominate. From the stands, a noble of innate level 10 could no longer contain his fury, erupting in outrage as he pointed at Lu Tongtian, shouting, "If you have the audacity, then slay us all. Indeed, your arrogance knows no bounds. My father is the cousin of the emperor of the Zijing dynasty. Let us see how you contend with me." Another noble of similar standing echoed, his face aflame with indignation. Lu Tongtian's words had inadvertently offended the throngs of spectators, all of whom were individuals of considerable stature. After all, they had gathered at the Lin family's arena, not in the confines of the Huitian sect. The uprising of these thousands was a force to be reckoned with. The emperor's cousin? Death awaits you all the same. Lu Tongtian hovered in midair, his expression grim, his icy gaze locking onto several nobles of innate level 10. With a swift motion, a colossal, otherworldly blue fire spear coalesced in Lu Tongtian's hand. Measuring several dozen meters in length, its flames almost tangible, it was none other than the second seal of the celestial fire imprint, the Spear of Burning Fire. Kill! The Spear of Burning Fire was hurled forth, transforming into a blazing projectile that collided with the group of innate level 10 nobles. Boom, boom, boom. The Spear of Burning Fire detonated, erupting into a sea of blue flames that engulfed dozens of innate level 10 nobles, their desperate struggles proving futile against the searing inferno. Ah, ah, ah. The anguished cries echoed from the fiery abyss, instilling dread in the hearts of all who heard. A young noble of the Zijing dynasty, witnessing this horror, felt his lips tremble in disbelief. He had just witnessed the slaughter of the military minister's son. The nobles closest to the inferno wore expressions of sheer terror. The assembled crowd of thousands fell into a stunned silence, awestruck by Lu Tongtian's merciless prowess. He had achieved the embryonic form of the fifth realm of divine law. While the surrounding nobles quaked in fear, Jian Wudao gazed in astonishment at the phantasmagoric tapestry of water and fire behind Lu Tongtian. This tapestry was the hallmark of the fifth realm of divine law, the martial arts divine pattern. However, it was still in the process of complete manifestation, requiring immense effort to solidify. Not only Jian Wudao, but also the elders like Lin Xingyi were captivated by the overwhelming power displayed by Lu Tongtian. The pinnacle of the fourth realm of divine law was a level even the elders of the Lin family had yet to attain. At this moment, Lu Tongtian stood as the most formidable figure within the Lin family, an unstoppable force of terror. Under the immense pressure, Lin Chen's already burdened body endured further torment, his skin tearing more extensively and blood gushing forth, staining him a deep crimson. Yet, his right leg stood resolute, as unwavering as a rock, refusing to kneel. Absolutely unyielding, absolutely defiant. In this moment, Lin Chen felt as fragile as a delicate sheet of paper, easily ignitable by a mere spark. However, his obstinate willpower persevered against the odds. The arena was enveloped in a profound silence, with no one stepping forth to assist Lin Chen, leaving his solitary figure half-kneeling upon the arena, fiercely resisting the malevolent force before him. Lu Tongtian approached with an icy demeanor, every step amplifying the pressure upon Lin Chen. With each stride, it felt as though an additional mountain settled upon Lin Chen's shoulders. As Lu Tongtian sauntered closer, Lin Chen's body erupted with waves of explosive sounds. The previously formidable quality of his superior spiritual weapon had become exceedingly fragile after Lin Chen unleashed his fallen heaven's hand. A bitter taste filled Lin Chen's throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His right arm, which had executed the fallen heaven's hand, burst forth with spurts of blood under the mounting pressure, rendering it numb. Lu Tongtian, his expression unyielding, regarded Lin Chen with the disdainful eyes of one observing an insignificant insect, proclaiming, "Lin Chen, you have indeed not disappointed me." With an impassive expression, he raised a finger, stating, "I offer you one final opportunity, 300 million premium spirit stones in exchange for your martial arts. Do you accept?" He gazed down at Lin Chen from his elevated position, resembling an emperor surveying his subjects. 300 million premium spirit stones. This astronomical figure left the onlookers parched and speechless. Such a staggering amount could elevate one's cultivation to the realm of divine law. Only Lu Tongtian possessed such extravagant wealth. Lin Chen, whose face had been taut with murderous intent, suddenly relaxed, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he regarded the arrogantly poised Lu Tongtian. "Lu Tongtian, do not presume that I am unaware of your true intentions. You merely seek to mask the inferiority of your martial arts compared to my innate talent. A genius like you cannot bear to see others excel." With unwavering resolve in his eyes, Lin Chen declared, "Even if I perish, I shall never relinquish my martial arts to you." Raising his head high, his face radiated pride, embodying the essence of a sovereign. With an air of nobility and defiance, he spoke with a sonorous voice, akin to the clash of steel, igniting a fervor within many noble spectators. Who could match Lin Chen's relentless spirit? While they could revel in excitement and frenzy, they were undeniably afraid of death. Yet, they did not comprehend Lin Chen. He did not fear death, for he cherished every facet of his martial arts. This was the brilliance he had cultivated during 6 years of enduring the stigma of being a waste. Lu Tongtian's previously stern visage transformed into one of ominous foreboding, as if a tempest had suddenly descended, revealing the grotesque visage of a jester unearthing a festering wound. Boom! The formidable aura of Lu Tongtian, at the 4th stage of the divine law realm, surged forth like a divine mountain, threatening to suppress the entire Lin family beneath its weight. Suddenly, Lin Chen's entire body erupted with a series of violent explosions, his bones shattering and blood gushing forth, leaving him in a state of utter ruin. His half-kneeling form began to sway violently, akin to a small boat on the verge of being engulfed by a torrential downpour. Yet, his right leg, completely shattered, felt numbed yet still bore the weight of his defiance. He would not yield, even in death. Lin Xing watched this scene with a slight tremor at the corners of his mouth, feeling an immense sense of oppression within. This was the true essence of a man from the Lin family, the son of Lin Sanxing. However, Lu Tongtian's status was far too exalted. Being the next leader of the Hunyuan Gate of the 3 celestial sects, unmatched by any other. In Lin Chen's solitude, there was no one to assist him. Not a single soul would come to his aid. With a cold expression, Lu Tongtian manifested a blazing spear, flames consuming it as he aimed it at Lin Chen. "Since you insist on this path, I shall eliminate you entirely and extract your martial technique from your very being." Upon reaching the supreme level of martial prowess, techniques would solidify into a distinct form, much like the white flames that once enveloped Lin Chen. With the hand of Futin represented by the azure figure residing within his dantian. While life may perish, such martial techniques would endure. Under the immense pressure, Lin Chen's consciousness began to fade, his body succumbing to a haze of confusion. Were it not for his indomitable will, he would have long since crumbled. The mysterious bronze coffin within his mind appeared as lifeless as a stone, suspended in silence and immovable through the ages. Was this how he would meet his end? A bitter smile tugged at Lin Chen's lips as blood trickled forth. Yet, his heart of a warrior remained resilient and unblemished. At that moment, a swift sound pierced the air as a blue talisman tore through the heavens, plummeting rapidly towards the arena. The decree of the Ta Ching sect proclaimed that, effective immediately, the Lin family would forge a permanent alliance with the Ta Ching sect. Lin Chen, the young master of the Lin family, was designated as a disciple of the Ta Ching sect, with any offense met with the collective enmity of the world against the Ta Ching sect. The booming voice resonated like that of a giant, sweeping over the entire martial arena. Lin Chen's eyes, which had become clouded and dim, suddenly flickered with a glimmer of clarity. Qingru, thank you. The 33rd chapter, young man, do not forget that you are of the Lin lineage. A blue talisman, inscribed with mysterious patterns, bore the character for Qing, resembling flowing water. This was unmistakably the decree of the Ta Ching sect among the three celestial sects. The contents of this decree left the onlookers in astonishment. The Lin family had unexpectedly formed an alliance with the Ta Ching sect, and Lin Chen was recognized as the young master of the Ta Ching sect. This news was monumental. Though the Zijing and Dongfang dynasties boasted equality with the three celestial sects, the disparities were profound. The might of the three celestial sects far surpassed that of the two dynasties, their heritage incomparable. The arrival of this decree signified a transformation in the status and identity of the Lin family. Even those who wished to challenge the Lin family would need to weigh their own strength carefully. To oppose the Lin family was to stand against the Ta Ching sect. The elders of the Wang and Li families were both struck with disbelief, unable to fathom the news before them. Did this herald the resurgence of the Lin family's former glory? Meanwhile, the eldest elder, Lin Zhan, wore an expression of utter rigidity. Lin Xingyi, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure, his face alight with joy. With the alliance formed with the Tai Ching sect, the Lin family was poised for rapid advancement. Moreover, Lin Chen had secured a disciple quota. The Tai Ching sect each year limited its intake to no more than 20 disciples, typically comprising prodigies or individuals of significant stature. Those designated by such auspicious edicts would invariably possess immense status. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful! Lin Xingyi exclaimed thrice, his delight palpable. At last, our Lin family shall reclaim its former glory. In that moment, he felt an exhilarating sense of vindication. Did he not feel the sting of humiliation as members of his family were bullied? Though he had perhaps overly prioritized the interests of the family, neglecting the fiercer instincts of kinship, Lin Xingyi remained steadfastly loyal to the Lin lineage, particularly upon witnessing Lin Chen's proud yet fragile silhouette. Kneeling with a disheveled appearance yet refusing to succumb, his heart quaked with emotion. The onlooking nobles had begun to sense an underlying intrigue. The decree of alliance evidently served to elevate the stature of the Lin family once more. Moreover, the most pressing question lingered. Would Lu Tongtian dare to confront Lin Chen? Would he risk antagonizing the Tai Ching sect and oppose the Lin family to the bitter end? Yet, instinctively, all present believed Lu Tongtian would refrain, prioritizing the greater good. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed. A colossal hand emerged, striking with overwhelming force, crushing the decree from the Tai Ching sect within its grasp, which exploded in an instant. Lu Tongtian stood like a statue of ice, his face a mask of cold determination, exuding an imperial arrogance unmistakably. As the massive hand withdrew, all were caught off guard as Lu Tongtian produced a dim, lifeless talisman, igniting it with a flick of his fingers amidst the gaze of the multitude. Arrogance. Utter hubris. Every noble present registered this thought. Lu Tongtian's audacity was astounding, dismissing even the Tai Ching sect. He was openly challenging the authority of the Tai Ching sect without fear. Lin Xingyi was the first to respond, his aura erupting in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Tongtian, exclaiming, Lu Tongtian, cease this instant. How dare you destroy the decree? The talisman continued to burn in Lu Tongtian's hand, showing no signs of abating. He cast a cold glance at Lin Xingyi, raising an icy eyebrow. And if I do burn it, what then? Seek death. Lin Xingyi could no longer contain himself, rage threatening to consume him. He raised his hand, channeling formidable magical energy, summoning a gigantic hand that swept menacingly towards Lu Tongtian. A mere ant struggle, Lu Tongtian retorted, his face stern as he stepped forward, his aura erupting like a tempest, unleashing a shimmering fist towards Lin Xingyi. Boom! It seemed as if the entire sky erupted with a thunderous roar. With a single punch, a tremendous eruption of ice and snow burst forth, shattering the colossal hand and sending Lin Xingyi staggering back. Blood gushed forth in a sequence of 6 violent spurts. and the esteemed elder, Lin Chen, was forced to retreat repeatedly, his body convulsing in agony. Clearly, this strike from Lu Tongtian had inflicted grievous harm upon him. Lin Chen's complexion flushed a deep crimson, and an unmelting mass of ice and snow crystallized upon his chest, marking him as severely wounded. At that moment, fear gripped the hearts of all present as they beheld Lu Tongtian's power in repelling the elder of the Lin family. Half kneeling on the ground, Lin Chen appeared as if death were imminent, yet his spirit remained resolute, watching Lu Tongtian burn the talisman and strike back against the elder, a palpable aura of menace coalescing in his gaze. Suddenly, Lu Tongtian lost interest in Lin Chen, turning his derisive attention toward Lin Chen, his finger pointing mockingly at him as he erupted in a scornful laugh. Lin Chen, do you find your plight unbearable? Huh, in a family like yours. What does it matter how indomitable you may be? He gestured towards the pallid face of Lin Zhan, the elder of the Lin family. Not only did he conspire against your father, but he has also sought to harm you time and again. What gives him the audacity to act against you? Why should you be forced to accept even a fraction of his power? I merely agreed to assist him in becoming the next head of the family after ascertaining your martial prowess. Lin Zhan's countenance grew even more ashen, while Lin Chen regarded him with a frigid gaze, choosing silence. Moments ago, curiosity had stirred within him regarding Lin Zhan's sudden boldness in opposing the elder. It was all for this ulterior motive. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, having been struck back by Lu Tongtian, was consumed by fury, pointing at Lin Zhan but rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that this was all part of a grand conspiracy. Lu Tongtian, with a flick of his finger, directed his cold words at Lin Chen. As the esteemed elder of the Lin family, you have failed to protect your kin. As the young master of the Lin family, you have been forsaken for personal gain. What merit does such an elder possess? Lin Chen trembled violently, his aged visage appearing even more haggard as blood erupted from his mouth. Lin Chen shot a cold glance at him before turning to Lu Tongtian, stating with indifference, "What is it that you wish to convey?" Suddenly, Lu Tongtian retracted his overwhelming pressure, regarding Lin Chen with an imperial gaze. "If you surrender your martial skills to me, I shall grant you any request, even if it means turning the Lin family into a river of blood." The formidable nature of the technique, the hand of subjugation, ignited a fervent desire within Lu Tongtian. His realm surpassed that of Lin Chen, and he could faintly sense the extraordinary nature of this martial art. Willing to oppose the Tai Ching sect, if necessary, all eyes were drawn to this proud figure, standing alone amidst the turmoil. Lin Chen gazed at his blood-soaked form, his skeletal structure nearly shattered, and then cast a glance at the pallid Lin Zhan and the elder Lin Chen, who resembled a frail old man in the twilight of life. Finally, he slowly raised his head, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Very well, I have but one demand." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen trembled slightly and gradually closed his aged eyes. "Excellent." Lu Tongtian regarded Lin Chen with an appreciative expression. "You may articulate your request. Do you wish for the Lin family to be annihilated?" Lin Chen shook his head slowly, replying, "Not merely the destruction of the Lin family. That is far too simplistic. I desire something far more ruthless." At this declaration, a chill swept through the hearts of all present. Lin Chen felt an immense bitterness within. The Lin family had indeed wronged him gravely. Perhaps his unwavering focus on familial interests had led him to perpetually overlook Lin Chen's resentment, fury, and struggle. However, it was only at the moment the decree from the Ta Ching sect arrived that he realized the extent of Lin Chen's sacrifices for the Lin family. Had it not been for Lin Chen, would the Ta Ching sect have issued a decree? Had it not been for Lin Chen's previous assistance to Qing Ro and others, would she have come to his aid? Lu Tongtian remained cold and unyielding. "Very well, I shall grant any request you make." Lin Chen, weakened and racked with pain, suddenly lifted his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he asked, "Then, may you perish?" Lu Tongtian's expression froze instantly, and a terrifying aura surged within him. Seeking death, Lu Tongtian's face filled with murderous intent as he brought his colossal hand crashing down, an amalgamation of ice and fire. As if the two forces were colliding in an apocalyptic clash, shrouding the entire arena, intent on obliterating Lin Chen in a single strike. This blow would undoubtedly spell Lin Chen's demise. "Do not harm my young master." A sudden roar erupted, and an elderly figure appeared in front of Lin Chen, raising a massive hand to bravely confront the impending onslaught. His silhouette was proud and unwavering, At that moment, Lin Chen stood on the precipice of death. Even the slightest perturbation could claim his life. Yet, he could not suppress a smile, his eyes warm. Lin Xingyi, indeed, remained loyal to the Lin family, both by blood and spirit. To live and die for the Lin family. Humph, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lu Tongtian snorted coldly, his anger reaching a boiling point. As his hand descended, the forces of ice and fire surged violently within. With a thunderous crash, the oncoming hand was shattered in an instant, reduced to nothingness. Lin Xingyi was sent flying like a cannonball, blood spurting forth. And Lin Chen could clearly see the tears streaming down his face. With your most cherished martial technique, I shall consign you to the depths of hell. Lu Tongtian, like an emperor, conjured a flaming spear, engulfed in ferocious flames, aimed directly at Lin Chen. Boom! The blazing spear surged violently towards Lin Chen, piercing into his lower abdomen, transforming into a raging sea of blue, ethereal flames that ferociously ignited, obliterating Lin Chen completely. The terrifying heat enveloped Lin Chen's body, the blue flames consuming him entirely. His body, on the brink of death, was utterly incapable of withstanding this cataclysmic strike. In the searing heat of the ferocious flames, Lin Chen felt as though his entire being was on the verge of melting away, a series of agonizing sounds escaping his lips as he groaned. The devouring celestial diagram on his abdomen suddenly radiated a dark light, resisting the consuming force of the flames. Yet, Lin Chen's consciousness grew heavier, threatening to dissipate at any moment. The anxious voice of Blood Old echoed urgently, "Kid, don't you dare die? Hold on." Lin Chen cracked a weak smile, his lips parting as he murmured, "I'm sorry, Blood Old." The devouring celestial diagram erupted with an even greater intensity of black light, seemingly exerting itself to shield Lin Chen. However, this immense dark light was insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the flames, as an even more powerful inferno descended upon him with crushing force. Boom! The tremendous impact inflicted excruciating pain upon Lin Chen, shattering his bones and sending him crashing to the ground, his eyelids growing unbearably heavy. In that fleeting moment, with the last vestiges of his willpower, Lin Chen made a desperate decision. The devouring diagram within him began to reverse its flow, a million azure particles trembling violently, as if on the brink of exploding. Even in death, he vowed not to allow anyone to seize his martial skills. The entirety of the devouring diagram trembled in terror, his desiccated dantian threatening to shatter completely. Although the essence of the martial arts from the hand of the celestial sovereign would remain after his death, by destroying his dantian, he could obliterate those skills. The ancient bronze coffin hovering between his brows remained eerily still, as if it were a mere spectator to Lin Chen's impending demise. In my next life, I shall become a powerful being. At last, Lin Chen's eyelids could no longer resist and closed heavily. In that instant, the devouring diagram began to fracture irrevocably. Everything seemed destined to conclude. "Kid, do not forget that you are a scion of the Lin family." Suddenly, a familiar middle-aged voice resonated in Lin Chen's ears. "Did I not teach you not to concede easily?" Then, an overwhelming surge of pure elemental energy flooded into Lin Chen's dantian, halting the reversal of the devouring diagram and rejuvenating his dantian with vital energy. In an instant, a pitch-black rift in space tore open on the arena, unleashing an unfathomably terrifying aura that enveloped the entire martial arts platform, causing Lu Tongtian's previously calm demeanor to shift dramatically. Even Lu Tongtian could only feel profound dread in the face of such monstrous power. A middle-aged man clad in white emerged from the rift, raising his hand with a sweep, causing the terrifying flames to dissipate entirely. Lin Chen, who had been slipping into unconsciousness, suddenly lifted his eyelids, a look of overwhelming joy illuminating his face. A thunderous shout echoed throughout the arena, reverberating like divine wrath. "Lu Tongtian, you better get out of here. Dare to harm my son, and I will annihilate your entire clan." Chapter 34. Father like the gaping maw of a colossal beast. The dark rift in space gradually began to close. A towering figure in white stood before Lin Chen, his once gentle and amiable face now transformed, brimming with boundless ferocity. Lin Chen gazed at the towering figure before him, his mouth slightly agape, eyes glistening with tears as he choked out, "Father." Lin Songxing turned his head, witnessing the profound devastation Lin Chen had endured, and his chest swelled with an even fiercer rage, an aura of noble terror gradually enveloping him. Lu Tongtian abruptly halted his actions, eyes widening at the unexpected appearance of this middle-aged man clad in white, his pupils constricting sharply, and his countenance darkening as he uttered, "Uncle Lin, do not call me uncle." Lin Songxing's face twisted in fury, pointing a finger at Lu Tongtian. "You dare lay a hand on my son? Depart at once." A chill coursed through Lu Tongtian as he sensed the unfathomable might radiating from Lin Songxing, a profound fear gripping his heart. Hearing Lin Songxing's vehement command to leave, he refrained from retorting, "Very well, I shall ensure the Lin family receives an explanation for this matter." With a grim expression, he cast a fleeting glance at the crumpled Lin Chen before turning to swiftly exit. "Begone!" Lin Songxing roared once more, his voice echoing with unyielding authority. Dismissing Lu Tongtian without a second thought, the head of the Lin family had made his presence known. Even Lu Tongtian dared not act recklessly. All eyes were fixed upon Lu Tongtian as he departed, an air of relief washing over the onlookers, who began to speculate about the identity of this mysterious middle-aged man. Who was this formidable figure shielding Lin Chen? At that moment, a voice rang out. Lin Chen, with unwavering determination, slowly rose from the ground, inching forward to stand resolutely before Lin Songxing, a visage of steadfast resolve and lethal intent. Lu Tongtian's retreating figure momentarily hesitated, yet he did not turn back. "I, Lin Chen, vow that 1 year hence, I shall take your life," Lin Chen declared through gritted teeth, each word heavy with murderous intent. Behind him, Lin Songxing observed this scene, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Unfazed by all, Lin Chen's indomitable spirit had been perfectly forged. Lin Songxing had been present all along, merely seeking to provide Lin Chen with a trial. A cultivator must navigate through turbulent waters, and beneath a king, there are always countless corpses. One must not harbor arrogance, yet they must possess a backbone. In the face of Lu Tongtian's overwhelming presence, Lin Chen exhibited no fear of life or death. This was the demeanor of a true king. "Humph," Lu Tongtian scoffed derisively, his disdain palpable as he swiftly departed the Lin family estate. Though Lin Chen was growing at an astonishing pace, he remained far from Lu Tongtian's regard. The only aspect that piqued Lu Tongtian's interest was the hand of Futu. Thus, Lu Tongtian's reluctance to engage was born not of fear, but of contempt for such trivial challenges. Many sought his life, yet he invariably emerged as the one delivering death, just as in their previous encounter. He regarded Lin Chen with disdain. With Lu Tongtian's departure, the tension within the Lin family martial arena gradually dissipated. The two elders, Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong, observed Lin Songxing's emergence, their expressions dark and foreboding, and a subtle, almost imperceptible murderous intent flickered in their gazes directed at Lin Zhan. The elder, Lin Zhan, quaked visibly, unable to suppress the urge to kneel as he turned pale as death upon the sight of Lin Songxing. Everything has come to an end, and Lin Chen, the young master of the Lin family, is poised to become a new star in the Zijing dynasty. The Lin family shall once again regain its former glory. Coughing, Lin Chen, after watching Lu Tongtian depart, could no longer sustain himself and collapsed, utterly exhausted. The declaration of war against Lu Tongtian had drained the last remnants of his strength. Now that the crisis had abated, his spirit also began to wane. While the ancient bronze coffin, which had remained inert in his brow, flickered with a faint azure light, the Blood Elder, within the devouring sky diagram, sensed this shift and breathed a sigh of relief. With the enigmatic Lin Songxing present, the Blood Elder concealed all traces of the devouring sky diagram's aura. The black formation, densely packed, vanished from Lin Chen's abdomen as if it had never existed. "Chener, you have done well." Lin Songxing supported Lin Chen's frail form, his previously fierce demeanor gradually softening into one of affection. Lin Chen, weakly opening his eyes, murmured, "Father, it is good that you are alive." Unable to hold on any longer, he succumbed to the overwhelming fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. Observing Lin Chen's unconscious state, Lin Songxing smiled gently, exuding warmth and kindness. However, moments later, he cast a fleeting glance at Lin Zhan, whose face paled further, before summoning the esteemed elder, Lin Xing. Sword Wu Dao gazed in astonishment at Lin Songxing, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from him. His expression was a complex tapestry of emotions as he glanced at the unconscious Lin Chen, his lips curling into a bitter smile. Perhaps his last decision had been a grave error. The grand lineage of the Lin family had drawn its curtain. and the events that transpired would soon transform into a legendary tale. The assassination of Lin Han, the strike of divine power, the refusal to kneel before Lu Tongtian, and the unwavering spirit in the face of death. These monumental events would leave even the most resolute hearts astounded. Once regarded as a prodigy among failures, the young master of the Lin family had become the ultimate gem, ensuring that the name Lin Chen would resonate in the memories of all within a mere month. 3 days and nights passed. Lin Chen felt as though his head were a mass of paste, and the excruciating pain radiating throughout his body caused him to draw a sharp breath. The burden of employing the hand of the sky with the force of 10,000 true chi elephants was overwhelming. His dantian now lay desolate. Clearly, the exertion from that formidable technique had left him gravely injured. Had Lin Songxing not returned, he would have been rendered nearly incapacitated. It seems that elevating his physical strength must be the next course of action, Lin Chen murmured to himself. After defeating the Golden 7 Copper Men, he had acquired the Golden Copper Body Refining Technique, which was the perfect opportunity for him to learn. By enhancing his physical prowess, Lin Chen would be able to wield even greater true chi elephants, amplifying the power of the hand of the sky. "Chener, are you awake?" The door swung open, and Lin Songxing, clad in white, stepped in with an air of elegance, resembling a scholarly tutor. No one could discern that this man was indeed the head of the Lin family, capable of repelling Lu Tongtian with a mere word. "Father." Lin Chen struggled to lift his shoulders, attempting to sit up from the bed, but waves of sharp pain rendered him powerless. "Do not move." Lin Songxing approached with a gentle smile, extending his warm hands to assist Lin Chen into a seated position. Leaning against the bed, Lin Chen looked anxiously at Lin Songxing and said, "Father, Elder Lin Zhan has conspired against you. There is no method to rescue my constitution within that forbidden place." Lin Songxing paused at his words, then nodded affectionately. "My dear Chener, I understand your concerns. Lin Zhan has already faced his punishment and descended into hell." Lin Chen sighed in relief, hesitating to speak further. A father knows his son best. "Do not worry too much, Chener," Lin Songxing reassured him with a smile. "It brings me great joy to see you growing stronger step by step." After speaking, Lin Songxing cast a loving glance at Lin Chen, his face filled with pride. Lin Chen's growth had surpassed everyone's expectations, even that of Lin Songxing himself. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as he replied, "Father, my progress has been aided by extraordinary individuals. The Blood Elder within the Devouring Celestial map was indeed one of these figures. As for the mysterious bronze ancient coffin, Lin Chen refrained from categorizing it as such for now. However, the power of the Xianshang Juntian Jing was indisputable. The might of the first section, the hand of the hidden heavens, was terrifying. What could follow be?" Lin Songxing rose and looked at Lin Chen, saying, "Chener, who has assisted you? I shall not pry. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as you grow strong, that is sufficient." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen lowered his head, visibly relieved. If pressed, he would likely not conceal the truth, but such revelations might dishearten the Blood Elder. Lin Songxing walked to the window, his back turned, and Lin Chen felt an involuntary tightening in his heart, sensing an ominous premonition. "Chener, do you know why your father has not killed Lu Tongtian?" Lin Songxing asked casually. Lin Chen was taken aback and shook his head. Lin Songxing's cultivation level far exceeded any realm Lin Chen could comprehend. "I cannot kill someone like Lu Tongtian," Lin Songxing replied, shaking his head. "Even if my cultivation surpasses his, my fortune is not comparable. If I were to act, the ancient beings of the Huitian sect would surely intervene." Lin Chen was stunned. Lu Tongtian's identity was not as simple as it appeared. He was not merely the foremost disciple of the Huitian sect, but rather someone of immense nobility. Lin Songxing remarked coolly, "His status is even more esteemed than that of the foremost disciple of the Huitian sect." Lin Chen furrowed his brow. This revelation was indeed beyond his expectations. What then was the true nature of Lu Tongtian's identity? Since Lin Chen had proclaimed his intent to kill Lu Tongtian within a year, he would exert every effort to fulfill that promise. Suddenly, Lin Songxing laughed, saying, "Even if his status is noble, what of it? Chener, your lineage and the blood that flows within you are 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold more illustrious than Lu Tongtian's." After speaking, Lin Songxing cast a glance at Lin Chen, his expression somewhat intricate. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then fell into silence. He knew only that he was an orphan, adrift since childhood, living in destitution. until he was brought back to the Lin family by Lin Chen at the age of 10. What other identity could he possibly possess? Lin Chen spoke with a weighty and somewhat hoarse voice. Father, you have something to discuss with me, do you not? Lin Chen had shared so much. It was evident that he did not do so without reason. There must be an unknown secret involved. Upon my return, I have not entirely extricated myself from that forbidden realm. Lin Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back and declared, at present, I am merely a projection. Once I have entrusted matters to you, this projection shall dissipate. What? Lin Chen was instantly taken aback, gazing at Lin Chen in alarm. Father, which forbidden realm have you become trapped in? I shall certainly rescue you. This revelation was utterly unexpected. It turned out that Lin Chen was but a mere fragment of himself. Chinner, you have yet to reach that level. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. When you attain that level in the future, you shall understand. But for now, it is not yet possible. Lin Chen's mind gradually calmed, refraining from any rebuttal. After all, he was merely at the 8th level of innate cultivation. Lin Chen's ability to dismiss Lutong Tian with a mere word stemmed from his formidable strength. Chinner, do not lose heart. Lin Chen reassured him with a smile. In my eyes, you shall always be the strongest. Lin Chen lowered his head, his lips parting as if to speak, yet no words came forth. A bitter taste lingered in his mouth. He was still far too weak. Chapter 35. The illusory spirit mirror. Father, is there truly nothing I can do to assist? Lin Chen asked softly. Lin Chen paused, then smiled gently and shook his head, saying, It is not that you can do nothing. I have come to entrust you with something. What is it? Lin Chen's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Chen, enunciating each word. To accomplish this task, it requires immense willpower and determination. Lin Chen hesitated, his expression shifting slightly, and he nodded earnestly. Lin Chen regarded him with a meaningful look and asked, Do you know why I did not intervene when your heavenly fire seal was taken from you? The mere mention of the heavenly fire seal caused a sharp pang in Lin Chen's heart, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Lin Chen, unfazed by Lin Chen's change, continued, Lutong Tian's desire to seize the heavenly fire seal is solely to cultivate a certain divine ability and forge a martial arts divine ability diagram. Martial arts divine ability diagram? Lin Chen inquired, confusion evident on his face. That is already the 5th realm of divine law. Lin Chen shook his head. Currently, Lutong Tian stands at the pinnacle of the 4th realm of divine law. To advance further, he must obtain your heavenly fire seal, merging the two as one. Lin Chen fell silent. Lin Chen continued, The 10th realm of divine law presents an exceedingly arduous path. Thus, Lutong Tian is willing to offend the Lin family and expend great effort to contend with you. What he seeks is the 5th realm of divine law. Lin Chen's fists clenched subconsciously, and he slowly inquired, Father, what do you wish to convey? What I wish to convey is this. Lin Chen said with a grave expression, Your next task is to reclaim Lutong Tian's ice and fire divine ability diagram. Lin Chen was taken aback, his face a mask of shock. To ascend to the 5th realm of divine law, one must condense a certain divine diagram. It can be articulated that the celestial ice and fire divine diagram encompasses the entirety of the flowing celestial cultivation. Astonishingly, his intention was to seize the entirety of another's cultivation. Lin Chen observed Lin Chen's astonished demeanor, his eyes reflecting a tranquil detachment, as if he had pierced through the myriad complexities of existence with an air of nonchalance. After a brief moment, Lin Chen emerged from his state of shock and, striving for composure, inquired, Father, why must we usurp the celestial ice and fire divine diagram? My purpose in refraining from action is to allow the flowing celestial to fully consolidate the celestial ice and fire divine diagram. Lin Chen's demeanor shifted abruptly, exuding the gravitas of a patriarch commanding an illustrious clan. I chanced upon an ancient artifact, the illusory spirit mirror. Rather than elucidating the rationale behind the usurpation, Lin Chen declared with authority, Yet this artifact lies sealed, and through years of research, I have discerned that to shatter the seal, we require both the celestial ice and fire divine diagram and the heart of Ta Ching. Clan treasure? Lin Chen hastily unfastened his clothing, revealing a bronze key that lay quietly against his chest. This key, as Lin Xingyi had described, was the champion's reward, capable of unlocking the supreme clan treasure. What exactly is the illusory spirit mirror? Lin Chen could not restrain his curiosity. The illusory spirit mirror is merely a mysterious mirror. Lin Songxing shook his head, adopting a serious expression. However, the origins of this ancient mirror are extraordinarily remarkable. Once the seal is entirely lifted, its power can be unleashed. Lin Chen comprehended that the illusory spirit mirror was a formidable artifact currently sealed, and to amplify its potency, both the celestial ice and fire divine diagram and the heart of Ta Ching were indispensable. The absence of either would render the endeavor futile. In pursuit of unlocking the illusory spirit mirror, Lin Songxing had thus tolerated the flowing celestial's usurpation of Lin Chen's heavenly fire seal. All of this lay within Lin Songxing's grand design. Ancient texts recount that the illusory spirit mirror possesses the ability to unveil a person's past and future, elucidating their true identity. Lin Songxing remarked, 10 years ago, upon meeting you, I knew you were no ordinary individual. Throughout the muddled 6 years, Lin Chen had yearned to uncover his identity, but found himself at a loss. The illusory spirit mirror represented his solitary opportunity for revelation. Yet, what would it entail for Lin Chen to truly comprehend his identity? Turning away from Lin Chen, Lin Songxing stated, moreover, the power contained within the ancient mirror is immensely formidable. Once its seal is broken, the mirror can assist me in unlocking the seals of the forbidden grounds. His voice was soft and faint. Lin Chen's previously bewildered expression suddenly tightened, a resolute tone emerging. Father, I vow to break the seal of the illusory spirit mirror. On the fateful night of calamity 6 years prior, Lin Chen had knelt in the snow, and it was this very man who had lifted him, proclaiming that he was of the Lin lineage and must not easily surrender. Had it not been for Lin Chen's peculiar constitution, Lin Songxing would likely not have fallen into Lin Zhan's trap and been deceived into the ancient forbidden grounds. A gentle smile graced Lin Songxing's lips as he addressed Lin Chen. My dear Chener, in this world, there are no mere mortals. There are only the choices of humanity. If you do not wish to become a formidable force, living a life free from worldly entanglements, I shall not impose upon you. I only ask that you remain true to your heart. The words true to your heart ignited a spark in Lin Chen's eyes. His fists clenched tightly as he declared solemnly, I shall become a strong man, a figure whom all must revere. His voice rang out, resonant and bold, reminiscent of that solitary silhouette kneeling upon the martial arts stage. Lu Tantian was destined to be Lin Chen's nemesis. Having twice seized his martial skills, Lin Chen had no reason to show him mercy. To completely obliterate his cultivation was already lenient. However, the chasm between Lin Chen and Lu Tantian was akin to that between heaven and earth. Lin Chen knew that to bridge this gap, he must harness the devouring magic, absorbing the essence of the universe to elevate himself to the realm of divine law, fully unleashing the power of the sacred vein body. Excellent, excellent. Lin Songxing could not contain his joy. Chener, you truly are of the Lin lineage. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, then inquired, Father, what exactly is the heart of Tai Ching? Lin Songxing shook his head. I cannot specify what it is, but I know that the heart of Tai Ching resides within the Tai Ching sect and is of immense significance. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's brow furrowed. Without a clear objective, the situation became rather complex. At that moment, Lin Songxing approached, resting a reassuring hand on Lin Chen's shoulder. Chener, the Tai Ching sect has issued a decree designating you as a disciple. I believe someone will come to escort you in the next day or two. Lin Chen was taken aback, then nodded. Although he was uncertain about the nature of the heart of Tai Ching, he knew it was located within the Tai Ching sect. Knowing the location would certainly lessen the difficulty of his quest. Entering the Tai Ching sect was advantageous for Lin Chen. It was in direct opposition to the Huantian sect, and he had forged a slight bond with the enigmatic young lady, Qingru, making it a far more favorable option than the Sword Immortal sect. The moment Jin Wudao withdrew his presence, he was no longer counted among Lin Chen's allies. Time is of the essence, my son. So I shall now entrust you with the illusory spirit mirror. Lin Songxing suddenly rose, his once corporeal form beginning to wane into the ethereal. He raised his hand and retrieved an object from a spatial pouch. A palm-sized bronze ancient mirror floated before Lin Chen, adorned with intricate, enigmatic patterns. Its surface dull and unreflective, while two ancient dragons coiled around the mirror's frame. Lin Chen could even discern two indistinct formations on the mirror, resembling a taiji diagram, with traces of verdigris in certain areas. It appeared less like an ancient treasure and more akin to a time-worn bronze artifact. Chinner. The illusory spirit mirror is an ancient treasure that requires a drop of blood to recognize its master. Lin Chen stated earnestly. Currently, the illusory spirit mirror is sealed. However, it retains a storage function and can also shield against the probing of divine senses. Such a function? Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise. The storage capability was commonplace in the sacred spirit continent, with Chinkoan bags being ubiquitous. However, if one could shield against the probing of divine consciousness, it would indeed be formidable. This implies that even those of the divine law realm would be unable to discern his cultivation. With a swift motion, Lin Chen grasped the illusory spirit divine mirror in his hand. The icy sensation and an aura of antiquity washed over him. He felt an inexplicable affinity for this ancient mirror, thoroughly satisfied with this treasure of the ancient mirror clan. At that moment, the voice of Lin Chen reached him. Frail and weak. Chinner, take care of your health. Remember, you have only 1 year left. If you cannot kill Lu Tongtian, he will ascend to a higher realm. Lin Chen was instantly jolted back to reality, reminded of his father's presence. However, as he glanced over, he found Lin Chen watching him with a smile. His figure becoming increasingly ethereal and fragile, as if he could dissipate at any moment. Father! Lin Chen exclaimed in alarm, leaping from the bed to embrace Lin Chen, only to be met with excruciating pain coursing through his body, causing him to collapse to the ground. Chinner, this recovery pill has been refined for you using my split essence. Once consumed, it will heal all your injuries. Lin Chen's voice faded, growing ever more intangible, his form swirling into nothingness. A white pill fell to the ground, bouncing and rolling to Lin Chen's lips, exuding a fragrant aroma. Chapter 36, Golden Copper Body Refinement Technique. The room fell silent once more. Lin Chen gritted his teeth against the pain, rising unsteadily from the floor. Clutching the recovery pill in his hand, lost in thought. Lu Tongtian, 1 year from now, I shall show you what despair truly means. Lin Chen's gaze was resolute as he whispered, then closed his eyes, swallowing the recovery pill. As the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a warm current, coursing through his limbs and bones. An immense power from the pill surged within him, mending and rejuvenating his entire being. Lin Chen's body, previously battered and broken, with shattered bones and torn flesh, began to mend under the overwhelming force of the recovery pill. The once desiccated Dantian blossomed with vitality, the vital energy coalescing anew, gradually intensifying. 1,000,000 dim azure particles floated, flickering with a glimmer that grew brighter. The devouring diagram began to operate autonomously once more. Had it not been for Lin Chen's timely intervention last time, the entire devouring diagram would have been irreparably shattered under Lin Chen's reversal. For half a day, Lin Chen remained immersed in recovery, absorbing the medicinal energy. Suddenly, he stood up, his body erupting with crackling sounds akin to popping beans, revitalized and brimming with vigor. Gazing around the familiar room, Lin Chen took a moment of silence before retrieving the illusory spirit divine mirror, upon which not a single reflection was cast. Hiss! Lin Chen decisively made an incision, allowing several drops of his blood to fall upon the mystic spirit mirror. Instantly, a faint glow emanated from the ancient bronze mirror, rapidly absorbing the blood and restoring its original form. Within Lin Chen's consciousness, a connection was established, with but a thought. The entire mystic spirit mirror vanished from his grasp as if it had never existed. Truly, it was a relic of ancient times, Lin Chen marveled. He could summon the mystic spirit mirror at will with his mind, an extraordinary phenomenon. Although he was unaware of the exact rank of the mystic spirit mirror, he was certain it was not of low caliber. Finally awake, you little rascal? A familiar voice, tinged with irritation, echoed in Lin Chen's ears. The elder with white hair regarded Lin Chen with a hint of displeasure. It was none other than the Blood Elder from the Devouring Heavenly Map. Blood Elder. Lin Chen sighed wryly, spreading his hands. Please, do not be angry. I had no choice at that moment. Am I not alive and well now? The Blood Elder's expression softened slightly as he replied, Lin Chen, in the future, when faced with such predicaments, surrender your martial skills. Always consider your own life. If your life is lost, nothing else matters. I understand, Blood Elder. Lin Chen nodded earnestly, though he dared not express that he would rather die than comply next time. He had no doubt that the Blood Elder would employ his methods to instill a lesson. Seeing Lin Chen's demeanor, the Blood Elder's expression improved further. Did you just refine a treasure? Blood Elder, how did you know? Lin Chen asked, astonished, and promptly recounted the events surrounding the refinement of the mystic spirit mirror. The mystic spirit mirror. Its very name suggests it is not simple. The Blood Elder exclaimed, stroking his beard. I was initially concealed, not wanting your father to discover my presence. However, after a while, I sensed an ancient aura. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Although he was uncertain of the mystic spirit mirror's exact purpose, its ability to shield against others' spiritual sensing indicated its formidable power. Now, young man, did you not acquire a body refinement technique? The Blood Elder continued. You must swiftly enhance your physical strength when the time comes for the devouring map to evolve. If your bodily strength is insufficient, you will be unable to undergo the transformation. Without delay, Lin Chen retrieved the golden jade tablet from his storage bag. Acknowledging the Blood Elder's intention to enter seclusion to refine the crucial essence of kingship, Lin Chen nodded and turned to exit the courtyard. To slay foes beyond his level, he would need the Hand of Fusion. The terror of the divine method realm exceeded Lin Chen's expectations. Even 5 pure Yuan spirit pearls and 10,000 true Qi giants could barely contend with 1% of Lin Zhan's power. The potency of the divine method realm's mana far surpassed that of true Qi. With but a year remaining, he must seize the martial arts divine diagram from Lu Tongtian. Despite possessing the devouring magic, Lin Chen felt the immense weight of responsibility on his shoulders. However, as long as he had the devouring heavenly map and sufficient wealth, he could swiftly elevate his realm. Moreover, once the sacred vein body reached the divine method realm, it would truly shine forth. Upon arriving at the opulent courtyard of the young master, Lin Chen promptly assumed a cross-legged position, his mind sinking into the profound depths of the solid golden jade slip. A surge of pure metal energy swiftly enveloped him, as an intricate, golden-hued text of martial arts flooded into his consciousness. This was the golden copper body refinement technique, which, when mastered, endowed the practitioner with a physique as resilient as the finest weapons. Should one encounter the exceedingly rare treasures of pure metal, the technique could be elevated to its utmost potential, rivaling even the most exceptional of weapons. The opening sentence captivated Lin Chen entirely. What, one might ponder, is the essence of a superior weapon? Even with the full force of 800 true Qi elephants unleashed through the technique of the overwhelming hand, he could not shatter one. It surpassed Lin Han's Frostfire Ice sword by an entire echelon. As for the ultimate weapons, they remained beyond Lin Chen's current experience. For approximately an hour, Lin Chen immersed himself in the golden copper body refinement technique, achieving a comprehensive understanding of it. This technique involved absorbing the pure metal energy into one's body to refine flesh and skin. The transformation akin to that of the golden 7 copper men. Achieving a hue of gold was merely a minor accomplishment. At the initial stage, one could refine the skin to a bronze hue. A bronze body that could withstand assaults akin to that of a top-tier spiritual artifact. However, upon grasping the entirety of the technique, Lin Chen furrowed his brow in concern. Practicing this golden copper body refinement technique necessitated the absorption of pure metal energy for self-refinement. This energy, defined as sharp and unyielding, could be found in exceedingly rare forms such as gold and diamonds in the mundane world. Just as Lin Chen found himself at an impasse, a cacophony erupted from outside the courtyard. With a frown, he stepped towards the noise. Upon exiting, he beheld the elder Wang Zheng of the Wang family, strutting arrogantly ahead while commanding several disciples of the Lin family to maneuver an oddly dark and peculiar tree. Lin Chen could distinctly sense a sharp aura emanating from this tree, an unmistakable presence of pure metal energy. Have you not eaten? Hurry up and assist this elder, or you shall regret it. Wang Zheng bellowed incessantly at the disciples. The 2 disciples tasked with moving the bizarre, iron-like tree were flushed with exertion. Despite being innate 6th-rank practitioners, the tree's weight rendered them struggling. How ridiculous! He possesses such power himself, yet insists we do the heavy lifting while he directs us. One of the grumbling disciples scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the lofty Wang Zheng. The elder's allegiance to Lin Zhan and his despicable son had fostered a profound resentment among all the Lin family disciples. Lin San, mind your tone. We wouldn't want to provoke him unnecessarily. Another disciple cautioned, clearly displaying trepidation towards Wang Zheng. Lin San shot him a glare and muttered, what are you afraid of? Hasn't he been cowed by our young master already? recalling the day Lin Chen exhibited his formidable prowess, achieving a feat that amounted to 1% of divine power. Wang Zheng's astonished expression could have easily accommodated an egg. Lin San continued in a hushed tone. Moreover, when Lin Songxing appeared that day, his face turned pale with fright. Another disciple, his countenance regaining a hint of tranquility and vitality, quietly echoed, "Indeed, indeed, the young master is truly formidable." However, just as Lin San and this disciple were engrossed in their conversation about Lin Chen's exploits, a sinister figure abruptly loomed before them. A chilling laughter followed. "Is that so? Is Lin Chen truly as strong as you claim? Am I, Elder Wang, so feeble?" Lin San and the disciple were taken aback, gazing up to find Wang Zheng. His face twisted with malevolence, staring at them with an aura of dread. "Elder Wang, what do you intend to do?" Lin San, emboldened by his courage, stammered. "We were not discussing you. You must have misheard." The other disciple hastily nodded in agreement. "Misheard?" Wang Zheng's face contorted into a sinister grin, and a wave of murderous intent surged forth. "Kneel and shout that Lin Chen is worthless, a piece of trash. I shall spare your lives." The overwhelming malice enveloped the two disciples, sending chills down their spines as they felt the specter of death looming. The lethal aura emanating from Wang Zheng, a formidable figure at the first level of the divine law realm, was beyond what these two disciples could withstand. In an instant, both Lin San and the disciple turned as pale as ghosts, their legs growing weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Witnessing their feeble state, Wang Zheng felt a flicker of satisfaction, yet his impatience soon surfaced. "Still not kneeling? Hurry and declare that Lin Chen is worthless, a piece of trash, or I shall ensure your demise." With that, Wang Zheng unleashed a wave of murderous energy, chilling to the bone. The two disciples swayed like fragile boats in a tempest, as if they might topple at any moment. Amidst his haze of fear, Lin San felt a surge of resentment, gritting his teeth, trembling legs refusing to yield. The other disciple, however, was far less resilient. His legs buckled beneath Wang Zheng's oppressive presence, prepared to collapse and plead for mercy. Observing this, Lin San shouted, "Lin Yan, do you lack resolve? The young master is not worthless. He is the pride of our Lin family. We cannot bow to him." The disciple, nearly prostrate, paused at Lin San's words, a fierce expression crossing his face, his eyes igniting with defiance, his posture straightening with newfound pride. "Yes, Lin San, you are right. The young master is our pride." Lin San nodded in affirmation, yet his pallor deepened. Seeking death, Wang Zheng's fury ignited upon witnessing even these lowly disciples daring to defy him, and he raised his hand, striking towards Lin San with tremendous force. Though devoid of magical power, the sheer strength of his strike was insurmountable for Lin San. His eyes widened in shock as the force swept towards him, pain searing across his face, legs instinctively buckling, yet he fought against the urge to kneel. As the hand was about to descend, an invisible pressure suddenly emanated from all directions, firmly restraining Wang Zheng's hand just an inch from Lin San's face. The force of the swing erupted silently like a series of muffled explosions. A chilling voice then resonated, "Elder Wang Zheng, do you dare to strike even a disciple of the Lin family?" In Chapter 37, The Golden Ancient Stone Iron Tree, Wang Zheng felt as if mountains were pressing down upon him from all sides, rendering his hand immobile. Although he was a cultivator at the first level of the divine law realm, his strength was not on par with physical practitioners. His focus lay primarily on enhancing his magical power and divine abilities. Regrettably, in his anger and embarrassment, Wang Zheng was unaware of who had come to intervene. With a surge of power in his arm, he swiftly dispelled the pressure and retracted his hand, bellowing, "Which fool dares to obstruct this elder's affairs?" Lin San felt utterly powerless, his face pale and drenched in sweat, having traversed the thin line between life and death in an instant. As Wang Zheng's furious shout echoed, Lin San hastily lifted his gaze to see who had come to his rescue. Before him, a resolute young man approached step by step, facing Wang Zheng's wrath with not a trace of fear. Instead, an invisible aura enveloped him. Lin Chen stood before Wang Zheng and coldly remarked, "Elder Wang, am I considered one of those blind fools in the Lin family?" Upon uttering these words, the three were met with silence. Wang Zheng's expression shifted as he watched Lin Chen approach, his pupils narrowing to sharp points. His once proud and sinister visage began to twitch, filled with apprehension and a tinge of fear. In contrast, Lin San and the other disciple experienced a revival of color on their pale faces, their eyes sparkling with immense joy. Wang Zheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile to mask his arrogance. "Ah, it is young Master Lin. Has your injury healed? Would you like me to procure some healing elixirs for you?" Lin Chen's status had undergone a dramatic transformation. Within a family, even the elder was merely responsible for managing disciples beneath the divine law realm. The most formidable figure was the Grand Elder. However, Lin Chen's position surpassed even that of the Grand Elder, as he was the young master. The Lin family had forged an alliance with the Taiching sect, and the Lin patriarch's cultivation was unfathomably profound. These were undoubtedly signs of the Lin family's ascendance. Yet, what truly unsettled Wang Zheng and the other prominent families was Lin Chen's rapid growth. In just 1 month, he had ascended from the neglected 6th level of the innate realm to the 8th level, mastering a terrifying unnamed martial technique capable of absorbing the essence of 10,000 true chi elephants, harnessing even 1% of the power from the divine law realm. Such achievements and talent would inevitably shine brightly within the Taiching sect. Today, Lin Chen was no longer the solitary youth opposing Lutong Tian. He was backed by the entire Lin family. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Chen cast a faint glance at Wang Zheng, having nearly deciphered the latter's intentions. With a stern expression, he inquired, "Elder Wang Zheng, did I just witness you plotting against the disciples of the Lin family? Are you attempting to incite a conflict between our clans?" The authoritative tone of his questioning caused a flicker of alarm within Wang Zheng, who hastily waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, "No, no, young Master Lin. I merely wish to assess the capabilities of the Lin family disciples. I had no intention of causing any misunderstanding." Lin Chen smirked coldly, shifting his gaze to the 2 disciples of the 6th layer of innate strength, and addressed Lin San. "Junior brother, please share your thoughts." Lin San, his face flushed with excitement, disregarded Wang Zheng's warning glare. "Young master, this elder Wang Zheng is distorting the truth. He not only commanded us to retrieve Lin Han's belongings, but also sought to reprimand and scold us. And just moments ago, he was poised to strike. It is utterly despicable." Lin San spoke fervently, and upon finishing, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, completely forgetting any concerns about potential retribution from Wang Zheng. "Lin Han's belongings?" Lin Chen seized upon a crucial detail from his words, directing his attention to the massive iron tree. A sharp aura concealed within the tree could not be entirely masked, revealing traces of the metal element. This enigmatic iron tree was precisely what Lin Chen needed for cultivating the golden copper body refinement technique. However, what was this mysterious metal doing in Lin Han's courtyard? Contemplating this, Lin Chen stole a glance at Wang Zheng, only to find the latter's gaze evasive. Wang Zheng stammered, "Young Master Lin, I discovered this tree in Lin Han's courtyard and found it intriguing, so I instructed the Lin family disciples to transport it." In truth, Wang Zheng longed to confess that the tree was his own, acquired at great expense. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen experienced a moment of clarity, his thoughts crystallized, and a faint smirk graced his lips. The golden copper body, a scheme orchestrated by Wang Zheng, was intended as a means to confront Lin Chen, while the metal tree was meant for Lin Han's training in the golden copper body refinement technique. With a sudden shift in demeanor, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Elder Wang Zheng, Lin Han was once my brother. Although he has betrayed me, I would like to keep this ancient tree as a memento. What do you think?" Wang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood the implication, feeling an overwhelming frustration that nearly made him vomit blood. Yet he could not refuse. So he swallowed hard and replied, "Young Master Lin, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Lin Chen's expression hardened as he regarded Wang Zheng, his voice laced with a hint of menace. "What do you mean by that, Elder Wang? Am I not entitled to claim what belongs to the Lin family? Do you have some hidden agenda with the former Lin Han?" A subtle threat resonated in his words, conveying both fury and authority. Wang Zheng, shaken by Lin Chen's tone, quickly shook his head, insisting, "No, no, young Master Lin, please don't misunderstand. If you desire this item, then take it." Wang Zheng was bitterly aware of his own plight. He had poured half of his savings into the golden copper body refinement technique and this ancient metal tree, only to see them all seized by Lin Chen. If anyone felt aggrieved, it was undoubtedly Wang Zheng. He now deeply regrets opposing Lin Chen, deeming it a terrible mistake. Once his objective was achieved, a barely perceptible smile graced Lin Chen's lips as he addressed his 2 overly excited disciples. "My dear junior brothers, Kindly entrust this ancient tree to me, and you both may take your rest." "Very well." Lin Chen and the other disciple readily agreed, their arms swelling with strength as they released the ancient tree, which stood an impressive 3 meters tall, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound that seemed to shake the very earth. Amidst the fervent gazes of Lin Chen and his disciples, as well as the darkly brooding expression of Wang Zhong, Lin Chen took a confident stride forward. With the power of 800 true energy elephants swirling within him, he effortlessly lifted the half-meter-wide ancient tree, stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon grasping the ancient tree, Lin Chen felt a slight burden, estimating its weight to be over several tens of thousands of pounds, approximately 1/3 of his true energy capacity. Each true energy elephant equated to several hundred pounds. Cradling the enigmatic ancient tree, Lin Chen turned his head and smiled effortlessly at Wang Zhong. "Elder, should any disciple of the Lin family encounter trouble, I shall bring a few elder patriarchs to pay you a visit." Wang Zheng's face darkened, his lips twitching as if his jaw might drop. Meanwhile, the two disciples were filled with overwhelming excitement and fervor, secretly vowing to become men like Lin Chen, the young master. With the ancient tree in his grasp, Lin Chen swiftly entered the young master's courtyard, placing the mysterious dark tree heavily upon the ground. After scrutinizing the peculiar iron tree, he could discern nothing unusual. He immediately transmitted his thoughts to the Blood Elder, who was in the midst of evolution. "Did I not instruct you not to disturb me?" came the irritable voice of the Blood Elder, as a spectral figure of an old man with white hair materialized before him. At that moment, the Blood Elder's form had solidified, appearing both ethereal and substantial, clearly having gained significant benefits. "Blood Elder, I am uncertain what this object truly is," Lin Chen remarked with a wry smile, gesturing toward the strange tree. You must not say. There is an exceedingly powerful essence of gung metal." Upon Lin Chen's cue, the Blood Elder also seemed to sense something, hastily directing his gaze toward the peculiar dark tree. After examining it, a look of satisfaction appeared on the Blood Elder's face as he stroked his beard and inquired, "Young man, where did you acquire this?" Lin Chen then recounted the earlier events. Upon hearing Lin Chen's tale, the Blood Elder was filled with joy. "Indeed, your luck is extraordinary. This is a rare entity known as the gung metal iron tree, which grows in the crevices of gold and stone, exceedingly scarce." "Gung metal iron tree?" Lin Chen echoed softly. "This is truly a treasure." The Blood Elder chuckled. "The gung metal essence within this tree is sufficient to elevate you to the level of bronze skin. An exquisite spiritual artifact?" Lin Chen's voice was tinged with surprise and fervor. "Indeed, focus on your training, and the devouring celestial map shall complete its advancement within the coming days." The Blood Elder said no more, transforming into scattered specks of light and vanishing from sight. Lin Chen, with a face full of eagerness, gazed at the gung metal iron tree. He merely needed to elevate the strength of his corporeal form, and the vital energy that the hand of the fabled summer could infuse would increase correspondingly. Given this potential, when he reached the 10th layer of the innate realm, he might, with his extraordinarily formidable vital energy, withstand a strike or two from someone in the divine method realm. From within the roughly 1-mile radius of the illusory spirit divine mirror, Lin Chen retrieved the golden jade tablet once more, settling down cross-legged on the ground. With a sudden explosion, the golden jade tablet was crushed in Lin Chen's grasp, releasing a multitude of golden-hued, enigmatic particles that floated before him. He extended both hands, drawing these mysterious golden particles towards him, transforming them into 2 resplendent golden hands that pressed forcefully against the Jingu stone iron tree. These golden-hued enigmatic substances were a special type of gold powder, specifically designed to sense and absorb the qi of gung metal. Chapter 38. The cold beauty. As his palms made contact with the Jingu stone iron tree, Lin Chen immediately felt a transformation. His hands seemed to brush against the tips of blades, as if they could rend the flesh of his palms. With his eyes tightly shut, he nevertheless perceived through the golden powder that the Jingu stone iron tree had morphed. It was no longer a towering, 3-meter-high dark tree, but rather an exceedingly sharp golden giant rock, entwined with numerous fierce auras. The qi of gung metal was indeed a manifestation of sharpness. In both the secular and cultivation realms, forging a treasured blade requires this qi of gung metal to enhance its edge. Upon gazing at this remarkably sharp golden giant rock, Lin Chen's mind cleared, and the pathway of the golden copper body refinement technique began to operate within his consciousness. The gold powder resting on his palms acted as a conduit, facilitating the flow of the gung metal chi from the golden giant rock into his body. A crackling sound akin to electricity coursed across the surface of his skin, and even Lin Chen's body, forged from a high-grade spirit artifact, could not withstand the chaotic surge of this gung metal chi. Golden copper, synthesizing positions, tempering the body. The incantation of the body refinement technique resonated in Lin Chen's mind, and a series of unnamed pathways began to operate within him, awkward yet remarkably smooth. The erratically flowing gung, the intricate network of channels coursed through Lin Chen's body, a manifestation of the meridians. Within the golden copper body refinement technique, there are recorded a total of 130 refining diagrams. At this moment, Lin Chen could only activate the first 30 diagrams. The more diagrams he utilized, the swifter the refining process became. However, Lin Chen was at the 8th level of the innate chi transformation realm and had yet to reach the 9th level. Only by ascending to the 9th level and unblocking 103 meridians could the speed of cultivating the golden copper body refinement technique be further enhanced. Alas, at this pace, how long would it take to absorb an entire golden boulder? After an hour of absorption, Lin Chen's physical strength had indeed risen another notch, but his complexion grew increasingly pallid. A single hour's effort had yielded only a fist-sized portion of the boulder. To consume it entirely would likely require 2 to 3 days of arduous practice. This rate of progress was far from satisfactory for Lin Chen. He estimated that the people from the Taiching sect would arrive the following day. During this interval, he needed to advance the golden copper body refinement technique to its first stage, the copper body. Otherwise, when faced with a formidable strike from the Zhou Tian's fateful hand, he would be gravely injured once more. How could he significantly increase the absorption speed? Lin Chen was engulfed in frustration, utterly devoid of solutions. However, at that moment, the devouring diagram within his dantian seemed to respond to his plight, beginning to rotate slowly, a million azure particles shimmering brilliantly. Eureka! The devouring diagram. Lin Chen's eyes brightened suddenly, and he began to ponder. If the devouring diagram is reputed to consume all things, then perhaps it could also devour this essence of metal. A bold and audacious plan gradually took shape in Lin Chen's mind. Had the devouring diagram not undergone an evolution previously, he would not have dared to attempt this. Yet the current form of the devouring diagram remained relatively rudimentary. Determined to act, Lin Chen immersed himself entirely in the devouring diagram, directing his will with intent. With a thought, a black character representing devour materialized upon his palm, resembling a void that consumed all. Upon the emergence of this black character, Lin Chen's entire hand transformed into a black hole, and the golden powder resting within his palm was instantaneously drawn in. Simultaneously, the entire ancient golden stone tree began to tremble violently. Boom! As if sensing the immense power of absorption, the ancient golden stone tree could not withstand this force. Suddenly, Lin Chen's expression changed drastically. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but found it firmly adhered to the tree. With a tremendous explosion, the towering 3-meter-tall ancient golden stone tree was completely absorbed into Lin Chen's palm, swallowed wholly and alive. This is disastrous. The entire ancient golden stone tree has been consumed. Lin Chen collapsed onto the ground, a look of utter dismay etched upon his face. In that moment, the devouring diagram unexpectedly consumed the entirety of the golden ancient stone iron tree. What was the point of cultivating his physical form? However, in the next instant, Lin Chen's expression changed dramatically. Thud, thud, thud. Within Lin Chen's dantian, a million azure particles of the devouring diagram began to tremble violently, producing a continuous series of impact sounds. This is bad. Lin Chen's countenance grew exceedingly grave as he immediately summoned the 800 true chi giant elephants within him, surging forth to converge. The devouring diagram resembled an insatiable glutton, devouring all of Lin Chen's 800 true chi giant elephants without leaving a trace, causing the entire pattern to quiver even more violently. At that moment, Lin Chen's face turned ashen. A grave situation was at hand. Hiss, hiss, hiss. From within the devouring diagram, the sound of metal clashing echoed as sharp gusts of air shot forth from the diagram, crashing into Lin Chen's currently parched dantian. Ah! Ah! Intense pain erupted within his dantian, causing Lin Chen to bend over like a shrimp, crying out in agony. Amidst the trembling, devouring diagram, a flash of golden light burst forth, dazzling and bright, as a golden sphere emerged from within. This sphere was filled with a formidable essence of pure metal, surpassing even the earlier golden giant stone. What is this? Lin Chen, now relaxed yet utterly exhausted, sensed the golden sphere, and a wave of confusion washed over him. However, the next moment, his heart sank, for the golden sphere before him could only be the result of the entire golden ancient stone iron tree being compressed. The devouring diagram had transformed the golden ancient stone iron tree into this singular golden sphere. Freed from the confines of the devouring diagram, the golden sphere seemed to seek its liberty. Streams of pure metal essence surged across its surface, unleashing countless sharp gusts that darted out like flying daggers. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The explosive essence from the golden sphere pierced Lin Chen's dantian like blades, wreaking havoc upon it. Lin Chen's face began to contort in pain as his dantian suffered under the relentless assault of the golden sphere, enduring excruciating torment. If this continued, his entire dantian would be utterly destroyed. The ripping sensation coursed through his mind, preventing Lin Chen from calming down to think. Just as the golden sphere unleashed its fury, an unseen ancient power descended upon Lin Chen, dissipating the intangible essence of pure metal into nothingness. The ancient bronze coffin in the center of his brow seemingly reacted once more, its demonic patterns illuminating with a cerulean glow, emanating a mysterious force. Bang! The moment the bronze coffin reacted, all traces of the pure metal essence vanished, causing the golden sphere to tremble violently before it disintegrated into nothingness, exploding into countless golden particles, innumerable in number. The golden particles transformed into a minuscule golden sword, imperceptible to the naked eye. Within the ancient bronze coffin's reaction, these golden swords converged into Lin Chen's being, commencing their operation along 180 pathways. His dantian regained its usual state. The scars had vanished, but the essence within had completely dried up. Lin Chen lay on the ground, gasping for breath, as the incessant pangs of soreness coursed through the 180 channels in his body, a result of the golden swords refining his physical form. With eyes clouded by confusion, Lin Chen murmured, "Ancient bronze coffin, are you entombing me or aiding me?" A day later, within the courtyard of the young master, a sudden tempest of energy erupted, shattering small stones into dust. Lin Chen, bare-chested, exhibited muscles imbued with tremendous power, now gleaming a brass hue, and had grown over 30 centimeters, resembling a small brass giant. With a mighty punch, Lin Chen struck a small hill towering 3 men high, unleashing all his pure physical strength. Boom! The hill exploded into fragments in an instant, debris flying. Yet Lin Chen remained motionless, his stature abruptly diminishing, the brass tint of his skin fading as he returned to his former appearance. Excellent. A smile graced Lin Chen's face. The current first stage of his brass body is comparable to a supreme spiritual artifact. The next step is to transcend the brass body and enter the golden body, elevating his physique to the realm of a low-grade king weapon. Such a low-grade king weapon would be impervious to even the most formidable of flames, exhibiting astonishing defensive capabilities. Upon reaching that level, executing the hand of the hidden sky would pose no challenge whatsoever. However, at that moment, a voice resonated above Lin Chen's courtyard. Unmistakably the voice of the esteemed elder Lin Xingyi. "Young master, individuals from the Taiching sect have arrived. The inner disciple, known as the Cold Beauty, by Yin, requests your immediate presence." Lin Xingyi's words were laced with profound respect, utilizing the term request rather than a direct command to hasten his arrival. This reflected the immense reverence Lin Xingyi held for Lin Chen following the clan ceremony. A hint of a smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. "Oh, Cold Beauty? What an intriguing appellation." He chuckled softly, seemingly reminiscing about those azure eyes, as he swiftly made his way to the hall. Chapter 39. Another individual relying on background concealing his aura, Lin Chen approached the hall with an air of ordinariness. The illusory spirit mirror lay hidden within the palm of his hand, should he desire to elude detection by experts of the divine method realm. He could easily activate its capabilities. This function, which shields one's consciousness, was of paramount importance for Lin Chen in achieving the heart of Taiching within the Taiching sect. Upon entering the hall, Lin Chen discovered that only the venerable elder Lin Xingyi was present. "Young master." Upon the sight of Lin Chen approaching, Lin Xingyi immediately adorned his aged face with a respectful smile, exclaiming, "Congratulations, young master, on your restored health." Just now, the newly appointed Grand Elder, Lin Yu, has gone to welcome the envoy from the Taiqing sect. Lin Chen, not one to feign modesty, settled into the seat of the family head and nodded, inquiring, "Elder Lin, do you possess detailed information regarding the leader of this delegation?" "The old man has long been prepared for you, young master," Lin Xingyi replied with a smile. Retrieving a sheepskin scroll from his sleeve, he recited, "Bai Yan, who entered the Taiqing sect last year, is known for her frosty demeanor. She currently holds the position of the top disciple within the inner sect, boasting a cultivation level of the 10th stage of innate strength, with the intensity of her true energy reaching a staggering 5,000 heads. 5,000 heads. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, astonished that the cold beauty known as Bai Yan possessed such formidable true energy, surpassing even Lin Han by a full measure. Indeed, Lin Xingyi rolled up the scroll and cautioned, "Young master, you must exercise great caution upon entering the Taiqing sect, for it is rife with talented individuals." "I am well aware of that," Lin Chen nodded gravely, recognizing that even among those at the 10th stage of innate strength, disparities existed. For instance, Lin Han possessed 3,000 heads of true energy, while this enigmatic Bai Yan held 5,000. The gap was evident. Reflecting on this, Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the hidden talents within the Taiqing sect. At that moment, the newly appointed Grand Elder, the middle-aged Lin Yu, strode into the hall and amplified his voice through magical means, declaring, "We welcome the envoy from the Taiqing sect." His voice resonated throughout the Lin family estate, eliciting expressions of exuberance and longing from most disciples, though a select few harbored feelings of envy. "Where is Lin Chen?" As Lin Yu's voice faded, a clear, icy voice echoed from outside the hall, seemingly awaiting Lin Chen's response. "I am here," Lin Chen replied calmly as he stepped outside to stand at the hall's entrance. There, he beheld two figures approaching. The foremost was a woman clad in flowing white garments, accentuating her alluring figure. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her fair complexion complemented by a pair of dark, elongated eyes that radiated a chilling aura. Most strikingly, Lin Chen noticed that this woman's hands were enveloped in swirling mist, obscuring her true palms. This icy beauty was none other than the renowned Bai Yan. As Lin Chen scrutinized her, Bai Yan, in turn, assessed him, noticing that he possessed only the 8th stage of innate strength. With a true energy count of 800 heads, her cold gaze momentarily flickered with disdain. Though her expression remained impassive, Lin Chen was acutely aware of that fleeting look of contempt. Given the situation, he refrained from saying much, offering only a smile without initiating conversation. Behind Bai Yan stood a familiar figure, Wei Han, who bore a long spear. "Brother Lin, you have indeed triumphed." Wei Han, shedding his previous arrogance, stepped forward with a friendly smile, his eyes glimmering with a hint of respect. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised by Wei Han's arrival. Sensing the other's demeanor, he chuckled. "Wei Han, I trust your journey was uneventful?" Wei Han shook his head, responding, "There were no issues on the way back. However, had it not been for Brother Lin's assistance at the outset, we would have faced considerable danger." Lin Chen nodded solemnly, declaring, "I will certainly ensure that the Taiqing sect receives an explanation." Bai Yan, the cold beauty who had been silently observing the two, did not exhibit any anger at being overlooked. Instead, she calmly interjected, "Lin Chen, there is no need for apologies. The disturbances were primarily instigated by those from the Huntian sect." Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen reluctantly nodded. It seemed that his intention to prepare some form of compensation no longer required Lin Xingyi's involvement, which was, in fact, a relief for Lin Chen. "Now, please accompany me," Bai Yan stated with unwavering calmness, her enchanting gaze lingering on Lin Chen for no more than 3 seconds before she turned and walked away. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the room, affirming the truth behind Bai Yan's reputation as a cold beauty. Observing her delicate and exquisite silhouette, Lin Chen's gaze faltered after a mere 3 seconds. He then respectfully clasped his fists towards the Grand Elder and the Supreme Elder present in the hall, saying, "Elders, I do not know how many days my departure will entail. I hope both of you can unite in your efforts to restore the Lin family's former glory." His tone was earnest and resolute, imbued with a sense of familial duty. "Very well, young master. Our Lin family shall undoubtedly thrive under your leadership." Lin Xingyi, the Supreme Elder, felt a warmth in his eyes. This youth, Lin Chen, had transformed him in many ways. Lin Chen smiled and addressed Wei Han. Wei Han, you go ahead and inform Sister Bai Yin to wait for me. I still need to gather some things. All right. Wei Han replied with a smile before turning to follow the cold beauty Bai Yin. As Lin Chen began to collect his belongings, it was evident that he was focused on gathering spirit stones. After expending a total of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, he refrained from asking for more. As the Lin family was not excessively wealthy, although the lack of abundant spiritual energy rendered his progress arduous, Lin Chen had recently observed that the absorption of spirit stones had become increasingly sluggish, almost to the point of stagnation. It appeared that he would need to seek higher-tier energies to consume, while rare treasures such as pure yuan spirit pearls remained elusive. Wei Han suddenly sprinted to catch up with the cold beauty Bai Yin. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke up, Sister Bai Yin, I feel you have been rather harsh towards Brother Lin Chen. Bai Yin halted her steps, her jade-like hands enveloped in mist, her profile strikingly beautiful. She cast a frosty glance at Wei Han and coldly remarked, Wei Han, have you forgotten the regulations of our sect? There are distinctions between senior and junior members. A chill ran through Wei Han, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, clearly realizing his recent indiscretion. Bai Yin did not press the advantage but turned her back to him, her voice cool as she stated, disciples designated within the sect are, without exception, individuals of exceptional talent. However, I cannot discern the strength of the young master of the Lin family. Sister Bai Yin, he has slain a blue fire wolf. A feat even I cannot accomplish, Wei Han solemnly reminded. Bai Yin stood silently for a moment, her proud silhouette emanating an unspoken aura that rapidly enveloped the space between them. After his initial excitement, Wei Han found himself unable to withstand Bai Yin's formidable presence, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. After a long pause, the aloof beauty, Bai Yin, finally spoke. Her voice crisp yet frigid. Even if he has defeated an opponent of a higher level, does that not still fall short? Such strength is insufficient for selection as an inner disciple of the Taiching sect. Bai Yin began to walk away, her voice ethereal. Wei Han, I have no fondness for those who rely on behind-the-scenes power. Do not attempt to defend him. It will only backfire. Wei Han trembled, his gaze becoming exceedingly complex as he glanced at Lin Chen, who had followed him, and then trailed after Bai Yin's departing figure. In a certain part of the Lin family estate, two formidable figures of the divine law realm were gathered, Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong, their expressions dark and foreboding. Elderly, this brat has completely entered the Taiching sect, Wang Zheng said ominously. If this lad rises to prominence, we will undoubtedly be implicated. Indeed, Li Yuanlong nodded with a sinister gleam, filled with murderous intent. Elder Wang, our families are both within the Mingtian sect, with highly esteemed disciples. Why not pay a visit? Agreed. We must eliminate this brat before he grows strong. Wang Zheng made a slashing motion across his throat, his demeanor exceedingly grim. Chapter 40. Better to die than to kneel. The cold beauty, Bai Yin, with her graceful and serene presence, strode directly out of the Lin family estate without casting another glance at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, unfazed, accompanied Wei Han towards the entrance of the Lin family. Wei Han, are we truly just going to walk out like this? Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Of course not. Wei Han chuckled, shaking his head. In the Holy Spirit continent, the three great Taoist sects possess a unique flying treasure. We shall be utilizing one of these flying artifacts. Flying treasure? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He currently lacked understanding of such artifacts. He was aware that experts of the divine law realm could fly, but this was his first encounter with the concept of flying treasures. At present, the devouring heavenly map was still absorbing the essence of the king's will, and the next time it emerged, it would reach the level of a low-grade king artifact. It would be beneficial to expand his knowledge of artifacts in the meantime. Thus, Lin Chen and Wei Han conversed about treasures, and Lin Chen's horizons gradually broadened. This world was indeed filled with wonders, vast and magnificent. Countless artifacts existed, some even capable of traversing the cosmos, each more extraordinary than the last. Suddenly, the cold beauty, Bai Yin, halted at the entrance of the Lin family. Standing silently and coldly without uttering a word, Lin Chen and Wei Han, recognizing her demeanor, respectfully positioned themselves behind her, patiently waiting in silence. Bai Yin slightly raised her head to gaze at the sky, as if anticipating something, her exquisite profile radiating a serene elegance, her beautiful eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Evidently, they awaited the enigmatic flying artifact. Lin Chen could not help but sigh softly, pondering why the cold beauty, Bai Yin, seemed to harbor a certain disdain for him. Just then, a fierce gust of wind descended from the sky, though not particularly strong. It tousled his hair and clothing. A colossal shadow loomed overhead, effectively blocking the blazing sunlight. The hum of energy grew increasingly formidable, radiating outward, accompanied by a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. At that moment, the cold beauty Bai Yin suddenly spoke. Lin Chen, board the vessel and behave yourself. Do not presume to bully others with your perceived authority. Although this marked the first instance of Bai Yin addressing Lin Chen, her tone was unyielding and frigid, unmistakably laced with menace. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in acknowledgement. Unfortunately, Bai Yin had already turned away, no longer regarding him. Lin Chen could not help but smile wryly. It seemed she viewed him as a spoiled scion who wielded his influence oppressively, which explained her apparent distaste. A resounding crash echoed through the air, causing the entire street before the Lin residence to tremble slightly, akin to a colossal entity crashing to the ground. In that instant, Lin Chen beheld the grand object that had descended from the heavens. Before him stood an enormous ship, seemingly forged from molten iron, devoid of flags. Yet its obsidian hull was inscribed with enigmatic symbols. Upon the ship, there was a structure crafted from rosewood, forming a cohesive whole, and atop it lay a mysterious formation that intertwined the edifice with the vessel's body. However, what was most astonishing were the carvings of a dragon and a serpent on either side of the iron ship, so lifelike that they exuded an overwhelming force. If Lin Chen's conjectures were correct, the core of the entire artifact lay within these dragon and serpent sculptures. The cold beauty did not cast a glance at Lin Chen or Wei Han, seemingly forgetting their presence, as she gracefully leaped onto the massive ship and gazed skyward. Lin Chen and Wei Han exchanged glances, then similarly leaped onto the grand vessel. Upon stepping aboard, Lin Chen immediately felt an unparalleled sense of power beneath his feet. With a look of astonishment, he turned to Wei Han and inquired, "Is this truly the flying artifact?" Wei Han smiled and explained, "Brother Lin, this artifact is known as the Dragon Serpent Celestial Vessel. The dragon and serpent sculptures on either side serve as the core of the entire artifact, the source of its energy. With just a modicum of true energy infused within, it can be controlled." Indeed, it was extraordinary. Lin Chen nodded, curious about the artifact's rank. Just as Wei Han was about to respond, a voice dripping with disdain emerged from the rosewood structure. A low-grade royal artifact. Lin Chen sensed an approaching presence and immediately turned to face it. He beheld a young man striding towards them, exuding an immensely dense aura of true energy, reminiscent of a stampede, with strikingly fiery red hair that caught the eye. This is also an existence of the innate 10th level, possessing a formidable energy of 3,000. Comparable to Lin Han, yet still a notch below the cold beauty Bai Yin. "Brother Luo," Wei Han addressed the red-haired youth with a hint of reverence. The red-haired youth, however, merely glanced at Wei Han with indifference, nodding slightly before striding directly to Lin Chen, appraising him from head to toe, and then scoffing disdainfully. How can a mere innate 8th-level individual qualify to enter the selection of disciples? Wei Han's face turned awkward as he stood behind the red-haired youth, helplessly gesturing towards Lin Chen. Upon hearing the red-haired youth's words, the cold beauty's expression grew even more frigid. Lin Chen, maintaining a calm demeanor, met the red-haired youth's gaze and replied nonchalantly, "Naturally, I entered based on my abilities." The red-haired youth paused, then burst into hearty laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest in the world. "Huh, did I hear you correctly? You dare claim to have entered based on your abilities? An innate 8th-level cultivator, how utterly laughable." Although Lin Chen possessed a formidable energy akin to 800 true elephants, his cultivation level was merely innate 8th. Hardly worthy in the eyes of the red-haired youth who stood at the 10th level. Lin Chen regarded the mocking laughter of the red-haired youth with indifference, choosing not to respond. Yet, Wei Han, who had previously acknowledged Lin Chen's unmatched prowess, felt a surge of indignation. "Brother Luo, Lin Chen's strength is truly formidable." Wei Han, once arrogant, had long since shed his pride, now filled only with reverence for the strong. Lin Chen's previous display of power had left him utterly awed, and seeing the man he respected being belittled, he could not remain silent. "What qualifications do you have to speak to me?" The red-haired youth cast a haughty glance at Wei Han, unleashing a massive wave of energy that emanated from his body, creating an overwhelming presence. Wei Han was momentarily paralyzed by the intimidation, his complexion paling slightly, yet his tone remained resolute. "Brother Luo, what Wei Han said is entirely true." "Humph." The red-haired youth sneered coldly, his voice rising sharply as he unleashed his innate 10th-level energy in full force, aggressively asserting, "Do you forget the rules of the Taiching sect? Inferior disciples are not permitted to refute or provoke superior disciples, or else they shall face the consequences." Wei Han's face grew even paler, yet his eyes burned with unwavering defiance. Once a proud person is thoroughly subdued by another, they often become fervently devoted. Wei Han was precisely this type of individual. Bai Yin furrowed her delicate brows, but remained silent, for the red-haired youth's words were undeniably true. Such a strict hierarchy existed within the Taiching sect. What? Still unconvinced? The red-haired youth sneered, pointing at Lin Chen and dismissively addressing Wei Han. "If you are unconvinced, you may call him to defeat me. If he has the courage, I will spare you. If not, you shall kneel before the Taiching sect." Wei Han's expression stiffened, his legs beginning to tremble, yet he declared defiantly, "If kneeling is what it takes, then I shall kneel. I shall not demand anything from Brother Lin Chen. He has saved me once, and thus I owe him my gratitude, while he owes me nothing in return. So, he has indeed rescued you." The crimson-haired youth scoffed coldly, his voice suddenly rising as he bellowed, "Then kneel before me." As his thunderous proclamation echoed, a surge of true energy erupted from within the red-haired youth, transforming into a formidable hand of energy that came crashing down upon Wei Han. The oppressive force emanating from the energy hand was immense, and the power exploded beneath it. Yet, Wei Han remained defiant, refusing to retaliate, his eyes fixed upon the approaching energy hand. At that moment, an intense heat ignited abruptly. A spear, engulfed in an otherworldly blue flame, pierced through the energy hand with relentless force, erupting into a blazing inferno. A hand rested upon Wei Han's shoulder as Lin Chen approached with an air of nonchalance, casting a cold gaze at the crimson-haired youth. "If you possess the courage, direct your wrath at me." Such audacity! The crimson-haired youth, momentarily taken aback by the explosion of the fiery spear, widened his eyes in disbelief, a surge of malevolence rising within him. "Since you wish to court death, I shall indulge you." With that declaration, Luo Yangzhou prepared to unleash his martial prowess upon Lin Chen, his internal energy roaring to life like 1,000 rampaging elephants. However, a frigid voice interrupted, "Luo Yangzhou, that is enough." The young man's body stiffened abruptly, his tension dissipating as he cast a scornful glance at the composed Lin Chen. Bai Yin approached with an icy demeanor, stating, "Should the two of you wish to fight, there will be an opportunity. But if a fight breaks out now, do not blame me for being ungracious." After a brief, expressionless glance at Lin Chen, Bai Yin turned and departed with decisive elegance. Yet, her hands, shrouded in mist, glimmered with a faint chill. Seemingly wary of Bai Yin, Luo Yangzhou cast a disdainful look at Lin Chen and remarked, "For now, I shall refrain from troubling you. In due time, you will come to understand my terror. I am more than willing to accompany you." Lin Chen replied with an indifferent shrug. "You." Luo Yangzhou, witnessing Lin Chen's calm demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. His expression darkened as he flicked his wrist and turned to leave. Yet, after a few steps, he halted abruptly, a mocking tone emerging. "Lin Chen, is it? Might you enlighten me on the price your family paid to secure the opportunity of becoming an inner disciple?" Wei Han's face flushed with anger, and Bai Yan's expression grew even colder. "Haha." Luo Yangzhou laughed maniacally as he departed, and throughout it all, Lin Chen remained silent. However, his eyes narrowed slightly, shedding the earlier facade of tranquility, revealing a glimmer of chilling resolve. Once Luo Yangzhou entered the Zetonwood dwelling, silence enveloped the air. At this moment, Wei Han exhaled a sigh of relief, his expression one of shame. "Brother Lin Chen, I am sorry." Lin Chen waved his hand, patting Wei Han on the shoulder, and smiled gently. "In life, one must not exhibit arrogance, but one must retain one's integrity. Better to die than to kneel." Wei Han's body trembled violently, suddenly standing tall and resolute. At this moment, Lin Chen's heart was filled with an increasingly urgent desire to acquire vast amounts of spiritual wealth. Otherwise, when faced with someone as arrogant as Luo Yangzhou, he would lack the necessary spiritual energy to activate the Hand of Summer. The cold beauty, Bai Yin, appeared to be indifferent to everything around her, standing atop a circular formation as her true energy surged within. Suddenly, the entire dragon-snake vessel trembled violently, and the dragon and snake statues on either side began to emit a faint glow, as if they were alive. Amidst the astonishment of several disciples from the Lin family, the entire dragon-snake vessel vibrated and soared into the air, parting the immense waves of energy as it flew towards the horizon, reminiscent of dragons and snakes ascending to the heavens. Chapter 41. Ta Ching Immortal Island. According to legend, the founder of Ta Ching ventured overseas and discovered an immortal island. Hearing the calls of the immortals, he settled on this island and established the Ta Ching Immortal Sect. This island has since been referred to as Ta Ching Immortal Island. Lin Chen and his companions began their lengthy journey aboard the dragon snake vessel. During stormy nights, the vessel would deploy an invisible shield, isolating everything outside. This experience deepened Lin Chen's understanding of the methods employed by cultivators, transforming the decayed into the miraculous. Lin Chen, the meeting is about to begin. We are nearing Ta Ching Immortal Island. Wei Han's voice resonated from outside. Sitting cross-legged on the zeton wood, Lin Chen's bare torso glowed with a bronze hue, his skin subtly revealing 103 winding veins, reminiscent of a centipede. These 103 veins represented the innate 9th level meridians. Once fully opened, Lin Chen would ascend to the innate 9th level. The meridians serve as channels for the circulation of true energy within the body, essential for cultivating substantial techniques, which explains why severing them results in the loss of martial arts qualifications in the mundane world. However, Lin Chen was evidently not prepared to break through to the innate 9th level just yet. Instead, he was contemplating the profound mysteries of that realm. Upon hearing Wei Han's call, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, his bronze skin returning to its normal hue. He pushed open the zeton door to find Bai Yin, Luo Yangzhou, and Wei Han standing on the deck. Bai Yin cast a cold glance at him, offering no further attention, while Luo Yangzhou regarded Lin Chen with unabashed contempt. Following their previous confrontation, Luo Yangzhou now looked upon Lin Chen as if he were his sworn enemy. Lin Chen remained unfazed, his expression tranquil. Bai Yin succinctly stated, "We will arrive at Ta Ching Sect tomorrow. Although you are inner disciples and exempt from selection, there will be a competition among the inner disciples after a 10-day rest. The victor will ascend to the inner sect level." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Yangzhou, brimming with arrogance, turned to Lin Chen and provocatively declared, "Lin Chen, it is certain that I will win, wouldn't you agree?" Lin Chen did not flinch, his face expressionless, as he turned to engage in conversation with Wei Han, completely disregarding Luo Yangzhou. Upon being disregarded by Lin Chen, Luo Yangzhou's forehead throbbed, unable to contain a surge of prideful anger. Casting a glance at the cold beauty, Bai Yin, Luo Yangzhou curled his lips into a sinister smile. This mere innate 8th-layer cultivator dared to ignore him? He would ensure she faced humiliation soon enough. Lin Chen, noticing Luo Yangzhou's ominous demeanor, chose to remain indifferent. Now that they had arrived at Tai Ching Island with 10 days ahead, he could devise a means to amass some wealth. When the time came, he would teach Luo Yangzhou a lesson for his arrogance during the competition. Of course, Lin Chen was reluctant to provoke a conflict at this moment, as he lacked confidence without the support of spiritual energy. "Luo Yangzhou, if you seek a confrontation, the opportunity will present itself." Bai Yan's delicate face was frosty, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent as she gazed at Luo Yangzhou. His persistent insolence was infuriating, had it not been for his status. Bai Yin would have likely cast him off the ship long ago. With a disdainful snort, Luo Yangzhou turned and strode away. Lin Chen watched him pass, a chill creeping into his gaze, yet his expression remained stoic. Since hearing Lin Chen's words, Wei Han seemed to have undergone a transformation, no longer showing deference to Luo Yangzhou. As he departed, only the cold beauty and Lin Chen remained on the deck. As she walked away, Bai Yin cast a glance at Lin Chen, her tone slow and frigid. "Lin Chen, this is not to discourage you, but with your current cultivation, you need not participate in the competition." With that, she departed without hesitation, leaving Lin Chen standing alone on the deck. He shook his head with a wry smile, squinting as he stood at the bow of the ship. Below, the abyssal darkness resembled a vast, devouring formation, engulfing the world. A day later, azure waves roared beneath the ship. Before them lay an immense, boundless ocean, a glow of dawn illuminating the horizon, as if they had reached the edge of the sea. Amidst this radiance, Lin Chen vaguely discerned the outline of an ancient, colossal island, sprawling like a beast upon the waters. However, the distance rendered its true form indistinct. Strange sea creatures lay upon the surface, their steel-like bodies glimmering, roaring at the ethereal dragon-like vessel drifting above. At this moment, everyone stood upon the deck. The cold beauty, Bai Yin, suddenly formed a hand seal, her hands shimmering with a hint of azure light amidst the mist. Tai Ching's sect seal, open. With a flourish, a blue character soared from her palms. Beneath this character, ripples emerged in the seemingly vacant space ahead, revealing a massive entrance inexplicably manifesting. Lin Chen immediately activated his vision, barely perceiving a vast silhouette, a mysterious barrier that only the knowledgeable could penetrate. What a grand display! Lin Chen marveled, watching as the ship glided into the opening. Even Luo Yangzhou, in his arrogance, could not help but show a flicker of surprise upon witnessing this scene. They were about to enter Tai Ching Island. The cold beauty, Bai Yin, spoke in a chilling tone. The entire dragon and snake phantom vessel had fully entered this barrier, revealing a completely transformed world before Lin Chen's eyes. Surrounding him were shimmering waves of the sea, and an enormous island, whose size was beyond comprehension, stretched out before him, likely spanning at least 10,000 miles. Several grand cities, resembling royal capitals within an empire, perched majestically upon the vast island, where numerous cultivators at the divine law realm soared through the skies. At the heart of the island stood the entrance to the Tai Ching sect, marked by an imposing stone gate, intricately carved with the ancient characters Tai Ching sect, radiating profound significance. The entirety of the Tai Ching sect's grounds encompassed countless peaks, bustling with disciples from various ranks, both inner and outer. Furthermore, Lin Chen sensed an overwhelming aura of formidable power emanating from the depths of the Tai Ching sect, an astonishing presence of experts. It was a living paradise, utterly breathtaking. Welcome, esteemed brothers, to the Tai Ching sect. Wei Han bowed respectfully to Lin Chen and Luo Yangzhou, slightly inclining his body, primarily directing his gesture towards Lin Chen. Bai Yin, observing Wei Han's subtle actions, remarked coolly, "It is time to report to the sect. The other inner selection disciples should be arriving soon." Recovering from their astonishment, Lin Chen and Luo Yangzhou came back to their senses. At that moment, Lin Chen felt an unbidden surge of excitement coursing through his veins. While the ancient divine mirror in his palm remained unresponsive, as if it were an ancient relic devoid of life, the heart of Tai Ching, Lin Chen had arrived. As Bai Yin urged the dragon and snake phantom vessel towards the mountain gate, two enormous openings appeared in another part of the barrier, from which two colossal dragon and snake phantom vessels emerged. Each vessel carried 4 individuals. On one of the flying ships, 3 figures stood on the deck, gazing at the purple sandalwood gate with a mix of reverence and awe. Even the leading inner disciple could not help but swallow hard. A tumultuous voice suddenly erupted from the purple gate, resonating with a thunderous echo that made ears ring. "Has the Tai Ching sect finally arrived? Huh. I, the Tyrant King, shall see if any of this year's inner selection disciples can impress me." Inner Selection, First Disciple. Chapter 42. The fraternal brothers of different surnames with a tremendous crash. The dragon and snake phantom vessel landed heavily, producing a resounding impact. Before them loomed the towering mountain gate, standing at least several dozen meters high. Under Bai Yan's guidance, Lin Chen and Luo Yangzhou found themselves at the center of the vast expanse. In their gaze, the 2 dragon and snake phantom vessels descended once more. Senior Sister Bai Yin. As soon as the dragon and snake phantom vessel touched down, 2 figures surged forth. Their presence exuded immense strength, with a concentration of true energy reaching the level of 4,000 true energy elephants. However, the insignias on their chests differed. One bore the rank of a human-level disciple, while the other displayed a ground-level insignia. Is this the junior brother brought by Senior Sister Bai Yin? 2 inner disciples gazed at Lin Chen and his companion with palpable astonishment, scrutinizing them from head to toe. Upon perceiving the 3,000 colossal manifestations of true energy within Luo Yangzhou, both inner disciples expressed their admiration, exclaiming, "This must be Luo Yangzhou from the Luo family. His cultivation is indeed formidable." Luo Yangzhou, with an air of pride, nodded at the 2 inner disciples, his arrogance unmistakable. The disciples, recognizing his hubris, were not put off. After all, it is not unusual for prodigious talents to possess such lofty spirits. However, when their gazes fell upon Lin Chen, they momentarily hesitated before dismissively sweeping past him, revealing a hint of concealed disdain in their eyes. Clearly, they regarded Lin Chen as nothing more than a privileged scion. Observing this interaction, Luo Yangzhou's smug smile grew increasingly pronounced. Yet, Lin Chen appeared unfazed, his demeanor serene, seemingly indifferent to their scorn. One by one, the selected inner disciples approached, hailing from various esteemed families or embodying individuals blessed with extraordinary fortunes. Among them, the least accomplished boasted a cultivation level of innate ninefold, possessing a dense reservoir of true energy amounting to 2,000. Yet, this individual was merely a 13-year-old child. Apart from Lin Chen, the others were uniformly at the innate tenfold level. As these inner disciples descended, they exchanged curious glances, assessing the unfamiliar faces surrounding them. Upon noticing Luo Yangzhou, a ripple of astonishment coursed through the crowd, accompanied by silent acknowledgement, another formidable figure. The realization of Luo Yangzhou's prowess instilled a newfound respect in the eyes of the other inner disciples. Yet, standing beside Luo Yangzhou, Lin Chen bore the brunt of their contemptuous gazes and derisive smirks. Even the 13-year-old practitioner regarded Lin Chen with palpable disdain, coldly snorting and refusing to engage with him. These inner disciples were all individuals of considerable pride. Without substantial strength, they would inevitably find themselves subjected to derision. In response to this situation, Lin Chen simply touched his nose, offering a faint smile, choosing to remain silent as he awaited the forthcoming initiation ceremony. Why is there still one person missing? The cold beauty, Bai Yin, cast a frigid glance over the assembly, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. An inner disciple, belonging to a higher class, immediately responded with a wry smile. Sister Bai Yin, that individual is remarkably formidable. I could not persuade him. He specifically requested that one of us inner disciples go to summon him. This disciple possessed a cultivation level of 4,000 true energy manifestations. His words sparked a wave of commotion among the gathered inner disciples, causing even Luo Yangzhou's expression to shift dramatically, becoming somewhat rigid. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Luo Yangzhou's strength was not the pinnacle after all. While the number of true energy manifestations did not guarantee absolute victory, a greater quantity certainly enhanced the potency of one's martial techniques. Upon witnessing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Luo Yangzhou felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as if something of utmost importance had been snatched away from him. In a moment of impulsiveness, he stepped forward and declared loudly, Sister Bai Yin, I am willing to go in place of my senior brother to invite this disciple down. Instantly, all eyes returned to Luo Yangzhou, filled with curiosity and admiration, causing him to feel a fleeting sense of elation. The inner disciple of remarkable caliber regarded Luo with surprise at his boldness. The cold beauty, Bai Yin, cast a frosty glance at Luo and remarked, Are you capable? Her voice, as crisp as water, delivered those 3 words like a bucket of cold water poured over Luo's heart, chilling him to the core. In that moment, he found himself in an awkward predicament, unable to retreat or advance, the fleeting thrill of being the center of attention having evaporated entirely. Lin Chen observed the scene silently, sensing a terrifying aura emanating from within that vessel, akin to a volatile furnace on the verge of explosion. The top-ranked inner disciple was undoubtedly a formidable character. Just then, amid the stillness, 2 mocking voices pierced the air. Is there still one person absent? Why not let Lin Chen, the young master of the Lin family, handle it? Indeed, the cultivation of Lin Chen is quite formidable, possessing the supreme martial skill, Heavenly Fire Seal. As these voices rang out, the crowd's attention was immediately drawn toward them. 2 youths adorned with earth-level insignias approached, their faces adorned with sinister smiles, their eyes locking onto Lin Chen, invoking a sense of foreboding within him. They were 2 inner disciples, each possessing the strength of 5,000 true chi elephants. As they appeared, the 2 youths walked directly in front of the cold beauty, Bai Yin, their gazes surreptitiously scanning her exquisite figure, a hidden lewd glimmer in their eyes. Sister Bai Yin, what were you saying just now? What brings you here? Bai Yin furrowed her delicate brows, suppressing her visible disdain. These 2 youths were ranked 2nd and 3rd among the inner earth-level disciples, known as the Li and Wang brothers. Even Bai Yin found it quite challenging to contend with their combined prowess, each possessing the same formidable strength. One of the youths chuckled, Now, isn't this a troublesome situation? I'm here to assist you. The other chimed in, "Indeed, Sister Bai Yin. Just look at how concerned we are for you." Bai Yin fell silent. Although the situation was somewhat troublesome, she had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. However, the arrival of the brothers had evidently disrupted her plans entirely. Even the mightiest among the inner disciples, Luo Yangzhou, lacked the strength to oppose them. The second-ranked disciple, Li, immediately darkened his expression, pointing at Lin Chen. "It's him." The Wang disciple nodded ominously in agreement with Li's assertion. With a swift motion, all gazes converged upon Lin Chen, revealing him to be the one with the weakest cultivation level. The expressions of those present morphed into a peculiar blend of incredulity and disdain. It was evident that they were utterly astonished. How could they possibly choose this so-called waste? Among the selected disciples, particularly those who shared a boat with the formidable violent king, having witnessed his terrifying prowess, could not help but scoff derisively. The silent mockery surged forth, especially from Luo Yangzhou, who disdainfully remarked, "It seems my two senior brothers are jesting. I see Lin Chen, and he clearly does not possess even half my cultivation. To step forward would be akin to courting death." The moment Luo Yangzhou's words escaped his lips, a chorus of agreement arose from many of the inner disciples. Indeed, with a mere innate 8th level of cultivation, facing the violent king would lead to nothing but demise. I must inform you, the violent king is not to be trifled with. When he strikes, he does so with the intent to maim. It is said that he is a war maniac, never holding back, truly a monster. A cacophony of scornful voices echoed, with one individual boldly declaring, "If he possesses such abilities, I would willingly become a eunuch." This proclamation came from a prince of a minor kingdom. Upon hearing this, several inner disciples erupted into raucous laughter. The derision from this group rendered Wei Han, standing behind Lin Chen, flushed with indignation, his face turning a deep crimson. In contrast, Lin Chen maintained an impassive demeanor, unaffected by the scornful glances directed at him. Instead, he calmly turned to Wei Han and inquired, "Do you know the backgrounds of these two individuals?" The emergence of these two esteemed inner disciples left Lin Chen both astonished and aware of their blatant hostility towards him. There was undoubtedly some hidden agenda at play. Logically, the lesser his cultivation, the less he should attract their attention. Yet, the arrival of these two had only served to accentuate his own status. "Brother Lin, these two are ranked second and third among the inner disciples, just behind senior sister Bai Yin," Wei Han replied through gritted teeth, as though he himself had become the target of ridicule. "They are disciples from the Li and Wang families, namely Changshao and Wang Ying. Known as the brothers of different surnames, their combined strength is formidable." Understanding dawned on Lin Chen as he recognized the implications of the names Li and Wang. A subtle, cold smile crept onto his face. It was clear that Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong, the two esteemed elders, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, utilizing their disciples to suppress him within the Taiqing sect. Having grasped this, Lin Chen found himself more composed, choosing to observe the unfolding events with a calm demeanor. At that moment, Luo Yangzhou reveled in his triumph, taking great pleasure in seeing Lin Chen become the target of ridicule, more gratifying than being hailed as the king among men. Throughout their journey, Luo Yangzhou had often cast disdainful glances at Lin Chen. Yet Lin Chen had chosen to ignore him, remaining unperturbed. Were it not for Bai Yan's presence, Luo Yangzhou might have long since succumbed to his fury and sought to eliminate Lin Chen. He chuckled to himself, contemplating how to deal with the situation. At that moment, Bai Yan observed the intense reactions of the inner disciples and frowned slightly. She turned to the two brothers of different surnames and coldly remarked, "Do not attempt to deceive me. Lin Chen is merely at the 8th level of innate strength. How could he possibly contend with the violent king?" Li Changshao immediately responded with a sycophantic smile, "Sister Bai Yan, this young man's true prowess is concealed." A previous opponent at the 10th level of innate strength fell by his hand. Their claims of Lin Chen defeating someone at the 10th level were nothing but fabrications, aimed at exaggerating his reputation. From what they had relayed to the elders Li and Wang, he was merely somewhat stronger than average. Wang Ying also nodded in agreement. Yet internally he reveled in a sinister delight. Let Lin Chen offend the two esteemed elders of the family. This time, we shall ensure he faces the violent king with a proper display of authority. Where would the Wang and Li family's dignity reside otherwise? Bai Yan was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. The disparity between the 9th and 10th levels of innate strength was indeed colossal. as the energy within the 10th level far surpassed that of the 9th. The notion that Lin Chen could defeat an opponent of a higher tier left her somewhat astonished. The group of inner disciples also exchanged glances of surprise, while Luo Yangzhou appeared visibly shaken by this information. Observing the silence that enveloped the group, he quickly derided. The Violent King is not to be compared with an ordinary 10th level innate warrior. His energy has already reached the formidable limit of 5,000 giant elephants. As soon as Luo Yangzhou's words left his lips, the inner disciples nodded in unison. Bai Yin wore a pensive expression, but Li Changxiao and Wang Ying's faces darkened. How dare Luo Yangzhou oppose them? Wang Ying, whose temper was already frayed, strode forward. His 5,000 giant elephants of energy erupted like a whirlwind, glaring menacingly at Luo Yangzhou as he barked. What do you know? Are you questioning our judgment? Luo Yangzhou was momentarily taken aback by Wang Ying's fierce outburst. Yet he refrained from challenging the two brothers and felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. His intention in speaking was to tarnish Lin Chen's reputation, branding him as cowardly and fearful. He never anticipated Wang Ying's foolishness in publicly berating him, causing a flush of humiliation to spread across his face. Had it not been for his reservations about the other party, he would have retaliated long ago. Fool! Luo Yangzhou scoffed inwardly, filled with contempt. Li Changxiao's expression darkened as well, wishing he could personally teach Luo Yangzhou a lesson, but the presence of his goddess restrained him from losing his composure. Enough! Bai Yan's countenance turned icy, her fair visage resembling a delicate layer of frost. Her authority among the crowd was significant. A slight display of anger silenced everyone present. The two brothers of different surnames also ceased their remarks, their gazes towards Luo Yangzhou now brimming with lethal malice. This situation was precisely what Lin Chen relished. And Wei Han, carefree and unbothered, grinned wider than anyone else. Lin Chen, if you bring the Violent King, I shall offer you a reward. Bai Yin felt a stir within her heart as her icy, beautiful gaze briefly lingered on him. Suddenly, compelled by an unseen force, she inquired, "What are your thoughts?" The moment the words escaped her lips, she inwardly berated herself, realizing that asking Lin Chen to rescue someone was tantamount to courting disaster. However, she soon found solace in the belief that this second-generation heir, Lin Chen, would undoubtedly lack the audacity to confront such a formidable foe. Beside her, Luo Yangzhou's eyes gleamed as he burst into a loud, mocking laughter. Bai Yin, my dear sister, with Lin Chen's meager cultivation, he would certainly hesitate to seek out the Violent King. I believe your reward would be better off in my hands. A chorus of internal disciples echoed his sentiment, scoffing at Lin Chen's apparent weakness and questioning his courage to provoke the top disciple among them, the Violent King. Lin Chen cast a cold glance at the gathering disciples, contemplating the pros and cons. Then, amidst their scornful gazes, he nodded resolutely, declaring, "Very well, I shall bring him here." The beautiful yet frosty maiden seemed momentarily taken aback by his response. With that, a chorus of derisive laughter erupted. The internal disciples regarded Lin Chen with disdain, their mockery unabashed. Are you serious? You should assess the Violent King's strength for yourself. It's absurd to inflate your own worth. I suppose the Tai Ching sect will soon add another crippled fool to its ranks. Surely you weren't stung by our words. Were you, Lin Chen? We merely speak the truth. Unfazed, Lin Chen listened impassively to the relentless jeers. Meanwhile, the twin brothers of different surnames reveled in amusement. When they first sensed the immense aura emanating from the dragon snake vessel, even they felt a twinge of fear. What could be said of Lin Chen in this moment? Luo Yangzhou, on the other hand, was secretly elated, clearly pleased that his earlier comments had achieved their intended effect. Now, he awaited Lin Chen's inevitable embarrassment. Yet, among these onlookers, none were privy to Lin Chen's true capabilities. The events surrounding the previous martial arts competition held by the Lin family were strictly taboo in Nighttide City, rendering Wei Han and Bai Yin oblivious to any rumors. Even Wei Han's understanding of Lin Chen's prowess was limited to the time he had slain the Blue Fire Wolf. Moreover, the twin brothers were unaware that the two elders had only provided them with incomplete information. Lin Chen, if things become too dire, return. Your safety is of utmost importance, Bai Yin said, her tone icy yet devoid of overt disdain, maintaining her frosty demeanor. Understood, Lin Chen replied succinctly, his expression unwavering as he strode towards the dragon snake vessel. Undeterred by the gazes of the crowd, as he approached, A cacophony of raucous voices erupted, resembling thunder. Huh. Which blind fool dares to approach? Do you wish to feel the force of my fists? The violent king, this is a gathering time. I suggest you descend sooner rather than later, Lin Chen stated calmly, lest you face the consequences. How dare you speak to me like that? Who do you think you are? Came the even more furious retort from deep within the dragon snake vessel. A fierce and violent aura immediately surged within the dragon and snake phantom vessel. A palpable sense of bloodshed and combat suddenly emanating. In that moment, the expression of the cold beauty, Bai Yin, froze as she mused. Such formidable power. He is perhaps not far from being a celestial-level disciple. The inner selection disciples wore expressions of solemnity and reverence. This figure known as the King of Wrath was indeed a true genius, a monster of sorts. As this aura intensified, they inwardly condemned Lin Chen to a grim fate, believing it a mere fantasy for someone of his innate 8th level to confront the King of Wrath. Luo Yangzhou, with a darkly amused smile, thought, Huh? Lin Chen, you are likely to suffer grave injuries now. I shall bide my time and seize the opportunity to eliminate you. The fraternal duo exchanged knowing glances. Their hands clasped tightly in secrecy, hearts communicating in silent accord. Huh, brotherly, it seems Lin Chen's end is nigh. Yes, then we can collect our rewards from the elders and exchange them for more sect contribution points. Lin Chen, however, stood in silence, seemingly unaffected by the bloodthirsty aura enveloping him. He stood quietly, suddenly forming seals with his hands, and shouted, King of Wrath, cease your prattle. With a whoosh, flames erupted furiously, a blue, ethereal fire coalescing into a massive spear, searing with intense heat. Lin Chen's eyes, filled with a fierce resolve, locked onto the dragon and snake phantom vessel, and with a powerful throw, he hurled the blazing spear, cutting through the air and striking forcefully against the inferior-grade royal vessel. Boom! The spear pierced the dragon statue with tremendous force, igniting into a raging inferno that engulfed the massive ship in flames. Seeking death, a thunderous roar erupted within the rosewood chamber, deafening in its intensity. In that instant, the entire chamber exploded, and amidst the blue flames, a figure leaped forth. This man stood nearly 3 meters tall, clad only in iron wire trousers, his muscular form marred by numerous grotesque scars. A ferocious aura enveloped him. He was none other than the top inner selection disciple, the King of Wrath. Impudent wretch, how dare you disturb me? You must be seeking your own demise. The King of Wrath's eyes widened, his pupils like bronze bells, filled with fury as he charged forth, unleashing a devastating punch toward Lin Chen. The immense force of his strike erupted, filled with overwhelming might. The physical prowess of the King of Wrath was akin to that of a mid-grade royal vessel. It was over. The spectators felt the terrifying power of that punch, and a fleeting thought crossed their minds. Their gazes toward the King of Wrath were filled with profound awe. Meanwhile, Luo Yangzhou and the fraternal duo were consumed with exhilaration, eagerly anticipating Lin Chen's demise beneath the King of Wrath's blow. The cold beauty, however, was steeped in regret, silently chastising herself for having uttered such words moments ago. Humph! Lin Chen let out a cold snort, confronting the incredibly ferocious tyrant king with even greater ferocity. His figure suddenly expanded, rising 30 centimeters in height, his upper garment tearing apart, revealing his gleaming bronze skin. A flicker of surprise flashed in the tyrant king's eyes as his terrifying punch continued to advance without any reduction in speed, the ferocity of his force becoming even more formidable. The onlooking inner disciples felt their hearts race with trepidation. With the manifestation of the brass body, Lin Chen unleashed a powerful hand toward the tyrant king's descending fist, grasping it with immense force. At that moment, all 700 true Qi giants within him surged forth, infusing their might into the indistinct azure figure. A thunderous explosion echoed as invisible pressure surged toward the tyrant king, seemingly weighing down upon every part of him with the heft of thousands of pounds. His colossal fist struck as if against an iron plate, creating a tremendous shockwave without shattering it. Lin Chen's silhouette resembled that of a giant, instilling fear in the hearts of many. The entire form of the tyrant king, which had been violently charging forward, was abruptly restrained mid-air by the overwhelming pressure. A colossal iron fist erupted in the air, its explosive force unable to breach the omnipresent pressure surrounding it. Lin Chen channeled all 700 true Qi giants into the azure figure, unleashing an incomprehensible power. Previously, He had only expended 200 true Qi giants to shatter the sealing fire element ice sword, which at that time had already depleted its energy. This served to illustrate the terrifying potency of the fated heaven hand. Explode. Lin Chen roared, his face a mask of murderous intent, as his fingers began to close fiercely, drawing the surrounding pressure inward. His bronze skin trembled, as if it might shatter under the immense force. As the pressure intensified, the Tyrant King's visage grew increasingly malevolent, as though ensnared by an invisible constraint, with the power of 5,000 giants roaring within him. Boom, boom, boom. The air erupted with the sounds of relentless explosions, akin to a series of successive impacts. A fearsome roar erupted from the Tyrant King, as if something within him was stirring violently, filled with primal ferocity. Not good. Lin Chen immediately sensed this ominous aura, a chill running through him as he perceived the overwhelming wrath emanating from the Tyrant King. This was evidently no ordinary force. Come to me, Lin Chen bellowed, increasing the pressure in his hands. With a fierce tug, he yanked the Tyrant King's form down from the air, pulling him into the midst of the inner disciples. The 700 true Qi giants were instantly expended, and the immense oppressive force of the fated heaven hand dissipated entirely, leaving the Tyrant King's form to crash heavily among the inner disciples. As the towering figure descended, a group of astonished inner disciples erupted in a cacophony of alarm, hastily retreating as though confronted by an exceedingly fearsome entity. At that moment, Luo Yangzhou was engulfed in a profound shock, swallowing hard and murmuring, "What peculiar technique is that?" In stark contrast to Luo Yangzhou, the earth-level disciples Li Changxiao and Wang Ying stood with mouths agape, as if one could easily fit a chicken egg within. Their hands, previously clenched in trepidation, subtly relaxed and trembled. Bai Yan, with her striking visage, momentarily froze, casting a complex glance at Lin Chen, clearly taken aback by the combat prowess and martial skills he had displayed. When had they ever witnessed such a bizarre ability to translocate a person so effortlessly? "Kid, you've ignited a fire within me." Amidst the crowd's astonished expressions and the cacophony of rage, a thunderous voice proclaimed, "You struck me just now. Now it is your turn to experience my might." The formidable figure of the Savage King, his eyes ablaze with fury, exhibited muscles akin to iron. In an instant, he lunged forward, directing a ferocious punch at Lin Chen, who stood beside the dragon snake void fairy. With a resounding roar, the punch unleashed a wave of sound that reverberated as if wild wolves and monstrous bears were bellowing, layers of true energy coalescing in a tempestuous display. In that fleeting moment, the cold beauty Bai Yan, showcasing her keen reflexes, immediately shouted, "Savage King, cease at once, or face the consequences of our sect." However, the Savage King, his fist already unleashed, had no intention of halting. "Finally, I encounter someone who excites me. Do you expect me to simply stop?" He cackled, the force of his punch intensifying with reckless abandon. 10,000 beasts fist. The frenzied figure leaped into the air, delivering a devastating blow towards Lin Chen. A tremendous explosion echoed, as if hundreds of ferocious beasts converged into the might of a single fist, surging menacingly towards Lin Chen. The aura of countless beasts erupted forth, embodying the essence of sheer brutality. In that instant, Lin Chen felt a bitter urge to curse. How could he be targeted by the Savage King with 3 Earth-level disciples present? Frustration welled within him, a desire to seek justice from the cold beauty. As the 10,000 beasts' fist erupted, every hair on Lin Chen's body stood on end, yet he found himself powerless. His true energy had been entirely depleted, and he possessed no means to replenish it. The precious spiritual stones he once held had long been consumed, leaving him destitute. Faced with the reality of being bullied in his impoverished state, Lin Chen felt utterly helpless. His bronze body activated to its utmost potential as he raised his hands in a defensive posture, bracing for the impact. He could only endure whatever force was to come. While he understood he would not meet his demise, he was well aware that enduring a severe injury could leave him incapacitated for a month. Lin Chen, quickly evade. Bai Yan immediately recognized Lin Chen's predicament and shouted urgently. Everyone stood in stunned silence, witnessing this scene. This fellow actually intended to use his body as a shield? All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet, Lin Chen had no desire to withstand the onslaught. However, failing to do so would result in a far worse fate. The more he learned from his experiences, the more he clenched his teeth in frustration, his resolve strengthening. This time, He was prepared to fight tooth and nail, whether through robbery or theft, to acquire spirit stones. With a roar, the myriad beast's fist surged forth. A cacophony of hundreds, even thousands, of beastly heads howling and lunging at Lin Chen. The terrifying force of the impending collision followed closely behind. This single strike possessed the capability to annihilate 2 or 3 experts at the pinnacle of the innate 9th level. Bang! The myriad beast's fist collided with Lin Chen's arms, unleashing an unfathomable and terrifying might that sent him reeling backward repeatedly. The heads of countless beasts crashed into Lin Chen's body, producing a series of explosive sounds. Even with his body fortified by a top-tier spirit weapon, he was overwhelmed by the eruption of blood and a searing pain that coursed through him. Akin to being torn apart, this was merely the initial wave of the myriad beast's fist. The ancient bronze coffin within his brow appeared as if it had succumbed to death, remaining immobile and eternal. At that moment, Lin Chen's heart raced to his throat, silently cursing his misfortune. The heavy landing of the brutal king, tilting his head, observed Lin Chen's battered form with a sinister grin, bloodthirsty delight evident on his face. I thought he was formidable. Turns out he is utterly pathetic. Better off dead. The disciples who heard the brutal king's words felt a chill run down their spines. Luo Yangzhou, Li Changxiao, and Wang Ying had long since begun to celebrate internally, eagerly anticipating the moment Lin Chen would be reduced to nothing but rubble, finding solace in such a thought. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sound of explosions reverberated repeatedly. As immense spiritual energy within the myriad beast's fist became unbearable and erupted violently, Lin Chen's entire being was engulfed in this ceaseless explosion, shrouded in blood mist. With the defenses of his top-tier spirit weapon utterly inadequate. Damn it! Lin Chen groaned, cursing through the pain. Unaware of how many wounds he had sustained amidst the chaos of explosions, his skin torn open. The myriad beast's fist seemed relentless. A technique rooted in the convergence of true energy, as if truly hundreds of beasts were continuously detonating. This is bad. Bai Yin, the first beauty of the earth rank, swiftly sensed Lin Chen was on the verge of crisis. Reacting quickly, her hands enveloped in mist were poised to unleash a technique to save him. However, at that moment, 2 figures suddenly interposed themselves before her. The twin brothers, grinning mischievously, looked at Bai Yin, relishing the moment. Don't worry, senior sister Bai Yin. This kid is quite formidable. In that fleeting instant, Bai Yin's pupils constricted, realizing she was too late to intervene. The explosions continued unabated, detonating over 100 times, leaving Lin Chen's body a bloody mess, flesh and bone shattered. The true energy core within his dantian was utterly desiccated, devoid of sufficient energy to manifest the hand of heaven. In the midst of the relentless explosions, Lin Chen emitted muffled groans, his resilient consciousness wavering, teetering on the brink of despondency. It seemed as though he might succumb to a state of chaotic slumber. Observing Lin Chen's condition, Luo Yangzhou and his brother, who shared a different surname, could not suppress their glee, their laughter echoing in their hearts. To them, Lin Chen appeared no different from a lifeless corpse at this juncture. Could he possibly mount a counterattack? Naturally, the answer was no. As for the tyrant, disdain flickered in his copper bell-like eyes, and he internally condemned Lin Chen to death. However, just as Lin Chen endured the cacophony of explosions, the devouring celestial diagram stirred slightly, and the voice of Blood Elder resonated. Young man. The devouring celestial diagram has ascended to a low-grade royal artifact. Allow me to showcase its might. Had it been successfully restored, Lin Chen's despondent consciousness jolted awake, his aching body trembling violently as all suffering was cast aside. His eyes widened in immense joy. With a swift thought, he established a connection with the devouring celestial diagram, and a powerful aura of kingship enveloped him. How formidable! Lin Chen's heart momentarily stalled. This aura was not inferior to that of the sealing fire element ice sword. Yet, at this moment, he had no time to ponder such matters. The devouring celestial diagram. Lin Chen's entire being tensed, radiating murderous intent. With a focused thought, a pitch-black tome unfurled violently upon his abdomen, enveloping him entirely. The entire tome was shrouded in darkness, resembling a black hole, etched with patterns of devouring. The still exploding 10,000 beasts' fist roared towards the devouring celestial diagram, its true energy coiling in layers. Upon the diagram's emergence, an immense devouring force erupted, and in an instant, The entire onslaught of the 10,000 Beasts' fist was absorbed without a sound. The attack was utterly neutralized by the devouring celestial diagram, showcasing its formidable power. Lin Chen, now enveloped in a mist of blood, resembled a figure of crimson hue as he plummeted heavily from the sky. Straining to maintain his footing, he managed to stand upright. The deployment of the devouring celestial diagram had undeniably drained his last vestige of strength. Such a disheveled state was a familiar sight. This marked his third encounter with such adversity. Lin Chen gasped, feeling searing pain coursing through his body, his eyes transforming into icy slits. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him: to amass vast amounts of spirit stones and accumulate wealth, lest he encounter such a predicament again, leaving his internal energy reserves insufficient. Conversely, the many inner disciples stood dumbfounded, their faces etched with astonishment. Chapter 45, The 10-Day Battle. He did not perish, nor was he incapacitated. The tyrant, brimming with a ferocious aura, watched as Lin Chen crashed heavily to the ground, his copper bell-like eyes widening in disbelief. His 10,000 Beasts' fist, delivered with only 50% of its power, should have been sufficient to annihilate any top-tier spirit energy practitioner, let alone a depleting innate level 8 like Lin Chen. Yet, when the devouring celestial diagram appeared, it was but a fleeting moment. The tyrant and his compatriots lacked the perception to discern its significance. All the inner selection disciples, along with the earth-level inner disciples, were oblivious to the fact that Lin Chen had unexpectedly unleashed the devouring celestial diagram. They only witnessed the sudden explosion of the 10,000 Beasts' fist, followed by a flash of dark light, after which the entire assault vanished into nothingness. This occurrence was indeed exceedingly peculiar. An alarming thought flickered through the minds of all the inner selection disciples. Could it be that Lin Chen was truly a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing? Observing Lin Chen's remarkable display, even Luo Yangzhou began to harbor a sense of wariness regarding Lin Chen's prowess. As rumors had suggested, the Lin family was no mere paper tiger. However, Luo Yangzhou remained arrogant and disdainful, considering himself a master due to his innate 10th-level cultivation, which he believed far surpassed the 10,000 Beasts' fist. If Lin Chen were to face him, defeat would be inevitable, he mused, and with this realization, his pride swelled even further. Li Changxiao, Wang Ying, and the twin brothers of different surnames all simultaneously scoffed, their expressions dark as if someone owed them a debt. Among them, the only one with a slightly softened gaze was the cold beauty Bai Yan, whose eyes, upon looking at Lin Chen, showed a hint of lessening disdain. Addressing the twin brothers who obstructed her path, she coldly remarked, "Would you kindly step aside?" The twin brothers exchanged awkward glances before reluctantly parting to allow her passage. Lin Chen, his body marred with wounds and resembling a bloodied figure, approached with an expression of eerie calm, though the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he made his way back into the ranks. At that moment, the prince of noble lineage who had previously boasted about his status as a eunuch felt an overwhelming embarrassment upon seeing Lin Chen's approach. He secretly sighed in relief, grateful that Lin Chen had not forced him into such a humiliating position, which would have been an immense disgrace. In an instant, the imperial prince's demeanor towards Lin Chen shifted subtly. Meanwhile, Luo Yangzhou scrutinized Lin Chen's injuries with a malicious grin, taunting, "Lin Chen, I warned you against pretending to be something you're not. Have you learned your lesson now? That was merely half the power of the 10,000 Beasts' fist. Next time you encounter me." Before he could finish his mocking tirade, a tremendous force struck from behind, causing him to stagger and tumble out of the ranks. Laughter erupted among the inner selection disciples. Who the hell doesn't he know their place? Luo Yangzhou felt a burning sensation on his face, akin to being slapped, and, consumed by fury, he spun around, shouting, "Looking for death, are we? What's your problem?" A rough voice resonated as a tall and imposing figure appeared before Luo Yangzhou. Exuding a menacing aura, it was the Violent King. Upon realizing who stood before him, Luo Yangzhou's expression faltered, and he found himself at a loss for words. "What is this? Like a coward, I want to have a word with Lin Chen. You can just scram." The Violent King, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, ignoring the second-ranked inner selection disciple entirely. Luo Yangzhou's countenance was shrouded in gloom. After a moment of internal struggle, he decided to avoid the wrath of the tyrant king, retreating to a corner with a dejected demeanor. The gazes of the inner disciples upon him felt as if he were laid bare before them, igniting a burning shame within. Unbeknownst to him, his resentment had shifted entirely towards Lin Chen, his anger and hatred intensifying and twisting within him. The Tyrant King stood beside Lin Chen, radiating an aura of ferocity, yet Lin Chen remained blissfully unaware, standing there with an air of serene composure. An odd tension lingered between the two. At that moment, the icy beauty Bai Yan regained her composure and coldly declared, "I do not wish for a recurrence of what just transpired. Otherwise, all matters will be dealt with according to the sect's regulations." All present were momentarily taken aback, save for the Tyrant King and Lin Chen. One grinned savagely, while the other remained remarkably unperturbed. "Furthermore, we shall now distribute contribution tokens," Bai Yan continued. "On Taiching Immortal Island, anything can be obtained, provided you pay the requisite contribution points. Each of you will receive one token, which contains 1,000 contribution points. Use them wisely." As her words concluded, the inner disciples promptly brought forth 10 tokens, distributing them with great understanding. Lin Chen gazed at the peculiar token in his palm, noticing his name inscribed on it alongside the striking number of 10,000. His perceptive nature quickly discerned that others possessed only 1,000 contribution points. This revelation left him slightly astonished. He understood that contribution points held significant value within the sect. Yet, why did his amount exceed others by such a considerable margin? The outer disciples, upon witnessing the number on Lin Chen's token, wore expressions of envy. He glanced up at the frosty beauty, who scoffed lightly, stating, "This is your reward." Following her remark, she did not spare him another glance. However, Lin Chen keenly noticed that the disdain in her gaze had dissipated. "Now, we shall distribute the Taiching sect's jade slips, which will contain various introductions," Bai Yan announced, and each person was given a slip. The inner disciples exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of excitement. Suddenly, Bai Yan's eyes narrowed with authority. "In 10 days, we shall have the inner disciples competition. At that time, the foremost outer disciple, at least a 10th level innate, will challenge us. Do not bring shame upon our inner disciples." As she spoke, Bai Yan appeared to cast a meaningful glance at Lin Chen. The implication clear, she was warning him not to embarrass her. Although Lin Chen had exhibited a remarkable display of prowess earlier, he knew he still fell short compared to the true elite of the outer sect. "Very well. Take these 10 days to familiarize yourselves with Taiching Immortal Island." Dismissed. Bai Yan's frigid voice resonated, and the inner disciples dispersed in haste. "Kid." The Tyrant King suddenly tilted his head, his large eyes fixated on Lin Chen with a fierce intensity. "I know your strength has yet to be fully unleashed, for your fighting spirit is overwhelming. In 10 days. Do not let me be mistaken." Lin Chen clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously, and offered a faint smile, declaring that next time, it would be his adversary who would be drenched in blood. "You're more vengeful than I am. Quite the bold character." The Blood King, rather than displaying anger or irritation, grinned broadly, revealing a chilling savagery. After the Blood King departed, the square before the grand entrance was devoid of any figures, prompting Lin Chen to swiftly turn and leave. In mere moments, 2 sinister gazes were inevitably cast upon his back. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly, a silent, cold smile creeping upon his lips. "Young Master Lin Chen, why the haste?" came the eerie voice of Li Changxiao from behind. "Upon arriving at the Taiching Gate, my brother and I have yet to properly entertain you." Lin Chen's steps came to an abrupt halt. Wang Ying sneered, "Young Master Lin Chen, do we not still have an unsettled score?" Lin Chen abruptly turned to face the 2 brothers of different surnames, looking down at them with a mocking smile. "What is this? Do the disciples of the Li and Wang families wish to bestow some merit points upon me?" "Humph." Li Changxiao, incensed by Lin Chen's condescending demeanor, darkened his expression and hissed, "Lin Chen, if you don't accept a little courtesy, you truly believe you have risen above your station." Wang Ying, seemingly sharing a telepathic connection, exuded a murderous intent. "You have disrupted our plans, and now no one is here to protect you. What fate awaits you?" Although Lin Chen maintained an air of indifference, towering over the 2 brothers, he remained inwardly vigilant. His true energy reserves were completely depleted, rendering him incapable of contending with the brothers. Moreover, the power of the inferior royal weapon, the Devouring Heaven map, could not be fully unleashed without true energy, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage against them. Given the freedom of movement over the past 10 days, were Lin Chen to meet his demise, it was unlikely anyone would investigate thoroughly. Thus, his predicament had become rather troublesome and precarious. Fortunately, Lin Chen's gaze caught sight of a strikingly beautiful yet cold figure, the alluring Bai Yin, who had not strayed far from the Taiching gate. Earlier, when the brothers had obstructed her, Bai Yin had sensed a hint of danger, and upon witnessing the brothers approach Lin Chen, she chose not to hastily depart. If any inner disciples were to falter during this 10-day period, she would undoubtedly face the elder's ire. Observing the menacing brothers before him, Lin Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he called out to Bai Yin and Wei Han ahead, "Sister Bai Yin, junior brother Wei Han, could you come here for a moment? I would like you to serve as witnesses." Lin Chen's voice rang out resoundingly, causing the brothers to shudder at the mention of Bai Yin's name. In their eagerness to secure the substantial rewards promised by the two esteemed elders, they had neglected to exercise caution. Had they acted upon their murderous intentions towards Lin Chen, they would have faced severe repercussions under the sect's rules, leading to a fate worse than death. At that moment, the brothers felt a flicker of relief. "Brother Lin, what is the matter?" Wei Han approached swiftly, noticing the grim expressions of Li Changxiao and Wang Ying, stirring a sense of unease within him. The enchanting Bai Yin followed closely behind, patiently awaiting Lin Chen's words. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, gesturing towards the two brothers of different surnames, and said, "Just now, the two senior brothers mentioned that they would engage in a spar with me in 10 days, with a wager of 1 million top-grade spirit stones. I have called you over to ensure that Sister Bai Yin and junior brother Wei Han can serve as witnesses." As his words fell, the expressions of the four individuals shifted dramatically. The faces of the two brothers darkened considerably, and Li Changxiao immediately roared like a wolf whose tail had been stepped on. "When did I ever mention 1 million? He continued. "What? Are the two senior brothers unable to afford such a sum?" Lin Chen coldly smirked, swiftly retorting, "You." Li Changxiao's impending shout was abruptly stifled. With the cold beauty Bai Yin and Wei Han present, he was unwilling to lose face. Wang Ying and Li Changxiao, seemingly in sync, darkly responded, "Fine, we shall accept your terms." Upon finishing their words, the two brothers exchanged glances and left, seething with rage. Lin Chen watched them depart, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. His earlier maneuver was a strategic delay. Currently, he lacked sufficient spirit stones to contend with the brothers, with Bai Yin as a witness. They could not attempt to assassinate him, lest their intentions be suspected. Thus, for the next 10 days, the brothers were unable to make a move against him. Of course, the wager of 1 million top-grade spirit stones was merely a scheme of Lin Chen's to amass wealth. The more riches he possessed, the more joy he derived, and the more satisfying his confrontations became. Bai Yin, regaining her composure, cast a quiet glance at Lin Chen before coldly stating, "Lin Chen, you are truly overstepping your bounds." After speaking, the cold beauty gracefully turned and walked away. Lin Chen's audacious defiance against the tyrant and the extraordinary strength he had displayed earlier had completely erased Bai Yin's distaste for him. However, the fact that he so foolishly challenged the two brothers to a duel in 10 days led her to categorize him as an arrogant second-generation rich kid in her eyes. Lin Chen let out a wry smile, watching Bai Yin's elegant silhouette without offering further explanation. It was no wonder Bai Yin deemed him arrogant. Even Wei Han could not resist stepping forward to dissuade him, saying, "Brother Lin, I know the two brothers were targeting you earlier. Your strength is indeed formidable. But when they join forces, they are exceptionally powerful. You should." Lin Chen smiled gently, interrupting Wei Han as he envisioned a pair of beautiful azure eyes and smiled dreamily. "Where's Qingro?" Wei Han was taken aback and replied, "The young lady is currently in seclusion. She is expected to emerge on the day of the disciple selection competition in 10 days. "Ah," Lin Chen nodded, then turned to leave, waving his hand. His silhouette was resolute and fierce, akin to Ashura. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen steeled himself, determined to acquire enough spirit stones to indulge in extravagance during the next 10 days. After that, he would astonish everyone. Chapter 46, Senior. Do not mind them. The jade slip given by Bai Yin contained an immense amount of information. Lin Chen dedicated an entire day to fully digest its contents, including the sect rules, contribution points, and so forth, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the structure of the Taiching Immortal Island. On Taiching Island, there exist 3 distinct regions: Onion City, the Execution Platform, and the Demon Hunter Domain. To acquire a substantial amount of spiritual energy, one must venture to Onion City, the trading hub of the entire Taiching Immortal Island. According to the records in the Jade Slip, Anyun City is said to have been established by the leader of the Taiching sect, where countless individuals engage in commerce without fear of sexual scrutiny. Within the Taiching sect, exquisite spirit stones are not the norm. Rather, a unique spiritual vein known as the Taiching spiritual vein is highly sought after. This Taiching spiritual vein harbors the distinctive essence of the Taiching sect, proving immensely beneficial to practitioners, surpassing the ordinary spiritual veins found in other sections. The term spiritual vein refers to a unique and vast conduit formed by the convergence of dense and pure spiritual energy, resembling the shape of a dragon or serpent. Lin Chen's objective is to acquire as many of these Taiching spiritual veins as possible. Otherwise, the power of the Futuanshu cannot be unleashed. In the central region of Taiching Island, a colossal city rises, piercing the clouds as if to shatter the barrier itself. Before even approaching Anyun City, an atmosphere of bustling prosperity envelopes one. Experts of the divine law realm soar through the skies, while disciples of the innate realm continuously stream toward the city. The city itself spans dozens of miles, its vibrancy far exceeding that of Night Tide City by several magnitudes. Indeed, it is the trading nexus of a major sect. Thriving with life, Lin Chen marveled at the sight, noting that even the guards at the city gates were formidable experts of the innate realm, each at the 10th level. After paying 10 contribution points, Lin Chen successfully entered Anyun City. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by an overwhelming sense of liveliness and grandeur. With a multitude of experts and a seemingly endless flow of people making navigation challenging. Within the city, numerous shops lined the streets, and various stalls were set up, all uniformly priced in sect contribution points. However, Lin Chen had little interest in these offerings, choosing instead to follow the map inscribed in the Jade Slip directly to the center. According to the Jade Slip, the largest trading center in Anyun City is the Anyun Tower. Although the identity of the tower's owner remains unknown, the scale of the establishment is immense, even offering imperial artifacts for sale, provided one can afford the price. Lin Chen had already resolved to sell items at Anyun Tower in exchange for contribution points, knowing that the presence of more skilled negotiators would yield higher bids. The Anyun Tower is situated at the heart of the city, a majestic pagoda exuding an aura of royalty, occupying an area of 5 miles and rising 4 stories high, adorned in gold with engravings of fierce guardians. While at its center, it pulsates with immense true energy. The entire edifice is a treasure of royal caliber. Lin Chen felt a weight of gravity in his heart. The aura emanating from this pagoda was more terrifying than that of an innate realm expert with 5,000 heads of true energy. At that moment, the devouring heavenly map stirred slightly, and the thought of Blood Elder reached him, exclaiming, "Lin Chen, this is at least a superb royal artifact of a pagoda. If I could seize the essence of this majestic pagoda, there would be a certain probability of devouring the celestial map to restore it to a supreme royal artifact." Lin Chen staggered slightly, and then retorted with irritation, "Old blood, even if you were to grant me 10 lives, it would scarcely suffice for the competition. You are being rather unambitious." Old blood chided with a laugh. "Your current cultivation level is insufficient, but wait until you ascend to the divine law realm. Once the power of your sacred veins is unleashed, a mere spittle would be enough to pierce through this exquisite royal artifact." Lin Chen fell silent. He was merely at the 8th level of the innate realm. Ascending to the divine law realm required an unfathomable amount of spiritual energy, perhaps even energy substances more potent than mere spiritual essence. He hastily entered the dark cloud pavilion, reluctantly surrendering another 90 contribution points to gain entry. The first floor of the trading pavilion featured a massive counter shop, bustling with dozens of innate realm disciples, all of whom were considerably older, in their 30s, and found it challenging to advance further in their cultivation. Displayed in the counter shop was a lengthy list of contribution point exchange rates. Hundreds, even thousands of disciples below the divine law realm lingered before this exchange list, calculating their options. The essence of a royal artifact required 50,000 contribution points. Elevating its grade cost 200,000 contribution points. The Taiji spiritual vein was 500 contribution points, with a 10-fold increase for each grade elevation. The return chi pill was 1,000 contribution points, with a 5-fold increase for each grade elevation. The array of exchangeable items left Lin Chen in a daze, his heart racing with astonishment. This exchange list encompassed a vast array of offerings, including martial techniques, alchemy, pills, artifact refinement, and magical treasures, all of which were exceedingly rare in the 8 royal cities of the Zijing Empire. To his surprise, everything was available here. At that moment, Old Blood's excited voice echoed, "Kid, I don't care if you resort to killing or arson. You must acquire 850,000 contribution points to exchange for an exquisite royal essence." Though Old Blood possessed extensive knowledge, he did not anticipate that the trading pavilion would even offer royal essences. These essences, birthed from sentient royal artifacts, held the potential to evolve into imperial artifacts and were immensely valuable. Yet, in this trading pavilion, it seemed that one could obtain them using sect contribution points. Was the sect stock of royal artifacts so abundant that it could be exhausted entirely? Lin Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in awe, nodding in agreement as he transmitted to Old Blood, "Rest assured, next time I shall deftly extort the contributions from the dual brothers of different surnames. I will ensure to acquire a high-tier royal essence." Lin Chen was fervently eager for this endeavor, harboring a fierce desire to deal a significant blow to his adversaries. The dual brothers of different surnames. He would not spare Luo Yangzhou or the Violent King either. Thus, Lin Chen began to plot like a bandit, contemplating how to extort contribution points from these individuals. After a moment of reflection, he approached a middle-aged man who seemed to be in charge and inquired, "Esteemed elder, please direct me to the most basic Taiji spiritual vein." The middle-aged man cast a swift glance at Lin Chen. Upon hearing that Lin Chen was merely exchanging 500 contribution points, a glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes. Nevertheless, he quickly responded, "Young friend, you need to pay 500 points of sect contribution." Ignoring the disdain reflected in the man's gaze, Lin Chen maintained a stoic expression and nodded, presenting his identity jade token. "Inner selection disciple?" The middle-aged man was somewhat taken aback as he accepted the jade token, especially upon noticing the 1,000 contribution points inscribed upon it. The disdain in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a faint, inquiring smile. "Young friend, please wait a moment. I shall fetch it for you right away." Lin Chen smiled and nodded, accepting the man's newfound warmth. Disciples like him, who were selling items here, were typically at the pinnacle of their innate abilities, yet their cultivation had reached an impasse. In contrast, inner selection disciples like Lin Chen were either from prominent families or individuals of exceptional talent. In the middle-aged man's eyes, Lin Chen clearly belonged to the former category. However, he did not possess the authority to treat Lin Chen with utter indifference, for some second-generation heirs were notoriously difficult and unpredictable, ready to exploit any minor weakness. Soon, the middle-aged man emerged with a bag, his face alight with a smile. "Young friend, I apologize for my earlier oversight. This is your Taiching spirit vein." Lin Chen did not respond to the man's words. There was no need to assert himself in the face of disdain. He promptly accepted the bag, probing its contents with his consciousness. Instantly, he discovered the Taiching spirit vein within the bag's spacious confines, measuring several dozen square meters. 3 Taiching spirit veins, each 5 meters long and radiating a faint azure glow, lay nestled within, exuding a soft, nearly transparent blue luminescence akin to delicate jade. A trace of Taiching essence coiled around the veins, invigorating the mind and spirit. Upon seeing the quantity of 3, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that the man had likely mistaken him for a second-generation heir. However, Lin Chen chose not to dwell on this misperception. Instead, he immersed himself in the sparse Taiching essence emanating from the spirit veins. Indeed, the Taiching essence was a remarkable substance. It would undoubtedly benefit the refinement of his physical body. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement, but also a hint of disappointment. The amount of Taiching essence was far too meager to yield significant effects. It seemed he would need to procure a higher-grade vein. Taiching spirit veins are categorized into different levels: lower, middle, upper, royal, imperial, and Dao level. The higher the grade, the richer and more potent the Taiching essence contained within, with increasingly profound truths of Taiching, providing substantial benefits for various forms of cultivation. A lower-grade Taiching spirit vein contained enough spirit energy to withstand 100 true Qi giants, which was no small amount. Lin Chen resolved to ascend to the second floor shortly, intent on trading for additional contribution points to purchase more high-grade Taiching spirit veins. With determination, he withdrew his consciousness and activated the illusory spirit mirror in his palm, drawing the spirit veins into it. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Chen smiled as he tossed the Qianquan bag to the other party and inquired, "Senior, May I ask how transactions are conducted on the second floor? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, just about to respond when an arrogant voice echoed from behind Lin Chen. Su brother, hurry up and prepare my items, or you will regret it. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened, turning pale as he forced a bitter smile towards the person behind Lin Chen. Young Master Lei, my contribution points are somewhat insufficient today. Would it be acceptable to prepare them for you tomorrow? Humph, tomorrow is tomorrow. If you fail to produce the items then, you shall experience my methods, replied the one known as Young Master Lei, with an air of arrogance. Lin Chen turned around and immediately spotted a disciple with innate strength at the 10th level, clad in attire that shimmered with the essence of thunder. Adorned with the disciple's badge of the earth rank, his face brimming with haughty disdain. This disciple, dubbed Young Master Lei, possessed an impressive 3,000 units of true qi. Following closely behind him were two disciples at the 9th level of innate strength, both of the human rank intersect. Rei Mu Sheng, noticing the unfamiliar face scrutinizing him, scoffed upon realizing that the other possessed only 800 units of true qi. Are you a new outer sect disciple? Quickly hand over your contribution points for my use, or I will ensure you can't survive in the Tai Ching sect. The other two inner sect disciples, having developed a habit of following Lei Mu Sheng's lead, immediately sprang forward, glaring at Lin Chen with ferocity. Kid, you would be wise to obediently surrender your contribution points to Young Master Lei. Otherwise, if you are smart, hand them over, or you will taste blood. These two inner sect disciples executed their roles with practiced precision, recognizing Lin Chen's inferior cultivation and seamlessly embodying their sycophantic identities. The surrounding innate disciples seemed profoundly intimidated by these three, retracting their necks and avoiding confrontation, while secretly relishing the spectacle of Lin Chen being dealt with. Many of these innate disciples had previously been extorted by Lei Mu Sheng, though some among them possessed a fierce spirit and attempted to resist. They ultimately met with tragic fates. Consequently, Lei Mu Sheng had established himself as a notorious bully among both outer and inner sect disciples. Every year, the Tai Ching sect welcomed new disciples, and Lei Mu Sheng thrived on the power he wielded and the influence behind him, exploiting weaker disciples for his own gain. He reveled in the fear reflected in others' eyes, basking in the sense of superiority it provided him. Who could possibly rival Lei Mu Sheng? Lin Chen regarded the trio's arrogant and menacing demeanor with an impassive expression. As their bloodthirsty gazes bore down on him, he turned away, calmly addressing the visibly pale, middle-aged man. Senior, pay them no mind, and kindly inform me of the transaction rules for the second floor. Pay them no mind. At that moment, all the disciples felt as though their ears had deceived them, experiencing a sensation akin to petrification. Lei Mu Sheng's expression froze in disbelief, while the two inner sect lackeys gaped, their faces contorted with shock. Who is this kid? How audacious to dare to disregard the illustrious Master Lei. Yet, after a fleeting moment of stupor, the two inner disciples, consumed by rage, unleashed their true energy with fervor, exclaiming in indignation, "Preposterous!" Chapter 47. The Fool Preposterous? Lin Chen turned around, his gaze fixed upon the two disciples, exuding an aura of authority without a trace of anger. What is so preposterous? At that moment, Lin Chen radiated an air of majesty, commanding respect and nobility. Even the two enraged inner disciples found themselves shivering under his penetrating stare, their intended harsh words swallowed back down their throats. Lin Chen cast a cold glance at the three individuals before returning his attention to the middle-aged man, who appeared pale and momentarily dazed, forgetting to respond to Lin Chen's inquiry. The once boisterous first-floor exchange hall gradually fell into a semblance of silence. When had they ever encountered such a formidable figure, one who dared to confront Master Lei in such a manner? Lin Chen furrowed his brow and gestured. Elder, please speak quickly. I wish to proceed to the second floor to sell my items. Only then did the middle-aged man snap out of his stupor, recalling Lin Chen's jade token for inner selection. With dry lips, he stated, the second floor houses a dedicated evaluation room. A fee of 5,000 contribution points is required for assessment. After determining the price, they will take 1% of the profit. So it is. Lin Chen pondered thoughtfully, smiling at the middle-aged man. Thank you, elder. The man, growing increasingly pale, nodded, his palms slick with perspiration. Having received the information he sought, Lin Chen once more disregarded Master Lei and the two disciples, nonchalantly making his way towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Young man, you. The two inner disciples, enraged by Lin Chen's indifference, felt their anger surge anew. Just as they were about to confront him, a hand unexpectedly restrained them. The outstretched hands of the two disciples abruptly halted, as the owner of the hand was none other than Master Lei himself. Master Lei, what is the meaning of this? One of the disciples inquired, confusion etched on his face. Lei Musheng gazed at Lin Chen's retreating figure, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. An interesting inner selection disciple, daring to disregard me. I shall see what he intends to sell on the second floor. Before he could finish his thought, Lei Musheng's smile grew increasingly malevolent, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. The two disciples, well aware of Lei Musheng's nature, began to chuckle in anticipation, watching Lin Chen's silhouette as if observing a pitiful ant on the brink of demise. As Lei Musheng and his companions trailed Lin Chen to the second floor, a collective sigh of relief escaped the innate disciples within the grand hall on the first floor. Who is that person, daring to disregard Master Lei? You know well Master Lei's status. Regardless of that young man's standing, his fate will likely be quite grim. Indeed, the elder brother of Lei Xiao is that individual. The pallor of the middle-aged man's face gradually regained a hint of color, before swiftly returning to a state of tranquility. He shook his head, an air of disdain flickering in his eyes. Such second-generation heirs, consumed by rivalry, harbored deep-seated animosity towards one another. The middle-aged man scornfully dismissed Lin Chen, equating him with Lei Musheng. He picked up the Qianquan bag entrusted to Lin Chen and let out a self-deprecating smile. Truly, the world of cultivation is one where the strong prey upon the weak. The 3 Ta Ching spiritual veins he had just given Lin Chen were merely a means to curry favor, lest he provoke Lin Chen's ire. He treated Lei Musheng with the same regard. After tossing the Qianquan bag to another innate disciple of lesser talent, the middle-aged man waved his hand and declared, Xiao Yi, this item is a gift for you. Xiao Yi grinned broadly, accepting the Qianquan bag. Although it bore little monetary value, it was of some worth nonetheless. Subsequently, as his consciousness delved within, Xiao Yi's expression transformed into one of astonishment, as he gleefully remarked to the middle-aged man, Boss, thank you for gifting me 2 Ta Ching spiritual veins. The middle-aged man's countenance abruptly stiffened. On the second floor of the exquisite Wangqi Dark Cloud Trading House, the atmosphere was even more fervent than on the first. The crowd was bustling with individuals, predominantly disciples above the 7th level of innate cultivation, including several inner disciples mingling among them. The entire second level was filled with stalls set up by innate disciples, all engaged in selling items in exchange for sect contribution points. The wares being sold were diverse, ranging from inner cores of beasts hunted in the demon-slaying domain to remnants of magical artifacts obtained from the same realm. However, Lin Chen soon realized that the majority of items for sale were rare treasures, each valued at over 10,000 contribution points. This price point made him inwardly gasp. Realizing that his own contribution points were rather meager, Lin Chen's gaze soon fell upon the assessment room mentioned by the middle-aged man, where an elderly figure clad in a black robe, at the 10th level of innate cultivation, sat. His aura was contained, yet his murky eyes sparkled with keen insight. This elder was the so-called assessor. Though his cultivation was not formidable, his discernment was exceptional. Lin Chen approached the assessment room directly, rapped his knuckles on the table, and smiled. Senior, I am here to sell some items. Oh, the black-robed elder glanced at Lin Chen, noting his 8th level of innate cultivation, a fleeting look of disdain crossing his features. To sell items here, one must first pay 5,000 contribution points, and the value of the items must exceed 10,000 contribution points. Otherwise, the unspoken conclusion was clear, disregarding the black-robed elder's contempt. Lin Chen maintained his composure and replied, I assure you, the value exceeds 10,000 contribution points. The elder snorted derisively, extending his bony hand, then present them. Lin Chen shook his head, stating, I require a blank jade slip. The item I wish to sell is a martial technique that I need to inscribe myself. Upon hearing Lin Chen's request, the black-robed elder's expression darkened abruptly, and he waved his hand impatiently. Do not complicate matters for me. You intend to inscribe a martial technique yourself? I doubt you even possess 5,000 contribution points. Leave at once. The engraving of jade tablets merely involves inscribing content onto a blank jade surface. One may record martial techniques or confidential information. However, to personally inscribe martial techniques is a task fraught with difficulty, akin to reading a novel and then having to transcribe it. The disparity in experience is palpable. To engrave martial techniques necessitates an extraordinary talent for martial arts. Yet, the cloaked elder could scarcely believe that such a mere disciple of innate 8th stage could possess such remarkable talent, which was the source of his growing impatience. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of cold light flickering within them, and he cast aside his identity jade tablet, refusing to be looked down upon. An invisible aura emanated from Lin Chen, exuding an air of authority and nobility that compelled those around him to feel a shiver of respect. This aura of Lin Chen was becoming increasingly potent, though he himself remained unaware that it was being cultivated under the influence of Futu, who commanded the heavens. Within Lin Chen's dantian resided a small azure figure, a manifestation of noble will, so elusive that even the elder could not perceive its presence. Futu, who subdued the heavens, loomed in the backdrop. The cloaked elder, feeling a chill under Lin Chen's gaze, was consumed by rage upon hearing the dismissal. He slammed his palm down on the table with a resounding thud. His face contorted with fury as he bellowed at Lin Chen to leave with his identity jade tablet and never return. The elder had no desire to even glance at the tablet. His outburst attracted the attention of surrounding disciples, who observed the elder's wrath directed at Lin Chen with a mix of amusement. Recognizing Lin Chen's unfamiliar face, they surmised he was a newcomer ignorant of the rules. The elder's fury sparked thoughts of misfortune for this unfortunate soul among the disciples. Lin Chen's lips curled into an imperceptible smile, his aura growing ever more formidable and dignified. The cloaked elder felt an inexplicable chill, yet his burning anger compelled him to continue pointing accusatorily at Lin Chen. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. What is happening here? Though not loud, the voice carried a weighty presence imbued with mysterious power. Lin Chen glanced sideways to see a calm, middle-aged man approaching, his face marred by a jagged scar that added an air of menace, his aura profound and imposing, much like a towering mountain that commanded reverence. This was indeed a formidable figure of the divine law realm. The elder, referred to as Black Elder, sighed in relief upon the arrival of this enigmatic man and greeted him with a sycophantic smile. Manager, this boy lacks discernment. Oh, the middle-aged man, known as the manager, cast a detached glance at Lin Chen before turning back to Black Elder. What is the situation? Lin Chen stood calmly between the two, utterly unperturbed by the pressure emanating from the divine law realm. Black Elder, sensing the urgency, hastily concocted a narrative that twisted the truth, but before he could speak, a voice filled with playful arrogance rang out. Uncle Guan, this brat is utterly insane, daring to inscribe martial arts jade slips. Lin Chen turned around to see Lei Mushing and his companions approaching with an air of arrogance. Lei Mushing, standing before Lin Chen, smirked ominously. Kid, you are the first to dare disregard me. I have decided to let you flail about for a while. If you fail to impress, you should be wary of your pitiful life. What's this? Lei Xiao, do you know him? The middle-aged steward cast a disdainful glance at Lei Mushing, inquiring coolly. Uncle Guan, this fellow is even more arrogant than I am. Lei Mushing chuckled maliciously. Just now, he offended me, and since he intends to sell something, I came to see what a mere trifle like him can possibly offer. The steward frowned. He held a strong disdain for Lei Mushing, the spoiled heir. Had it not been for the sake of that talented individual, he would have long since dealt with him decisively. Fool. At that moment, Lin Chen fixed a cold gaze upon Lei Mushing, uttering the two words with chilling clarity. Chapter 48. The shock of a master in the divine law realm. The distinct words echoed in Lei Mushing's ears, causing his previously calm demeanor to twist into a mask of fury. Today, Lei Mushing had been in high spirits, having toyed with a newly inducted beautiful disciple of a sect, and had planned to collect his usual protection fee. However, he encountered the audacious Lin Chen. With a sense of amusement, Lei Mushing followed Lin Chen, prepared to mock him thoroughly before exacting his revenge. Yet, it was the first time in his life that someone had called him a fool. How could the illustrious Lei Xiao not be enraged? Seeking death. Infuriated, Lei Mushing swung his hand violently towards Lin Chen, lightning crackling and exploding around him. His attire, woven from intermingling lightning, flared open, unleashing his true energy. Humph. Lin Chen snorted coldly. A stream of pristine spiritual energy from the illusory spirit mirror surged into the azure figure, as he calmly reached out his right hand towards Lei Mushing. Childish. As Lei Mushing saw Lin Chen's hand approach, a scornful expression flickered across his face. Yet, in the next moment, Immense pressure surged around him, constricting his body. Lei Mushing found himself immobilized, disbelief etched on his face. The two inner sect disciples behind him stood in stunned silence. What kind of martial technique was this? To be able to restrain someone merely with an outstretched hand? Though Lei Mushing's previous move consumed 400 units of true energy, this technique that rendered him helpless was utterly unprecedented. A glimmer of insight flashed in the stewardess' eyes as he waved his hand, a wave of force dispersing the two disciples with an invisible power. Fighting is prohibited in the Dark Cloud Tower. Should there be a next time, you will be barred from entering the Dark Cloud Tower for eternity, the steward declared coldly. Humph. Lei Mushing was no true fool. He sulkily brushed off his sleeves, casting a menacing glance at Lin Chen, his face contorted with malice. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained at ease, exuding an air of tranquility, completely disregarding the murderous intent directed at him. As for the evaluation by the cloaked elder, he recoiled slightly, casting a furtive glance at Lin Chen. Such an astute individual, with profound insight, could naturally discern the extraordinary nature of this martial technique. The middle-aged steward approached Lin Chen. Speaking in a calm tone, "Young friend, what is it that you wish to sell? I shall personally assess it." Lin Chen smiled in response. "I require 2 blank jade slips to inscribe my martial skills." He held no animosity towards this middle-aged steward. The steward nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, 2 exquisite blank jade slips materialized before them. Observing Lin Chen receive the slips, Lei Mushing sneered derisively. A mere innate 8th-level novice thinks he can inscribe martial techniques? How laughable. Behind Lei Mushing, 2 inner disciples echoed his disdain. What Lei Xiao says is absolutely correct. This newcomer is utterly unaware of his own limitations. Perhaps he is just a fool. The 2 inner disciples collaborated in their mockery, their contempt growing ever more palpable. Some innate disciples who had gathered to witness the spectacle also wore expressions of schadenfreude, looking down upon Lin Chen with disdain. The cloaked elder's timid gaze began to darken in alignment with the crowd's sentiment, secretly contemplating, "You shall witness my methods soon, young man." The middle-aged steward furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he regarded Lin Chen. The talent required to inscribe martial techniques demanded an extraordinary level of aptitude. Even the steward, who belonged to the divine law realm, found himself perplexed, viewing Lin Chen merely as an ignorant disciple. He lacked the confidence to assert that he could inscribe techniques valued at over 10,000 contribution points, as his own talent was still insufficient and his strength lacking. In the entire Dark Cloud Tower, apart from those whose cultivation far surpassed his, no one had managed to inscribe martial techniques. Within the Taiching sect, it seemed that only this audacious young man before him dared to claim such a feat in the depths of the devouring celestial map. The blood ancestor noted the expressions of the onlookers, disdainfully uttering 2 words. Yet, in the face of their mockery and scornful gazes, Lin Chen remained undeterred, calmly accepting the 2 blank jade slips. His thoughts delved into the essence of martial techniques, immersing him in a state of focused concentration. The might of the mysterious fire surged forth, blazing with fervor. The power of the consuming flames emanated from the act of annihilation, melting all in its path. Suddenly, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The blank jade slips held in Lin Chen's hands ignited in flames. The slip in his left hand burned with a verdant, mysterious fire, while the one in his right hand blazed with a cerulean, consuming flame. Both infernos radiated an intense and oppressive heat. Lin Chen chanted incantations, skillfully transforming the techniques of the mysterious fire seal and the consuming fire spear into fiery characters inscribed within the jade slips. In an instant, all present changed their expressions in unison. Lin Chen abruptly opened his eyes. The inscription was complete. Holding 2 jade slips, 1 green and 1 blue, Lin Chen calmly addressed the man in black robes. "Is it truly impossible to sell these? Or are they not worth at least 10,000 contribution points?" The inquiry from Lin Chen sent a chill through the black-robed elder, plunging his heart into despair as an overwhelming sense of foreboding washed over him. The middle-aged steward stared at the jade slips, momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment, his lips barely forming a word only he could hear. Supreme martial technique. At that moment, the entire assembly fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the 2 jade slips. The 2 words uttered by the elder were, ignorance. Lin Chen's martial talent had been proclaimed by Lin Songxing as unparalleled in the Holy Spirit continent, unmatched by anyone. Even the heartless sword cannon of Jin Wudao was seen through by Lin Chen. The supreme martial technique, which had remained unattainable for a millennium within the Lin family, was comprehended by Lin Chen at the tender age of 13. The first true disciple of the Hunyuan sect, Lu Tongtian, was simply incomparable, falling short by an insurmountable margin. From the outset, Lin Chen had been contemplating how to acquire contribution points. After much deliberation, he realized that aside from the 3 invaluable techniques of the heavenly fire seal he had mastered, nothing else of worth resided with him. Thus, he resolved to transcribe the cultivation methods of the first 2 seals and exchange them for contribution points. After all, the power of the first 2 seals was not exceedingly formidable. Aside from the 3rd seal, the earth seal, Lin Chen still relied on the 2 formidable techniques, the hand of the heavenly dusk and the earth seal. Naturally, had his heavenly fire seal not been taken from him, he would never consider selling it. However, what Lin Chen did not anticipate was that upon arriving at the Dark Cloud Tower, he would first be targeted by Lei Xiao and subsequently underestimated by the black-robed elder. Even though Lin Chen was not one to provoke others, a surge of anger welled up within him, prompting him to simultaneously inscribe the first 2 seals. Yet, unbeknownst to him, such an act of depicting martial techniques required an extraordinary talent, hence the derision from the onlookers. At that moment, Lei Mushing and his companions, upon witnessing the 2 jade slips, swallowed hard, their faces etched with shock. The 2 inner disciples felt a profound sense of regret for having offended such a prodigious talent in martial skills. It was akin to courting death. The lethality of the supreme martial technique was sufficient to eliminate foes of higher ranks. In an instant, everyone found themselves pondering, when did the Tai Ching sect gain such a terrifying prodigy in martial arts? Chapter 49, The Purple-Clad Maiden. Aye. The black-robed elder's parched lips trembled slightly, and for a moment, he was rendered speechless. The young man before him had finally instilled a sense of fear within him. Lin Chen glanced at him, shook his head, and casually tossed the 2 jade slips to the middle-aged steward, saying, "Senior, please assess the contribution value of these martial techniques." Very well. The steward finally regained his composure, nodding with poise as he grasped the 2 jade slips, his mind sinking into contemplation. The surrounding silence was palpable. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as all eyes were greedily fixed upon the jade slips, clearly recognizing the extraordinary nature of these martial techniques. After a considerable time, amidst the fervent gazes of the crowd, the middle-aged steward slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his face. This is the supreme martial technique. But since it comprises only the first 2 forms, it can be exchanged for 250,000 contribution points. At these words, an uproar ensued throughout the assembly. What? The first 2 forms of the supreme martial technique? Good heavens! To think that merely 2 forms could fetch 250,000 contribution points. How terrifying. Who could this person be? A disciple of the 8th level of innate talent, capable of inscribing the supreme martial technique. What a remarkable martial talent. I suspect this year's Tai Ching sect will be quite lively. Lin Chen shrugged, observing the avaricious glances directed towards him, his expression remaining unperturbed. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Lin Chen's heart was racing with exhilaration. 250,000 contribution points would allow him to exchange for 500 lower-tier Tai Ching spiritual veins. Each lower-tier Tai Ching spiritual vein harbors 100 true Qi behemoths, amounting to a staggering total of 50,000 true Qi behemoth powers. With 50,000, even without employing the celestial hand of the week-long heavenly grasp, he could easily contend with a master of the 10th level of innate talent. Naturally, Lin Chen was not yet capable of executing the week-long celestial hand. Though he possessed the formidable prowess of a top-grade spiritual weapon, its use would severely injure him. Nonetheless, with 50,000 true Qi behemoth powers at his disposal, he would have more than enough to deal with a master of the 10th level without resorting to the celestial hand. Having resolved his thoughts, Lin Chen turned to the middle-aged steward and said, "Please arrange a stall for me and kindly process the review fee." "Oh." The steward smiled gently, raising his hand to grasp the identity jade token that lay upon the table, which immediately fell into his palm. "Inner selection disciple?" The steward's expression changed upon recognizing the jade token, and he suddenly enlightened, exclaiming, "I was wondering when Tai Ching sect acquired such a supreme martial technique. It turns out you are the renowned martial genius, Lin Chen, the young master of the Lin family." "I do not dare to claim the title of genius," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, The expression of the old man in black robes turned ashen. I once had the fortune to meet the Lin family head. You may call me Uncle Lin. As for the review fee, it is unnecessary. The steward chuckled, tossing the identity jade token and martial technique back to Lin Chen. In the future, when you come to sell, the review fee will not apply. Lin Chen accepted the steward's kindness with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Lin." After the steward arranged the stall, Lin Chen proceeded directly towards it. He was eager to exchange his contribution points swiftly, for securing the spiritual veins would grant him peace of mind. Once Lin Chen had departed, the steward's demeanor grew cold as he regarded the old man in black. "Old 3, you have followed me for many years, yet have not altered your temper. This time, you have provoked someone you ought not to have. Relinquish this position to another." The old man in black, his face pale, nodded with trembling lips. This predicament was entirely of his own making. Casting a scornful glance at Lin Mushing and the others, the steward turned and left. A farcical scene concluded amidst a tremor. As numerous onlookers continued to engage in fervent discussions, the second floor gradually returning to its bustling state. As for Lin Mushing and his companions, one inner sect disciple approached him, eyes filled with trepidation, inquiring, "Lei Xiao, what shall we do now?" "Useless fool," Lin Mushing retorted sharply, delivering a resounding slap to the disciple's face, his expression dark and foreboding as he gazed toward Lin Chen's stall. "First, procure the first 2 forms of this supreme martial technique, and then we shall settle accounts with Lin Chen." The chastised disciple cupped his face, trembling as he nodded repeatedly. "Why, yes, yes." Beside Lin Chen's stall, a throng of innate disciples had gathered, eager to observe. "Lin Xiao, can you not lower the price a bit? I offer 100,000 contribution points." Another inner disciple scoffed. "Only 100,000 contribution points? I'll give you 150,000. Lin Xiao, please give your brother a discount. I'll take it for 170,000. Lin Chen, bemused by the increasing crowd, waved his hand and replied, "I'm sorry, but I require contribution points. I won't sell for less than 250,000. A chorus of disappointed sighs echoed from the crowd, yet their fascination remained, their eyes lingering longingly on the 2 jade slips. The allure of supreme martial techniques was overwhelming. Mastering just a move or 2 could allow one to slay foes beyond their level. Otherwise, the likes of Tian Lu would not shamelessly attempt to seize Lin Chen's heavenly fire seal. At that moment, a piercing voice rang out from the crowd, "Lin Chen, I will take those 2 martial techniques for 250,000 contribution points." A path opened in the throng as Lin Mushing strode forth, exuding the confidence of a newly affluent individual as he addressed Lin Chen from a position of perceived superiority. 2 inner disciples naturally followed in his wake. Those inner disciples who still coveted the heavenly fire seal recoiled at the sight of Lin Mushing, their expressions betraying their fear. "What is it to be?" Lin Mushing pointed at the 2 jade slips, his tone imposing. 250 contribution points. These 2 martial technique slips are worth precisely that. Will you sell or not? Lin Chen regarded Lin Mushing with an unruffled demeanor, having long since categorized this arrogant scion as an adversary. However, considering his pressing need for contribution points and the absence of a spiritual vein, he found himself in a precarious position. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Chen resolved to sell, as these 2 martial techniques held little value for him. Yet, just as Lin Chen was about to acquiesce, Lin Mushing impatiently waved his hand, a menacing glare in his eyes. "What? You still refuse to sell to me? If you don't sell to me, I assure you, you won't manage to sell even for 100,000 contribution points." A sinister aura emanated from Lin Mushing, exuding intimidation. Lin Chen's expression turned frigid. Those 2 jade slips were not for sale. Simultaneously, Lin Chen looked toward the gathered innate disciples, projecting his voice with true energy. "The first 2 forms of the supreme martial technique are available at a low price of 150,000 contribution points." His voice resonated through the air, igniting a spark of excitement in those who coveted the supreme martial techniques, stirring them into action. Yet, at that moment, Lin Mushing's ominous voice interjected, "I dare anyone to buy? Purchasing this martial technique would be akin to slapping my face. As for the consequences, he is well aware of them." Once those words were spoken, the eager innate disciples immediately extinguished any thoughts they harbored. Clearly, they were filled with an overwhelming sense of trepidation and fear regarding the forces backing Lin Mushing. Even the depreciated heavenly fire seal martial technique seemed futile in their hands. Observing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Seeing Lin Chen's predicament, Lei Mushing was filled with delight, his expression becoming increasingly arrogant as he boasted. I shall purchase these 2 supreme martial arts jade slips for 10,000 contribution points. Otherwise, haha, even if you offer this martial technique for a single contribution point, no innate disciple would dare to take it. 10,000 contribution points? Many innate disciples revealed looks of sympathy towards Lin Chen. To sell a supreme martial art for 10,000 contribution points meant incurring a staggering loss of 25 times its value. Lei Mushing was indeed ruthless. Yet, as he stated, if Lin Chen chose not to sell to him, it was likely that not even a single contribution point would tempt any innate disciple. What good was possessing a supreme martial art if one lacked the life to wield it? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing within them. As a wave of murderous intent coalesced in his gaze, Lei Mushing continually provoked and belittled him, a clear case of overstepping boundaries. Even Lin Chen, known for his composure, could not suppress the surge of killing intent. Lei Mushing had already made his way onto Lin Chen's death list. Even a clay figure has its limits, let alone Lin Chen, who possessed the esteemed will of the Futu. Lei Mushing's expression grew increasingly smug, as if he could already envision the supreme martial art slipping into his grasp. However, at that moment, a clear voice rang out, I shall take the supreme martial art. Instantly, the expressions of everyone shifted to one of astonishment. Who dared to be so audacious? Lei Mushing's countenance also transformed in an instant, fury radiating from him as he fixed his gaze on the source of the voice. How dare anyone disrupt his plans? A path opened through the crowd, revealing a young girl stepping forward. Her features were exquisitely delicate like porcelain, her large, watery eyes shimmering with innocence, and she donned a purple gown that added an air of mystery. However, Lin Chen's pupils constricted in an instant, for he sensed an enigmatic power emanating from within the purple-clad girl. That was Mana. This girl, merely 12 or 13 years of age, was already a master of the godly law realm. The voice of Blood Elder followed suit. Lin Chen, this girl is a half-step godly law realm entity. She has already begun to harness a bit of mana, though she is yet to break through to the godly law realm. Lin Chen suddenly understood. The so-called half-step godly law realm was akin to having 1 foot at the threshold of that realm. Yet to achieve such a level at this tender age indicated an extraordinarily formidable talent. Yunqing, little sister. Lei Mushing's face paled in an instant. Who is your sister? The girl, referred to as Yunqing, rolled her eyes, disregarding Lei Mushing entirely, and approached Lin Chen. Her voice bright and clear. I currently have only 200,000 contribution points. Can you sell it to me? Gazing into her large, innocent eyes, Lin Chen nodded and smiled. Since you desire it, I shall sell it to you for 200,000 contribution points. Thank you. The young girl in purple, Yunqing, revealed a charming smile on her delicate face as she extended her jade-like hand, requesting, please hand over your identity jade token. Lin Chen nodded and surrendered his token, successfully completing the transaction. Your name is Lin Chen? Then I shall call you Brother Lin Chen. She giggled sweetly, tossing him a jade token inscribed with a purple character for Qing. If anyone dares to provoke you, just use this token. Lin Chen, both amused and exasperated, held the token and ultimately stored it within the illusory spirit mirror. Farewell, Brother Lin Chen. Yunqing waved cheerfully before skipping away, unbeknownst to anyone. A glint of mischief sparkled in her large, watery eyes as she turned. The entire transaction transpired in utter silence, with Yunqing seemingly dismissing Lei Mushing and his companions entirely. Lei Mushing's face darkened, resembling a stormy cloud, his features twitching as he struggled to contain his rising fury. He remained silent, even as Lin Chen departed. Observing the tension, several innate disciples quickly dispersed, wary of provoking Lei Mushing's wrath. After a prolonged moment, Lei Mushing glared in the direction Lin Chen had vanished, his eyes filled with venom. Lin Chen, even if Yunqing protects you, what of it? Soon, I shall ensure you utterly vanish from the Taiqing sect. His voice was frigid, infused with a palpable aura of menace. The 2 inner disciples, upon hearing such chilling words, shuddered, as if they could foresee Lin Chen's demise. Chapter 50, Who is the Fool? Part 1. Having acquired an impressive 200,000 contribution points, Lin Chen made his way to the first floor to exchange for Taiqing's spiritual veins. Upon recognizing Lin Chen, the middle-aged clerk momentarily froze before breaking into a sincere smile. For this enigmatic young man was no ordinary second-generation heir, Holding the exchange list, Lin Chen began a silent conversation with Blood Elder. I suspect Lei Mushing will not let this matter rest. Acquire a disguise pill, Blood Elder advised. It would be wise to prevent others from witnessing your true appearance, as killing fellow disciples is a grave offense. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed in understanding as he nodded. Understood. You are nearing the threshold of the innate ninth layer of the Meridian realm, Blood Elder continued. Exchanging for a Meridian pill would be ideal for your advancement. Lin Chen paused, then glanced down to find the exchange list for the Meridian pill, priced at 30,000 contribution points. What is this Meridian pill? Why is it so exorbitantly priced? He felt a pang of anxiety over his dwindling contribution points, instinctively tightening his purse strings. Such stinginess. Blood Elder chided playfully. This Meridian pill will greatly enhance your ability to grasp the subtleties of the Meridians, making your ascent to the innate ninth layer more than feasible. Thus, 30,000 contribution points are truly worthwhile. Very well, I shall purchase it. Lin Chen conceded with a reluctant nod. After finalizing his dealings with Blood Elder, he turned to the middle-aged clerk and said, 1 Meridian pill, 1 disguise pill, and then 15,000 lower-grade Tai Ching spiritual veins. The clerk stared blankly, astonished. A Meridian pill for 30,000 contribution points, a disguise pill for 20,000 contribution points, plus 15,000 for the Tai Ching spiritual veins. This boasts an impressive contribution point total of 200,000. How remarkable that Lin Chen managed to amass such a substantial sum in such a brief time. What is this individual's true identity? The middle-aged man quickly came to his senses, asking no questions, and immediately prepared everything necessary to complete the transaction with Lin Chen. The contribution points on the Jade tablet dwindled to a mere 9,500. From an initial 200,000, it was astonishing how swiftly it had been squandered. This left Lin Chen with a throbbing headache. It seems he must devise more strategies to accumulate contribution points in the future. Without these points, one's progress within the entire sect would be severely hindered. Within the vast expanse of the illusory spirit mirror, 300 Taiji spiritual veins shimmered together, radiating a luminous aura that filled Lin Chen with a sense of satisfaction. The colossal force of 30,000 true energy was comparable to acquiring 15 pure Yuan spirit pearls, sufficient to unleash the heavenly hand of the earth 3 times in a single cycle. Young man, those individuals behind you are watching closely. You should head to the demon hunting domain. It is less populated there, Blood Elder cautioned Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression turned cold as he glanced back, catching sight of 3 ominous figures. A faint smile graced his lips, and he hastened his steps. I must not let him escape. Pursue him swiftly. Lei Muxing's expression darkened as he observed Lin Chen's rapid departure, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes as he quickly followed Lin Chen's form. However, unbeknownst to them, a pair of gleeful eyes observed this scene with delight. After expending over an hour, Lin Chen finally emerged from the dark cloud city into the demon hunting domain. This vast expanse stretched over 1,000 miles, occupying half of the Taiji Immortal Island. Ancient trees intertwined, perpetually exuding a primal aura, while the calls of various demonic beasts reverberated in an eerie symphony. At this moment, Lin Chen found himself on the periphery of the demon hunting domain, where human presence was scarce and powerful demonic beasts were few, an optimal place for stealthy deeds. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Lin Chen smirked silently, accelerating his pace as he plunged into the towering thickets ahead, obscuring himself within the dense foliage. Not good. Lei Muxing's expression shifted as he saw Lin Chen suddenly speed up. He shouted urgently, "That brat has detected us. Hurry, pursue him." As his words fell, the lightning armor worn by Lei Muxing crackled with arcs of electricity, propelling him swiftly into the depths of the forest. The 2 inner disciples behind him felt a surge of excitement, their hearts racing as they shot forward. However, when they reached the densely leafed area, a sudden, urgent sound pierced the air, and intense heat caused the foliage to start melting. A blue, sinister spear of fire surged toward Lei Muxing and his companions. An ambush. Lei Muxing reacted with lightning speed, halting abruptly. His lightning armor unfurled, and a peculiar purple lightning blade, forged from concentrated true energy, materialized in his grasp, slashing toward the fiery spear. Boom. The purple lightning blade crackled with a thunderous roar, its might palpable as it cleaved through the fiery spear, splitting it cleanly in 2. The spear of the burning fire shattered with a single strike, and Lei Muxing and his 2 companions instantly flashed out, darting into the expansive woods ahead. Lin Chen stood beneath a grand tree, a cold smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the trio. "You actually waited for us here?" Lei Mushing exclaimed. Incredulity etched across his face as he pointed his sword at Lin Chen. "Are you an imbecile? Faced with our pursuit, you choose not to flee?" The two inner disciples also wore peculiar expressions, regarding Lin Chen as though he were a fool. Could it be that Lin Chen harbored the audacity to confront them alone? A thought surged sharply in Lei Mushing's mind, and he began to chuckle darkly. "Lin Chen, as the esteemed heir of the Lin family, you are even more arrogant than I anticipated. Do you truly intend to take us on by yourself?" The two inner disciples shared his sentiment, their faces betraying disdain. "Even if you wield supreme martial arts, what does it matter? You clearly do not comprehend the terror of the innate 10th level, a prodigious talent in martial arts, yet possessing a mind akin to that of a simpleton." As the trio continued their derision, Lin Chen remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm. "Then let us see who shall be the one to perish." Seeking death, Lei Mushing erupted in a furious rage, the purple lightning of his sword surging violently as he lunged toward Lin Chen with ferocious intent. The two inner disciples, equally incensed, unleashed their own formidable attacks, one wielding a domineering fist technique powered by true energy, while the other executed a palm technique akin to a landslide. They closed in on Lin Chen from both sides in a concerted assault. In that fleeting moment, a master at the innate 10th level, accompanied by two at the innate 9th level, coordinated their strikes, converging upon Lin Chen with overwhelming force. Thousands of true energy giants ignited in a fearsome blaze, their presence terrifying. Yet, facing this three-pronged onslaught, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. He swiftly formed hand seals, igniting 300 true energy giants within him. Golden flames began to flicker between his hands. Remarkably, amidst the rapid onslaught of his adversaries, Lin Chen successfully completed the formation of the Earth Fire Seal. A palm-sized golden fire lotus ignited in his grasp, radiating heat that seemed capable of melting anything. In an instant, Lin Chen propelled himself towards one of the encroaching inner disciples, discarding the Earth Fire Seal with a swift motion. Supreme martial arts? The inner disciple's countenance froze in shock, fear flashing in his eyes as he beheld the approaching Earth Fire Seal. Simultaneously, Lin Chen raised his hands, conjuring two blazing rounds of mysterious fire seals that surged toward Lei Mushing and the other inner disciple. What astonishing speed in martial arts control! Observing Lin Chen execute three techniques fluidly, Lei Mushing was left in utter disbelief. Yet, the next moment, he cursed vehemently. Damn it. Chapter 51. Who truly is the fool? A low-tier king weapon, the witchcraft Iron Fist. Due to the immense dread of the Earth Fire Seal's lethality, the inner disciple immediately summoned a half-refined treasure of Dan Yuan. Over his fists, he donned iron gauntlets resembling gears, emanating an aura of royalty, as 1,000 true energy giants coalesced upon the Iron Fist gauntlets. Break for me. The inner disciple's visage contorted in a grotesque grimace, as an overwhelming surge of true energy erupted like a colossal elephant, propelling a fist toward the Earth Fire Seal, reverberating with a thunderous resonance. Upon impact, the might of the Earth Fire Seal was unleashed, golden flames cascading forth and surging towards the inner disciple. The air crackled ominously. Within the tempest of the Earth Fire Seal's onslaught, the disciple found himself retreating uncontrollably, his low-grade royal weapon, the witch's Iron Fist, emanating dark smoke, its metal hue rapidly melting into a fiery crimson. Save me. The inner disciple, realizing the dire predicament, was engulfed by sheer terror, frantically pleading for assistance. Lei Mushing, perceiving the imminent danger, darkened in countenance, gritting his teeth as the purple lightning blade in his grasp surged with formidable energy, piercing through the entire mystic fire seal. As the seal shattered, Lei Mushing became enveloped in crackling electricity, his thunderous armor erupting with power, while the purple lightning blade radiated an overwhelming force aimed directly at Lin Chen. Die! Purple lightning slash. The onslaught of the purple lightning slash surged forth, the violet lightning crackling violently, as if poised to obliterate everything in its path, exuding a terrifying might. Yet, Lin Chen remained composed, swiftly grasping the air as 200 true energy elephants surged forth from within him, an invisible pressure engulfing another inner disciple entirely. The inner disciple, gripped by panic, discovered he was rendered immobile, a chilling sense of impending doom rising from his core. With a mere flick of Lin Chen's hand, the disciple was lifted above him. Lei Mushing, witnessing the sudden emergence of the inner disciple, felt his pupils constrict sharply, the potency of his attack waning, yet he could not halt its course. With a crackle, the purple lightning slash cleaved through the inner disciple, the electric light extinguishing upon impact, leaving his high-grade spiritual weapon utterly destroyed. Lin Chen's heart sank at the sheer magnitude of the purple lightning's power. Simultaneously, the innate ninth-level inner disciple, pursued by the earth-fire seal, cried out in agony. Engulfed entirely by the golden flames of the earth's core, consumed into nothingness. 2 innate ninth-level disciples perished in the initial clash. Lei Mushing's expression darkened ominously as he withdrew the purple lightning blade, malevolence flickering across his features. Lin Chen, I will ensure your demise. Is that so? Lin Chen replied with a subtle smile, suddenly expanding, his skin taking on a bronze hue, resembling a bronze giant. With a swift, thunderous punch, Lei Mushing could only hastily raise the purple lightning blade in defense. The ground shook with a resounding crash as Lei Mushing was sent reeling backward, his hair disheveled. The bronze form dissipated rapidly, and Lin Chen resumed his stance, observing Lei Mushing. At that moment, Lei Mushing appeared disheveled. His eyes filled with malice as he glared at Lin Chen. You have slain 2 of my subordinates. I shall make you pay in blood. Lin Chen scoffed derisively, mocking Lei Mushing. Since when have you been so fond of your subordinates? I suspect you are merely coveting my supreme martial skills. Haha. Lei Mushing erupted into maniacal laughter, brandishing his blade at Lin Chen, roaring, What of it? I shall ensure your death, rendering your existence worse than death. Lei Mushing descended into utter madness. A blinding surge of violet lightning erupted from his being, accompanied by an overwhelming malevolence that swept forth, the sound of thunder crackling relentlessly. At that moment, he drew forth a purple lightning blade from his dantian, a weapon unlike any other, imbued with an oppressive aura and adorned with intricate violet runes along its length. This was the purple thunder slaughter blade, a mid-grade king weapon, surpassing Lin Han's former flame and ice sword in its sinister presence. Moreover, this purple lightning was as enigmatic as the celestial ice itself. Lin Chen's gaze remained unwavering, exuding an air of calm as he regarded Lei Mushing, slowly raising his right hand. To your demise, purple thunder slash. Lei Mushing roared fiercely, launching himself forward, the purple thunder slaughter blade humming ominously in his grasp. Over 2,000 true chi giants erupted within the blade, unleashing arcs of electricity that shot forth like serpents of thunder. The purple thunder slash descended upon Lin Chen with tremendous force, a colossal lightning blade measuring over 10 meters, poised to cleave the ground itself. In the illusory, divine mirror of the heavenly hand, 10 strands of the Taiji spirit veins surged forth, flooding into the azure figurine, transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy. The ancient, immobile azure figure seated within Lin Chen's dantian stirred slightly, its palms subtly shifting under the infusion of energy from the 1,000 true chi giants. A faint aura of Taiji enveloped Lin Chen, igniting his combat spirit to new heights. With a resounding boom, an explosive sound rang out as Lei Mushing, wielding his colossal purple thunder slash, found himself inexplicably suspended in midair. The blade emitted a cacophony of explosions, the purple thunder slaughter blade vibrating ominously. An invisible pressure, akin to mountains and oceans, bore down upon him, as if crafting a spatial prison to confine Lei Mushing. Anguished cries of fury erupted from Lei Mushing, his face flushed as he struggled against the unseen force. The lightning armor surrounding him crackling incessantly. Shatter! Lin Chen coldly uttered, igniting the 1,000 true chi giants in a conflagration. The oppressive force surged once more. The purple thunder slaughter blade trembled violently, and under the immense pressure, it finally detonated with a thunderous roar, unleashing chaotic lightning. With a pained scream, Lei Mushing was propelled backwards by the explosion, grievously wounded. Lin Chen, observing this, reached out once more, seizing a blurred, sinister blade composed of crackling lightning particles. It was unmistakably the essence of a king. The moment he grasped the essence of the king, it was immediately consumed by the blood old man within the celestial map. At this moment, Lin Chen resembled a vengeful spirit, advancing step by step towards Lei Mushing. The latter, perceiving him as a demon, was gradually enveloped by a growing dread of death, retreating on the ground in a frantic scramble. Lin Chen, please don't kill me, Lei Mushing implored, his face etched with terror. Otherwise, my brother will not let you off easily. I must warn you, my brother is extraordinarily powerful, a being on the brink of divine law, and he is also a disciple of the saint of Ta Ching. So, I beg you, do not take my life. If you do, yours will be forfeit as well. Lin Chen abruptly halted, gazing at Lei Mushing with a calm demeanor, and remarked, who is the true fool here? Even in the face of imminent death, you still dare to threaten me. I detest such intimidation above all else. The expression of fear on Lei Mushing's face froze in an instant. A pitch-black tome suddenly unfurled before him, resembling a gaping black hole, unleashing a tremendous gravitational pull that ensnared Lei Mushing entirely. The thunder armor erupted with explosive sounds within the devouring celestial map. Yet it too succumbed to the black hole's voracity. Lin Chen, with an indifferent countenance, stowed away the Qiankuan bag cast aside by Blood Old into the illusory spirit mirror. At that moment, Blood Old transmitted a powerful thought, causing Lin Chen's expression to shift dramatically, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he leaned weakly against a tree, appearing utterly drained. Soon, the sound of clapping echoed through the woods, accompanied by murmurs of admiration. I did not expect you to conceal your true strength so deeply. Truly, you are the young master of the Lin family, formidable indeed. But now, who can rescue you? The towering trees in the dense forest were suddenly obliterated under the bombardment of true energy, creating a path through the chaos. Chapter 52. Do you know? Gasping heavily, Lin Chen leaned against a massive tree, appearing exceedingly feeble. His eyes were clouded as he gazed towards the explosion's aftermath. Young Master Lin, are you feeling quite unwell at this moment? A chilling voice continued. You have slain 2 innate 9th-layer warriors and 1 innate 10th-layer warrior. The supreme martial technique truly lives up to its name. Its power is indeed terrifying. Who are you? Lin Chen's voice was hoarse, tinged with exhaustion. Stop lurking in the shadows and reveal yourself. Fear not, you shall soon meet us. The icy voice sent shivers down his spine. 2 figures gradually emerged from the swirling smoke of the explosion. Is it really you? Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise. The figures before him were none other than the fraternal twins of the Li and Wang families. The thought transmitted by Blood Old had indicated the approach of a presence with an innate 10th-layer aura, a terrifying force indeed. To Lin Chen's astonishment, it was these 2 adversaries who had appeared. Hee, did you not expect this, young Master Lin? Li Changxiao chuckled coldly. Upon witnessing your display of power at the Dark Cloud Tower, I contemplated following you. Beside him, Wang Ying chuckled sinisterly. I initially intended to find an opportunity within these 10 days to eliminate you, but it seems fortune has favored me with this chance sooner than anticipated. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy. It was evident that the 2 brothers of different surnames harbored an exceptionally intense desire to kill him, willing to risk suspicion to achieve their goal. Intrigued, Lin Chen pondered what treasures the elders Li Changxiao and Wang Zheng had bestowed upon these brothers to incite such desperation. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a calm demeanor and inquired, brothers of different surnames, what is it that you truly seek? The young master of the Lin family remained remarkably composed in the face of danger, eliciting a sinister chuckle from Wang Ying. Li Changxiao took a step forward, his eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. Teach us all your supreme martial techniques, including the heavenly fire seal and that unnamed technique of yours. Otherwise, he did not finish his sentence, instead breaking into a chilling laugh. At that moment, the voice of Blood Elder echoed in Lin Chen's mind, cautioning him about the peculiar nature of the 2 men. Their energies seemed to merge seamlessly, indicating they were far from ordinary. Lin Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. Both men were at the pinnacle of the innate realm, wielding the strength of 5,000 true Qi elephants within them. Should their energies amalgamate, the resulting terror would be unimaginable. Are you threatening me? Lin Chen's expression darkened. No, it is not a threat. Li Changxiao shook his head. We are merely proposing a transaction with you, young Master Lin. You have slain the brother of the Thunder King, and if word of that spreads, your life will undoubtedly be forfeit. Lin Chen fell into a heavy silence. He had long suspected the significance of Lei Mushing's identity. This so-called Thunder King was likely a formidable figure within the Taiping sect. Observing Lin Chen's silence, the 2 brothers felt an increasing sense of triumph, having skillfully orchestrated this situation. Particularly after witnessing Lin Chen's ferocity in battle, their confidence soared. In the past, during Lin Chen's peak, They would have faced considerable risk in confrontation. However, now that Lin Chen was seemingly defenseless, they believed they could dispatch him with ease. What say you, young Master Lin? How do you find our proposal? Wang Ying urged impatiently. Lin Chen feigned a hint of panic, looking at the brothers and tremblingly asking, "If I were to relinquish my martial techniques to you, would you guarantee to keep this secret?" The brothers exchanged glances, detecting a hint of treachery in each other's eyes. Of course, they replied in unison. "Very well." Lin Chen sighed in relief, only to then grit his teeth and assert, "I may agree to share my techniques. But there is one condition I must clarify. Otherwise, I would rather perish than part with them." Still making demands? Wang Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, a murderous aura rising within him, ready to strike Lin Chen down. In that instant, Lin Chen's body tensed in response. "Stop!" A hand suddenly barred Wang Ying's path as Li Changxiao approached from behind, his tone cold. "What further doubts does young Master Lin have? I shall answer your final question. But do not overreach." Had it not been for the allure of Lin Chen's martial techniques, Li Changxiao would have likely acted sooner, especially considering the technique Lin Chen had used to bind the Berserker King midair. Li Changxiao harbored a suspicion that this technique was potentially more formidable than the heavenly fire seal itself. Upon reflecting on this, Li Changxiao felt a surge of fervor within. "I wish to ascertain what benefits the esteemed elders Li and Wang have bestowed upon you." Lin Chen gritted his teeth and declared vehemently, "These two have consistently opposed me. Should it be possible, I would offer you double the price to bribe you." The brothers of different surnames exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison. Stepping forward, Li Changxiao shook his head, stating, "Your grievances with the two elders are your own affair. As long as you relinquish your martial techniques, I shall remain uninvolved. As for what they have granted us, it is best you refrain from inquiring." Nearby, Wang Ying exuded a chilling aura, evidently pressuring Lin Chen. "Is that so?" Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, his form suddenly darting forth, reigniting the 300 true Qi giant elephants within him, golden flames swirling in the palm of his hand. The earth heart seal rapidly formed, blossoming with terrifying heat akin to a lotus flower. "Since he refused to divulge, then perish," Lin Chen coldly retorted, flinging his palm as the earth heart seal surged forth to strike. Unbeknownst to him, the brothers of different surnames regarded the advancing earth heart seal with no hint of alarm, instead wearing sinister smiles. "Lin Chen, do you believe we are entirely oblivious to you?" Li Changxiao's voice dripped with icy malice. "We are well aware of your past. When confronting Lin Han, you conserved the power of the true Qi giant elephant, which is how you managed to eliminate him." As his words fell, the brothers clasped their hands fiercely together. A peculiar wave of energy surged between them. In an instant, a formidable aura ascended between the two, akin to a colossal elephant that swelled from 3 men's height to 6. The power of their true Qi giant elephants surged to a terrifying 7,000. "Huh. The reason we are known as the brothers of different surnames," Wang Ying cackled with a ghastly grin, "is that we once acquired a treasure that allows us to merge our energies, solidifying our Dan Yuan and enabling our true Qi to interweave, vastly amplifying our might. Therefore, Lin Chen, you shall meet your demise." Li Changxiao unleashed a powerful punch as a massive true Qi giant fist materialized, emblazoned with a fierce character representing slaughter. The force was overwhelming. The killing fist erupted with a thunderous sound of breaking air, unleashing the might of 1,000 true Qi giant elephants. The earth fire seal collided violently with the killing fist, resulting in a cataclysmic clash, as golden earth fire contended fiercely with the killing fist. A series of explosive sounds echoed, the terrifying force sending Lin Chen staggering back several paces. In the final explosion, the earth heart seal was utterly extinguished, and the killing fist was similarly consumed by flames. At that moment, Lin Chen leaned against a tree, breathing heavily, the true Qi within his dantian entirely depleted. Li Changxiao and Wang Ying approached him, their sinister smiles intensifying. "Lin Chen, young master, we anticipated you would not surrender so easily. Now, it seems you have lost your final chance for survival," Li Changxiao ominously declared. "We shall not only torment you, but also compel you to surrender your martial techniques. Your head will be severed and delivered to your family." Lin Chen's gaze was as sharp as that of a demonic wolf, devoid of any trepidation, radiating an intense aura of menace. Wang Zheng chuckled sinisterly, saying, "Lin Chen, continue your facade of calm. My brother and I have gone to great lengths for this divine law pill. Now, I intend to make you endure suffering more excruciating than death. Li Changshao also broke into a chilling laugh, the two brothers resembling venomous serpents, exuding an icy malice. However, upon hearing the term divine law pill, Lin Chen was struck by a sudden pang of curiosity. What exactly was this divine law pill that could drive two brothers of different surnames to such desperation? At that moment, the voice of Blood Elder thundered within Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen, strike him down with a single blow. Speed is of the essence. Strike with utmost swiftness. Lin Chen was momentarily engulfed by a profound confusion, yet he promptly acted without hesitation. The brothers closed in, their sinister smiles growing ever more pronounced and frenzied. Yet, a hint of scorn flickered at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth. How foolish you are. How well do you truly know my past? In an instant, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. 100 strands of Tai Ching's spiritual veins erupted from Lin Chen's palm, forming an invisible vortex around him, voraciously consuming all in its vicinity. Waves of immense spiritual energy surged forth from the Tai Ching veins, rushing toward Lin Chen. A total of 10,000 colossal spiritual entities were absorbed into his dantian, infusing the azure figure within. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen's form underwent a dramatic transformation. His body swelled, taking on a hue of bronze, as hard as metal. The indistinct hands of the azure figure, now infused with the energy of 10,000 spiritual giants, traced a perfect circle. The brothers stood aghast, momentarily frozen in shock at the sudden eruption of power from Lin Chen. With a sound akin to the tearing of space, an ethereal arm materialized above Lin Chen's right hand, sketching a blurred outline. A noble intent flickered momentarily, sending tremors through the earth. Lin Chen's expression turned icy as he declared, "Do you still comprehend that I have withstood 1% of the power of the divine law realm?" The brothers jolted back to reality, their bodies trembling, their faces paling in terror. "What? You withstood 1% of the divine law realm's power?" Li Changshao exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his features. Wang Ying's visage, too, began to reflect a flicker of fear, followed by a vehement shake of his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The power of the divine law realm cannot be countered by mere spiritual energy. Try if you dare. Lin Chen responded with an air of indifference as he extended his right hand. An overwhelming pressure surged forth like an unstoppable tide. In that confined space, Lin Chen emerged as the sovereign, commanding the very pressures around him to converge upon the brothers. A series of inaudible explosions echoed through the air, as if a war drum had been sounded. The surrounding trees began to explode into dust, the ground itself compressing and sinking under the weight of the unleashed force. At the moment Lin Chen made his move, the twin brothers of different surnames instantly changed their expressions dramatically. The oppressive force surrounding them made their bones and blood feel as heavy as mountains. How could he unleash such an immense surge of true energy? The twin brothers joined forces, unleashing a colossal wave of over 6,000 true energy elephants to counteract the overwhelming pressure. Their faces turned a deep shade of ashen gray. This situation was clearly beyond their expectations. Just moments ago, Lin Chen's true energy had been completely depleted. How could he possibly absorb the strength of 1,000 true energy giants? Was it not supposed to shatter his body? Moreover, Lin Chen had astonishingly managed to withstand 1% of the divine realm's power. Such a shocking feat would surely cause a stir within the ranks of the Ta Ching sect. All of this pointed to the two elders deceiving him, concealing Lin Chen's true capabilities. With this realization, a fierce rage ignited within the twin brothers, burning ever more intensely. Killing fist. The mounting pressure rendered their expressions increasingly grim as they raised their hands and unleashed their deadly technique. 1,000 true energy giants erupted forth, forming a massive fist imbued with lethal intent. However, this formidable killing blow, fueled by 1,000 true energy giants, struck an invisible shield, rendering it utterly ineffective. Layers of true energy erupted violently upon impact, crushed under the relentless pressure surrounding them. This scene instilled a sense of dread in the twin brothers. They could not even graze the edges of Lin Chen's clothing. Was this merely a supreme martial technique? Such futile struggles. Lin Chen took a decisive step forward, the resounding explosions echoing from his golden copper body, as he summoned the full force of 10,000 true energy giants. His body too was subjected to the violent collision of this overwhelming true energy. His fingers, splayed wide, began to slowly converge, and an invisible storm of pressure intensified, augmenting the oppressive force around them. Explosions erupted between Lin Chen's copper fingers. The tighter his grip became, the more terrifying the pressure grew, and the backlash he endured escalated correspondingly. Damn it! Damn it! The twin brothers felt the horrifying weight of the pressure, struggling to breathe as both Li Changxiao and Wang Ying erupted in furious shouts. This was it. This guy must be deceiving us. Li Changxiao sensed a hint of death looming, and madness began to seep into his heart, connected through the essence of their energies. Wang Ying also sensed Li Changxiao's descent into madness, his eyes filled with bloodshot intensity as he prepared for a desperate final stand. Blood-killing disc arise. Kill, kill, kill. In that moment, both Li Changxiao and Wang Ying roared in unison, ready to fight to the last breath. A resonant sound reverberated from within them, echoing their defiance. Two blood-stained semicircular crescent artifacts suddenly soared from the dantian, pulsating with a fierce surge of genuine energy. Under the immense pressure, the two artifacts swiftly merged. This blood-red crescent-shaped artifact was a peculiar treasure capable of fusion, yet it could also be wielded independently. Once combined, its power would be exponentially greater. With a sharp sound, the bloodied semicircular artifacts united, unleashing an invisible aura of lethal intent that bore down upon Lin Chen, as if etching a mark upon the already oppressive atmosphere. A blood-red disc artifact emerged, inscribed with the character for kill, its edges adorned with crimson runes, emanating a palpable malevolence. A sense of regal authority, even more potent than that of the purple thunder sabers, surged forth from the blood-red disc, resembling a crimson full moon, casting a sanguine glow upon the world. Is this the artifact? Lin Chen's countenance finally displayed a flicker of astonishment. As the blood-red disc fused, he surprisingly felt a chill. The might of this blood-red disc rivaled that of two purple thunder sabers, perhaps even surpassing them. Do not exaggerate, Lin Chen, Li Changxiao bellowed. Now witness how I shatter your technique. As his voice echoed, the entire blood-red disc began to whirl rapidly, unleashing a barrage of projectiles that resembled arrows formed from coagulated blood, shooting forth with ferocity. Thousands of blood-colored arrows reverberated through the surrounding space, each possessing an overwhelming destructive force. The air was filled with the sound of invisible explosions, and the ambient pressure began to tremble, as if it could be pierced at any moment by the onslaught of the blood-colored arrows, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Changxiao and Wang Ying felt a surge of elation. The eruption of blood arrows multiplied in number and power. Indeed, Lin Chen had overstated his capabilities, daring to claim he could withstand even 1% of divine law's power. Li Changxiao's previously tense demeanor began to relax as he exchanged glances with Wang Ying. This boy deserves the utmost punishment for forcing us to unleash the blood-red disc. Once we acquire his martial skills, we shall flay his flesh with knives. Wang Ying's heart brimmed with malice. However, they both suddenly noticed that Lin Chen remained unfazed, exuding an air of complete control. Foolish resistance. Lin Chen's expression shifted, a formidable authority emanating from within him. In his eyes, a fierce determination ignited, and with a slight clenching of his fingers, a tremendous power erupted as he forcefully brought his fingers together. The ethereal, indistinct hand that hovered over his arm also transformed into a clenched fist in that moment. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous explosions erupted from Lin Chen, his entire brass-like fist drenched in blood. His bronzed skin began to crack inch by inch. As Lin Chen's palm abruptly clenched into a fist, an overwhelming pressure akin to the collapse of space erupted forth, unleashing an invisible and terrifying tempest that was even more ferocious. A tremendous explosion resonated, reminiscent of a colossal mountain detonating in an instant. The previously relaxed hearts of Li Changxiao and Wang Ying plummeted into despair, leaving them utterly chilled. An unprecedented dread enveloped them, as if the pressure, akin to a volcanic eruption, surged towards them, causing the entire blood-killing disc to confine its crimson glow within its boundaries. All vital energy seemed to be severely oppressed, crushed together, rendering it impossible to harness. It was over. Sensing the calamity befalling the blood-killing disc, both Li Changxiao and Wang Ying turned ashen. Bereft of its protective embrace, their bodies succumbed to the immense pressure, disintegrating inch by inch into a mist of blood. The anguished cries of the brothers echoed, piercing the air with their despair. At that moment, their hearts were completely consumed by terror, ensnared by the specter of death. Another resounding explosion erupted as the blood-killing disc could no longer withstand the terrifying force, shattering into fragments. In the face of this overwhelming pressure, the foreign blood brothers were half obliterated. Lin Chen, cease at once. Do not shatter the Chinkoan bag. Blood Old's urgent voice resonated, breaking through the chaos. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression softened. He swiftly unclenched his right fist, which had been on the verge of explosion. As he relaxed his grip, the terrifying pressure dissipated entirely, and the explosion ceased. The once tranquil forest now bore a gaping hole, shrouded in darkness. A sharp, intense pain surged through Lin Chen, causing him to collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. It felt as if countless blades were piercing through him, each stab sharp and agonizing. The bronze body technique was immediately undone, revealing numerous wounds across his form as blood began to seep out relentlessly. His aura was in a state of semi-chaos. The Dantian in utter disarray, even his vital energy unable to flow, for fear of incurring severe backlash. This condition required considerable vital energy and time for recuperation, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, this ordeal was not as severe as the last. Had Lin Chen not mastered the Supreme King body, he would have likely succumbed long before. After enduring the intense pain for a moment, he mustered the strength to approach the lifeless forms of the foreign blood brothers. Gazing at their grotesque corpses, Lin Chen, suppressing his agony, inhaled deeply and reflected, in this world, there are no free lunches. The greater the benefit, the greater the peril. These foreign blood brothers ventured into the flames for immense gain, ultimately paying a hefty price. After a brief silence, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the two Chinkoan bags. The essence of the blood-killing disc, a blood-hued, indistinct circular form, hovered in the air. The essence of the kingly weapon is undeniably more profound than that of the purple thunder-slaughtering blade. Having paid such a hefty price, it is only natural to reap the rewards. Chapter 54, Abundant Harvest. Good lad, that move of yours is indeed terrifying. The blood elder expressed with a sense of gratification. For Lin Chen's manifestation of the celestial hand of the 1 week was so formidable that even he was taken aback. However, the blood elder refrained from inquiring about the origins of Lin Chen's martial technique, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. Blood elder, in this state, it is likely that a significant amount of the Tai Ching spiritual veins will be required for recovery, Lin Chen remarked with a wry smile, shaking his head. Indeed, while the might of the celestial hand of the 1 week was immense, its burden was equally substantial. Had his physique attained the robustness of a low-grade kingly weapon, or even a mid-grade one, the injuries sustained could have been significantly mitigated. Young one, you have undoubtedly struck gold this time, the blood elder declared. You proceed to gather the spoils while I consume the essence of the slaughtering blood disc. Lin Chen nodded in assent, and with a mere thought, a pitch-black tome emerged from his body. The celestial devouring diagram resembled a black hole, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy as if it were an invisible whirlpool. The essence of the slaughtering blood disc, suspended in midair, immediately sensed the immense devouring power of the celestial devouring diagram, and, with a couple of resonant hums, was drawn directly into the black void. The celestial devouring diagram began to tremble slightly, evidently refining this kingly essence. Alongside the purple thunder slaughtering blade, the celestial devouring diagram had now absorbed the essences of 2 mid-grade kingly weapons, yet it was still some distance from promotion. Lin Chen retrieved 2 bags of holding, and from the illusory spirit mirror, he took out Lei Musheng's bag, his eyes glimmering with fervor. In this battle, he had expended over 120 Tai Ching spiritual veins, which accounted for a third of his reserves, an expenditure that left Lin Chen with a pang of regret. I hope you 3 fellows do not disappoint me, he murmured, taking a deep breath as he first opened the bag of the heteronymous twin brothers, probing within. First was Wang Ying's bag, which revealed itself to be utterly empty, leaving Lin Chen astonished. After cursing under his breath, he promptly retrieved Wang Ying's contribution token. Only 10,000. Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the paltry figure inscribed on the jade token. Having acquired 10,000 contribution points upon entering the Tai Ching sect, he wondered how Wang Ying, as an Earth-level disciple, could be so inadequate. Of course, Lin Chen was unaware that these disciples had to procure Tai Ching's spiritual veins for their cultivation, making contribution points exceedingly difficult to earn, especially within the sect. Redeeming techniques required a staggering amount of contribution points. After begrudgingly transferring the meager 10,000 contribution points, Lin Chen turned his attention to Li Changxiao's bag, inhaling deeply as a dark aura filled his presence. "If there is nothing of value, I shall dismantle your families," he threatened. His mind delved into the bag, and upon doing so, Lin Chen's expression brightened considerably, filled with exhilaration. First, he discovered Li Changxiao's identity token, which contained over 80,000 contribution points, all of which were swiftly transferred into Lin Chen's own identity token. At this moment, Lin Chen found himself endowed with a staggering 100,000 contribution points, equivalent to the might of 20,000 true Qi giants. Upon acquiring these contribution points, Lin Chen once again discovered a low-grade royal artifact, a jade bracelet, gleaming with a pristine white luster within his Qinquan bag. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast this low-grade royal artifact into the devouring celestial map, allowing the Blood Elder to completely consume it with devouring power. "Good lad, another low-grade royal artifact." The Blood Elder chuckled heartily, but soon his expression grew serious. "Lin Chen, quickly take a closer look. See if there is a medicinal pill." "Understood." Lin Chen promptly extended his consciousness, searching diligently within the Qinquan bag. He had initially intended to slowly wear down the foreign twin brothers. However, the Blood Elder's sudden exclamation, a command for a decisive strike, left Lin Chen with little time to react, prompting him to follow the Blood Elder's instructions. It seemed that everything revolved around this divine law pill. After a brief moment, Lin Chen discovered a small jade box nestled in a corner, emanating an aura of profound energy fluctuations. Intrigued, he quickly retrieved the box. "Open it," the Blood Elder urged, his tone growing increasingly grave. As Lin Chen released a strand of true Qi, the box was forcefully opened, revealing a glossy black pill before his eyes. This round, ebony pill bore 3 intricate engravings, with an enigmatic aura spiraling around it. Though Lin Chen could not discern its true nature, he distinctly felt the vast and mysterious power contained within. "Blood Elder, what is this?" he inquired, his expression one of puzzlement. While he recognized that this formidable power was magical energy, he remained uncertain of the pill's primary function. The Blood Elder, now internally unsettled, took a deep breath and slowly replied, "The power contained within this divine law pill is specifically designed to help one break through the barrier of the innate 10th layer." "What?" Lin Chen's countenance shifted dramatically, astonished by the revelation. A pill capable of enabling a breakthrough from the innate 10th layer to the realm of divine law. How extraordinary was such a concoction? If several of these pills existed, wouldn't the number of divine law experts within the sect be overwhelming? Even within the Taiqing sect, when combining disciples and elders, the number of divine law experts hardly exceeded 50. This data illustrates just how challenging it is to ascend to the realm of divine law. The fact that the Li and Wang families had resorted to such a pill for vengeance was indeed shocking. "Young lad, do not rush," the Blood Elder remarked with a wry smile. "Currently, the divine law pill is something that experts at the innate 10th layer would not dare to consume." "Why?" Lin Chen gradually regained his composure, believing that the world could not possibly be filled with such miraculous occurrences. The divine law pill contains an exceptionally pure magical energy, specifically intended to break through the barrier of the innate 10th layer, the Blood Elder sighed. "However, this power is overwhelmingly vast and tyrannical. Should anyone recklessly ingest it, the consequence would be a catastrophic explosion of their body." Lin Chen was taken aback, then found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. So, the divine law pill he had obtained was indeed something he could not use? The Elder Shui shook his head and remarked, "This divine law pill was crafted by an extraordinary alchemist from ancient times. However, due to its potent effects, it has rarely been utilized and eventually banned. Yet, while others cannot partake of it, you are able to." "Me?" Lin Chen pointed to himself, astonished. "Indeed," Elder Shui nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Your devouring diagram is currently at the 2nd stage, thus it cannot assimilate such a substance. However, should you elevate to the 4th stage, the level of the devouring furnace, paired with a Shuetian Yuling flower, you will be able to consume this divine law pill." "The 4th stage? Shuetian Yuling flower?" Lin Chen repeated the terms, inquiring, "Elder Shui, what exactly is the Shuetian Yuling flower?" He was well aware of how the devouring diagram would evolve, but he had never heard of the Shuetian Yuling flower. It is a rare celestial treasure with the ability to neutralize oppressive magical forces, Elder Shui sighed. Such treasures are elusive, and one must await the right opportunity. Lin Chen remained silent, storing the divine law pill within the illusory spirit mirror. A pill capable of enabling one to break through to the divine law realm certainly warranted a decisive strike against his heteronymous twin brother. Elder Shui's voice grew ethereal. Lin Chen, prepare yourself mentally. The energy required for the sacred vein body to ascend to the divine law realm is an astronomical figure. I shall now proceed to refine the essence of the kingly artifact. Lin Chen then proceeded to gather the contents of Lei Muxing's cosmic bag. This scion of privilege did not disappoint, yielding a substantial 30,000 contribution points. Furthermore, Lin Chen discovered 3 low-grade kingly artifacts. Although devoid of sentience and lacking the essence of a kingly artifact, they could still be consumed by the devouring diagram, thereby enhancing its defensive capabilities. With all accomplishments accounted for, Lin Chen's contribution points increased to a remarkable 400,000. The subsequent need for the Ta Ching spiritual vein no longer posed any concern. Sighing gently, Lin Chen felt his entire being relax. After standing still for a moment, he suddenly clenched his fist and murmured softly. The path of cultivation is inherently intertwined with suffering and life and death. Immense power demands an equally formidable price. Upon finishing his words, a vision of an arrogant and imperious figure appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. Lu Tongtian, the agreement from a year ago, do you still remember? Chapter 55. Ascension to the Meridian Realm in the Demon Hunting Domain. On the outskirts, Lin Chen sat cross-legged beneath an ancient tree, surrounded by the devouring diagram, while Elder Shui personally safeguarded him. At this moment, Lin Chen's dantian was engulfed in a state of chaos, as the devouring diagram seemed to have ceased its operations. This was the consequence of employing the hand of the hidden sky for a week. Had it not been for Lin Songxing condensing a recovery pill with the power of his avatar during their last encounter, Lin Chen would likely still be in a severely injured state. The pure energy from the Ta Ching spiritual vein was precisely what I needed to nourish my dantian. Lin Chen opened his eyes, and with a thought, a faintly glowing Ta Ching spiritual vein flew forth from the illusory spirit mirror. Absorb. Lin Chen raised his hand, and the devouring diagram manifested on his palm, drawing the entire Ta Ching spiritual vein into himself. The entire spiritual vein converged into the devouring diagram, transforming into 100 colossal chi elephants, which were infused into 1,000,000 azure particles. Although Lin Chen's dantian could not restore the operation of the chi mass at that moment, he could channel the chi elephants into the devouring diagram, allowing it to absorb sufficient power from the chi elephants to undergo further evolution. In an instant, the Tai Ching spiritual vein was consumed by the devouring diagram, and the 1,000,000 azure particles began to emanate a faint azure glow. Wisps of Tai Ching essence emerged from the devouring diagram, resembling shapeless serpents, weaving throughout the entire dantian. A warm sensation instantly surged within his body, rejuvenating Lin Chen and invigorating his spirit. This was the profound effect of the Tai Ching essence. The chaotic dantian also became considerably more relaxed under the gentle flow of the Tai Ching essence. Sensing the effects of the Tai Ching essence, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and then summoned strands of Tai Ching spiritual veins from his left hand, directing them into the devouring diagram. This process of nurturing the dantian unfolded gradually, necessitating the passage of time. 1 day, 2 days, and on the 3rd day, after expending 100 strands of Tai Ching spiritual veins, the dantian was reinvigorated, no longer shrouded in chaos. Meanwhile, the chi mass had also restored to the strength of 800 chi elephants over these 3 days. Nevertheless, under the infusion of a full 10,000 chi elephants, the brilliance of the 1,000,000 azure particles suspended in the devouring diagram grew increasingly intense and radiant. This state indicated that the advancement to the 3rd stage was imminent. With more than 80 strands of Tai Ching spiritual veins remaining, they were perfectly suited for ascending to the innate 9th level. Lin Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. At this moment, his mental state peaked, akin to the unique spiritual refining technique of the Lin family. As the Tai Ching essence nourished his spirit, he retrieved the meridian pill from the illusory spirit mirror, a treasure purchased with 30,000 contribution points, and without hesitation, he swallowed the entire pill, Simultaneously, his physique expanded once more, taking on a bronze-like form. 103 lines resembling blood vessels adorned his body. Though they were indistinct, this was the innate ninth level of the Meridian realm that Lin Chen had attained. Reaching the innate ninth level required not just an immense quantity of qi to sustain it, but also a touch of insight into the human meridians. Lin Chen's understanding stemmed from the last incident, when the bronze ancient coffin suddenly unleashed its power, shattering the golden sphere formed from the amalgamation of the ancient stone and iron tree. "Devour for me," Lin Chen bellowed, and the 80 strands of Tai Ching's spiritual veins within the illusory spirit mirror soared forth, dancing above his head like dragons and phoenixes. Simultaneously, a surge of warmth radiated from his dantian as the effects of the meridian pill began to manifest. A stream of warmth, as if guided by an invisible force, began to flow gently into the indistinct pathways of the 103 meridians. At this moment, Lin Chen commenced the frenzied absorption of the Tai Ching's spiritual veins using the devouring celestial diagram, transforming them into his own essence of true energy. 1, 2, 10. Fully 20 Tai Ching's spiritual veins surged into the devouring diagram, which, adorned with 1,000,000 azure particles, radiated an increasingly brilliant glow. However, in the next instant, an event transpired that left Lin Chen utterly astonished. A staggering 2,000 true energy giant elephants were infused into the devouring diagram, yet within his body. The power of the true energy giant elephants had only increased by 50. This indicated that the devouring diagram had absorbed the strength equivalent to 1,500 true energy giant elephants. The realization of this outcome filled Lin Chen with profound frustration, though he soon understood the reason. The quality of the Tai Ching's spiritual veins was too low, yielding a limited amount of true energy giant elephant power. This also elucidated why his growth had been so sluggish while absorbing superior spiritual stones. The warm currents, formed by the transformation of the meridian elixir, continued to gradually clear the pathways of the 103 meridians. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen raised his hand and unleashed a tremendous force of absorption, causing all remaining Tai Ching's spiritual veins to surge into the devouring diagram in that instant. He managed to absorb the entirety of 6,000 true energy giant elephant powers in a single moment. A muffled explosion reverberated around Lin Chen's body, as an invisible aura of force rapidly coalesced around him. The bronze form he had assumed began to emit a series of dense explosions, although unable to shatter completely. It caused waves of intense pain. Under the immense influx of true energy giant elephant power, Lin Chen was met with the pressure of this absorption. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he gritted his teeth and held on resolutely. The 1,000,000 azure particles surrounding the devouring diagram spiraled wildly, shimmering like a celestial tapestry. Simultaneously, the true energy giant elephants within him began to grow gradually amidst this absorption. This process of devouring lasted a full 2 days. Lin Chen sat motionless as if carved from stone, while the 103 meridian pathways became increasingly distinct, all beginning to solidify under the influence of the meridian elixir's potency. Just then, an invisible storm erupted forcefully. Lin Chen's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened wide. Advancement. With a tremendous roar, a colossal sound erupted from within Lin Chen, as if something had shattered. After absorbing over 5,000 units from the devouring diagram, a blinding azure light erupted, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Once more, 999,000 azure particles floated around the transparent sphere, releasing an even more refined aura of absorption emanating from the devouring diagram. The devouring diagram has once again ascended to a new level. This progression has left Lin Chen inwardly lamenting, for each advancement in the devouring diagram necessitates a higher quality of spiritual energy, indicating that he requires an even greater wealth to foster the growth of his true qi. At present, should Lin Chen attempt to absorb a lower-tier Tai Ching's spiritual vein, he might not even be able to harness the strength of a mere, true qi giant elephant. Yet, despite his frustrations, Lin Chen remained composed, observing his true qi. Now inflated to the power of 1,000 true qi giant elephants, he concentrated, and with a sudden surge of intent, this power transformed into 103 streams of true qi, which surged towards the 103 meridians within his body. As the true qi coursed through them, the 103 meridians grew increasingly solid, connecting with one another. A crackling sound, akin to the popping of stir-fried beans, emanated from Lin Chen's body. After a full hour, all 103 meridians were fully connected, and the true qi formed a cycle within them. Furthermore, Lin Chen discovered that at the apex of the meridians, there lay a connection to his mind, which remained shrouded in chaos. The power of the divine law realm is born from the extraordinary human brain. However, at this moment, Lin Chen had yet to touch upon that scene. He merely grasped the principles of the divine law realm. Upon reaching the meridian realm, the operation of the golden copper body refinement technique with its 180 cycles became second nature to him. Lin Chen marveled at the abundant power coursing through him. Yet, in the next instant, his expression soured. The Tai Ching's spiritual vein, purchased with a staggering 15,000 contribution points, had been entirely consumed. Chapter 56, the first of the outer sect. Within the Tai Ching sect, in a mysterious locale, a middle-aged man bearing a grotesque scar on his forehead produced an identity jade token and swiftly transmitted a message of consciousness. The young master of the Lin family has personally inscribed the first two forms of the supreme martial technique. The heavenly fire seal, through his own comprehension, his martial talent is indeed prodigious. After this message was sent, the jade token fell silent for a moment before it flickered again with an imposing and elusive aura. He continued to report all pertinent information. As you command. The middle-aged man nodded respectfully, tucking the identity token away. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had formed on his brow, entirely due to the overwhelming presence of that individual. Perhaps he could become a dragon, or perhaps a mere worm. It all depended on fate, he murmured to himself. This relates to whether the Tai Ching 9 void technique can be revived. Time flowed slowly during his cultivation. Lin Chen had unknowingly spent 9 days. Today marked the 10th. First, he needed to alter his appearance to avoid attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives, given the considerable contribution points he had amassed. Lin Chen extracted a disguise pill from the illusory spirit mirror, which he had procured for 20,000 contribution points. The death of Lei Mushing, an unrelated sworn brother, would undoubtedly draw the sect's scrutiny. Many had witnessed the conflict between Lin Chen and Lei Mushing. Should he perish soon after, suspicion would undoubtedly fall upon Lin Chen. At present, Lin Chen finds himself in the prestigious Tai Ching sect, a place teeming with formidable talents, yet he lacks the strength for self-preservation. He remains unable to fathom the true prowess of Lei Mushing's elder brother, whose cultivation has reached the formidable half-step divine law realm. Thus, caution is his only recourse. After consuming a disguise pill, Lin Chen's appearance transformed dramatically, taking on the visage of a lean, yellow-faced individual. He then cleverly employed the characteristics of his innate sevenfold body transformation to slightly reduce his height, presenting an entirely new persona. With the illusory spirit mirror shielding his consciousness, it is likely that even experts of the divine law realm would struggle to discern his true identity. Lin Chen marveled at his current state, feeling quite satisfied. Now, Lin Chen intends to visit the Dark Cloud Tower to purchase Tai Ching spiritual veins. His 40,000 contribution points will suffice to acquire a considerable number of these spiritual veins. In Dark Cloud City, the atmosphere of the Dark Cloud Tower buzzes with excitement as the new round of the Outer Disciple Selection Tournament approaches. Countless disciples exchange their contribution points for various magical artifacts and talismans to enhance their performance in the competition and secure higher rankings. The first-place winner of this internal selection tournament will also receive rewards. Within the hierarchy of inner disciples, there exist 3 tiers: human, earth, and heaven. Currently, Lin Chen encounters mainly earth-tier disciples, while he has yet to witness the presence of any heaven-tier individuals. The first floor of the Dark Cloud Tower is bustling with activity, with people coming and going. Lin Chen promptly approaches a familiar middle-aged man, gesturing grandly, "I would like to exchange for contribution points." Adopting the demeanor of a wealthy heir, Lin Chen aims to avoid drawing suspicion from others. The middle-aged man briefly displays a flicker of disdain but quickly approaches, asking, "What would you like to exchange for?" Lin Chen calculates swiftly in his mind. An entry-level Tai Ching spiritual vein costs 500 contribution points, and with each tier increase, the price multiplies tenfold. The intermediate veins are priced at 5,000 each, allowing Lin Chen to purchase only 80. As for the superior veins, he can acquire a mere 8. Although the cost is steep, Lin Chen surmises that the higher the tier of the Tai Ching spiritual vein, the more concentrated the Tai Ching energy, and the superior the quality of energy contained within. I would like to purchase 8 superior Taiching spiritual veins, Lin Chen declares with a flourish. The middle-aged man pauses. Taken aback, Lin Chen's cultivation is merely at the innate 9th level, at best an inner disciple, yet he possesses a staggering 40,000 contribution points. Do you think I cannot afford them? Lin Chen's brow furrows, and he gives the middle-aged man a displeased look. The middle-aged man hesitates, quickly envisioning Lin Chen as a wealthy heir backed by a powerful faction, and with a wry smile, he replies, "Brother, you may not be aware, but the demand for superior spiritual veins has surged in recent days, leading to a shortage of supply. With the upcoming selection day, many outer and inner disciples have not ventured into the demon hunting domain to gather spiritual veins. Consequently, the superior spiritual veins are entirely sold out." Lin Chen is momentarily taken aback, then realizes the truth. The Taiching spiritual veins are indeed harvested by disciples from the demon hunting domain to be exchanged for contribution points at the Dark Cloud Tower. It is the day of selection for disciples of the outer and inner gates. Recently, there has been a frenzy of purchases for spiritual veins to enhance one's cultivation. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Chen could not help but smirk ruefully. The efficacy of the lower-grade Taiching spiritual vein was utterly inadequate for his needs. Its utility for cultivation was virtually non-existent. However, abstaining from purchasing was not an option. His advancement relied upon devouring to augment his true qi. And without the ability to consume, the pace of his cultivation with a sacred vein physique would be alarmingly slow. Yet, the Dark Cloud Tower currently had no higher-grade spiritual veins for sale. What was he to do? The royal-grade Taiching spiritual vein was beyond his financial means. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Chen's expression darkened. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind him. "Brother, are you interested in purchasing 8 high-grade Taiching spiritual veins?" Lin Chen turned in astonishment to find a young man clad in opulent attire standing behind him. This youth possessed the cultivation of the innate 10th stage, wielding the formidable power of 3,000 true qi elephants, and exuded a certain regal authority reminiscent of an emperor in the secular realm, often referred to as imperial aura. Lin Chen deduced that this young man must hail from a royal family. "Could it be that you can sell me 8 high-grade Taiching spiritual veins?" Lin Chen inquired, adopting an expression of a newly affluent person, a hint of pride gracing his features. The young man, in stark contrast to Lin Chen, regarded him with an air of superiority, stating, "I possess 9 high-grade Taiching spiritual veins. How does a price of 400,000 contribution points sound? Is that so?" Lin Chen's eyes widened in feigned surprise. "That means I would earn a profit of 50,000. The 9 high-grade Taiching spiritual veins could be sold for 450,000 contribution points." "Indeed," the young man affirmed, nodding with pride. "Surely, such a favorable deal cannot exist in this world," Lin Chen replied, his face a mask of hesitation. "You could easily trade with the Dark Cloud Tower and still have an extra 50,000 contribution points. Why sell to me at a lower price?" The young man regarded Lin Chen with approval, nodding arrogantly as he explained, "You possess a modicum of intelligence. In the Dark Cloud Tower, transactions yield contribution points only the following day. Allow me to disclose that I am the top disciple of the Outer Gate, qualified to challenge the Inner Gate selections." "The top disciple of the Outer Gate?" A glint of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, his expression transforming into one of eager flattery. The young man, pleased with Lin Chen's reaction, resembled a noble in a palace, relishing the sycophantic demeanor of his subjects. "I am exchanging for contribution points as a lure to place a wager against the wasteful young master of the Lin family." Lin Chen's expression grew peculiar at this revelation. The top disciple, mistaking Lin Chen's astonishment for intimidation, waved dismissively, "You need not be overly surprised. Among the Inner Gate candidates, the Lin family's young master, Lin Chen, is the epitome of mediocrity, possessing merely the strength of the innate 8th stage. Dealing with him will be a mere trifle." Lin Chen's expression became even more peculiar, and he feigned a clueless demeanor, asking, "Only the innate 8th stage? He truly is quite the waste. But why would you wager against him?" The young man cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chen and remarked, "Of course, it is for the heavenly fire seal. I have wagered with him, and naturally, my aim is to seize his heavenly fire seal." He then snorted coldly, his face a mask of contempt. "Humph. I want Lin Chen to realize that supreme martial skills can only be wielded by the strong. A useless person like him, who relies on luck, is utterly unworthy." Chapter 57. The competition begins. Lin Chen suddenly bowed his head, enveloped in silence. Seeing his quietude, the young man assumed Lin Chen was still in doubt and impatiently waved his hand. The grand competition is about to commence. Will you trade or not? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen raised his head with a fawning smile and replied, Of course, I shall trade. Excellent. The young man's expression softened as he promptly retrieved a cosmic bag, along with his identity jade token. Let me inspect the goods. Lin Chen, grinning, accepted the cosmic bag and, after the young man nodded, immediately extended his consciousness inside. Within the cosmic bag lay 9 superior Tai Ching spiritual veins, an overwhelming aura of Tai Ching energy emanating from them. Each of these 9 superior veins was comparable in size to lower-grade veins. However, within these superior Tai Ching veins, Lin Chen could distinctly perceive a swirling azure halo flowing throughout, akin to a slender river coursing through the spiritual veins. The Tai Ching energy encapsulated within this azure glow was astoundingly dense, many times more potent than that of lower-grade veins. Furthermore, the entire superior Tai Ching spiritual veins were imbued with an extraordinarily abundant and pure spiritual essence, equivalent to the power of 10,000 true Qi elephants. The quality of these superior Tai Ching veins, enriched with immense Tai Ching energy, surpassed that of lower-grade veins by several folds. Indeed, as expected of superior Tai Ching veins, if I were to employ my devouring diagram to absorb them, it would likely yield an increase of 400 to 500 true Qi elephants from the energy of a mere 10,000. However, as my true Qi rises, the subsequent absorption will become increasingly limited. Lin Chen marveled inwardly, realizing that he would need to acquire even higher quality Tai Ching veins in the future. While Lin Chen was lost in admiration, the young man, seemingly growing impatient, urged, Hurry and complete the transaction. Oh right. Lin Chen turned around, blocking the young man's view, and swiftly produced his identity jade token, transferring 400,000 contribution points into the young man's token. Zijing Yun. Lin Chen gazed at the name inscribed on the identity token, recognizing the surname Zijing. It seemed this young man was a member of the foremost royal family of the Zijing dynasty. He pondered the status and rank of Zijing Yun within the Zijing royal lineage. Very well. Zijing Yun nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the 400,000 contribution points on the identity token. After Lin Chen received the 9 superior Tai Ching spiritual veins, he turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, Zijing Yun suddenly called out to him. Wait. Lin Chen, slightly perplexed, turned around to face Zijing Yun, deliberately displaying a hint of greed in his expression, and asked, Why are you calling me? We have completed our transaction. Fear not. I, Zijing Yun, am known for keeping my promises and do not engage in robbery. With a disdainful expression, Zijing Yun approached Lin Chen and declared, I wish to inform you that once I retrieve the heavenly fire seal from that useless Lin Chen, you may seek me out in the outer sect. I shall undoubtedly protect you well. Lin Chen feigned relief, responding, Thank you, brother Zijing. You will surely triumph. This statement rang true. Satisfied, Zijing Yun nodded and arrogantly turned away. After watching Zijing Yun depart, with an expression of incredulity, Lin Chen sought a secluded spot to channel his true energy and alter his appearance once more. Once restored to his original form, he promptly made his way towards the execution platform in another city. The execution platform stood as the second city atop Ta Ching Immortal Island. It was not so much a city as it was a martial arena. However, according to the Jade Tablet's description, a mysterious entity resided deep within the execution platform, tasked with addressing matters concerning disciples of the divine law realm, such as life and death duels, punishment for defection, and the proclamation of crimes. This place was inaccessible to innate disciples. Lin Chen was headed for the outskirts of the execution platform, the martial arena. After expending 2 hours of his energy, he finally arrived at the execution platform. It was a dark city, encircled by massive chains, with the character for punishment prominently displayed above the gate. Lin Chen immediately noticed the multitude within the execution platform, comprised almost entirely of disciples beneath the divine law realm of the Ta Ching sect, creating a cacophony of voices. Following the throngs of people, Lin Chen entered the execution platform. Upon crossing through the grand gate, the scene transformed once more, revealing an expansive martial arena stretching for miles. At the arena's center stood a statue towering over 10 meters high, carved from an extraordinary jade, surrounded by an enigmatic white mist that obscured its true visage. A peculiar and profound energy reverberated around the statue. Lin Chen had previously encountered descriptions of the execution platform. This statue represented the founding master of the Ta Ching sect. However, he furrowed his brow, feeling an odd sensation emanating from the statue, the nature of which eluded him. After pondering for a moment, Blood Elder initiated communication with him. Lin Chen, within this execution platform, there are 2 or 3 presences of the divine law realm. I shall refrain from speaking to you shortly to avoid detection. Blood Elder cautioned. Use the devouring heavenly diagrams sparingly, as the lower-grade royal artifact cannot conceal the aura of the devouring heavenly diagrams formation. Lin Chen nodded gravely. The devouring heavenly diagram was a core formation of the immortal artifact, the devouring tower, should it be revealed. The 2 or 3 powerful figures of the divine law realm would surely notice something amiss. If his identity were to be exposed, numerous unforeseen dangers would arise. Lin Chen's current strength was insufficient to confront such unknown threats. Surrounding the vast martial arena were grandstands capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of spectators. The distinguished VIP area at the forefront is quite comparable to the combat arena of the Lin family. Within the vast audience of 100,000, several sections have been delineated, with the inner selection disciples situated in a zone adjacent to the VIP seats. Amidst the envious gazes of many, Lin Chen approached the area designated for the inner selection disciples. With Lin Chen's arrival, all 11 inner selection disciples had gathered. The cold beauty, Bai Yin, remained as ethereal and graceful as ever. Noticing Lin Chen's ascension to the 9th level of innate strength, she exhibited no surprise, merely nodding slightly as a form of greeting. Upon his arrival, several inner selection disciples encircled Lin Chen, smiles adorning their faces. Lin Chen, I never anticipated you were hiding such profound abilities. You have mastered the supreme martial technique. One exclaimed with glee. Indeed, Lin Chen, your martial talent is astonishing. To have drawn out the supreme martial technique is nothing short of extraordinary. Another added, I must admit, I misjudged you before. My attitude was less than favorable back then. Please do not take it to heart. These inner selection disciples began to genuinely acknowledge Lin Chen's prowess. One could not help but ponder the extent of his martial talent, considering he was capable of depicting the first 2 forms of the supreme martial technique. Among these disciples, as long as one surpassed another in a particular aspect, admiration would surely follow. However, a few exceptions existed. For instance, Luo Yangzhou, seated with a sinister grin, remarked, What uses exceptional martial talent? Lin Chen, when we meet in combat, I shall allow you some leniency. As he witnessed Lin Chen receiving such accolades from numerous inner selection disciples, a surge of unbridled fury welled up within Luo Yangzhou, seeking an outlet. Despite Lin Chen having previously slain those at the 10th level of innate strength, what did that signify? Was Luo Yangzhou's strength to be measured solely by the prowess of a massive, true Qi elephant? It was akin to a 10th level expert from the outer sect of the Tai Ching sect, possessing 2,000 true Qi elephants, attempting to contend with these inner selection disciples. The outcome would be inevitable defeat, as the inner selection disciples possessed far more ruthless and diverse methods. Some inner selection disciples, who held a degree of admiration for Lin Chen, cast disdainful glances at Luo Yangzhou. Yet, due to his formidable strength, they remained silent, their sidelong glances more piercing than words. Luo Yangzhou acutely sensed the scornful gazes directed at him, intensifying his ire, his eyes fixated on Lin Chen, filled with a desire to consume him whole. However, after a brief moment, Luo Yangzhou inhaled sharply, his gaze towards Lin Chen icy as he smiled, and said, Lin Chen, you still haven't answered my previous question. What price did you pay to obtain this opportunity as an inner selection disciple? I have a younger brother, and our family wishes to elevate him to inner selection status, so I wish to ascertain the costs involved. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several inner selection disciples shifted. All of them had entered based on their merit. If Lin Chen had truly gained entry through some form of payment, they would undoubtedly scorn him. Luo Yangzhou's smile was chilling. This marked his second inquiry regarding Lin Chen's circumstances. He adeptly tapped into the pride of the inner selection disciples, and the impact of his words was immediate, turning Lin Chen into the focal point of their scrutiny. However, Lin Chen remained utterly composed, not even casting a glance at Luo Yangzhou. Instead, his gaze fell upon the fierce man behind Luo, declaring, Violent King. The words I spoke last time shall come to fruition today. The Violent King clenched his massive iron fist, a grin spreading across his face. His aura brimming with ferocity. Lin Chen, you are the only one worthy of my attention. Do not let me down. At this, Luo Yangzhou's expression shifted dramatically. What did this mean? Were they all deemed worthless, with only Lin Chen able to stand against him? The inner disciples felt a pang in their hearts. Their eyes filled with a complex mixture of emotions as they regarded Lin Chen. Though his martial talent was extraordinary, his cultivation was woefully inadequate. Why then? Did the violent king hold him in such high esteem? They could all discern the violent king's nature, exceedingly brutal, prone to violence at the slightest provocation, truly a man who revered strength above all. What could Lin Chen possibly possess to earn such regard from the violent king? Questions bubbled up incessantly within their minds. At that moment, a thunderous voice rang out. The election begins. All disciples erupted in cheers, the cacophony of over 100,000 voices reverberating through the air. Amid this jubilant celebration, however, Luo Yangzhou's countenance was as dark as a storm cloud, his fiery red hair even more striking in its intensity. Lin Chen, I will ensure your demise. Chapter 58. I shall not disappoint her. As the arena erupted in a tremendous cheer, an elderly man descended from the VIP seats, landing before the statue and facing the crowd. This elder, clad in a white robe, bore a gaunt face etched with the marks of time, resembling an ordinary person from the mortal realm. Yet, Lin Chen's instincts warned him that this elder emanated a level of danger surpassing even Lin Zhan, rivaling that of the esteemed elder Lin Xing. The other inner disciples also sensed the peril emanating from this seemingly unremarkable elder. Even the violent king could not help but tense up, ready for battle. A cold, icy voice broke through the tension. This is Elder Su, the grand elder of our inner disciples, overseeing all affairs related to the inner sect. He possesses a cultivation at the third stage of the divine law realm. The inner disciples gasped quietly, realizing that such strength could undoubtedly establish dominance across the Holy Spirit continent, a force to be reckoned with. Lin Chen was equally astonished. For even Lin Xing, the grand elder of the Lin family, held only this level of cultivation. Yet, within the Taiching sect, he was merely a grand elder. This stark contrast revealed the terrifying depth of the three celestial pathways compared to the two imperial dynasties. Following this, a series of inconsequential introductions and arrangements unfolded. The selection of outer disciples commenced, with over 5,000 youths from across the world undergoing scrutiny. The first round of selection passed swiftly without much spectacle. The second round, however, was a ranking battle among the outer disciples. As foretold by Zi Jingyun, Lin Chen emerged as the foremost among them. Holding a long spear of resplendent gold and violet, he executed a formidable array of spear techniques that rendered his opponents disarmed and devoid of any fighting spirit. Some disciples, even those at the pinnacle of their innate abilities, seemingly overwhelmed by the fearsome aura of Zi Jingyun, chose to forfeit the contest outright. Without a shadow of a doubt, Zi Jingyun claimed the title of the foremost outer sect disciple, reaping the bountiful rewards of 10 superior Taiching spiritual veins, alongside the privilege to challenge the top 3 inner sect disciples. The lavish rewards bestowed upon the outer sect champion stirred a pang of envy within Lin Chen, who began to speculate about the nature of the rewards awaiting the victor of the forthcoming inner sect disciple competition. As for the challenge to the top 3, Lin Chen found himself both amused and perplexed. It was indeed as Zi Jingyun had previously stated. Now, the final bout was about to commence. Elder Su, his powerful presence resonating, proclaimed, in the inner sect disciple competition, the top 3 will be rewarded with a royal grade Taiching spiritual vein. At this announcement, a wave of excitement swept through the audience. A royal grade Taiching spiritual vein was valued at a staggering 500,000 contribution points. Elder Su continued, the first place inner sect disciple will receive an additional reward, the first level cave dwelling of the inner sect. This declaration ignited an uproar among the spectators. Within the Taiching sect, inner sect disciples were categorized into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and man. This classification was not solely based on strength, but rather on the quality of their cave dwellings. An outer sect disciple could ascend to the ranks of a man-level inner sect disciple by purchasing a man-level cave dwelling for 300,000 contribution points. Within these dwellings, the guidance of the Taiching spiritual veins was present, with higher-tier dwellings offering a far richer and more abundant absorption of these veins. A fervent glimmer ignited among the inner sect disciples. A first-level cave dwelling, said to possess several times the spiritual vein guidance compared to an ordinary man-level dwelling. Indeed, the value of this cave dwelling is rumored to be around 800,000 contribution points, surpassing even that of Earth-level dwellings. What? A value of 800,000 contribution points? This is utterly astounding. Is there some hidden mystery behind it? Lin Chen absorbed every word, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. 800,000 contribution points. If he sold it for 700,000, he could procure numerous superior Tai Ching spiritual veins. The prospect of accumulating vast amounts of true energy was tantalizing. At that moment, a wild voice reverberated from behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen, let me tell you. Within that first-level intersect cave dwelling lies a massive reservoir of gung metal energy, sufficient to elevate your golden copper body refinement technique to the level of a low-grade royal artifact. The frenzied voice could only belong to the violent king. To elevate to the level of a low-grade royal artifact with gung metal energy? Lin Chen's expression shifted in surprise. Such a treasure was exceedingly rare. He had not even encountered it in the exchange list at Dark Cloud Tower. The presence of such abundant gung metal energy in the first-level cave dwelling explained its hefty valuation of 800,000 contribution points. Internally astonished, Lin Chen maintained an impassive demeanor as he turned to ask, "Violent King, why are you sharing this information with me?" The tyrant is undoubtedly a fervent practitioner of body refinement. However, Lin Chen remains uncertain about the extent of the opponent's physical prowess. One thing is certain. The tyrant is capable of discerning the merits of the golden copper body refinement technique. With his piercing eyes fixed upon Lin Chen, the tyrant's menacing aura intensifies. I share this information with you so that you may unleash your full potential and grant me a thrilling battle. Lin Chen finds himself both amused and exasperated. The tyrant truly is a warrior at heart. Yet, Lin Chen cannot help but wonder why the tyrant places such significance on him. A notion that seems contrary to the customary demeanor of a man revered for his martial prowess. Just then, the perpetually aloof Bai Yin unexpectedly calls out Lin Chen's name, beckoning him to approach. Lin Chen is taken aback. Has the cold beauty not always shown disdain for him? Despite his confusion, he walks over. As he approaches, clarity dawns upon him. The proud young man before him is none other than Zi Jingyun. So you are Lin Chen? Zi Jingyun assesses him with a haughty expression and declares, "Indeed, a waste." Bai Yin stands to the side, remaining silent. Lin Chen, maintaining his composure, replies, "You are the first in the outer sect, Zi Jingyun? How fortunate you are to know my illustrious name." Zi Jingyun, with an air of superiority, retorts, "Lin Chen, I shall challenge you shortly. I have come to prepare you mentally." Lin Chen merely smiles softly, choosing not to respond. "What are you laughing at?" Zi Jingyun inquires, his expression tinged with confusion. Lin Chen shrugs nonchalantly, saying, "If even a waste like me is deemed worthy of a challenge, then I suspect your status as the outer sex champion is rather inflated." Bai Yin suppresses a chuckle, her expression betraying a mix of amusement and disbelief as she glances at Zi Jingyun. "You." Zi Jingyun, visibly incensed, struggles to find words, ultimately settling for a cold snort. "Challenging you is my prerogative. If you cannot even place in the top 3, then I would hardly deign to waste my efforts on a waste like you." "Suit yourself," Lin Chen replies, his demeanor indifferent. Should Zi Jingyun persist in pursuing him, he might as well seize the opportunity to claim the 40,000 contribution points at stake. After Zi Jingyun departs with an unfriendly expression, Lin Chen turns to leave. But Bai Yin suddenly speaks up. "Lin Chen, I advise you to concede during the upcoming competition." Lin Chen pauses, turning his back to the cold beauty. "Why?" he questions, perplexed by her seemingly benevolent counsel, given her previous disdain for him. "You have offended too many people," Bai Yin states coldly. Lin Chen reflects on the multitude of adversaries he has amassed, Luo Yongzhou, Zi Jingyun, and the tyrant, with whom he has a dual agreement. Indeed, he has ruffled too many feathers. "I will be cautious," Lin Chen acknowledges, preparing to depart once more. Bai Yin adds, "This is for Qing Ro's sake. You were selected as an inner disciple through her privilege. Should you lose, it would be her face on the line." Lin Chen's steps halt abruptly. An invisible pressure begins to emanate from within him, revealing a subtle yet noble will. Turning away from the cold beauty, Lin Chen gradually faced her, his countenance grave and resolute. He would not allow her any disappointment. With that, the oppressive aura vanished, and his noble will dissipated as he turned to leave. The cold beauty, however, remained unusually still in her place. Chapter 59. Lin Chen's fury, the internal sect election contest, is now commencing. Elder Su's voice resonated powerfully. The competition will adopt a draw system. With 11 participants, those who draw the blank jade slips will directly advance to the top 3. All internal candidates ascended the stage, Lin Chen included. 10 formidable auras erupted from the contenders, exuding malice, hostility, murderous intent, and ominous energy. These internal disciples were no ordinary individuals. They had endured trials and possessed opportunities. Although only 2,000 or 3,000 true Qi giants existed among the innate realm, the tactics employed by these internal disciples were far more formidable. For instance, Luo Yangzhou, despite possessing merely 3,000 true Qi giants, emanated a palpable sense of danger that was immediately sensed by the other competitors. The onlooking innate disciples gasped in astonishment, particularly feeling a chill from the overwhelming hostility radiating from the violent king. Even Elder Su, the Grand Elder of the inner sect, nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing the violent king and Luo Yangzhou. As for Lin Chen, he was entirely overlooked, as if he did not exist at all. Now, the drawing of the jade slips begins, with adjacent groups pitted against one another. Elder Su flicked his palm, and 11 jade slips shot forth from his hand. In an instant, all 10 internal disciples, excluding Lin Chen, erupted into a flurry of movement, reaching for the jade slips. Number 1. The Violent King. The first to seize a slip, grinned widely, exuding an aura of menace as he announced his number. Number 2. A trembling internal disciple stammered. Number 5. Luo Yangzhou rejoined, declaring his number. Observing Lin Chen empty-handed, a thick mockery flickered across his face. Brother Lin Chen can't even grasp a jade slip? Perhaps I should assist you in acquiring one. Lin Chen cast him a sidelong glance, just as the final internal disciple returned to report, number 10. All numbers from 1 to 10 had astonishingly been called out. With a rustle, every internal disciple's gaze converged upon Lin Chen, their faces suffused with intense jealousy. Even Luo Yangzhou could not suppress his overwhelming envy. With only 3 slots available in the top 3, Lin Chen drawing the 0 slip signified his immediate claim to a position, securing a royal-grade Taiching spiritual vein regardless of the ensuing battles. Luo Yangzhou, for his part, pondered that as long as he did not encounter the violent king, he might still ascend to the top 3. Yet, should fate intervene otherwise, it would spell his misfortune. Humph, what is so remarkable about a fortunate fool? Luo Yangzhou seethed, his teeth clenched in ire. Amidst the envious gazes of his peers, Lin Chen found himself bemusedly elevated to the top 3. Initially expecting to showcase even a hint of his prowess, he was surprised to find that such a display was entirely unnecessary. He had ascended effortlessly. The innate 9th-level disciple unexpectedly secured the coveted 0 number? What sheer luck! It is nothing short of outrageous. A mere 9th-level disciple has made such an extraordinary advancement. This second-generation scion is reveling in his fortune, having attained a top 3 position without even having to fight. Amidst countless disdainful and envious gazes, Lin Chen nonchalantly strolled into the area designated for inner disciples. Standing beneath the competition platform was Zi Jingyun, her eyes glinting with cold light as they fixed intently on the seemingly indifferent Lin Chen. A flicker of excitement stirring within her heart. Well done, Lin Chen. You have indeed obtained the 0 number jade slip. However, henceforth, you shall find no response from heaven or earth. With your place in the top 3 secured, I shall have the perfect opportunity to challenge you and seize your martial techniques. Had Lin Chen failed to secure a top 3 position, Zi Jingyun might have been too proud to challenge him. Yet, who could have anticipated that Lin Chen's luck would defy all odds? The grand competition commenced, and the atmosphere once again ignited with fervor. In the first match, the berserker faced an opponent who stood no chance, mercilessly pummeling the inner disciple into a near-death state with his iron fists. Such brutal tactics left many disciples in awe. In the match featuring Luo Yangzhou, he showcased his remarkable prowess by employing a peculiar palm technique that rendered his opponent utterly defenseless, leading to a decisive victory. One by one, victors emerged, leading to the selection of 5 candidates for advancement. The second match unfolded as a chaotic melee. The berserker single-handedly struck down 2 opponents without breaking a sweat, his immense true energy resembling a raging inferno, brutal and bloody, akin to a humanoid beast. Meanwhile, Luo Yangzhou effortlessly dispatched another inner disciple, his brilliance shining through. Together, They emerged as the dark horses of this inner selection competition, vying for the championship title, while Lin Chen had been all but forgotten by the others. An hour later, the final showdown was set to begin. Elder Su announced, "Now, recover your true energy on the martial stage before contending for the ultimate championship." A 1-hour intermission commenced, leaving the vast competition arena deserted except for the berserker Luo Yangzhou, Lin Chen, and Zi Jingyun, who possessed the ability to challenge the top three. As time slowly passed, the three were fiercely absorbing the Taiching's spiritual pulse and consuming elixirs to replenish their expended true energy. The berserker's true energy was the most formidable, surging like 100 true energy giants, rapidly depleting his spiritual elixirs, causing Lin Chen to silently marvel. The essence within the berserker was undoubtedly of a mysterious nature. Otherwise, no ordinary cultivator could achieve such a recovery rate. The berserker would be Lin Chen's most formidable adversary. The reward for securing first place in the inner selection was immensely beneficial, enhancing his physical prowess to the level of a low-grade king artifact. This would significantly diminish the repercussions of employing the Heavenly Suppression Hand during the Zhou Tian technique. The Heavenly Suppression Hand would represent Lin Chen's greatest destructive potential. "Lin Chen, you have indeed not let me down," Zi Jingyun proclaimed with pride. "Now that you have secured a place among the top three, be prepared for my challenge." Beside him, Luo Yangzhou also chuckled ominously. "Lin Chen, are you truly too timid to accept the challenge from the Zijing brothers?" These two, Lin Chen's greatest adversaries, began to conspicuously collaborate. During the brief respite to recover their energy, the two found common ground in their shared disdain for Lin Chen, as their cultivation levels were not vastly different. Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance at them, but remained silent, instead immersing himself in a peculiar state. Delving into the essence of the azure figure of the hand of Fuyuan, he continued to grasp the profundities of this technique, completely isolating himself from the outside world to avoid their incessant prattle. Seeing Lin Chen's indifference spurred the two to speak even more fervently, their words growing increasingly vitriolic. "Lin Chen, as a waste of space, what audacity do you possess to step onto the stage? I am truly impressed. A prodigy in martial arts. Yet your cultivation is a complete shambles. The Zijing brothers dare to allege you defeated someone at the 10th layer of innate. Submit to me, Zijing Yun, and acknowledge me as your sovereign, and I shall spare your pitiful life. What say you?" Both Lin Chen and the violent king remained entrenched in their respective realms, ignoring the two. Meanwhile, Luo Yangzhou and Zijing Yun's resentment towards Lin Chen swelled further. Suddenly, a gentle yet firm voice broke through the tension. "You are both mistaken. Brother Lin Chen is the strongest." A woman clad in blue and veiled in white gracefully approached, exuding a soft, watery aura, resembling a goddess emerging from the depths. Though her face remained obscured, her enchanting demeanor captivated all. Luo Yangzhou's expression transformed into one of greed as he leered. "Who are you? A mere 9th layer of innate dares to ascend this arena, unaware of the rules? If you submit to me, I shall ensure your cultivation proceeds unimpeded, granting you wealth and honor." Zijing Yun, equally lascivious, chimed in. "You dare call Lin Chen brother? What utility is there in acknowledging such a waste? Align yourself with me, Zijing Yun, and I shall guarantee you a life of luxury and privilege." At this, both Luo Yangzhou and Zijing Yun revealed their deep desires, envisioning the pleasure of conquering such an ethereal beauty. "Shameless." The blue-clad woman's azure eyes glimmered with a hint of disdain. "Shameless? I relish that term." Luo Yangzhou laughed heartily. "Brother Zijing, with Elder Su absent, let us unveil the visage behind this veil. Indeed, I am intrigued." Zijing Yun licked his lips, surveying the enchanting form of the veiled woman. "I have encountered every kind of exquisite beauty in the palace, yet I have never beheld one with such grace. I wonder what lies beneath that veil." As they spoke, Luo Yangzhou and Zijing Yun inched closer to the blue-clad woman, their energies pulsing with fervor. The two masters of the 10th layer of innate advanced together towards the veiled figure. The woman clad in blue, her delicate brows furrowed, retreated several steps, yet found herself relentlessly cornered by Luo Yangzhou and Zijing Yun. "My dear beauty, do not fear. We merely wish to unveil your veil," Luo Yangzhou exclaimed, his hand darting towards the white veil of the masked woman with blinding speed, a sinister grin playing upon his lips. With such ethereal grace concealed beneath that veil, it would be a travesty to keep it hidden. In the inner selection area, The cold beauty abruptly beheld this scene, her previously icy countenance transforming drastically. Even the azure eyes of the blue-clad woman reflected a hint of panic as her white veil fluttered against her face. Luo Yangzhou's fingers grazed the delicate softness of the veil, igniting a surge of exhilaration within him. What visage lay beneath this veil? However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A surging wave of malevolent energy erupted forth, accompanied by an aura of terrifying nobility that commanded respect. The once steadfast violent king, who had been swiftly recovering his inner energy, widened his eyes in shock. Simultaneously, the cold beauty, Bai Yin, felt her expression shift dramatically. In that instant, a figure reminiscent of a hellish Azura began to approach, his voice resonating with an echo of unrelenting carnage. You too, prepare to meet your demise. Witnessing Luo Yangzhou and Zi Jingyun pressuring Qing Rou, Lin Chen found himself engulfed in a fury once more. The 60th chapter, if there exists such a thing. It is him. Lin Chen's first fury was ignited by the treachery against Lin Songxing, for his kin must never be harmed. His second fury arose from Qing Rou, the girl who extended a helping hand during Lin Chen's darkest hour. As this tempest of wrath surged, Luo Yangzhou and Zi Jingyun felt a chilling sweat trickle down their spines, recognizing the lethal presence that had arrived. Lin Chen, Luo Yangzhou, turned to face Lin Chen, whose visage was alight with rage, and, suppressing his unease, questioned, "What do you intend? The grand competition has yet to commence. Any unauthorized actions will incur the sect's wrath." "Is that so?" Lin Chen replied with a cold laugh, an invisible aura of menace beginning to envelop the air. Summoning his inner energy, he bellowed, "Luo Yangzhou, Zi Jingyun. I, Lin Chen, challenge you to a duel, one against both of you. Will you accept?" Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? That innate 9th-level waste dares to challenge too? What audacity! Where does this Lin Chen find the courage to provoke Luo Yangzhou and Zi Jingyun? Heavens! Facing two opponents. Would Lin Chen not end up as a mere casualty? The onlookers buzzed with excitement, their expressions laced with disdain towards Lin Chen. Yet, unbeknownst to them, among the disciples stood one of innate 10th-level prowess, remaining silent. What? Luo Yangzhou's expression shifted instantly. Zi Jingyun turned, her face a mask of arrogance and fury. "Lin Chen, you dare to challenge us one against two? A mere jest indeed." At that moment, both Luo Yangzhou and Zi Jingyun were ablaze with indignation. This worthless Lin Chen, audaciously daring to challenge them two against one, is nothing short of courting death. However, Lin Chen disregarded their presence entirely, turning to Bai Yin and commanding, "Bai Yin, why have you not yet brought Qing Rou down?" Bai Yin, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and led the veiled woman in blue away. As Qing Rou departed, she did not forget to wink at Lin Chen with her azure eyes, raising her delicate fist. "Brother Lin Chen, both of them are villains. Please teach them a lesson for me." Once Qing Rou was gone, Lin Chen felt unrestrained, his gaze, brimming with a formidable killing intent, fixated on Luo Yangzhou and Zi Jingyun. Within the illusory spirit mirror, a high-grade spiritual vein of Taijing began to flow steadily into Lin Chen's dantian. Throughout this journey, Luo Yangzhou had mocked him incessantly and plotted against him. Initially, Lin Chen had no intention of engaging, yet he did not expect Luo Yangzhou to be so foolish. Swiftly forming seals with his hands, golden flames flickered and danced in his palms, unleashing a wave of terrifying heat. All 1,000 true Qi giants within him converged into the Earth Fire seal. Earth Core Fire? Luo Yangzhou's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld the golden flames in Lin Chen's hands, his expression darkening. "Lin Chen, what do you intend to do? The grand competition has yet to begin. You would do well to refrain from recklessness." Zi Jingyun immediately recognized the heavenly fire seal, feeling a tinge of dread. "Indeed. The competition has not commenced. Lin Chen, do not let your bloodlust cloud your judgment." "I intend to cause chaos today," Lin Chen retorted coldly. As the golden fire seal lotus abruptly took shape in his hands, a wave of searing heat instantly engulfing the entire arena. The very air around them seemed to ignite and evaporate in that moment. "Lin Chen, do not push your luck. Do not think I am truly afraid of you." Luo Yangzhou, incensed by Lin Chen's obstinacy, felt his fury reignite. "Die!" Lin Chen's gaze turned icy, and with a forceful push of his palm, the golden earth core fire seal soared towards Luo Yangzhou and Zi Jingyun. The terrifying heat caused their expressions to darken ominously. Lin Chen, you are truly courting death. Luo Yangzhou roared in anger, his true qi beginning to surge violently, his red hair thrashing wildly. The sounds of rushing rivers and roaring waves echoed around them, as if a mighty ocean were crashing upon the arena. Tidal wave palm. Luo Yangzhou unleashed a powerful attack, his palms moving in a flurry, with each strike. His true qi transformed into waves, rolling forth with immense force. It was as if a colossal river were surging towards them, thundering with resonance. Zijingyun, do not hesitate. Luo Yangzhou bellowed beside him. Damn it! Zijingyun, fully aware of the heavenly fire seal's might, felt the veins on his forehead throb, rage boiling within him. Lin Chen, I shall ensure your demise. With that, Zijingyun swiftly summoned a top-tier spiritual artifact, a golden spear, and his aura shifted dramatically, embodying the essence of an unparalleled sovereign. Imperial Overlord Spear. With a thunderous roar, Zijingyun surged forward, an overwhelming imperial aura rising in tandem. A series of spear-like phantoms manifested with ferocity, coalescing into a formidable array. The two combatants unleashed their ultimate techniques. The earth fire seal surged forth, colliding against their grand assaults with tremendous force. A deafening roar ensued as golden flames erupted, creating an immense sea of fire that radiated a terrifyingly scorching temperature, akin to a descent into the very core of the earth. The tides of the sea of true energy and the imperial spear shadows violently clashed within the vast golden inferno, initiating a fierce confrontation. Explosions reverberated in layers. And amidst the terrifying clash of the two formidable techniques, the golden sea of flames struggled to make any headway. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Yangzhou and Zijingyun felt a solidified sense of resolve. Lin Chen, how dare you strike at us before the competition? Even if I were to slay you, the elders would have no objections. Luo Yangzhou bellowed, pointing at Lin Chen with his true energy surging. How audacious to challenge us. Zijingyun's face was a mask of fury, her spear aimed at Lin Chen. This time, we shall ensure your demise. Both were incited by Lin Chen's provocations. Is that so? Lin Chen suddenly let out a cold laugh, his aura of malevolence intensifying. His form shifted dramatically, the bronze body unfurling once more with immense vigor. Within his dantian, 5,000 true energy giants surged into the azure figure. Simultaneously, a vast wave of Taiji energy emanated from the devouring diagram, rich and potent, beginning to invigorate Lin Chen's limbs and pores. His combat spirit soared to a terrifying level. Extending his right hand, an invisible tempest erupted from Lin Chen's center, sweeping outward with ferocity. In that instant, the Tyrant King's pupils constricted sharply, his aura of malevolence beginning to permeate the air, and his battle intent ignited fiercely. What is this fluctuation? Luo Yangzhou's expression shifted as he felt a chill course through him from the unseen storm. Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar technique Lin Chen had employed against the Tyrant King, his countenance darkening. The hand of fate. Lin Chen's right hand descended towards the two, his visage akin to a demonic deity. What is meant by waste? As his words fell, an invisible pressure cascaded forth like a tidal wave. It felt as though one were submerged in the depths of the ocean, besieged by an overwhelming oceanic force. Luo Yangzhou and Zijingyun's expressions changed in unison, their true energy erupting within. Resounding blasts echoed as layers of energy rapidly detonated around them. Zijingyun, quickly summon your Dan Yuan. This technique is too formidable. Luo Yangzhou shouted vehemently. Zijingyun's face paled, and she nodded gravely. In an instant, two terrifying auras erupted from their bodies. From Luo Yangzhou's dantian, a talisman soared forth, its surface shimmering with water patterns, resembling a creation of liquid. The sound of crashing waves resonated from the talisman, enveloped in the essence of the sea. Tidal talisman. As the tidal talisman manifested, the surrounding pressure was instantly subdued, and a surge of blue light erupted, causing the sea to churn violently. Purple pattern imperial spear. With a swift grasp of his left hand, a long spear materialized in his grasp. The spear, adorned in a lustrous gold hue, bore intricate purple patterns that enveloped its entire body. An aura reminiscent of a mid-grade royal artifact descended, embodying the might of a legendary sovereign. The spear's tip pierced through the overwhelming pressure that loomed above. In that fleeting moment, two formidable Dan Yuan treasures were summoned, emanating a terrifying might that rivaled the infamous blood-killing disc. The atmosphere of the combat arena surged to an exhilarating zenith. Meanwhile, Lin Chen found himself at a disadvantage, seemingly diminished by the imposing presence of the two Dan Yuan artifacts. The situation appeared to be subtly shifting. In the inner disciples section, Bai Yan's expression transformed dramatically. The elderly Su, a senior elder of the inner sect, observed with a wry smile. Qing Ro, if this continues, Lin Chen is bound to lose. Are you certain you wish for him to proceed? Bai Yan's gaze wavered, uncertain of how to respond. The blue-clad woman, veiled in white, possessed azure eyes brimming with liquid vitality, shimmering with depth. Grandfather Su, I know he will unleash his thunderous wrath for my sake. With that, her watery gaze curved into a crescent as she smiled. If anyone can unveil my veil, it must be him. Not even the unparalleled Sword Wui or the esteemed holy son of Taiqing could. Her smile, enchanting and captivating, hinted at the extraordinary potential she believed he possessed. Bai Yan's expression shifted once more, unable to resist glancing at the figure amidst the storm, instinctively pondering the nature of Lin Chen's impending thunderous fury. Chapter 61. The Battle of the Shocking Gate, Part 1. Upon hearing Qing Ro's proclamation, the elder's brow furrowed in unmistakable concern. His gaze toward Lin Chen filled with doubt. Could this young man truly be so formidable? Among the onlooking innate disciples, a fresh wave of excitement surged. Lin Chen's concealed strength was profound, astonishingly capable of contending with two adversaries. Humph, though his strength is impressive, akin to a 10th-level innate master, I doubt he can triumph over two opponents. Indeed, Zhu Jingyun is the foremost expert among the outer disciples, and Luo Yangzhou is even more formidable. It seemed Lin Chen's furious outburst was ignited by his feelings for that woman. Truly, one's rage can be fierce for the sake of beauty. Lin Chen was too naive, not contemplating the gravity of the situation. Scornful and derisive voices filled the air, though a few acknowledged Lin Chen's prowess. The majority remained disdainful. To challenge two opponents simultaneously? Such audacity was truly reckless. Zhu Jingyun wielded the purple pattern imperial spear with regal authority, the surrounding pressure dissipating under the spear's overwhelming might. As he unleashed his Dan Yuan artifact, Zhu Jingyun's previously simmering anger surged even higher. Emboldened by the spear in his hand, unafraid of any challenge. Divine Dragon's Fury. With fiery eyes, Zhi Jingyun beheld Lin Chen, whose form had transformed into that of brass. He suddenly surged forward, wielding the purple-patterned Emperor spear, which repelled layers of pressure. A resonating dragon's roar erupted from the spear. Roar! Roar! The thunderous dragon's cries continued unabated as Zhi Jingyun propelled himself forward, thrusting the spear directly at Lin Chen's brow. At the spear's tip, a fierce golden dragon's head materialized, roaring defiantly against the encroaching invisible pressure. Ant-like power. Lin Chen scoffed, forcefully pressing down with his right hand, causing the overwhelming pressure surrounding him to surge terrifyingly. Layers of invisible force began to explode violently, halting Zhi Jingyun's advance midair. Boom, boom, boom. The golden dragon head, conjured from true energy, erupted at the spear's tip, generating explosive waves of energy. The golden dragon head roared and bit ferociously, yet it merely struck against an enormous iron plate, resulting in a series of thunderous blasts. Damn it! Zhi Jingyun's face flushed crimson, unable to move, as he cursed. What kind of damned martial technique is this? How can he wield such an uncanny power? Get lost! Lin Chen suddenly bellowed, thrusting his right hand forward. An invisible storm erupted from his palm, resembling a solidified hand of energy that slammed into the suspended Zhi Jingyun. In that instant, every pore on Zhi Jingyun's body stood on end as he swiftly maneuvered the purple-patterned Emperor spear horizontally before him. The invisible force followed suit, striking against the horizontally sweeping spear, unleashing a tremendous surge of power. Puff! It felt as though a giant had collided with him. Blood surged within him, and a sweet taste filled his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his form sent reeling backward. What terrifying strength is this? It is undoubtedly more formidable than the heavenly fire seal. A subtle fear began to rise within Zhi Jingyun. Previously, he had felt no fear of Lin Chen, but now he had been effortlessly repelled. What kind of power is this? Yet, Zhi Jingyun's pride would not allow him to be trampled by Lin Chen. As he was forced back, he immediately shouted to Luo Yangzhou behind him, Luo Yangzhou, why are you not moving? Otherwise, we shall both face defeat. How humiliating. Luo Yangzhou, filled with disdain for the retreating Zi Jingyun, radiated a dense aura of menace, launching himself forward. The crashing sound of the sea accompanied Luo Yangzhou's explosive movement, reverberating powerfully. Blue water-pattern talismans shimmered before him, vibrating with immense true energy, dispersing the surrounding pressure layer by layer. Tidal wave palm. In that moment, Luo Yangzhou unleashed his ultimate technique. Harnessing the entire tidal talisman to execute this move, dramatically amplifying its power. A wheel battle? Lin Chen gazed at Luo Yangzhou as he charged forward, a hint of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth. Since he was already incensed, why hold back? The ground trembled, akin to immense waves crashing against the rocks, producing a thunderous roar. The tidal symbol pulsated, sending ripples of blue energy radiating outward, as torrents of true energy surged forth, relentless and overwhelming. A colossal hand, sculpted from the very essence of true energy, rose violently from the engulfing sea of power, reaching out towards Lin Chen. This enormous watery hand towered several dozen meters high, casting a shadow that threatened to engulf him in a whirlpool of chaos. Luo Yangzhou, let me now reveal how I infiltrated the Ta Ching sect, Lin Chen declared, his expression serene as he took a bold step forward, his palm descending towards Luo Yangzhou. 2,000 true energy giants ignited within the azure figure, and in an instant, a martial arena forged from an enigmatic stone began to shatter layer by layer. An invisible pressure surged forth, reminiscent of the crushing depths of the ocean, where the surrounding space was laden with the weight of thousands of pounds. This immense force erupted, causing Luo Yangzhou's countenance to alter drastically. The overwhelming pressure, akin to that of a towering mountain, instilled in him an unprecedented sense of peril. The ferocious watery hand abruptly halted mid-air, as though pinned by invisible nails, immobilizing its entire form. With a thunderous crash, the colossal pressure obliterated the blue hand, transforming it into a spray of droplets. The true energy waters unleashed by the tidal symbol surged back into the symbol with astonishing rapidity, as if drawn by an irresistible force. The blue, water-like tidal symbol was capable of withstanding any mid-grade royal artifact. Under the immense surrounding pressure, it emitted resounding explosions, as if it were on the verge of collapse. This is dire. The tidal symbol will shatter. Luo Yangzhou's expression darkened once more, a flicker of fear crossing his features as he bellowed towards the rear. Zi Jingyun, quickly assist me. His current reservoir of true energy was dwindling. They could exhaust Lin Chen by taking turns. Behind him, Zi Jingyun's expression mirrored disdain, and then, pointing her spear at Lin Chen, she exclaimed, Lin Chen, you are at your wit's end. Surrender and hand over the heavenly fire seal, and I shall grant you a path of escape. Oh, really? Lin Chen remained unfazed by Zi Jingyun's threats, exuding an air of authority as he stepped forward, his hand descending once more, fingers gradually forming into a fist. An even greater pressure began to swell as he clenched his fist, causing the tidal symbol to tremble violently. Its explosive energy becoming increasingly terrifying, the entire blue symbol dimming ominously. It was evident to all that this tidal symbol was on the brink of destruction. Fear finally flickered in Luo Yangzhou's eyes as he recognized the impending doom. Zi Jingyun perceived Lin Chen's audacity to disregard him, and an inferno of wrath surged within his heart. The purple-patterned Emperor spear erupted with an overwhelming surge of true energy, radiating a blinding golden light, as an imperious aura ascended forth. Lin Chen, prepare to meet your demise. Zi Jingyun's face contorted with malice, unleashing his most formidable strike, the Emperor's might. Chapter 62, The Battle of the Shock Gate, Part 2. A resonant hum reverberated through the air, as golden light began to coalesce at the tip of Zi Jingyun's spear. The entirety of his true energy erupted from within his Dan Yuan, unleashed without reservation, as if it were a final desperate gambit. Waves of imperial majesty emanated from the spear's tip, reminiscent of a sovereign presiding over countless beings. When the Emperor's fury is unleashed, 100,000 corpses lay in his wake. The might of the Emperor is not to be trifled with. Zi Jingyun had been cultivated within the Zijin royal lineage, instilling him with this imperial authority. Even the pressure exerted by the 2,000 true Qi giants summoned by the hand of Futian began to tremble under this overwhelming presence. This strike, the Emperor's might, was perhaps on par with the Earth Fire Seal of the Heavenly Fire Seal, its martial prowess undeniable. Witnessing Zijinyan unleash such a terrifying move, the fear etched on Luo Yangzhou's face gradually dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. Lin Chen, although you possess great strength, let us see how formidable you truly are against the combined assault of two powerful adversaries. As he observed the violently trembling title symbol, a sinister glint intensified in Luo Yangzhou's eyes. In the area designated for inner disciples, Elder Su furrowed his aged brow and remarked, "Qingru, do you truly not wish for me to intervene? This strike of the Emperor's might will undoubtedly shatter Lin Chen's peculiar technique." Qingru, watching the fierce battle unfold in the arena, shook her head and softly replied, "There is no need for you to act, Grandpa Su. I have faith in Big Brother Lin Chen's abilities." Elder Su cast a complex glance at Qingru, letting out a quiet sigh. Among the crowd of onlookers, a wave of astonishment swept through. "Look, Zijinyan has unleashed his strongest move. Indeed, this battle has become quite thrilling. Lin Chen is quite the formidable figure to have compelled Zijinyan to resort to such desperation. Lin Chen is in peril. How can one be so audacious with such talent?" Despite merely relying on his innate cultivation of the ninth layer, Lin Chen had pushed Zijinyan to this extreme. A prodigious talent, yet it was a pity. The destructive power of the Emperor's might sent chills down the spines of the observing disciples. What could Lin Chen possibly rely on to withstand such an onslaught? "Lin Chen, perish. I shall demonstrate the consequences of crossing me." Zijinyan's face twisted in rage as a sphere of golden light coalesced at the tip of the purple-patterned Emperor's spear. Lin Chen could discern the faint presence of the word Emperor within that golden orb. "Kill!" The fierce battle cry erupted from Zijinyan's lips, his entire being transforming into a fleeting specter as he charged toward Lin Chen. The purple-patterned Emperor's spear, akin to a dragon in flight, sliced through the air, aiming directly for Lin Chen's brow. A chorus of piercing sounds erupted as the formidable force of 2,000 true energy giant elephants exerted its pressure, cleaving through the air with unyielding ferocity. Danger loomed suddenly, yet Lin Chen's countenance remained unchanged. His previously clenched right hand relaxed unexpectedly. The overwhelming pressure that had surged around him dissipated in an instant. The Tide Talisman was liberated, and Luo Yangzhou seized the opportunity, swiftly drawing the entire Tide Talisman into his being while retreating. He intended to witness the most potent strike from Zijinyan, aiming to counter Lin Chen's prowess. By exhausting Lin Chen's true energy giant elephants, he planned to reap the benefits for himself. Within Luo Yangzhou's heart lay a treacherous cunning that set him apart from the typical innate 10th-tier adept. Observing Luo Yangzhou's subtle maneuvers, Lin Chen's expression remained impassive. He was acutely aware of his opponent's intentions. However, the 2,000 true energy giant elephants, which had yet to ignite within the azure figure, suddenly ignited with fervor. Within the illusory spirit mirror, the upper-grade Tai Ching spiritual vein, from which Lin Chen had absorbed a substantial portion, once again funneled 1,000 true energy giant elephants into the azure figure, igniting with intensity. This conflagration unleashed the power of 3,000 true energy giant elephants. In a previous encounter with the Bloodline brothers, Lin Chen had unleashed a staggering 10,000 true energy giant elephants in a singular explosive burst, culminating in the manifestation of the week-long heavenly hand. However, facing Zijinyan's most formidable killing strike, such an overwhelming display of power was unnecessary. Standing resolutely, with a bronze-like aura shimmering about him, Lin Chen regarded the impending imperial might of Zijinyan with an expression devoid of emotion. What was he contemplating? Was he truly intent on enduring the assault? Luo Yangzhou gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Zijinyan, witnessing Lin Chen's tranquil demeanor in the face of his ultimate strike, felt his fury intensify. Throughout his life, no one of equal standing had ever disregarded him so brazenly, especially not Lin Chen, a 9th-tier innate adept. Die! Zijinyan surged forth with blinding speed, transforming into an elusive phantom that defied the naked eye. The power of the purple-patterned imperial spear surged forth, its might escalating dramatically. The imperial might descended with ferocity, hurtling towards Lin Chen, generating a tempestuous gust that swept through the arena. In that fleeting moment, all present held their breath, anticipating Lin Chen's imminent demise. The cold beauty Bai Yin closed her eyes, unwilling to witness the impending carnage. At that instant, Lin Chen's hair whipped wildly in the turbulent energy, his battle spirit ignited. With a fierce determination, he lunged his right hand toward the oncoming imperial might. A thunderous roar erupted from the arena as the overwhelming force of 3,000 true energy giant elephants surged forth, enveloping the onrushing Zijing Yun. The impact was akin to striking an impervious defensive artifact, causing the entire purple-patterned imperial spear to become lodged before Lin Chen, immobile and powerless. The golden orb at the tip of the spear shimmered vividly in Lin Chen's eyes, appearing remarkably close. Zijing Yun's complexion suddenly flushed a deep crimson, overwhelmed by an immense pressure that surged forth, emitting a series of beastly roars. Yet, the purple-patterned emperor's spear remained immovable, as though an immense hand of a giant grasped his very being, leaving him to struggle in vain. Lin Chen observed Zijing Yun's reddened face with his customary calmness. His lips slightly parted to utter a chilling word, explode. As the sound resonated, the compressing pressure surged violently like a frenzied beast. The entire body of the purple-patterned emperor's spear began to tremble violently, the golden orb at its tip rapidly dissipating. Even the majesty of the emperor could not withstand this force. At that moment, Lin Chen's right hand clenched into a fist, the crisp sound of bones cracking distinctly audible. A tremendous pressure, akin to an invisible giant fist, struck violently against the purple-patterned emperor's spear. Zijing Yun's face contorted in agony as he emitted a series of pained and ferocious howls. "Liangzu, save me!" Zijing Yun, enduring such an overwhelming blow, twisted his face in desperation towards Liangzu for aid. Unbeknownst to him, Liangzu remained utterly unperturbed. A thunderous explosion echoed suddenly, an unseen force sweeping through the area. In that instant, the purple-patterned emperor's spear was utterly crushed by Lin Chen's sheer might. The ethereal form of the spear floated in midair, embodying the essence of a mid-grade royal artifact. As Zijing Yun's essence detonated, his pupils constricted sharply, falling into a state of blankness as he was blasted backward by the explosion's force. Lin Chen reached out, seizing the royal essence of the purple-patterned emperor's spear and drawing it into the illusory spirit mirror. At this moment, the disciples in the audience fell into a deathly silence. Elder Su, a presence of the third realm of divine law, regarded the scene with astonishment. The ferocity of Lin Chen's strikes surpassed his expectations. Bai Yan, with her cold visage, finally displayed a profound expression of surprise, exclaiming, "Lin Chen's strength is unexpectedly formidable." Qing Ro, with her cerulean eyes shaped like crescent moons, smiled joyfully, resembling a playful sprite. The entire assembly of disciples had no words, merely swallowing hard, their gazes towards Lin Chen now tinged with deep apprehension. Who exactly was Lin Chen, capable of such ruthless tactics, shattering Zijing Yun's essence without fear of sect retribution? Moreover, Zijing Yun was a genuine innate 10th realm expert and the foremost among the outer sect, yet he was vanquished by Lin Chen, an innate 9th realm practitioner. What kind of formidable strength was required for such a feat? After absorbing the royal essence of the purple-patterned emperor's spear, Lin Chen suddenly heard a familiar, sinister chuckle. Raising his head in surprise, he discovered that Luo Yangzhou's fiery red hair obscured half of his face, revealing a pair of eyes that were cold and chilling. A sinister, eerie laughter emanated continuously from Luo Yangzhou's lips, sending shivers down the spines of several innate disciples who heard the sound. The strangeness of that chilling laughter was utterly disconcerting. How could Luo Yangzhou still find humor in this situation, especially when faced with Lin Chen's formidable strength? Had he lost his sanity? Lin Chen maintained an expression of calm indifference, choosing not to intervene, for in his eyes, Luo Yangzhou was already as good as dead. There was no need to engage in excessive deliberation with one who was on the brink of demise. "Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, I must admit your strength is impressive." Luo Yangzhou approached with a malevolent grin, continuing, "But what does your strength matter? Your end is nigh." Lin Chen regarded him with an unwavering gaze, his eyes betraying no emotion. Suddenly, Luo Yangzhou pointed with a finger at the disheveled and anguished Zijing Yun, lying on the arena floor, and coldly remarked, "Zijing Yun, as the youngest son of the Zijing royal family, possesses extraordinary talent from a young age. You have crippled his dantian. Even if I do not take your life, you will certainly face the retribution of the Zijing clan." Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he cast a glance at Zijing Yun, but remained silent. Observing Lin Chen's demeanor, Luo Yangzhou's sense of delight swelled, and he sneered, "Zijing Yun is the foremost disciple of the outer sect. How dare you so ruthlessly waste his vital essence? Such an act is truly deserving of punishment. Lin Chen continued to remain mute, enveloped in silence. Seeing Lin Chen's reticence, Luo Yangzhou believed he had successfully instilled fear within him and grinned ominously. Every reckless action born of rage carries a price. At last, Lin Chen spoke. His tone as tranquil as a gentle breeze. What do you wish to say? Such an unperturbed demeanor irked Luo Yangzhou profoundly, and he raised his voice, brimming with malice. Lin Chen, now that you possess no trace of true energy within you, I am curious to see how you intend to confront me and obstruct my advance. Lin Chen gazed at Luo Yangzhou in silence. This proclamation sent a jolt of realization through the hearts of many. The cold beauty could not help but furrow her brow, saying, Qingro, Lin Chen is indeed powerful. But he currently lacks any true energy and is no match for Luo Yangzhou. At this moment, the cold beauty could not suppress her admiration for Lin Chen's prowess. When she first encountered him, she noted that he merely possessed an innate cultivation of the 8th level, and she was quite disdainful of these second-generation heirs. Yet now, she recognized her error. Her judgment was far inferior to that of the poised Qingro. Qingro remained silent, merely blinking as she observed Lin Chen, who was the center of attention. Elder Su, standing nearby, could not help but shake his head in lamentation, acknowledging that Lin Chen was indeed a remarkable individual, capable of unleashing such formidable lethality despite his low cultivation. Moreover, when I probed his being with my spiritual sense, I was thwarted by an enigmatic force, rendering him utterly unfathomable. Lin Chen is far more complex than I had anticipated. The expression of the cold beauty slightly tightened. It was rare for this elder, a being of the 3rd layer of the divine law realm, to praise anyone. Regrettably, Elder Su could not help but shake his head, saying, at present, Lin Chen's true energy is entirely depleted, and the outcome is already determined. Should Luo Yangzhou strike with lethal intent, I shall intervene to save him and then nurture his talents. With the aptitude Lin Chen has displayed, he is destined to ascend to the realm of divine law. At this moment, Elder Su felt an urge to rescue Lin Chen, for the youth's performance had kindled a sense of admiration within him. On the martial arts stage, Luo Yangzhou erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, Haha, I have manipulated Zijinjian to exhaust your entire true energy. It was all a part of my scheme. Observing Lin Chen's continued silence, Luo Yangzhou revealed his intentions. Without true energy, let us see how you can contend with me. I shall slay you now, ridding our Taiqing sect of a malignant tumor. As his words fell, Luo Yangzhou's true energy ignited once more. The sound of the ocean crashing against the shore rising and falling. Tidal wave palm, he bellowed, as the Dan Yuan tidal symbol soared from his dantian, transforming his true energy into layers of waves that rushed towards Lin Chen as if they were real. A blue water-patterned hand emerged from the waves, thundering down upon Lin Chen. At this moment, many innate disciples could not help but shut their eyes. It seemed that Lin Chen was utterly doomed. The Grand Elder of the inner sect sighed softly, his consciousness enveloping the entire arena, poised to save Lin Chen at any moment. The blue water hand blotted out the sun, crashing heavily towards Lin Chen, its potent energy and murderous intent casting a shadow of death. A single strike to annihilate. Many disciples who admired Lin Chen felt their hearts leap into their throats. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Lin Chen, who had remained silent until now, suddenly radiated an overwhelming aura, a formidable surge of true energy emanating from him. The residual power of 4,000 true energy giants from the upper Taiqing spiritual meridian within the illusory spirit mirror flowed into the azure figure. With a fierce thrust of his right hand, an invisible storm swept across the entire martial arts arena, leaving the audience in astonishment. Elder Su's eyes gleamed with brilliance as he praised, Well done, young man. You have managed to retain a substantial amount of true energy. The cold beauty, Bai Yin, was left in disbelief, exclaiming, How is this possible? How could Lin Chen possess such immense true energy? It is absolutely inconceivable. Qingro stepped forward gracefully, her form swaying as she softly remarked, Big brother Lin Chen possesses his own means, having stored a vast amount of true energy, to unleash such terrifying martial techniques. He requires this energy as support. The cold beauty fell silent, pondering the mystery of this man. The disciples in the audience erupted in a wave of astonishment. How can it be? How does this fellow still have such a vast reservoir of true energy? Could he have consumed some miraculous elixir, instantly restoring 1,000 true energy giants? No, that cannot be. The energy he is now unleashing is no less than 2,000 giants. It was truly astonishing. Lin Chen was indeed terrifying beyond measure. In that moment, all innate disciples were left awestruck by Lin Chen, questioning who could possibly withstand his prowess. Luo Yangzhou, initially brimming with confidence and a sinister smirk, suddenly froze, overwhelmed by the immense pressure encroaching from all directions. His expression shifted dramatically. It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. He bellowed in disbelief. You cannot possibly still possess true energy. Yet, reality contradicted him, as the relentless force surrounding him suffocated him with the specter of death. The abrupt shift in circumstances plunged Luo Yangzhou into sheer terror, prompting him to scream at Lin Chen, "Do not kill me. If you do, you will face the wrath of the sect. Your family will also be pursued by mine." Lin Chen's eyes glinted with disdain as he replied coolly, "I detest threats. The moment you made that gesture, you sealed your own fate." It was then that Lin Chen's intent to kill crystallized, no longer simply aiming to shatter Luo Yangzhou's Dan Yuan. However, at that moment, an unforeseen disturbance erupted. A towering, menacing figure burst forth, exuding a terrifying aura. A gnarled hand, marred with countless wounds, shot out and seized the trembling tide symbol, which quivered under the mounting pressure. With a thunderous crack, the fingers, each joint defined, entwined with black malevolence, unleashed an overwhelming force akin to the might of mountains. Boom! The entire tide symbol was crushed to smithereens beneath the grip of that ominous hand, resulting in a resounding explosion. Luo Yangzhou's anguished screams reverberated, piercing the air with sheer despair. This sudden turn of events left everyone flabbergasted, caught completely off guard. Amidst the explosion, a powerful voice emerged, brimming with rage. "Lin Chen, I can no longer contain myself. Let us engage in a proper battle." The fury was unmistakable. It was none other than the rampaging king. His eyes widened with bloodthirsty excitement, emanating an aura of wrath akin to that of a feral beast. Chapter 64. Rampaging Demon-S Spirit. This unforeseen development rendered the entire assembly speechless. Luo Yangzhou's Dan Yuan talisman had been obliterated so easily? This tide symbol was formidable enough to rival a mid-grade royal artifact, yet its defenses proved so fragile. Lin Chen's sudden surge of true energy had led to the catastrophic destruction of Luo Yangzhou's Dan Yuan. The continuous twists of fate left all the innate disciples in utter astonishment. Even Elder Su, a figure of the third level of the divine method realm, wore a mask of astonishment. Moments ago, he had been taken aback by Lin Chen's unexpected outburst. But now he witnessed Luo Yangzhou's Dan Yuan being ruthlessly crushed by the rampaging king. Even the usually composed beauty could not suppress her astonishment. The transformation was far too abrupt. Yet, Elder Su refrained from intervening. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, observing the clash between these two formidable figures. Who would emerge victorious? Lin Chen regarded the writhing and howling Luo Yangzhou with a bemused expression, initially intending to deliver the final blow himself, but now it seemed unnecessary. The rampaging king. Was this truly how he wished to engage me in combat? Lin Chen gazed calmly at the man before him, who was engulfed in a tempest of malevolent energy. Among the inner disciples, the only one who instilled a sense of danger in Lin Chen was the Tyrant King. Undoubtedly, the Tyrant King's eyes widened, and his aura surged dramatically. "What I yearn for most is to engage in battle with you." Subsequently, a grin spread across his face. "You have not disappointed me." Lin Chen observed this belligerent man in silence, a flicker of fiery intensity igniting in his gaze. Among the inner disciples, the Tyrant King was the sole individual who acknowledged Lin Chen, and Lin Chen, in turn, held a profound admiration for him. A man who thrived on conflict harbored fewer distractions. An invisible force began to rise between them, a colossal fervor for battle, ablaze with intensity. Among the innate disciples, those who sensed this fervor instinctively recoiled, overwhelmed by its terrifying presence. Gradually, Lin Chen raised a single finger, uttering calmly, "With one strike, I shall reduce you to a bloodied mess." The Tyrant King's eyes gleamed with an inexplicable light, his countenance exuding bloodlust, his voice resonating like a drum. "Excellent. I shall render you crippled with a single blow." No sooner had the Tyrant King spoken than a formidable energy surged forth. Lin Chen, whose right hand had been momentarily halted, extended it once more, channeling the might of 4,000 true energy giants, which blazed fiercely within his azure figurine. An immense, intangible pressure radiated outward, akin to a multitude of small mountains descending in succession. The tyrant king trembled, a tidal wave of malevolent energy rising within him. An extraordinarily savage force stirred restlessly inside his being. One strike, naturally, would be the strongest. Neither would show mercy. Their confrontation was imminent. Countless innate disciples watched with fervent anticipation, their eyes ablaze with excitement. The atmosphere generated by the impending clash left them all in awe. This was the true spectacle of a momentous battle. Lin Chen, facing two opponents, was merely child's play. What a terrifying will to fight. These two men were formidable indeed. Look, Elder Su is watching from the sidelines, likely tacitly endorsing this duel. Who do you think will emerge victorious? I believe it will be the Tyrant King. His malevolent aura is overwhelmingly potent. Who knows how many he has slain? Humph, I think Lin Chen will triumph. His methods are the most astonishing. A group of innate disciples voiced their opinions, some backing the Tyrant King, while others supported Lin Chen. The outcome of this battle hung in the balance. The cold beauty, recovering from her astonishment, gazed at the impending clash between the two and softly inquired, Sister Qingru, who do you think will win? Qingru's cerulean eyes revealed little surprise. Instead, they shimmered with unwavering softness. She blinked and replied with utmost conviction, of course, it's my brother Lin Chen. The cold beauty nodded, having anticipated this response. Lin Chen, this is my first time fully unleashing this power. Please do not let me down. The Tyrant King glared, his malevolent energy boundless, his voice booming like thunder. A terrifying aura enveloped him, growing even more potent. It seemed as though some formidable and wrathful force was on the verge of awakening. This manifestation caused Lin Chen's brows to furrow, pondering the nature of the essence within the brutal king. To his astonishment, he sensed an aura that rivaled that of the blood-killing disc. Could it be a supreme royal artifact? Or perhaps a potent talisman? Lin Chen found himself unable to decipher it, for a cultivator's essence can take on myriad forms, each more peculiar than the last. For instance, some individuals may possess an essence that resembles a martial arts tome imbued with sentience, while others may harbor an intricate formation within their very being. The brutal demon spirit. The brutal king unleashed a thunderous roar, akin to a cataclysmic roar of thunder. A torrent of overwhelming and turbulent rage erupted from him, unleashing an invisible tempest of force. Boom, boom. The rhythmic detonations reverberated from the brutal king's frame, as his nearly 2-meter-tall figure expanded with each explosive surge. An unfathomable black malevolence began to emanate from the depths of the brutal king's dantian, coiling around him in serpentine tendrils of shadowy energy. Boom. The floor of the arena could scarcely withstand the terrifying power erupting from the brutal king, fracturing and splintering under the strain. At that moment, the brutal king resembled a colossal beast, enshrouded in a shroud of dark malevolence, as if clad in a suit of sinister armor. The true energy within him surged to an astounding level, equivalent to 7,000 colossal elephants, before finally stabilizing. The ghastly scars adorning his form appeared even more fearsome. What manner of essence is this? Lin Chen gazed in astonishment at the unfolding transformation of the brutal king, his own shock intensifying. This was the first time he had witnessed such an extraordinary essence, erupting directly from the body without any external release. What on earth could it be? However, to Lin Chen's surprise, the ever-hidden Blood Elder suddenly projected his consciousness. Even the Blood Elder had awakened at the moment the brutal king unleashed his essence. Lin Chen, the essence within this individual is likely the very quintessence of a demon beast. The Blood Elder spoke gravely. The essence within him comprises the entirety of the refined energy of a divine realm demon beast. What? The essence of a divine realm demon beast? Lin Chen's expression turned serious. The power of a divine realm demon beast's essence must be utterly terrifying. Even the hand of the heavenly suppression could only withstand a mere fraction of that power. The Blood Elder offered reassurance. Lin Chen, do not be overly alarmed. Although this essence is a remnant of a divine realm demon beast, it is important to note that he is currently unable to harness even a fraction of its true potential. With a sigh of relief, Lin Chen felt reassured. This time, he was determined to claim victory in the intersect competition. The transformation of the brutal king immediately sent ripples throughout the entire spectator area. All the disciples wore expressions of deep trepidation and fear, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this presence. Particularly, the malevolent energy enveloping the brutal king, infused with the essence of a divine realm demon beast, was truly staggering. Good heavens, this aura is utterly terrifying. The malevolent aura is now doubled compared to before. Lin Chen is destined to lose. The force of 7,000 true energy giants is comparable to the top 20 among the inner sect disciples of the heavenly level. Lin Chen's misfortune is palpable. The throne of the first rank among the inner disciples is about to be relinquished to another. For the overwhelming presence of the violent king is simply too immense. Those innate disciples who once held confidence in Lin Chen now shake their heads, extinguishing the hopes that lingered in their hearts. In the inner selection disciple area, Elder Su cast a glance at the unperturbed Qing Ro and sighed softly, stating that the Dan Yuan of the Divine Law Realm's demon beasts has indeed brought forth many formidable individuals to the Taiching sect this year. However, in this instance, Lin Chen is undoubtedly set to lose. This battle is destined for the violent king's victory.